In the realm of Xianyao continent, within the illustrious Jin kingdom, lies the Grand Agile Senior Sect. In a modest courtyard at the foot of the Outer Gates mountain, a conversation unfolds. Junior brother, surely you do not wish for your secret to be discovered by the other senior sisters, do you? Yi Ba, immobilized and enveloped in sealed spiritual energy, gazes up at Chu Yao, standing beside his bed, a hint of helplessness in his heart. His meticulously concealed Pure Yang constitution, hidden for 8 long years, has been uncovered. The Dajilsian sect, renowned as the foremost sect of the Jin kingdom, practices the profound art of yin and yang cultivation. Though it bears the title of a celestial sect, it is in essence a demonic sect. Within its ranks, male cultivators are captured from various corners of the kingdom, initially provided with resources to aid their advancement. After all, the more robust the chives grow, the more effective the harvesting becomes. Yi Ba, too, was ensnared that if fate permits, he is destined to become a resource for the female demon leader's cultivation, contributing to her growth, perhaps even significantly. However, unlike the others, he possesses the pure Yang constitution, elevating him to the status of a chives king. Drawing from the experiences of 2 previous seniors with the same constitution, he surmises he might endure for a year and a half. Just half a month prior, he visited the graves of those 2 seniors, their tombstones now overtaken by grass over 3 meters high. How did Senior Sister discover my secret? Yi Ba inquires, curiosity piqued. He believed he had concealed it well, rarely venturing out and possessing an almost non-existent presence. After all, he is the most ineffectual of the 5 spiritual roots, progressing at an excruciatingly slow pace. After 8 years, he has barely reached the first level of Qi, refinement and undeniable failure. Logically, the female demon leader would have no reason to take notice of him unless she were blind. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Yao has discerned the truth of his pure Yang constitution. With a subtle flourish, Chu Yao retrieves a white elixir from her bosom, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in her eyes. Does this pill seem familiar? Junior brother, this is merely an ordinary Yang-enhancing pill. What is so extraordinary about it? Yi Ba feigns ignorance, but this pill is one you have concocted. Its efficacy surpasses my own by 50%. Most notably, it carries a faint fragrance of stone heather. Chu Yao chuckles lightly. As a disciple of the Dajilsian sect, she is intimately acquainted with such scents. So, it is Yi Ba's eyes widen in realization. Despite his lack of talent in cultivation, he possesses a modicum of aptitude in alchemy, managing to forge a low-grade, yang-enhancing pill 6 months prior. However, his poverty restricted him from acquiring essential materials, even the yang grass. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to using yuan yang as a substitute, unexpectedly achieving success. Yet this very flaw has been perceived by the astute Chu Yao. Now, she stands before him, having restrained him and unveiled his pure Yang constitution. What do you intend to do, Senior Sister? Yi Ba glances sideways at Chu Yao. With silver hair cascading down her back, adorned with ice crystal hair ornaments, in a flowing white silk skirt embellished with delicate frost flowers, she presents an enchanting figure, her exposed midriff flawless and her long legs reminiscent of a celestial being. Naturally, I shall confine you, relishing your company each night. Chu Yao's gaze upon Yi Ba is charged with desire. Although she is yet to comprehend the full extent of his pure Yang constitution, even the weakest variant could expedite her own cultivation. Such fortune was never meant to befall her, being but a low-ranking external disciple. Yet, now that she has unearthed Yi Ba's secret, she can easily conceal him for her exclusive use. Sharing with others? Utterly out of the question, this is her own destined boon. Rest assured, Senior Sister, I shall cherish you dearly. Chu Yao purrs, inching closer, exhaling a pink mist towards Yi Ba. His consciousness blurs until it fades entirely. Time is a nebulous concept, and when Yi Ba finally awakens, he finds himself still in his own bed, utterly unable to move. Before him, however, materializes an ethereal panel. Alchemy Experience 1. First grade low-rank alchemist 110 wood element root qualification 1. Medium grade wood element root 110 fire element root qualification 1. Medium grade fire element root 110. Yi Ba never anticipated that his golden opportunity would manifest in such a manner. Concurrently, fragments of information flood his mind. It appears that through cultivation with a female, he can absorb various experiences related to the path of cultivation, with the potential for greater gains depending on her innate talent. Turning to observe Chu Yao, who is seated in meditation beside him, he notes her information. Name, Chu Yao Realm. Qi Refinement 5th Level. Qualification, Medium Grade Wood Element Root, Medium Grade Fire Element Root, Low Grade Earth Element Root Alchemy Skill, First Grade Upper Rank. Cultivation Method, Ancient Dragon Devouring Technique Spells, Low-Level Charm Spell, Fireball Technique, Wood Escape Technique. Chu Yao possesses alchemical skills, hence my ability to gain experience in this field, and her elemental roots yield similar benefits. However, her earth element root is of low grade, akin to mine, thus it bears no experience reward. With clarity dawning upon him, Yiba observes Chu Yao's face suddenly light up with astonishment as she opens her eyes wide. She had not anticipated such a remarkable surge in her cultivation within such a brief period equivalent to a month's arduous training. What a treasure I have stumbled upon! Chu Yao exclaims, her excitement palpable, with Yiba by her side. She is confident she can establish her foundation in mere years. Yet, observing her naive excitement, Yiba suppresses a smirk. From the moment he was captured, he understood his fate. Aware of the possibility of becoming a spiritual slave, he had made preparations in advance. Suddenly, Chu Yao's expression shifts to one of confusion as she feels her internal energy begin to spiral chaotically. What is happening? She queries, perplexed. She hastily attempts to stabilize it, but to no avail the turbulence intensifies. A muffled groan escapes her lips. If this continues, she risks imploding. Senior Sister, you have been poisoned. Only I possess the antidote. Yiba speaks softly. Poisoned? How can that be? When did you administer the poison? Chu Yao is baffled. Why Yiba is currently immobilized by her own magic. How could he possibly poison her without her notice? What exactly did you do to me, Senior Sister? Yiba remains composed. Chu Yao's eyes widen in realization, her finger trembling as she points at Yiba, her teeth clenched in indignation. You scoundrel! Humph. Had you not forced my hand, this would not have happened. Yiba retorts coldly. Hand over the antidote, or I shall kill you. Chu Yao seethes, feeling her intelligence has been insulted. She draws her sword, pressing it against Yiba's neck. I am of the Pure Yang constitution. Would you truly dare to kill me? Yiba chuckles darkly. A flicker of hesitation crosses Chu Yao's face. Her talent is mediocre after 6 years in the sect. She has only reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Should she miss this opportunity, establishing her foundation would be an arduous task. Sensing her wavering resolve, Yiba presses on. Shall we strike a bargain? What kind of bargain? I will provide you with the antidote periodically to suppress your internal poison, in exchange for your promise to keep my secret. Yiba proposes. Agreed. Chu Yao responds without hesitation. Surviving this immediate crisis is paramount. She can later seek out other alchemists for detoxifying pills. Where is the antidote? Present it. Chu Yao urges, desperation creeping into her voice as she struggles to maintain her composure. You do not release me from these bindings, how can I move? Yiba expressed his exasperation. Chu Yao was taken aback, realizing she had forgotten this matter entirely. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her hand to lift the confinement. Yiba swiftly dismounted and retrieved a pill from a concealed box beneath the bed. Before he could offer it to Chu Yao, she snatched it from him and swallowed it whole. Why is it ineffective? You deceive me, Chu Yao exclaimed, sensing no reduction in the turbulence of her inner spiritual energy, her beautiful eyes glaring at Yiba. I understand that Senior Sister is anxious, but the effects of the medicine require time to manifest. Yiba explained, donning his tattered garments. Noting they were torn in several places, Chu Yao furrowed her brow, waiting again, and indeed, she soon felt her spiritual energy stabilizing, allowing her to relax her expression. How often must the antidote be taken? She inquired. Every 7 days. I will concoct one for you each week. Humph, you're quite clever. Chu Yao scoffed. This arrangement meant that until she found an appropriate detoxification pill, she would find it difficult to deal with Yiba. Yet, the thought of being outmaneuvered by him left her feeling frustrated. She raised her hand, contemplating another confinement spell. While she could not kill Yiba, She believed it permissible to teach him a lesson to vent her anger. However, Yi Ba anticipated her move, retreating to grab a rusted medicinal hoe, pressing it against his neck. "Senior sister, do not force my hand, otherwise I shall perish without yielding to you." Applying pressure, he drew blood from his neck. "Stop!" Chu Yao hastily withdrew her hand. In her eyes, Yi Ba was merely a potent elixir for cultivation. Should he die, he would be of no use to her, and her own path to foundation establishment would be jeopardized. Moreover, if she failed to locate a suitable antidote and Yi Ba perished, she had not anticipated that a mere outer disciple would possess such a fierce spirit, willing to die rather than yield. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Yao inquired, standing by the bed, her expression troubled. "I wish to propose another transaction with Senior Sister." "Speak." "I know Senior Sister covets my physique and desires my assistance in cultivation. But even a body of pure yang has its limits." Yi Ba paused. "I cannot assist you in cultivation indefinitely, but I can promise to help you for 4 days each month." He was careful not to specify 4 sessions, fearing Chu Yao might exploit the loophole to demand a week's worth of training in one go. "That is insufficient. 4 days are not enough," Chu Yao firmly rejected. Having tasted the benefits, she yearned for day and night of cultivation. Yi Ba secretly chuckled. These women, driven by their desire for advancement, could not possibly resist the allure of a pure yang body. However, he too required this arrangement to enhance his alchemical skills and spiritual roots through their training, though he must not appear too obvious. "Senior sister, if you desire more time for cultivation, it is not impossible. For each additional hour of training, you must provide me with 100 low-grade spirit stones." Yi Ba extended a finger. This was his true aim. Cultivation depended on resources, talent, and familial support. Lacking a family and with minimal talent, he sought to acquire more resources to elevate his cultivation. "That is excessive. At most half a stone per day." Chu Yao outright denied his request. The sect dispensed only 100 low-grade spirit stones. Monthly Yi Ba was indeed audacious to ask. Even if she wished to comply, she could not afford it. "I am of pure yang constitution. I require 80 stones daily." "No less." Yi Ba countered. In the end, after prolonged negotiation, they settled on a price of 10 spirit stones per day, agreeing that as Yi Ba's cultivation improved, the number of free training days would increase. Chu Yao, in her spare time, would assist him with his cultivation inquiries. Yi Ba was reasonably satisfied. Both harbored their own agendas as they finalized the deal. Has the junior brother entered our sect, but not accepted his fate? Does he believe he can leave alive? Chu Yao reclined back on the bed, half-clad, and propped her long legs. Striving for something is never detrimental. Does Senior Sister not also strive? Yi Ba chuckled lightly. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one falls back. If you do not strive, how can you ascend the path of immortality? Chu Yao asserted seriously. Yet you, as a furnace, were marked with a heart-piercing curse upon joining the sect. The moment you step beyond the protective array, your heart and meridians will shatter, leaving you forever confined within the sect. If the heart-piercing curse can be cast, there must also exist a method to lift it. Yi Ba retorted. You refer to the furnace trials held once every 6 years? With your aptitude, it is impossible for you to pass. Each trial sees over 100,000 spirit slaves participating, yet only 3 to 5 succeed. With your foundation at the first level of Qi refinement, you wouldn't even make it onto the roster, Chu Yao mocked. Yi Ba shook his head gently, refraining from reply. In the past, he would have had no chance, but now, the circumstances were different. The furnace trials represented the sole opportunity for them to escape the sect. This was precisely why some spirit slaves, despite knowing that higher cultivation levels increased their chances of attracting the attention of powerful women, still devoted themselves to rigorous training. This speaks to the astuteness of the Great Bliss Immortal Sect. They did not drive them entirely to desperation, but instead left a glimmer of hope. For that hope, many were willing to risk everything. Yi Ba was no exception. Previously, lacking talent, he had no options. But now, armed with his unique advantages, he believed he could contend in the trials 2 years hence. Noticing Yi Ba's silence, Chu Yao lost interest in continuing the conversation. She merely lifted her bare foot and beckoned him closer. My dear junior brother, come and assist your senior sister in her cultivation. Yeba's heart raced unexpectedly. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he approached without hesitation, directly seizing her swaying foot. Chu Yao's face flushed. It was the first time she had been so easily dominated by a furnace. As she opened her mouth to cast a charm that would bewilder Yeba, he suddenly retreated a step. Senior sister, you cannot be so selfish. Chu Yao was perplexed. You cannot focus solely on your own cultivation while disregarding your junior brother's feelings. Yeba teased with a playful smile. Since they had reached an agreement, why should he not indulge in some enjoyment? Chu Yao was well aware of Yeba's thoughts. She smiled coyly. Are you certain? My cultivation technique, the supreme devouring dragon formula, is quite tyrannical. I fear you may lose control and suffer a heart meridian rupture from excessive excitement. In other words, to render Yeba unconscious was a form of protection. Should the junior brother wish to sample the flavors, I implore you to grant me this favor. Yeba was unconvinced. Having witnessed countless scenes in his past life, he was confident he would not falter. Are you sincere? Absolutely. Very well, let my junior brother witness my prowess. Chu Yao stepped down from the bed, drawing nearer to Yeba. From her fair wrist, tendrils of white mist began to emanate, enveloping the entire room in a dense haze. Chapter 3. Senior Sister, your addiction is quite intense. 2 days later, within the modest abode of Yeba, Chu Yao trembled, her essence surging exponentially. With a radiant smile, she opened her eyes, feeling the torrent of spiritual energy within her, her joy manifesting as a flurry of white movements. She had indeed broken through. Now, she had achieved the 6th layer of Qi training. The effects were astonishing. Chu Yao glanced at Yeba, who lay beside her, lost in slumber. Her heart filled with awe. Moreover, she had yet to fully absorb all the benefits. If she could completely harness them, her cultivation would undoubtedly ascend further. Yeba's constitution was certainly not that of an ordinary yang body. Otherwise, the results would not be so remarkable. Chu Yao mused quietly. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a pill from her storage bag, placing it by the bedside. She then donned her garments, transforming into a fragrant breeze as she departed. Heading towards the outer gate's scripture repository, she intended to peruse the text to ascertain the true nature of Yeba's constitution. Once she left, Yeba slowly opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As for the supreme dragon devouring technique, apart from feeling a slight fatigue in his limbs, his body exhibited no negative symptoms. His feigned slumber was merely a ruse to confound Chu Yao. Picking up the pill beside him, he discovered it was a qi replenishing pill and casually stored it away. Chu Yao had begun to recognize his value, realizing the importance he held. Hence, she had proactively left a cultivation pill for him. However, he would not express gratitude. Her actions were solely for her own benefit, aimed at nurturing him, the king of chives, so she could harvest him repeatedly. He reined in his thoughts and gazed at the virtual panel before him. Alchemist Experience 24. First Tier Low-Grade Alchemist, 2510, can break through. Wood Elemental Root Quality 24. Low-Grade Wood Elemental Root, 2510, can break through. Fire Elemental Root Quality 24. Low-Grade Fire Elemental Root, 2510, can break through. After 2 days of diligent effort, his gains were substantial as well. Silently urging a breakthrough, a click resounded within his mind, as if a shackle had been released. A wave of clarity surged within him. The once obscure alchemical techniques now gradually became lucid. Numerous insights flashed through his mind, deepening his understanding of alchemy. Furthermore, his perception of the surrounding wood and fire elemental energies sharpened significantly. Looking once more at the virtual panel, he noted a complete transformation. Name: Yeba. Constitution: Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Realm: Qi Training 1st Layer. Quality: Medium Grade Wood Elemental Root, Medium Grade Fire Elemental Root, Low Grade Earth Elemental Root, Low Grade Metal Elemental Root, Low Grade Water Elemental Root. Talent: None. Alchemy Skill: 1st Tier Medium Grade, 15100. Cultivation Method: Great Bliss Tao Method. Spells: None. Both his alchemy skill and the qualities of his earth and fire elemental roots had improved. Yeba felt a surge of joy. The enhancement of his elemental root quality would expedite his cultivation speed. However, with his earth and fire elemental roots elevated to medium grade, they matched Chu Yao's quality. This meant he could no longer gain experience in elemental root quality from her. The elevation of his alchemical skill level now enabled him to refine medium-grade first-tier pills. Yet, he faced a dilemma. He was impoverished, lacking the spiritual stones necessary to purchase the required alchemical materials. He didn't even possess a first-tier medium-grade recipe. He considered that when Chu Yao next visited, he could attempt to request in advance of some spiritual stones. Yi Ba strategized in his mind. Chu Yao, having tasted the benefits, would not be satisfied with just once a month. She would undoubtedly expend spiritual stones on him subsequently. At that time, he could offer her a monthly discount, thereby securing some spiritual stones up front to procure various cultivation pills. Next, he clicked on the details behind Constitution. Supreme Yang Immortal Body, an immortal-grade spiritual slave constitution that aids female cultivators in rapid advancement, assists in breaking through bottlenecks, enhances cultivation comprehension, and increases the chances of enlightenment, while facilitating the development of hidden qualities. This constitution is exceedingly pure and yang, impervious to toxic mists. Vitality is inexhaustible. Gazing at the extensive description of the Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Yi Ba was astounded. He had not anticipated his constitution to be so extraordinary. The first thought that crossed his mind was that he could endlessly assist others in their cultivation. This meant he would not suffer the same fate as those two Yang Body senior brothers, drained to death by their female overlords. He could freely serve as other spiritual slave. No, I cannot allow anyone to discover this. Yi Ba admonished himself internally. If the female overlords were to learn of the extraordinary nature of his constitution, they would undoubtedly imprison him, reducing him to a mere tool for cultivation assistance. At that point, he would entirely lose his freedom, becoming a mere instrument. He would find it impossible to leave the Great Bliss Immortal Sect. No, it would be difficult even to wish for death. After all, he was insatiable. Sighing, Yi Ba felt as though he was treading on thin ice within the Great Bliss Immortal Sect. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. He stepped outside, briefly washing himself in a basin within the courtyard. Returning indoors, he swallowed the qi replenishing pill and began to calm his mind for cultivation. Although his quality was lacking, he had diligently practiced every day for 9 years without faltering. With the arrival of this new advantage, he naturally had to work even harder. The qi replenishing pill dissolved upon entry, transforming into spiritual energy that surged into his meridians. Though merely a low-grade first-tier pill, it sufficed for his current qi training first layer. Yi Ba suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He felt that this qi replenishing pill was far more effective than before. Previously, he had consumed qi replenishing pills, but due to his inferior elemental root quality, he could only absorb 1/3 of the medicinal power. However, now, with his enhanced elemental root quality, he could absorb nearly 70% of the medicinal power. It was more than double what he could previously manage. Moreover, his absorption speed had increased. Overwhelmed with joy, he focused his mind, utilizing the Great Bliss Dao method, concentrating on absorbing the medicinal power to enhance his cultivation. Before long, night fell. Yi Ba trembled, finally opening his eyes. A profound joy danced within his gaze. 8 years had passed. One could only imagine the trials he had endured during that time. Day after day of cultivation, yet his progress had remained stagnant. Such torment. Only his resilient spirit had prevented him from giving up. It proved that lacking talent rendered effort futile. Some things cannot be attained through sheer diligence alone. Now, with his elemental root quality enhanced, he had successfully advanced to the second layer of qi training during this session. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully breaking through your realm. I must admit, your perseverance despite your lack of talent is commendable. Just then, Yi Ba caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze as Chu Yao appeared in his room. A flash of white swirling before him. Is there something you need, senior sister? Yi Ba inquired, taking a moment to appreciate her attire before speaking nonchalantly. Your complexion seems quite well. You must be nearly recovered. Tonight, assist me in my cultivation, Chu Yao replied, moving to sit beside Yi Ba on the bed. Crossing her legs. Having spent the day in the scripture repository, she had perused all the records of the Supreme Yang Body. Yet she had found nothing that matched Yi Ba's distinctive characteristics. This revelation left her astounded. The Great Bliss Immortal Sect's research on the Supreme Yang Body was second to none across the entire Xianxiao continent. None would dare claim to surpass it. The text detailed over 3,000 varieties of the Supreme Yang Body, yet none aligned with Yi Ba's. This indicated that his Supreme Yang Body was exceedingly rare, so rare that it had not been encountered within the sect before. Moreover, Yi Ba appeared entirely unperturbed at this moment. This further confirmed her suspicions. solidifying her resolve to maintain a firm grip on Yiba. Today, she also brought a little surprise for him. Sister, you only have 2 days left for cultivation, Yiba reminded her. No worries, I've accumulated a few spirit stones over the years. I can offer you some in compensation. Cultivating alongside Yiba proved to be more effective than consuming spirit pills, so spending a few spirit stones seemed trivial. Sister, your cravings are quite intense. Why not consider a monthly package? Yiba suggested, his hand resting lightly on Chu Yao's slender waist. Chu Yao paused momentarily, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks. Chapter 4. What does it mean for Senior Sister to give me a monthly dose of spiritual poison? Chu Yao grasped Yiba's restless hand, her brow furrowed in confusion. 10 spiritual stones a day, 30 days in a month, 300 spiritual stones in total. A monthly package means Senior Sister gives me 300 spiritual stones, allowing me to cultivate with her for an entire month, Yiba elucidated. However, in reality, I might not last the full 30 days. After all, I need rest. At most, I can manage around 15 days. I'll give Senior Sister a discount. 200 spiritual stones will suffice. What? 10 spiritual stones a day for 15 days amounts to only 150 stones. How dare you ask me for 200? And that's a discounted price. Do you think I'm a fool? Chu Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She even suspected that Yiba had lost his mind to say such things to her. Senior Sister, the rate of 10 spiritual stones a day is for the first layer of Qi cultivation. Now that I've reached the second layer, the price naturally increases. I'm only asking for 50 more stones, which is quite a bargain. Yiba patiently explained, adding, this is also the rule of the spiritual slave hall in our sect. Chu Yao paused, her anger dissipating slightly as she nodded in agreement. There was indeed some logic in his words. The higher the cultivation level of the spiritual slaves, the greater the benefits they could provide. As for the spiritual slave hall, it maintained a record of all spiritual slaves within the sect. Disciples could rent spiritual slaves to assist in cultivation by spending spiritual stones. Additionally, one could buy a spiritual slave outright using contribution points from the sect, albeit at a steep price. Yiba's information was also registered in the slave hall. But due to his low cultivation and poor aptitude, no disciples were willing to spend spiritual stones on him. Engaging in secret training with Yiba, like Chu Yao was doing, amounted to misusing public resources. If caught by the enforcement hall, it would lead to severe consequences. I can agree, but I lack sufficient spiritual stones. Here, take this first-tier superior gathering spirit pill as a substitute. I'll also provide you with an additional 100 spiritual stones. Chu Yao nodded in agreement and retrieved an item from her storage pouch to hand to Yiba. A first-tier superior gathering spirit pill. Yiba's eyes sparkled. This was a valuable item, far more effective than a basic replenishing pill. The additional 100 spiritual stones were also nearly enough for him to purchase some alchemical materials. He stowed the items in his storage pouch and then lay back on the bed. Senior Sister, come. The following morning, Chu Yao left the small courtyard with a satisfied expression, her hand resting on her abdomen. Last night, she had secretly administered a type of insidious poison called seductive mandrake on Yiba. This poison was a slow-acting toxin that could alter the target's mind, gradually making them develop feelings for the poisoner, culminating in absolute obedience. She intended to use this poison to fully control Yiba. However, the application method was somewhat peculiar, requiring the toxin to be introduced within the body. She had exerted considerable effort last night to achieve success. After Yiba had attempted to poison her previously, she felt justified in repaying him in kind. She estimated that with a few more sessions of cultivation, she would completely seize control of Yiba's mind. At that point, she could dictate his actions as she pleased. For the time being, she couldn't frequently visit Yiba to avoid arousing suspicion from other senior sisters. She also needed to seek a skilled alchemist to help her remove the spiritual poison from her body. Additionally, she aimed to find time to undertake tasks to earn more contribution points for the sect, enabling her to purchase Yiba from the spiritual slave hall. This would ensure her plans were foolproof. Once she owned Yiba, he would officially become her personal possession. She wouldn't need to sneak over to him daily. She could simply bring him back to her cave residence for her enjoyment. Chu Yao meticulously plotted her subsequent arrangements. Despite the multitude of tasks ahead, she felt no fatigue. Rather, she was filled with enthusiasm. In a month, there would be a grand competition among the inner and outer disciples of the peak. If she could break through her cultivation level once more before then, she should secure a commendable ranking. A gleam of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Every year, the Hongwan Peak held a competition for outer disciples, and any participant who placed within the top 50 would receive various rewards for cultivation resources. Historically, reaching the 7th layer of Qi cultivation was sufficient to enter the top 50. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard, Yi Ba gazed at the panel before him, a hint of resignation evident on his face. Alchemy Experience 7. First-tier Intermediate Alchemist, 22,100. After a night of labor, his haul of experience was modest, consisting solely of alchemical experience. Chu Yao's talent was still somewhat lacking. I need a more qualified female demon, Yi Ba mused inwardly. Yet, given his insufficient strength, recklessly approaching other formidable female demons was a perilous endeavor. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the small courtyard and made his way to the spiritual slave hall. He had broken through a level and needed to register immediately. If discovered concealing his cultivation level, he would face severe penalties. Furthermore, elevating his cultivation level would also yield rewards from the slave hall. The slave hall was situated halfway up the Hongwan Peak, and he spent about half an hour reaching it. After updating his information inside, he emerged with an additional 100 spiritual stones. This was the sect's reward for his breakthrough to the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation. Upon exiting the slave hall, he did not return to the small courtyard immediately. Instead, he headed toward the nearby market. Now that he possessed spiritual stones, he could purchase some alchemical materials. The market bustled with activity, throngs of disciples coming and going. As usual, Yi Ba kept his head down, striving to avoid drawing attention to himself. He conveniently made his way to the Baifeng Hall. Senior Sister, do you have the recipe for the first-tier intermediate yuan-enhancing pill? Yi Ba inquired at the counter. Given his current cultivation level, the first-tier intermediate yuan-enhancing pill was sufficient for his daily training needs. 60 low-tier spiritual stones. A young woman behind the counter, engrossed in a medicinal book, replied without looking up. That's quite expensive. Yi Ba gasped. But having come this far, he couldn't leave empty-handed. I'll buy it. He retrieved the spiritual stones from his storage pouch and placed them on the counter. Oh, it seems my junior brother is quite well off. Did you perhaps take on some private work? The young woman finally lifted her gaze from the book, regarding Yi Ba with a teasing expression. I just broke through to the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation. These spiritual stones are a reward from the slave hall, Yi Ba explained. Before coming, he had anticipated this potential loophole, which was why he had deliberately visited the slave hall first. Some male disciples, in pursuit of resources for cultivation, opted to secretly assist female demons at rates lower than those offered by the slave hall. This was referred to as private work. Being discovered by the slave hall would lead to penalties, but many male disciples still took the risk. Accepting jobs through the slave hall would yield only a few yuan-enhancing pills as compensation, while engaging in private work, though yielding fewer spiritual stones, would still see the stones go directly into their own hands. Oh, the young woman lost interest upon hearing that he had reached the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation. She tossed a recipe over to Yi Ba from behind the counter. Yi Ba calmly accepted the recipe and turned to leave. After exiting, he wandered around the market and entered another shop called Baichao Pavilion, where he purchased 10 sets of the required materials listed in the recipe. His spiritual stones were nearly depleted. Claiming you haven't taken on private work? As Yi Ba exited the market, a figure emerged behind him, the young woman from Baifeng Hall. She had followed Yi Ba, noting that his expenses in the market totaled nearly 200 spiritual stones, while the reward for breaking through to the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation from the slave hall was only 100 stones. Clearly, Yi Ba had lied. Meeting me is your misfortune. However, for someone at the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation to secure private work is somewhat remarkable, she mused, turning toward the enforcement hall. Reporting another disciple's violations to the sect could earn her corresponding rewards from the enforcement hall. This is also the objective of the young girl, to report Yi Ba and receive the rewards from the enforcement hall. Chapter 5. The Enforcer's Sister actually engages in undercover operations. Yi Ba returned to his small courtyard and promptly retrieved the alchemical formula from his storage bag, examining it meticulously. After ensuring he had memorized all the steps for refining the elixir, he set up the alchemy furnace and ignited the spiritual wood beneath it to serve as the spiritual fire. Ideally, one would utilize the earth fire from a fire vein for alchemy. However, that was beyond his reach. With only the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, the spiritual energy within him was insufficient to support the entire alchemical process. Thus, he had to resort to using spiritual wood instead. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he began the alchemical procedure step by step, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. After half a day, Yiba gazed into the furnace and was taken aback to find 5 essence-enhancing pills inside. Astonishingly, he had succeeded on his first attempt. After all, even a genuine first-tier intermediate alchemist could not guarantee that every batch of spiritual pills would be a success. He picked up one of the essence-enhancing pills and brought it to his nose for inspection. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. It was a flawless elixir. During the refining process, it was inevitable to waste some potency of the spiritual materials. Depending on the alchemist's skill, even the same tier of pills could vary in efficacy. Generally, they were classified as ordinary, perfect, and flawless. An ordinary pill retains about 70 of its potency, a perfect one about 85, while a flawless pill wastes none. Achieving 100 potency, Yiba examined the other 4 essence-enhancing pills and discovered they were all of flawless quality. These pills were best consumed by himself. Selling them would undoubtedly attract attention. Yiba mused inwardly. As a minor character, he had to tread carefully. One misstep could expose his secrets and lead to irreparable consequences. As dusk approached, he realized that Shu Yao could return at any moment. He decided against continuing the refinement of the essence-enhancing pills and instead retreated to his room to begin cultivating. The efficacy of the essence-enhancing pills far surpassed that of the chi-boosting pills, and he felt his spiritual power rapidly increasing. At this rate, he sensed that he would soon achieve another breakthrough. However, breaking through too quickly posed its own issues. Yiba felt a headache coming on. This could also draw the attention of the female enforcers. Yet, for now, he could only deal with the immediate matters at hand. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings, and Shu Yao had yet to appear, leaving Yiba puzzled. Given her level of eagerness, it was unlikely she would miss this opportunity. Perhaps she was delayed by something? Yiba thought, though this also afforded him more time for cultivation. Meanwhile, outside Yiba's small courtyard, a woman was stealthily observing from behind the courtyard wall. Clad in a fiery red robe embroidered with golden swords, her thigh-high slit revealed her long, fair legs. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, though her expression remained somewhat aloof. A teardrop birthmark adorned the area beneath her left eye. At her waist hung a golden token inscribed with the character Enforcer. This trivial matter is now my responsibility, delaying my cultivation, Wu Shenghua muttered softly. She had been engrossed in her training when assigned the task of lying in wait to catch a culprit. Humph. What remarkable talents could a mere second-layer chi refinement waste of a spirit slave possess that would entice a fellow disciple to rendezvous with him? I must see which disciple is so indiscriminate in their choices. She scoffed inwardly. Such a useless spirit slave would not even warrant a glance from her while walking down the street. As the night wore on, she grew increasingly impatient. Why had no fellow disciple arrived yet? This was wasting my time. An hour passed, and still no one came. How infuriating. If I catch that disciple, I shall give her a good beating. 2 hours elapsed without a soul in sight. Perhaps no one would come today. Perhaps I should return? No. I must complete the task. Tomorrow, I shall return. My cultivation time cannot be squandered on this nonsense. Wu Shenghua shook her head vigorously. If no one is coming, then I shall create an opportunity for someone to come. Wu Shenghua removed the enforcer token from her waist and stowed it in her storage bag. She then scaled the courtyard wall, entered the small courtyard, and knocked on the door. Inside, Yiba heard the sound and felt a twinge of confusion. In previous encounters, Shu Yao had never knocked so politely. She would simply enter unannounced. What was different today? He halted his cultivation and rose to open the door. To his astonishment, a completely unfamiliar woman stood before him. Yiba's heart raced, and he instinctively feared that his true nature had been exposed. Otherwise, why would a female enforcer seek him out in the dead of night? As such thoughts raced through his mind, he maintained a composed demeanor and politely asked, "Sister, is there something of great importance that brings you to my door at such an hour?" "Of course. I have a private job for you." "How does 20 spirit stones for a night sound?" Wu Shenghua replied, slightly nodding as she intended to step inside. "Private job? 20 spirit stones." Yiba muttered to himself. Given the lackluster talent he had displayed, it was inconceivable that anyone would seek him for such tasks. Even if someone did, 20 spirit stones would be tantamount to charity. Meanwhile, information about the enforcer before him appeared in his mind. Name, Bu Shenghua, cultivation level, Qi refinement level 8, talent, superior fire elemental root. Superior metal elemental root, physique, sword spirit body, unawakened. Technique, ancient dragon devouring art, spells, intermediate charm technique, burning shadow sword technique, sword control technique. Qi refinement level 8. Something felt amiss. Yiba furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Bu Shenghua closely, preventing her from entering. "Sister, Accepting private jobs violates sect rules. I kindly ask you to leave, lest the enforcers discover you here and misunderstand the situation. Upon hearing Yi Ba's refusal, Bu Shenghua thought to herself that perhaps her offer had been too low. 25 spirit stones. That is my final offer. Additionally, I am aware you've accepted private jobs from others. There is no need to hide it. Bu Shenghua attempted to bluff Yi Ba, hoping he would confess. Did you see Chiyo leave my courtyard? Yi Ba's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly recognized a glaring flaw in this line of questioning. After all, even if this enforcer had seen Chu Yao leave, she would have no reason to approach a waste like him for cultivation. Sister, I do not comprehend your words. Please leave at once, or I shall summon the enforcers. Yi Ba stated earnestly. Still pretending? Bu Shenghua felt irked. She had already squandered too much time on this matter. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she focused on the disheveled bed within the room. She hurried over to the edge of the bed and picked up a longer strand of hair. Bu Shenghua's heart leapt. Finally, she had discovered evidence. She brandished her enforcer token and declared, Yi Ba, I am Bu Shenghua from the Enforcer Hall. Someone has reported that you are accepting private jobs. Come with me to the Enforcer Hall for an investigation. Once inside the Enforcer Hall, there were countless methods to extract a confession from Yi Ba. As she spoke, she swiftly reached out, seizing Yi Ba's wrist and channeling her spiritual energy into him, intending to bind his meridians. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, her eyes widening in shock. This is a Supreme Yang physique. Chapter 6. A failed fishing trip, and yet a fish bites back. Bu Shenghua was utterly astonished to discover that Yi Ba possessed a physique of utmost yang. This vital information had been conspicuously absent from the records within the sect. It implied that Yi Ba had awakened this unique attribute only after joining the sect, unbeknownst to others. A bitter smile crossed Yi Ba's face as he contemplated the irony of a disciple from the law enforcement hall resorting to fishing for evidence. Although Bu Shenghua had not succeeded in her endeavor, she had unearthed a strand of Chu Yao's hair within his quarters. How could he possibly explain this? Once he entered the law enforcement hall, all his secrets would be laid bare. There existed myriad methods to extract his hidden truths. Furthermore, it appeared that his physique of utmost yang was now exposed. With a decisive thud, Bu Shenghua raised her long leg and shut the door from the inside. Leaning closer to Yi Ba, she admonished, Junior brother, concealing your utmost yang physique is a grave offense. She had come to fully understand why Yi Ba, despite only being at the second level of qi cultivation, was able to undertake private assignments. It was all attributed to his exceptional physique. In the face of Bu Shenghua's intimidation, Yi Ba felt a sense of relief. Since she had not immediately taken him away and had instead closed the door, it was evident that she harbored alternative intentions. It was far more manageable for him if she had desires towards him. He dreaded the thought of her being indifferent. Bowing his head, he murmured, Sister, your heart is vast. Please do not betray my secret. Should this matter be leaked, you would undoubtedly be stripped of your consciousness and reduced to a mere puppet for cultivation. Bu Shenghua scoffed, her tone icy. This was the most brutal form of punishment. Once one's consciousness was obliterated, a cultivator became akin to a vegetative state, only to be transformed into a puppet through a special secret technique, serving the purpose of aiding others in cultivation. Feigning panic, Yi Ba clutched Bu Shenghua's arm, pleading, Sister, save me. I do not wish to perish. A flicker of disdain crossed Bu Shenghua's eyes as she pushed him away. To her, these spiritual slaves were mere tools for cultivation, inferior beings unworthy of her physical proximity. I can assist you in keeping your secret, but from now on, you must decline all private assignments and serve only me. Bu Shenghua articulated her intentions. Since her entry into the sect, she had tirelessly practiced every day, coupled with her considerable talent. After 3 years, she had reached the 8th level of qi cultivation, becoming one of the top 10 disciples in the inner and outer sections. However, as her cultivation level increased, the pace of advancement slowed. At her current rate, it would take at least another 3 years to breach the foundation establishment stage. She was unwilling to wait that long. In the past, she had utilized spiritual slaves for cultivation, but they possessed only ordinary physiques, yielding mediocre results, far inferior to consuming spiritual pills. Yet now, even the most inferior utmost yang physique would provide immense assistance to her cultivation, enabling her to swiftly elevate her realm. Utilizing spiritual slaves for cultivation did not necessarily require physical contact. This was the formidable aspect of the ancient devouring dragon technique. However, the efficacy of this method paled in comparison to direct, point-to-point cultivation. Bu Shenghua's innate disdain for spiritual slaves had led her to solely employ the former method thus far. Sister, I can help you cultivate, But there are other sisters aware of my utmost yang physique. If I serve only you, they will surely expose me. Yi Ba cautioned. Bu Shenghua furrowed her brow. This was indeed a significant issue. She could not possibly eliminate all her fellow disciples to silence them. That would only attract greater scrutiny. The secret of Yi Ba's utmost yang physique would be even harder to conceal. What do you suggest then? I do not care for others. My cultivation time here must not be diminished. Bu Shenghua asserted, her tone commanding. You must fulfill a minimum of 4 hours of cultivation with me each day. Sister, I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Yi Ba readily agreed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At this juncture, it seemed the matter was largely resolved. Furthermore, after Bu Shenghua reaped benefits from him, she would be even less inclined to betray him. He felt confident in this regard. Consider yourself fortunate. Moreover, the nature of our arrangement must remain undisclosed to any third party. Otherwise, I will also expose you. Bu Shenghua warned Yi Ba. Her current actions were already in violation of sect rules. Should the elders of the law enforcement hall become aware, she too would face punishment. In essence, she and Yi Ba were now inextricably linked. However, the repercussions for Yi Ba would be far more severe. Rest assured, sister, I shall not divulge this to anyone. Yi Ba promised. He then approached the bedside and suggested, Sister, the hour is late. Why not allow your junior brother to assist you in your cultivation? He intended for Bu Shenghua to experience the sweetness of their arrangement first, ensuring she would be reluctant to part with him. Very well. However, during the cultivation process, you must not lay a finger on me. Otherwise, I shall sever your fingers. Bu Shenghua nodded gently, a hint of anticipation stirring within her. This was her first time cultivating with the aid of an utmost yang physique, and she was curious about the results it would yield. Little did she know, Yi Ba silently scoffed at her disdain, thinking, just wait. You may find yourself begging me to touch you in the future. Settling into a meditative position on the bed, he closed his eyes. Observing Yi Ba comply, Bu Shenghua positioned herself in front of him, initiating the ancient devouring dragon technique to draw forth the primordial yang energy within him. As she executed her technique, a unique channel of spiritual energy gradually took shape, connecting them both. Yi Ba's sensations were truly extraordinary. He felt as though he had transformed into a swimming fish, gliding swiftly through the depths. Exhilarated and liberated, as Bu Shenghua sensed the immense benefits she was gaining within mere moments, she was left astounded. The advantages were so substantial that she barely had time to absorb them. If she continued at this pace, she was confident she could reach the 9th level of Qi cultivation within half a month and breach foundation establishment within 2 months. Is this my destined boon in the realm of immortality? Bu Shenghua mused internally, filled with elation. Currently ranked 8th among the outer and inner disciples. Should she advance to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, she would undoubtedly rise in rank once more. Entering the top 5 would pose no challenge. Yi Ba's utmost yang physique absolutely must not be revealed. Should the elders and peak masters of the sect discover it, she would be left with nothing. Bu Shenghua silently admonished herself. 2 hours later, the cultivation session concluded. This experience had equated to 2 months' worth of arduous practice. If she returned and absorbed the remaining benefits, she estimated she could gain an additional month's worth of cultivation. Wait a moment. Why is Yi Ba unconscious? Did I absorb too aggressively? Bu Shenghua realized, belatedly, that she may have become so immersed in her cultivation that she overlooked Yi Ba's capacity to endure. After all, there was a time when she accidentally entered a trance and inadvertently drained a spiritual slave to death, resulting in her having to compensate significantly in spirit stones. She extended her finger, intending to check Yi Ba's condition. However, just as she moved, Yi Qing stretched and yawned, awakening from his slumber. He had been so utterly comfortable that he had drifted off to sleep. Sister, are you finished? Chapter 7. The distinction between eating to satiety once and being sated at every meal. Bu Shenghua's hands hovered in midair, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Yi Ba, who appeared utterly unfazed. She found herself questioning the very fabric of reality, for after assisting him in cultivation for 4 hours, he not only remained unscathed but had also succumbed to sleep. What kind of extraordinary yang constitution could this be? Not only were the effects of his cultivation remarkably profound, but they also exhibited an enduring quality. To ascertain that Yi Ba was indeed unharmed, she approached him for a meticulous examination. Ultimately, she confirmed that he was truly fine. 4 hours were insufficient. I shall extend it to 8, Bu Shenghua declared. having witnessed the formidable resilience of Yi Ba's constitution. She found herself unsatisfied with merely 4 hours of practice. "Senior sister, do you eat every meal?" Yi Ba did not reply immediately, but instead posed a seemingly irrelevant question. "Though my cultivation is profound, I have yet to reach the realm of fasting. I still require sustenance." Wu Shenghua answered, puzzled. "Senior sister, there is a difference between being satiated at every meal and merely having one." Yi Ba explained. 8 hours is far too long. It is easily discoverable by those with ulterior motives, and you may find yourself unable to eat later. Wu Shenghua's greed was excessive. He could not possibly agree, for the risks were too great. She furrowed her brow, contemplating before speaking. "What if I were to purchase you? It would be wise not to pursue such a course. Senior sister, if you were to claim me as your own, and other senior sisters grew discontented and reported me, there would be no meals for either of us." Yi Ba hastily interjected. Chu Yao was also aware of his extraordinary yang constitution. He feared that if Chu Yao learned of his acquisition, her embarrassment might provoke her into irrational behavior. That would spell disaster. Furthermore, even without Chu Yao, he had no desire to be bought by Bu Shenghua. He required a more gifted female demon to expedite the acquisition of various experiences. Bu Shenghua possessed merely a superior spiritual root, which fell short of the highest caliber. That makes sense. Bu Shenghua nodded thoughtfully. If another disciple were to purchase Yi Ba for exclusive possession, she too would report it. If she could not have him, she would not allow anyone else to benefit either. Thus, she relinquished her insistence. However, with the dawn still some time away, she resolved to continue her cultivation for a while longer. Yi Ba, aware of her thoughts, could only offer a wry smile. What else could he say? He resumed his seated position and closed his eyes. "Senior sister, please proceed." An hour later, Bu Shenghua's eyes widened in astonishment. The spiritual energy within her began to bubble inexplicably. A phantom of a spiritual sword materialized at the location of her heart. "What is happening? Is my sword spirit about to awaken? Could the extraordinary yang constitution have such an effect?" As she sensed the transformation within her, her heart brimmed with wonder. According to the elders of the law enforcement hall, her sword spirit was said to possess congenital flaws, making awakening during the Qi refinement stage exceedingly difficult. It would require at least a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, paired with miraculous elixirs, to have any chance of awakening. Yet now, signs of awakening were unmistakably present. After the initial shock, exhilaration surged within her. If she were to awaken her sword spirit, her strength would amplify once more, undoubtedly securing her a superior ranking during the sect's grand competition in a month. There was even the possibility of being noticed by an inter-sect elder and taken as a disciple. With her mind racing, she intensified her absorption. Yet for reasons unknown, her sword spirit seemed to falter, unable to fully awaken. This left her in a state of distress. It was just within reach. Why could she not succeed? Wu Shenghua, vexed, contemplated the potential causes. She was desperate to awaken her sword spirit immediately. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Perhaps the loss incurred from distant absorption could be mitigated by a different approach. Yet, her innate fastidiousness rendered her disdainful of these spiritual servants. A conflicted expression crossed her features. "I am devoted to the path, pursuing immortality. If I cannot overcome even this immediate obstacle, what purpose is there in my cultivation? The physical vessel is but an externality. I should not allow it to dictate my resolve. Spiritual servants are merely tools for cultivation. As long as they are beneficial, even if they are unclean, I shall consume them." After hesitating for a good 10 minutes, she finally bit her lip and steeled her resolve. In the next moment, she parted her lips and exhaled a mist of alluring enchantment. Yi Ba, catching the familiar scent, opened his eyes in confusion. He was immediately confronted with a disconcerting sight. Yet before he could scrutinize further, a wave of dizziness swept through his mind, plunging his consciousness into a haze. Cursed demoness. How does she possess such a tactic? Indeed, it proved effective. Within moments, Bu Shenghua sensed a remarkable shift. She not only reaped greater benefits but also found these advantages to be more refined, significantly enhancing her progress. The spiritual energy within her surged more vigorously, and the phantom of the spiritual sword at her heart began to solidify, taking the final step toward awakening. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her feelings of revulsion and disdain. Were it not for the desire to awaken her sword spirit, how could she endure Yi Ba, allowing him to envelop her in layers of grime? Had he not possessed the extraordinary yang constitution, should he dare treat her thus? she would have pierced him with a sword. Under the continued pressure, the phantom of the spiritual sword within her finally solidified completely. The sword's spirit began to awaken. Boom. The spiritual energy within her surged, rapidly converging toward the sword's spirit at her heart, further solidifying it. A tremendous and sharp aura radiated from her. At the center of her brow, a mark of the spiritual sword gradually materialized. Surrounding her, vast amounts of spiritual energy rushed toward her brow, following her meridians. It ultimately flowed into her dantian. Boom. In mere moments, her aura underwent yet another transformation, intensifying several-fold. I am at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Bu Shenghua felt as though she were in a dream. She had attained significant benefits during the awakening of her sword spirit, elevating her realm. In the next instant, she swiftly suppressed the anomalies of her sword spirit. Its awakening would trigger a phenomenon in heaven and earth, creating too much commotion. If discovered by other disciples, Yi Ba's secret would no longer remain concealed. With this thought, she seized her robe and prepared to exit the room. However, before leaving, she retrieved a vial of elixir from her storage bag and tossed it onto the bed. This time, Yi Ba had exerted considerable effort, undoubtedly incurring significant depletion. The vial was of no use to her. It was just right for Yi Ba to replenish himself. Morning broke. Yi Ba finally awoke. Ouch! How painful! He clutched his thigh, crying out in agony. Bruises had formed on his flesh. Alas, my cultivation is still too low. After inspecting his injuries, Yi Ba sighed. Though he possessed the extraordinary Yang body, his vital essence was inexhaustible. At present, he felt like a piggy bank filled with gold coins, wealthy within but fragile on the outside. It must be that Bu Shenghua had failed to control her power, resulting in his injury. I must hasten to elevate my realm, Yi Ba murmured to himself. Thankfully, it was merely a superficial wound. With some restorative elixirs, he should recover swiftly. Gathering his thoughts, he looked up at the virtual panel that materialized before him. Chapter 8. Can I also awaken the Sword Spirit Body? Sword Spirit Body Experience 20. Sword Spirit Body, 2100, Rare Quality. Gold Root Qualification 20. Low-Grade Gold Root, 2010. Fire Root Qualification 20. Medium-Grade Fire Root, 2100. Can physical constitution also be enhanced? Yi Ba was somewhat astonished. Although he was uncertain of the classification of rare quality, it was, after all, a free gain, an undeniable profit. That demoness, Bu Shenghua, had kept him in a daze for such an extended period of time. Yi Ba ground his teeth in frustration. Truly, as a female demon, she showed no mercy towards her spirit slaves. Were it not for his supreme Yang Immortal Body, he would likely have perished. Once his cultivation advanced, he would return all debts in kind. He would ensure these female demons experienced his torment. No, that would still allow them to profit, he thought, feeling somewhat resigned. Nonetheless, Bu Shenghua's qualifications were commendable. The experience gained from her spirit root was 5 times that of Chuyao. Alas, if only the initial hours had counted towards the experience. Yi Ba lamented. Only through physical contact could he gain experience. Thus, in those early hours, he had been completely taken advantage of. However, it was not a significant issue. Bu Shenghua had already given him the first opportunity. This matter only had a first time and countless repetitions. He harbored no concerns for the future. Oh, is this a gift she left for me? Yi Ba glanced at a pill bottle by the bedside, a hint of suspicion crossing his features. He was baffled by the habits of these female demons. They always seemed to leave something behind after their encounters. Chuyao did the same, and now Bu Shenghua. It made him feel as though he were being sold. Upon opening the pill bottle and inspecting its contents, he discovered 10 golden pills, each the size of a glass bead. They were middle-grade first-tier pills, known as supplementary yang pills. Upon recognizing the nature of the pills, Yi Ba's disappointment was palpable. These were meant to replenish vital energy, which he had in abundance, and thus had no need for. It would have been better had they left him pills that could enhance his cultivation. Nevertheless, Bu Shenghua was quite generous, resembling a small fortune herself. He tucked the pills away and surveyed the disarray of the bedding, chuckling wryly. Rising, he meticulously tidied up the bed, ensuring no belongings of the female demons remained. He took the disheveled sheets outside, tossed them into a basin of water to wash, and then hung them out to dry. Cleaning up after each encounter was a tremendous waste of his time. Why couldn't these female demons bring their own items? Yi Ba mused. Subsequently, he refined a batch of enhancement pills. These enhancement pills would suffice for his cultivation needs, and for the time being, there was no necessity for him to venture out. Yi Ba reminded himself. Just yesterday, he had gone out, and that night, disciples from the law enforcement hall had come knocking, likely due to someone reporting him for spending too many spirit stones. These disciples of the sect might not be thriving themselves, but they were quick to envy others' success and cause trouble. Upon returning to his room, he swallowed a pill and settled down to cultivate. Yi Ba quickly entered a meditative state. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, it was afternoon. Bang, bang, bang. The gate of Yi Ba's small courtyard was knocked upon, rousing him from his cultivation. He rose and approached the door, peering through the crack. Upon recognizing a familiar face, he opened the door. What happened to you? You look as though you've been drained. Yi Ba observed Qin Shuang before him, astonished. Their spirit slaves had their own social circles, and Qin Shuang was a friend he had made over the years. His cultivation aptitude surpassed Yi Ba's slightly, as he was now at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Don't mention it. A few days ago, I was rented out by a female demon from the spirit slave hall. I endured inhumane days and nearly didn't return. Moreover, I have to go back to the female demon tomorrow, Qin Shuang replied, his face filled with apprehension. Unlike Yi Ba, who was at the 1st level of Qi refinement, Qin Shuang, at the 3rd level, was still subject to the whims of the female demons. He was rented out at least 5 or 6 times a year. The female demons who rented spirit slaves from the hall possessed no compassion whatsoever. They paid in spirit stones, draining every last bit, fearful of incurring a loss. The plight of the spirit slaves was imaginable, were it not for the death of a spirit slave, leading to compensation in spirit stones. It was improbable for them to return alive. Come in, Yi Ba invited him inside, and poured a cup of water. Just as Qin Shuang sat down and took a sip, he suddenly scrutinized Yi Ba intently. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, Yi brother has broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement? Yes, I was fortunate enough to break through a couple of days ago. Yi Ba replied with a smile. Practitioners of higher realms could easily see through the cultivation levels of those at lower tiers. Moreover, he had no intention of concealing it. After 8 years of cultivation, reaching the 2nd level of Qi refinement still rendered him a waste in the eyes of outsiders. Congratulations, Yi brother. Qin Shuang clasped his hands together, smiling in congratulations. He then produced a spirit herb and presented it to Yi Ba. This is a sun-linking herb I obtained by chance. Consider it a gift to Yi brother as a congratulatory present. You are too kind, Qin brother, Yi Ba said politely, accepting the sun-linking herb. You must have come for another reason, right? Based on his understanding of Qin Shuang, he wouldn't visit unless there was a purpose. Hee. My body is experiencing severe energy depletion, and I wanted to purchase a couple of enhancement pills from Yi brother, Qin Shuang chuckled. Tomorrow he would assist a female demon in her cultivation and did not wish to risk being drained to death himself, hence his visit for the pills. The enhancement pills refined by Yi Ba were not only affordable but also effective. Enhancement pills? Yi Ba hesitated. He still had some on hand. However, the last time, Chu Yao had discovered his secret through the enhancement pills. If he allowed more to circulate, it could lead to complications should other female demons find out. He pondered for a moment before producing a golden pill, the supplementary yang pill that Bu Shanghua had left him. Qin brother, I have no enhancement pills, but I possess a middle-grade 1st-tier supplementary yang pill, which is significantly more effective than the enhancement pills. A middle-grade 1st-tier? Yi brother, your alchemy skills have improved. Qin Shuang exclaimed in surprise, then added, how many spirit stones for each supplementary yang pill? HM. If Qin brother wishes to purchase, it would be 10 spirit stones for 10 pills, Yi Ba replied smoothly. Very well, give me 2. Qin Shuang promptly produced the spirit stones for the transaction. After completing the exchange, Yi Ba escorted Qin Shuang out of the courtyard. Back inside, he sat on his bed, furrowing his brow. A practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement could be rented out at any moment by a female demon. Meanwhile, he anticipated reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement soon. Should he be rented out, the secrets he harbored might be exposed. After sitting quietly for half a day, as night fell, Yi Ba finally conceived a plan. With the advancement of his cultivation, being rented out was an inevitability. However, he could arrange for Chu Yao and Bu Shanghua to take turns renting him, thereby preventing others from having the opportunity. Additionally, he might be able to cultivate an alliance with a female demon within the spirit slave hall itself. In this manner, he would have no fear of exposing the issues surrounding his constitution. Chapter 9, Can this thing heal wounds? As night fell, Yi Ba, who was cultivating within his abode, suddenly heard a faint sound. Upon opening his eyes, he found Chu Yao standing before him. Her slender, fair waist twisted alluringly in his sight. Yi Ba raised his gaze and noticed that Chu Yao's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, with a hint of a bloody scent lingering in the air. Is my senior sister injured? Yi Ba thought, a flicker of concern igniting within him. Are you worried about me? Chu Yao asked playfully, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. She had accepted a sect mission the previous day, during which an unforeseen accident had left her with internal injuries. How self-absorbed, Yi Ba internally scoffed. I merely inquired. Externally. However, he maintained his composure. As I am now linked with my senior sister, it is only natural to concern myself with her safety. You are indeed correct in that regard, Chu Yao acknowledged as she settled onto the edge of the bed, giving a gentle nod. Subsequently, she reclined, lifting the hem of her frost-white skirt. I am injured and cannot move well. You shall take care of it today. She did not regard Yi Ba as a stranger at all. What a calamity! Yi Ba groaned inwardly. 2 hours later, having concluded his cultivation, Yi Ba lay back to rest, contemplating how to convey the situation regarding Bu Shanghua to Chu Yao. He worried that should Bu Shanghua appear unexpectedly, it would be troublesome to explain. Meanwhile, Chu Yao was astonished, observing her own body. To her surprise, her injuries had healed during the cultivation process. Could this thing actually possess healing properties? At that moment, Chu Yao felt as though she had discovered a new realm. The more she interacted with Yi Ba, the more she sensed the uniqueness of his constitution. After all, she had never heard of anyone with a supreme yang physique having healing effects. Suppressing her astonishment, she formed a seal with her hands directed at her lower abdomen, where a pure white array of light briefly manifested before vanishing. This was a sealing formation to prevent the benefits from flowing backward and being wasted. She then slowly closed her eyes, beginning to absorb the benefits to enhance her cultivation. Half an hour later, she felt her meridian swell, prompting her to halt her practice. That night, not only had her injuries healed, but her cultivation had also progressed significantly. After practicing several times, the poison of the bewitching mandevilla had accumulated sufficiently. Yi Ba would surely heed her words now. She glanced at Yi Ba beside her, secretly thinking, my dear junior brother, what poison have you inflicted upon me? Once she resolved the poison within her body, Yi Ba would no longer pose a threat to her. Yi Ba was taken aback, pondering, am I a fool to divulge the nature of the poison? Moreover, he had not poisoned her at all that day. He had merely applied a liquid capable of disrupting spiritual energy. Such a thing required no treatment, as its effects would naturally dissipate over time. He had merely intended to frighten Chu Yao. Thus, this matter must remain undisclosed to her. Senior sister, do not concern yourself with the antidote. I will regularly provide you with the remedy, he replied sternly. Chu Yao's heart sank. Observing Yi Ba's demeanor, it seemed he had not been affected by the poison. Could it be that the efficacy of the drug was insufficient, or that the supreme yang physique offered greater resistance? She began to suspect the dosage was inadequate and planned to increase it later. Little did she know, Yi Ba's supreme yang immortal body was immune to any form of dark poison. No amount of bewitching mandevilla would be effective. Additionally, there is something I must inform you. Senior sister, Yi Ba shifted to a more serious tone. What is it? Chu Yao frowned. I was discovered by a disciple from the law enforcement hall regarding my supreme yang physique, Yi Ba stated gravely. What? Chu Yao nearly leaped from the bed in shock. If their matter were exposed, she would also face punishment. More critically, she would lose Yi Ba, a valuable asset for her cultivation. Do not panic, senior sister. Allow me to explain slowly. Yi Ba hastily reassured her. He then recounted the situation in simple terms, while Chu Yao's expressions fluctuated between confusion, surprise, and shock. You mean to say, that disciple from the law enforcement hall approached you, discovered your supreme yang physique, and wishes to lay claim to you for herself? She inquired. But you threatened her, informing her that other senior sisters are aware of your situation, and thus you reached a temporary agreement to keep it confidential for cultivation. Chu Yao's apprehension gradually eased. Thankfully, their situation had not been fully exposed. Who is she? Yi Ba shook his head. Senior sister, I cannot disclose that. She does not know your name either. The current situation is that as long as the two of you come to see me at different times, and do not cross paths, all will be well. Of course, if by chance you do meet, do not engage in a fight. Otherwise, it would escalate the situation, and none of us would benefit. Yi Ba earnestly counseled. Must you state the obvious? Chu Yao shot him a flirtatious glare, then reminded him, however, you have already taken my spirit stones. You are to deliver on your end for the full 15 days this month. Rest assured, senior sister, having taken your spirit stones, I will ensure everything is handled properly. Even if you were to drain me dry, I would harbor no grievances, Yi Ba replied with utmost sincerity. Quite the sweet talker. Chu Yao teased, do not worry, I would never dream of exhausting you. She traced her delicate finger along Yi Ba's cheek. Starting tomorrow, I will come every other day. Furthermore, you should refrain from going out. If you need anything, give me your spirit stones, and I will purchase it for you. Her proactive nature was evident. She was clearly concerned about me being reported again. Yi Ba chuckled inwardly. Indeed, whenever personal interests were at stake, the female demoness would spring into action, eager to resolve various troubles for him. Very well, thank you, Senior Sister. Yi Ba grasped Chu Yao's fidgeting finger, nodding in agreement. This arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous for him, and he saw no reason to decline. As time swiftly passed, a week flew by in the blink of an eye. Both Chu Yao and Bu Shenghua visited him every other day. On this particular day, as soon as Bu Shenghua departed, Yi Ba's expression lit up as he gazed at his status panel. Name: Yi Ba. Physique: Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, 100-100, Rare Grade, Ready for Awakening. Realm: Qi Refining Second Layer. Talent: Superior Fire Elemental Root, Superior Metal Elemental Root, Medium Wood Elemental Root, Inferior Earth Elemental Root, Inferior Water Elemental Root. Innate abilities: None. Alchemical skills: First Tier Superior Cultivation Method, Great Bliss Method. Spells: None. Through relentless diligence both day and night. He had finally amassed enough experience to awaken his sword spirit body. However, he could not awaken it immediately. The awakening process would create considerable commotion. The last time Bu Shenghua awakened her sword spirit body, it had drawn significant attention. Moreover, the sword spirit body primarily enhanced combat prowess. At his current Qi refining second layer, any further enhancement would not allow him to escape the notice of the Great Bliss Immortal Sect. The heart-piercing curse inscribed on him would result in instantaneous demise the moment he attempted to leave the sect. Thus, he resolved to postpone the awakening, waiting for a more opportune moment in the future. The enhancement of his elemental roots had significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, and he was now just a step away from reaching the Qi refining third layer. Chapter 10. Subservience. All my servants. Yi Ba sat cross-legged, tossing a yuan-enhancing pill into his mouth, and began to concentrate on his cultivation. The rich spiritual energy flowed rapidly through his meridians. With each circulation of the Qi cycle, the energy in his dantian increased incrementally. At this moment, his cultivation speed was even faster than Bu Shenghua's. Half a day slipped by in an instant. Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted from his dantian, expanding several folds. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his dantian. Yi Ba's aura surged correspondingly. After several minutes, his aura gradually stabilized. He had reached the third level of Qi refinement. Yi Ba exhaled deeply, halting his cultivation. At this point, if he were to update his information at the Spirit Slave Hall, he might be rented by other female cultivators. In the evening, Chu Yao arrived punctually at the small courtyard. She adeptly practiced for 2 hours. After finishing, as customary, she activated a barrier array to prevent any backlash. Once completed, Chu Yao stretched lazily and lay on her side, gazing at Yi Ba. Junior brother, are you truly not going to tell me what poison it is? Every time after her practice, Chu Yao would pose a similar inquiry. Yet, the outcome was always the same. I will not speak of it, Senior Sister. There's no need to ask again. Yi Ba shook his head. Chu Yao, persistent as ever, continued to press him, growing somewhat irritated by her fruitless inquiries. Why was it still ineffective? She was filled with confusion. Despite having increased the dosage of the spiritual poison, it appeared to have no effect. Beginner subservience established. Beginner subservience. A new notification appeared before Yi Ba. He clicked to view the details. Beginner subservience. Chu Yao may heed your suggestions or requests without compromising her own interests. The Supreme Yang Immortal Body is the strongest Yang constitution in existence. As female cultivators receive benefits, they are subtly influenced as well. The lower their cultivation, the more easily they are affected, ultimately leading to complete subjugation as your servants. Yi Ba felt an overwhelming joy within. The Supreme Yang Immortal Body was simply extraordinary, capable of turning these fierce female cultivators into his subordinates. Chu Yao had initially threatened him during his cultivation, and due to her lower cultivation level, she was more susceptible to influence than Bu Shenghua. Thus, she was the first to be affected. If that is the case, subsequent matters would be much easier to handle. He must take good care of Bu Shenghua and swiftly convert her into a subordinate as well. Yi Ba murmured to himself. Each time he practiced, Bu Shenghua would use an alluring mist to render him unconscious, turning him into a mere tool, all the while he wore an expression of disdain and loathing towards her. Yet, paradoxically, he absorbed the most during those sessions. Once she became his subordinate, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Then, Yiba turned to Chu Yao, tentatively speaking, "Senior Sister, I have now broken through to the third level of Qi refinement. This cultivation level makes me susceptible to being rented by other senior sisters from the Spirit Slave Hall at any moment. My plan is for the 2 senior sisters to take turns renting me from the Spirit Slave Hall, switching every half-month. This way, others will have no opportunity to capitalize, and our secret will remain concealed." That does sound feasible, Chu Yao mused briefly before nodding slightly. After renting Yiba, they could openly bring him back to the cave for daily cultivation, no longer needing to be secretive or worry about being discovered by other disciples. She would also gain significantly more benefits, albeit at the cost of some spirit stones. With her cultivation on the rise, who would worry about earning spirit stones? The day after tomorrow, I will go to the Spirit Slave Hall to update my cultivation information, and Senior Sister can rent me afterward. Yiba stated in a commanding tone. He had yet to discuss this matter with Bu Shenghua, thus allowing a day for arrangements. Chu Yao showed no signs of displeasure, smoothly agreeing to the plan. If only she knew that her poisoning attempts had failed and she was, in fact, being secretly subjugated by Yiba. One could only wonder what her thoughts would be. Seeing Chu Yao so compliant, Yiba felt reassured. He then inquired about some cultivation matters, and Chu Yao patiently explained, even more diligently than before, enriching his understanding and providing him with new insights into cultivation. After a brief session of instruction, Yiba continued to assist Chu Yao in her practice. Time accelerated. The following evening, Yiba conveyed the suggestions he had shared with Chu Yao to Bu Shenghua. To his relief, she had no objections and readily agreed. She even placed a concealment restriction on his Pure Yang constitution. According to Bu Shenghua, as long as there was no spiritual power detection, cultivators below the foundation establishment stage would be unable to discern his supreme Yang constitution through spiritual sense. This revelation completely alleviated Yiba's concerns, granting him peace of mind. Take this pill. Bu Shenghua produced a crimson pill and tossed it to Yiba. He curiously examined the vivid red pill in his hand. Now, as a second-tier low-grade alchemist, he could surmise its vague effects merely through observation and scent. This pill did not seem like a good thing. Senior Sister, what is this pill? Yiba refrained from consuming it immediately. This is the Ascension pill, which amplifies your 5 senses and is commonly used during cultivation, Bu Shenghua explained. Casting him a disdainful glance, her impatience evident. She was eager to cultivate and reap the benefits, having discovered Yiba's strong supreme Yang constitution. She no longer feared that he would be drained to death by her. This Ascension pill would allow her to absorb even more advantages. Even if Yiba hesitated, she would force him to consume it. Her sword spirit body had awakened, granting her immense power. Yet, she still needed to enhance her cultivation as much as possible to defeat other disciples in the upcoming outer sect competition and secure first place. The female cultivator truly wished for his demise. Yiba felt a chill run down his spine. An exhausting night of 2 to 3 dozen times was not enough. She wanted him to consume the Ascension pill too. If it were anyone else, like his friend Qin Shuang, they would likely end up as a lifeless husk after a single night. Faced with Bu Shenghua's unyielding expression, Yiba could only helplessly swallow the pill. Deep down, he resolved that once the subservience was established, he would surely torment and humiliate Bu Shenghua. As the Ascension pill dissolved in his mouth, its potent medicinal power spread, mingling with his meridians and enhancing his 5 senses. Bu Shenghua's ample form appeared magnified in his sight, rendered clearer than ever, even revealing the delicate sheen of her skin. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, Bu Shenghua stepped closer to him. As she moved, the slit of her robe swayed, teasingly revealing glimpses of her mysterious figure. Thump, thump. Yiba's heart thundered like a drum. The blood within him surged wildly, rushing from his heart to his lower limbs, causing them to swell with pressure. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes, and his breathing grew ragged. Rubbish is just rubbish. He could hardly withstand it. A deep disdain flickered in Bu Shenghua's eyes. Were it not for her desire to elevate her cultivation, she would have certainly gouged out Yiba's eyes for their insolence. Chapter 11. The Disciple of the Spirit Slave Hall, Qi Hongwei. After resting until the afternoon, his body gradually regained its senses. He tidied himself up briefly before limping out towards the Spirit Slave Hall. Today was the day he had arranged to meet with Chu Yao. After several hours, he successfully arrived at the spirit slave hall situated halfway up the mountain. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Chu Yao. He did not greet her, but walked directly into the hall. The spirit slave hall was immense, with the grand chamber supported by dozens of thick, gilded wooden pillars. At that moment, not many cultivators were present, only a few scattered individuals, most of whom were female demonic cultivators. Yibi approached the enormous wooden table within the hall, placed his disciple token upon it, lowered his head, and said, "Spirit slave Yiba, having broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining the day before yesterday, I am here to update my information." Behind the wooden table, a strikingly beautiful disciple of the spirit slave hall glanced at Yiba, picked up the token, and tossed it into a large luminous sphere beside the table. The sphere rolled, and after 2 breaths, Yiba's token flew back out. It was thrown back to him along with a pouch of spirit stones. "Registration complete. Here is your reward in spirit stones," she said. "Thank you, Senior Sister." Yiba expressed his gratitude, bowing his head as he turned to leave the hall. The ensuing matters were of no concern to him. Just as he stepped out of the enforcement hall, a group of qi refiners rushed in from afar, landing at the entrance. Yiba kept his head down, glancing at them sideways. There were about a dozen qi refiners, led by a young woman in red. She had a plump figure and an ordinary, even somewhat unattractive appearance, followed by several male spirit slaves with ashen faces, looking dispirited. Qi Hongyue. Yiba's heart skipped a beat. Qi Hongyue was a disciple of the spirit slave hall. One of the 2 young physique brothers he knew had perished at her hands. It was said that she was the daughter of an elder from the Red Luan Peak and never lacked resources for cultivation. However, her aptitude was quite poor, leading her to be constantly surrounded by several spirit slaves who assisted her in her training. This would not be a problem if it were not for the exceedingly high mortality rate among the slaves under her training. Being chosen by her was akin to receiving a death sentence. Even if they survived, they would likely be rendered useless. Thus, her reputation among the outer disciples was extremely negative. At that moment, as if sensing Yiba's gaze, Qi Hongyue turned her cold eyes towards him. Terrified, Yiba quickly averted his gaze and hastened down the mountain. Qi Hongyue observed Yiba's retreating figure, a strange glimmer flickering in her eyes. She beckoned to a disciple within the spirit slave hall. "Bring me the information on that spirit slave." As Yiba hurried down the mountain path, a sense of dread filled his heart. Qi Hongyue's perception was alarmingly keen. Fortunately, she did not seem angered enough to pursue him. "It's too perilous out here," Yiba mumbled. This month, he had ventured out twice, and both times his luck had been abysmal. Were it not for the necessity of updating his information in person, he would have never set foot in the spirit slave hall. Not long after he exited, a gust of wind suddenly swept behind him. Turning to look, he saw Chu Yao approaching on a spirit vessel. "Get on." She reached out, pulling Yiba onto the vessel as it soared directly towards her residence. The thought that Yiba would be hers for the next half-month filled her with uncontainable excitement. With Yiba's cultivation rising to the 3rd level of qi refining, the benefits she could reap from him would also increase significantly. Half a month was ample time for her to break through to the 7th level of qi refining and achieve a commendable performance in the sect's grand competition. Moments later, the spirit vessel descended into a lush bamboo grove. Within the grove lay a serene green pond, beside which stood a modest bamboo cottage. Chu Yao approached the cottage and produced a token, waving it in the air. Suddenly, the space ahead began to distort, a faint spiritual membrane materializing, followed by an opening. Chu Yao led Yiba through it. Yiba understood this was a protective array for the dwelling. Without the token to activate the array, one could not enter. Such protective formations were generally expensive, and he had previously lacked the spirit stones to purchase one. "Senior Sister, how many spirit stones is this protective array?" Yiba inquired curiously. "This is a top-grade, first-tier protective array, costing approximately 300 spirit stones," Chu Yao replied. "Why? Do you wish to buy one? Where would I find that many spirit stones?" "I was merely inquiring out of curiosity," Yiba chuckled evasively. "This protective array appears quite impressive. What functions does it serve?" "It can ward off attacks from cultivators below the 9th level of qi refining, and it can also conceal spiritual fluctuations. Even if we make a commotion inside, those outside will remain unaware." "That makes sense. Well then, it's getting late. We should rest," Chu Yao remarked, glancing at the sky and stretching lazily, her ample bosom accentuating her figure. Yiba felt somewhat exasperated. It was still a few hours until dark. Chu Yao was truly speaking nonsense. Such a rush. Yiba internally scoffed. Yet, he had no intention of refusing. Although Chu Yao's talent was lacking, the experiences she could offer, albeit limited, could accumulate over time and yield substantial benefits. Very well, Senior Sister. Yiba nodded in agreement. A smile blossomed on Chu Yao's face, and she instinctively licked her lips, eager for what was to come. In the next moment, she effortlessly lifted Yiba and dashed into the bamboo cottage. With a thud, the door was slammed shut from within. Inside a secret chamber in the inner sanctum of the spirit slave hall, Qi Hongyue sat cross-legged on a massive warm jade bed. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her face occasionally contorted in pain, as if she were enduring immense suffering. Cold frost intermittently emanated from her body. A sharp crack echoed as the exquisite warm jade bed beneath her froze and split apart. The next moment, several translucent spiritual channels emerged from within her, resembling serpents as they bit into the spirit slaves surrounding her. The spirit slaves, bare-chested, were drenched in sweat, a testament to the oppressive heat within the secret chamber. Their complexions were ashen, lips pale, resembling individuals who had suffered from prolonged insomnia and were utterly drained. As the cultivation continued, their bodies began to tremble slightly, as if they would collapse at any moment. Indeed, within less than half an hour, one spirit slave succumbed, their body visibly shriveling as their vital essence was completely drained. Yet Qi Hongyue did not cease her cultivation. A serving maid approached, removing the corpse from the bed and carelessly tossing it into a massive furnace nearby. The flames within the furnace surged, engulfing the body entirely, leaving no trace behind. It was only after the third spirit slave fell that Qi Hongyue finally halted her practice, a flicker of anger crossing her features. She glared at the remaining spirit slaves, scolding, "Useless. All of you are worthless. With so many spirit slaves, you can't even endure several rounds of cultivation." As a practitioner of the 9 absolute vein, her body was saturated with yin energy. Without powerful yang energy to suppress and clear her meridians, prolonged exposure would lead to her channels being blocked by the yin energy, rendering her unable to cultivate and even threatening her life. 2 years prior, had it not been for her mother finding a yang physique spirit slave for her, she might have already perished. However, that yang physique was merely a step above the lowest grade of ordinary goods. Despite her utmost caution during cultivation, that worthless spirit slave had still succumbed before long. Upon reflecting on this, she suddenly turned to the maid beside her and inquired, "Has the information regarding that spirit slave arrived? The report was delivered an hour ago, but since Senior Sister was in meditation, she instructed us not to disturb her." The maid replied. Immediately, she retrieved a jade talisman from her bosom and presented it to Qi Hongyue. Qi Hongyue nodded slightly, taking the talisman and placing it against her forehead. Yi Ba, possessing inferior 5-element spiritual roots, has been in the sect for 8 years. Recently, he has consecutively advanced to the 2nd and 3rd levels of Qi refinement, residing at the foot of the mountain in courtyard 1314. Having been rented out for half a month, Qi Hongyue frowned slightly, apart from the reduced interval between his breakthroughs. This Yi Ba appeared to possess no remarkable qualities. He seemed even more inept than the spirit slaves before her. Yet, she recalled the sensation she experienced moments ago outside the spirit slave hall. At that moment, as she stood at the entrance, a faint tremor suddenly coursed through her 9 absolute veins. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, typically manifesting only in the presence of potent yang energy. Naturally, such formidable yang energy is not exclusive to spirit slaves. It could also emanate from other rare treasures of heaven and earth, though the likelihood was slim. Even a trace of possibility warranted my attention, Qi Hongyue murmured to herself. She resolved to personally investigate the spirit slave named Yi Ba. Chapter 12. Awakening of the Sword Spirit Body, ascending to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. On the following morning, within the bamboo cottage, Yi Ba lay in bed, gazing silently at the ceiling. After finishing her training, Chu Yao mentioned a matter concerning the battle hall, and promptly dressed and left, reminiscent of a heartless femme fatale. Shaking his head, Yi Ba sat up, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. Outside the bamboo cottage, there existed a protective spirit array that concealed the fluctuations of spiritual energy, making it a fitting location for the awakening of the sword spirit body. He turned his gaze to his personal status panel. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade, Sword Spirit Body, 100-100, Exceptional Grade. Awakening possible. Realm, 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Talent, Superior Fire Elemental Root, Superior Metal Elemental Root, Medium Wood Elemental Root, Inferior Earth Elemental Root, Inferior Water Elemental Root. Gifts, none. Alchemy, 1st tier Superior. Cultivation Method, Great Bliss Tao Method. Spells, none. Commencing the awakening. A surge of determination coursed through him. Boom. In the next instant, spiritual energy within him began to surge rapidly, repeatedly flooding his meridians before ultimately converging at the position of his heart. A phantom of a spirit sword flickered into existence at his heart, its light pulsing erratically. However, as time elapsed, its brilliance intensified until it solidified completely. At the moment of its formation, a golden sword-shaped mark emerged above Yi Ba's brow. Boom. In an instant, the spiritual energy surrounding the bamboo cottage was drawn in, rapidly converging toward his location. A vast amount of spiritual power gathered above his head, forming a funnel that was absorbed into his body through the mark on his brow. This overwhelming influx of spiritual energy caused his meridians to swell, even inducing a slight pain. He hastily focused his mind, circulating his technique to manage the influx. This alleviated his discomfort somewhat. As he cultivated, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was absorbed into his dantian, filling it at a visible pace. The rapidity of this cultivation filled Yi Ba with astonishment. For 8 years, he had been absorbing spiritual energy at a snail's pace. Who could have imagined he would experience such treatment one day? This transformation persisted for a full hour before gradually subsiding, ultimately allowing him to successfully break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. His strength had further escalated. I've advanced too swiftly. It won't be long before the spirit slave hall takes notice. Yi Ba murmured, a renewed sense of urgency washing over him. He contemplated the possibility of recruiting individuals from the spirit slave hall. Having allies within would facilitate many matters. Yet, such plans required the cooperation of Chu Yao and even Bu Shenghua. They were all in the same boat, and it was unreasonable for him to bear all the risks alone. Qi Hongwei from the spirit slave hall has come to visit. May I request Chu Shiji to meet with her? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed above the bamboo cottage. Yi Ba's heart jolted. An instinctive sense of foreboding washed over him. After having attracted Qi Hongyue's attention yesterday, she had come seeking him today. Something felt amiss, very amiss. His secret might have been discovered. Yi Ba's expression darkened. If Qi Hongwei truly uncovered his supreme Yang Immortal Body, he could not foresee the consequences. Qi Hongyue's mother was an elder of the Red Luan Peak, wielding considerable influence. Should she learn of his secret, it was likely she would inform her mother, and the situation could spiral out of control. Fortunately, upon receiving no response, Qi Hongwei departed. Yet, Yi Ba sensed she would soon return. In the afternoon, Chu Yao returned to the bamboo cottage. Yi Ba promptly informed her of Qi Hongyue's visit that morning and his suspicions. Are you suggesting that Qi Hongyue might have discovered your supreme Yang physique? Chu Yao's delicate brows knitted tightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qi Hongyue was unlike her. She had a formidable backing. Even if Yi Ba's supreme Yang physique were exposed, she could devise a plan to keep Yi Ba by her side. At that point, she would have no opportunity to benefit from him. Having just begun to appreciate Yi Ba's qualities, the thought of it ending so abruptly left her discontented. Desperately racking her brain for a solution, she pondered for quite a while, but found no viable ideas. She turned to Yi Ba. What are your thoughts? We have 2 options before us. First, eliminate Qi Hongwei to silence her. Second, recruit her to our side. Yi Ba spoke gravely. You want to kill Qi Hongwei? Absolutely not. Her mother is Elder Qi of the Inner Sect. If Qi Hongwei were to die, none of us would escape unscathed. Chu Yao immediately dismissed the first option. As for recruiting Qi Hongwei, that too seemed unrealistic. The likelihood of her sharing his secret was slim, even if I threatened to expose your supreme Yang physique. Her mother would suppress the matter and buy you off. Yi Ba frowned. What realm is she at? Her cultivation talent appears quite poor. She is only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Yi Ba's eyes brightened as a plan began to form. They could capture Qi Hongwei first. Then he could take action to swiftly establish a subordinate relationship between her and himself. At that point, Qi Hongwei would belong to him, and he needn't fear her disobedience. Chu Yao was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. It had taken her 5 or 6 days to establish a primary subordinate relationship with him when he was merely at the 1st layer. Now, having advanced to the 4th layer, his cultivation exceeded hers. The speed of establishing a subordinate bond would only accelerate. Another idea, you could lure her over under the pretense of training together. I could poison her internally to coerce her. Yi Ba suggested, his eyes glinting with cunning. Naturally, the plan to establish a subordinate relationship was not something he could divulge to Chu Yao. He needed a pretext for the poisoning. Moreover, given that Chu Yao had witnessed his prowess in poisoning, she would likely accept this ruse without question. In truth, her thoughts aligned closely with his. Chu Yao merely contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Given the circumstances, we have no other choice. I will remain in the bamboo cottage these next few days, waiting for her to come to us. All right. Yiba nodded. The situation unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. On one hand, he and Chu Yao shared a primary subordinate relationship. On the other, their interests were aligned. Combined, these factors left him unable to conceive of a reason for Chu Yao to refuse. Chapter 13. The 9-yin Absolute Pulse. Has everything spiraled out of control? The two waited until dusk, yet Qi Hongwei did not make an appearance. Yiba began to doubt whether he was overly sensitive. Junior brother, I believe Qi Hongwei will not be coming today. We should retire early, Chu Yao suggested, stifling a yawn as she grasped Yiba's hand and led him inside. Yiba internally scoffed. Clearly, she was just tempted. Bang! The door slammed shut from within. The next morning, Yiba rose with a wry smile. Perhaps Qi Hongwei's anticipated visit had instilled a sense of urgency in Chu Yao, compelling her to practice throughout the night. Although he had remained relatively inactive, fatigue lingered in his bones. Spirit Slave Hall's Qi Hongwei requests an audience with Senior Sister Chu. A voice echoed from outside the protective array. Chu Yao, who had been absorbing the benefits of her meditation, opened her eyes. After exchanging a glance with Yiba, she rose to greet the visitor. Through the barrier, it became evident that Qi Hongwei was not alone. Several spirit slaves accompanied her. Chu Yao opened the array and inquired, Junior Sister, what brings you here? I discovered unusual advancements in Yiba's cultivation speed while reviewing the Spirit Slave Hall's records, and I wish to re-evaluate his aptitude, Qi Hongwei stated, revealing the excuse she had meticulously devised. Indeed, her reasoning aligned closely with Yiba's suspicions. Chu Yao pondered, her heart racing. Very well, Senior Sister. Please come in for the assessment. Yiba is inside, but I have not noticed any abnormalities during my training. She invited Qi Hongwei into the array. The two entered the bamboo dwelling, leaving the spirit slaves outside. Upon stepping into the bamboo house, Qi Hongwei's expression shifted dramatically. The 9-yin absolute pulse within her trembled once more. She could hardly believe this was mere coincidence. The presence of Yiba undoubtedly harbored great significance. Junior Sister, it is just the two of us inside. I shall be candid with you. Yiba possesses a pure yang constitution. Chu Yao revealed Yiba's secret without hesitation. A surge of excitement coursed through Qi Hongwei. She finally saw hope. No longer would she endure the torment of the 9-yin energy eroding her meridians daily. She had long awaited this moment. Yet, in her moment of elation, Chu Yao, standing behind her, made her move. With a swift gesture, she struck Qi Hongwei. The impact resounded with a thud as Qi Hongwei collapsed. With her current cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi, subduing Qi Hongwei, who was merely at the 3rd layer, was effortless. Qi Hongwei was taken aback. Who dared to act against her within the sect? Hurry and handle this. I will control the spirit slaves outside, Chu Yao commanded. Glancing at the fallen Qi Hongwei, with a single hand, she lifted her and tossed her beside Yiba, instructing him accordingly before exiting the bamboo house. Yiba gazed at Qi Hongwei, swallowing hard. To be frank, Qi Hongwei was indeed unattractive. Her figure was ungraceful, and her face was rather unremarkable. In a sect teeming with beauty, she was an oddity. Yet, despite her lack of allure, survival necessitated that he swallow his pride. My resolve for immortality is not yet steadfast. Yiba reflected. I hesitated just now. Before him, Qi Hongwei's details materialized. Name, Qi Hongwei, realm. 3rd layer of Qi, talent. Superior water spiritual root. Aptitude. 9-yin absolute pulse. Rare, symbolism. 1st tier upper grade. Technique. Ancient dragon devouring technique. Spells. Basic charm spell. Water butterfly technique. A superior water spiritual root. Yiba's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, he soon sensed an anomaly. The circle of spirit slaves whispered of Qi Hongwei's poor aptitude, claiming she consumed a multitude of spirit slaves while still remaining weak. It appeared there was more to the story. Additionally, Qi Hongwei possessed a unique constitution. Days prior, through inquiries with Chu Yao, he learned that cultivators' constitutions were categorized into 9 levels: mortal, spiritual, rare, unique, royal, imperial, sacred, divine, and celestial. The sword spirit body of the blooming flower was classified as rare. Qi Hongwei's 9-yin absolute pulse exceeded even that, ranking as unique. Upon awakening the sword spirit body, he had inadvertently ascended a realm. He wondered what advantages awaited him should he awaken the 9-yin absolute pulse. Yiba grabbed a piece of white cloth and covered Qi Hongwei's face before commencing the crucial task of aiding her cultivation. Half a day swiftly passed. For the sake of his own life, Yiba exerted every ounce of effort. Yet, He remained devoid of any system notifications. Reluctantly, he pressed on. As evening approached, Chu Yao entered, perplexed. She pondered how Yi Ba, merely administering poison, could take an entire day. Why is it taking so long? Qi Hongyue's constitution is somewhat unique. Grant me a little more time. Please do not interrupt. Yi Ba called out, though Chu Yao remained curious. The intensity of Yi Ba's gaze prompted her to remain silent and resume her vigil outside the bamboo house. Yi Ba exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Chu Yao had grown suspicious, their initial subordinate relationship ensured she would comply as long as her interests were not compromised. Continue. Yi Ba gritted his teeth. Yet, as he initiated his actions, Qi Hongyue's body reacted unexpectedly. Her form grew chillingly cold, her skin radiating an icy temperature. What is happening? Yi Ba gasped in astonishment. Utterly bewildered. As time elapsed, a pervasive cold emanated from Qi Hongyue's entire being, her skin cracking, oozing an unknown gray liquid. This liquid exuded an aura of frost, instantly coating the bed beneath it. Just as Yi Ba floundered in confusion, Qi Hongyue's body suddenly stirred. The white cloth fell from her face, and she awoke. Momentarily bewildered as her gaze met Yi Ba's. She had fainted upon entering the dwelling and awakened to this alarming scene. Before she could ponder further, the agony coursing through her body seized her attention. The Nining energy had erupted violently. Qi Hongyue's complexion paled. She always kept spirit slaves nearby to suppress the Nining energy that could erupt at any moment. However, now, only Yi Ba was present. In a life-or-death scenario, she instinctively activated her technique, seeking to absorb Yi Ba's pure yang energy to quell the rampaging Nining energy within her. If she failed to contain it, the Nining energy would engulf her entirely, leaving no trace of her soul. As she channeled her technique, she was astounded to find an overwhelming surge of pure yang already within her. An endless stream of benefits flowed into her. To her astonishment, the Nining energy that had previously surged forth under the combined efforts of numerous spirit slaves was now effortlessly dissipated in mere moments. Chapter 14. To his surprise, Qi Hongyue was an unparalleled beauty. Her Nining absolute meridian, when the Nining energy surged, resembled a winding, frigid abyss, causing her skin to crack and exude the essence of profound Yin water. However, at this moment, after continuously absorbing a wealth of benefits, her condition had finally stabilized. Moreover, her meridians, long obstructed by the oppressive Yin energy, were rejuvenated under the cleansing influence of the Yang energy, rapidly being unblocked. With the imminent threat to her well-being averted, she found herself with ample time to contemplate her current predicament. She was perplexed as to why Chu Yao had targeted her. Was it to conceal the matter of Yi Ba's supreme Yang constitution? Furthermore, after rendering her unconscious, why did Chu Yao allow Yi Ba to assist her in her cultivation? The questions swirled in her mind, leaving her utterly confounded. She desperately wished to pause her training and confront Chu Yao for clarity. Yet, the comfort enveloping her was too enticing to abandon immediately. For years, she had endured torment from the Nining energy, her nerves assailed by relentless suffering that nearly drove her to madness. Now, at last, she was free from that anguish. Just a little longer in her cultivation. She murmured inwardly. She closed her eyes and began to focus on absorbing the benefits. Yi Ba, witnessing Qi Hongyue's return to normalcy, breathed a sigh of relief. If Qi Hongyue had perished here, both he and Chu Yao would have faced dire consequences. To his astonishment, Qi Hongyue did not pause to inquire, but instead chose to continue her cultivation. Such an addiction. The female demon could indeed not be fathomed through the lens of ordinary reasoning, for her actions defied logic. Yet, this aligned perfectly with his intentions, and he was more than willing to cooperate. Qi Hongyue's constitution was undeniably formidable. Her speed in absorbing yang energy was astonishing, at least twice that of Chu Yao. Moreover, that speed was only increasing. Absorb, the more I take in, the quicker she becomes my subordinate. Yi Ba mused. Suddenly, a look of elation crossed Qi Hongyue's face. The stagnant Nining energy within her was transformed from the purest essence of heaven and earth. As the yang energy dissipated it, all that pure essence was absorbed by her body. This Nining energy was inherently a part of her, making the absorption effortless and devoid of any obstruction. Thunderous roars. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into her dantian, and her cultivation, stagnant for many years, broke through in mere moments. Upon reaching the fourth layer of Qi training, her absorption rate showed no signs of waning. It continued unabated. Her cultivation soared rapidly. Fifth layer of Qi training. Sixth layer. Seventh layer. Joy filled Qi Hongyue's heart. The problems that had plagued her for years were finally resolved today. To her astonishment, Yi Ba, whom she had absorbed for so long, appeared unaffected. This further solidified her conviction that Yi Ba's constitution must be extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, he would have been rendered a desiccated corpse by now. Though she yearned to continue her breakthroughs, the continuous ascension could destabilize her cultivation realm. She needed to pause and spend time solidifying her foundation. Stop. Qi Hongwei uttered her first words upon entering the room. Yi Ba obediently withdrew. Before him, the system's prompt had already appeared. The initial subordinate relationship between him and Qi Hongyue had been established. All that was left was to ensure Qi Hongyue kept the secret. This was not a daunting task. Sister Qi, do not mention my supreme Yang constitution to anyone, Yi Ba cautioned. Why? Qi Hongyue frowned in response. She was puzzled as to why a spirit slave would speak to her in such a commanding tone, yet she refrained from reprimanding Yi Ba on the spot. In fact, she felt an inexplicable fondness towards him. Was it because he had aided her? Qi Hongyue pondered. The effects of my supreme Yang constitution, I trust you have already experienced. Yi Ba continued. If my secret is exposed, other sisters within the sect will undoubtedly vie for my constitution, and I will be unable to assist you in your cultivation. Your concerns are unwarranted. My mother is an elder in the inner sect. With a word from her, you will belong solely to me. As for Chu Yao, I will find a way to eliminate her. A glint of coldness flashed in Qi Hongyue's eyes. Wow, Qi Hongyue's possessiveness is quite intense. Yi Ba thought, startled. Sister, those who know my secret are not limited to Sister Chu Yao. There are others with backgrounds similar to yours. If my secret leaks, I cannot continue to assist you in your cultivation. Yi Ba spoke thoughtfully. Furthermore, can you guarantee that your mother won't develop feelings for me? In the face of the path to immortality, familial bonds mean little. Qi Hongyue's brow furrowed. If too many disciples were involved, the situation could indeed become complicated. As for her mother, initially, 2 supreme Yang constitutions were discovered. However, her mother had given her the inferior one. Had her mother bestowed upon her the superior constitution, she might not have struggled for years without progress. Moreover, perhaps due to her stagnant cultivation, her mother had grown increasingly disappointed in her, clearly showing less concern over the years. She would only inquire about her well-being once a year. With this realization, she hesitated. Sister, I hope you will keep this secret. It is the most beneficial choice for you. Yi Ba pressed on. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Hongyue finally nodded. All right. I will keep your secret. An inexplicable sense of trust in Yi Ba filled her. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. With the subordinate relationship established, Qi Hongyue would have no choice but to obey. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment. Before his eyes, Qi Hongyue's appearance and figure had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once bloated figure had vanished. Now, Qi Hongyue was merely slightly plump. Anyone who drives would know that slight plumpness is the pinnacle of beauty. And Qi Hongyue was now a natural BBW goddess. Furthermore, her beauty was truly breathtaking, a stark contrast to her appearance when she first entered the room. Before him, Qi Hongyue's skin was fair and smooth, her features delicate and three-dimensional, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a glistening sheen. There was a hint of coldness mingled with vulnerability, evoking an instinctive protective instinct in others. Sister, your appearance? Yi Ba reminded her. My appearance? Qi Hongyue looked at herself in confusion. To her astonishment, she discovered that many of her blemishes had vanished. Her legs and arms had slimmed down. She retrieved a mirror from her storage bag and gazed at her reflection. My appearance, has returned. Tears shimmered in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. The influence of the 9-yin absolute meridian had altered her figure and visage. Consequently, she had endured much criticism. All around her, her fellow sisters were stunning beauties, while she appeared as an eyesore. For years, she had battled feelings of inferiority, masking them with a fade of strength. She had believed she would remain this way for life. But today, with the 9-yin energy within her resolved, her beauty had miraculously returned. Yi Ba looked at the tearful Qi Hongyue and sighed inwardly. He reached out to embrace her in comfort, secretly overjoyed. What he thought would be a burdening ugly duckling had blossomed into a stunning beauty. He had indeed struck a great fortune. Moreover, this also meant he had someone loyal within the Spirit Slave Hall. With this thought, he quietly asked, Sister Qi, I have been breaking through rapidly lately. Is there any way to avoid drawing the attention of the other sisters? Chapter 15. Who needs bus 11 when you can travel by maglev? This is quite manageable. I can alter your information while others are absent. There are nearly 10,000 of us at Red Lawn Peak. Your information changes will go unnoticed, Qi Hongyue replied. Yuba felt a sense of relief in his heart. Indeed, having someone within the ranks made things easier. The dilemma that troubled him was hardly a concern for Qi Hongyue, who could resolve it effortlessly. Then I must trouble you, Senior Sister, to amend my information. I am currently at the 4th level of Qi training. 4th level of Qi training? Were you not just at the 3rd level? Qi Hongyue expressed her astonishment. I suddenly gained insight and broke through, Yi Ba answered nonchalantly. All right, hand me your identity token. I will return it to you once I have made the changes. Qi Hongyue nodded. Assisting Yi Ba was tantamount to assisting herself. Yi Ba handed over his identity token to Qi Hongyue. Just then, Chu Yao pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing the drastically altered Qi Hongyue, Chu Yao was taken aback. Junior Sister Qi? Senior Sister. Qi Hongyue has undergone some changes. However, that is of little importance. Now, she is one of us. Yu Ba winked at Chu Yao. Hearing this, Qi Yu sighed in relief, realizing that Yu Ba had successfully subdued Qi Hongyue. Had there been no way to control her? The situation would have become exceedingly difficult. Killing her was not an option, nor could she be released. Ha, it seems Junior Sister Qi has reaped significant rewards? Chu Yao observed the shift in Qi Hongyue's aura, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Qi Hongyue had entered at the 3rd level of Qi training, and now she had reached the 7th, catching up to her. In just one day, she had surged through 4 levels. Such a rate of advancement was indeed terrifying. What about the other spirit servants who came with me? Qi Hongyue did not directly respond to Chu Yao's inquiry. Instead, she shifted the subject. Her tone was far from pleasant, bearing a grudge against Chu Yao for having knocked her unconscious. Had Yu Ba not intervened, she would have sought vengeance against Chu Yao upon her return, who in the outer sect was unaware that her mother was an inner sect elder. No one dared to bully her, except for Chu Yao. Rest assured, Junior Sister, they are all well outside, Chu Yao smirked. Fully aware of the reason behind Qi Hongyue's sour demeanor and too indifferent to engage in a quarrel. Humph. Qi Hongyue coldly snorted, rising to dress and approaching Chu Yao. This matter must not leave this place. Those spirit servants cannot leave alive. We will drain them together, and I will explain the aftermath to the spirit servant hall. Yi Ba inhaled sharply, taken aback. This was the true nature of female tyrants, viewing spirit servants as mere ants, willing to kill without hesitation. If he were not of value, he would meet the same fate as those outside. He remained silent, having no intention of pleading for their lives. He was no saint and was currently mired in his own troubles. How could he concern himself with others? If blame were to be assigned, it was solely on their ill fate. Very well, Chu Yao nodded. The two exited the bamboo hut. Outside, at Qi Hongyue's command, the spirit servants obediently followed suit, assisting the two in their cultivation. However, under the reasonable absorption by the two at the 7th level of Qi training, those spirit servants, whose highest cultivation was merely at the 5th level, fell one after another, ultimately being drained to the point of becoming desiccated corpses. The sight of their deaths was horrifying. What a bunch of useless wretches. Qi Hongyue frowned, visibly displeased. Even after draining these spirit servants, the boost to her cultivation was minimal. The outcome was far inferior to that of Yi Ba. Fortunately, she would no longer need such trash in the future. Having Yi Ba alone sufficed for her cultivation needs. In fact, he was more than she could fully utilize, both in quality and quantity. Then, with a flick of her sleeve, she stored the corpses in her storage bag and departed the bamboo grove. Inside, Yi Ba was gazing at the virtual panel before him. Experience of 9 absolute veins 100. 9 absolute veins. 100, 1000. Quality, marvelous. Experience of talisman crafting 100. First stage low-grade talisman master, 110, can break through. Water element spiritual root quality, 100. Low-grade water element spiritual root, 110, can break through. Initial subordinate relationship established. Wow. Yi Ba silently gasped. A full 100 times. Not even a plow horse could compare to his plight. Nonetheless, his gains were monumental. The previously lagging water spiritual root could finally break through. Breakthrough. Yi Ba concentrated his thoughts. Crack. It felt as though a shackle within his mind had snapped. His intellect became remarkably agile, and simultaneously, his perception of the surrounding water spiritual energy sharpened and clarified. Previously, his awareness of water spiritual energy was nearly non-existent. Now, everything had transformed. Upon inspecting his water spiritual root quality, it had ascended directly to mid-grade. Following this, he casually advanced his talisman crafting as well. During the breakthrough process, A deluge of foundational talisman crafting experience flooded his mind, leaving him dizzy. This sensation persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. Yiba reviewed his personal panel. Name: Yiba. Physique: Pure Yang Celestial Body, Celestial Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Rare Grade. 9 Absolute Veins, 100, 1000. Marvelous. Realm: 4th level of Qi training. Quality: Mid-grade Water Element Spiritual Root, 9100. Upper grade Fire Element Spiritual Root. Upper grade Metal Element Spiritual Root. Mid-grade Wood Element Spiritual Root. Low-grade Earth Element Spiritual Root. Talent: None. Alchemical Skills: First Stage Upper Grade, Talisman Crafting. First Stage Mid-grade, 9100. Techniques: Great Ultimate Bliss Method. Spells: None. His Talisman Crafting had also advanced to First Stage Mid-grade. Talisman spells at this level could inflict damage on cultivators below the 6th level of Qi training. I must find a way to craft some talismans for self-defense in critical moments, Yiba murmured to himself. Crafting talismans necessitated spiritual brushes, cinnabar, spiritual paper, and other materials, all of which were rather costly. Given his current financial state, he was unable to afford them. Naturally, he had no intention of venturing out to the market to make purchases. As a Qi training stage spirit servant, it would be too conspicuous. Qi Hongyue was also a talisman master, and she likely possessed similar items. Perhaps he could inquire with her. Yiba thought to himself. This seemed a comparatively prudent approach. When Qi Hongyue next visited, he could look for an opportunity to bring it up. Just as Yiba was pondering his future cultivation plans, the door to the bamboo hut swung open, and Chu Yao sauntered in, her slender, fair waist swaying gracefully. Raising an eyebrow, she regarded Yiba. Junior brother, have you been giving Qi Hongyue special treatment? Otherwise, how could she have advanced so swiftly? Yiba. Listening to the hint of discontent in Chu Yao's voice, Yiba realized she was likely feeling jealous, believing he had favored Qi Hongyue. Could he be blamed for that? Qi Hongyue had simply striven hard herself. Yiba shook his head in denial. Senior sister, I assure you, I have shown no favoritism or preferential treatment. I have been equally benevolent to you both. Yet inwardly, he silently added, it all depends on your own capabilities. Is that so? Of course. Unless you allow me to break through 4 realms as well, he pledged earnestly. I will do my utmost. Chapter 16. Qi Hongyue's Mother. Qilan in a grand hall atop the Red Luan Peak. Qi Hongyue gazed upward at a woman situated above her. The woman, draped in delicate white gauze, lay languidly upon an expansive bed. At her feet, a female disciple gently massaged her calves, while a handsome male disciple attended to her shoulders. Upon closer examination, one could discern a striking resemblance between the woman and Qi Hongyue. My dear Yue, today an elder from the Spirit Servant Hall came to speak with me. It was reported that you disposed of 7 spirit servants in one go. Is this true? Qilan inquired softly. Indeed, mother, it is true. At that moment, the dark energy within me surged uncontrollably, and I had no choice but to subdue those spirit servants. I have already compensated the sect for their deaths, Qi Hongyue replied, having meticulously prepared her excuse. Additionally, this misfortune has turned into a blessing, as the dark energy has been suppressed, allowing my cultivation to ascend to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. After reporting the incident of the spirit servant's demise to the Spirit Servant Hall the previous day, she had been pondering how to explain the situation. She had not anticipated that her mother would personally inquire about it, as her mother was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Qi Hongyue's cultivation was hardly concealed from her scrutiny, hence she preemptively revealed the reason for her breakthrough to dispel any doubts. Oh, is that so? Qilan expressed surprise, rising from the bed with bare feet. With a light step, she floated gracefully towards Qi Hongyue. After appraising her daughter, she placed a hand on Qi Hongyue's shoulder. A surge of formidable spiritual energy coursed through her meridians, swiftly navigating its way. Qilan withdrew her hand. The dark energy within you has indeed been alleviated. With your aptitude, the absence of its influence will facilitate your future cultivation immensely. Regarding the deaths of those spirit servants, I have already communicated with the elder of the Outer Sect's Spirit Servant Hall. She will not trouble you further. Thank you, mother, for standing up for me. Qi Hongyue expressed with gratitude. Now, focus on your cultivation and strive to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Qilan nodded, then gently waved her hand. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. You may return now. Take care of yourself, mother. Yue takes her leave, Qi Hongyue said, feeling a sense of relief. The matter had been successfully glossed over. With Yiba's assistance, she was confident she could swiftly enter the inner sect. After Qi Hongyue exited the grand hall, Qi Lan, reclining on the wide couch, stole a glance at her daughter's retreating figure before withdrawing her gaze. She then instructed the disciple at her feet. Keep an eye on Yuer for the next few days, and report back immediately if anything arises. Yes, master, Deng Xiaohong replied, raising her head to reveal her luminous eyes. She promptly stood, bowed to Qi Lan, and swiftly exited the hall. The residual essence of the original Yang within Wei is far more potent than any pure Yang physique I have encountered. This little girl is concealing something from me. Qi Lan mused quietly, gradually closing her eyes. Deng Xiaohong flew out of the hall, tailing Qi Hongyue as she returned to the spirit servant hall. Her movements appeared unremarkable, leaving Deng Xiaohong puzzled about her master's intent in monitoring Qi Hongyue. It must be related to the deaths of those spirit servants, she speculated. It could also pertain to the dissipating dark energy within Qi Hongyue, or perhaps both. Being the most perceptive among her master's disciples, her mind raced with possibilities. Had Qi Hongyue been aware of Deng Xiaohong's thoughts, she would have been astonished, for Deng's deductions were mostly accurate. Deng Xiaohong concealed herself outside the spirit servant hall, observing Qi Hongyue from the shadows. Until the next morning, Qi Hongyue remained indoors, not venturing outside during the night. Deng Xiaohong was unfazed. If there were any issues with Qi Hongyue, they would inevitably surface. Within a training chamber of the spirit servant hall, Qi Hongyue sat cross-legged upon a warm jade bed, her mind distracted as she practiced. With a disdainful glance at the spirit servants beside her, she thought, they are utterly useless. Even combined, they cannot compare to Yiba. Their assistance to her cultivation was negligible. Having experienced rapid advancement, she found her current pace intolerably slow. I must stabilize my realm first. Once it is firmly established, I will seek out Yiba for further training. Qi Hongyue forcibly suppressed her urge to find Yiba. Having just broken through 4 minor realms, her priority was to solidify her foundation rather than rush. Moreover, I have yet to fully absorb the benefits from Yiba. It is the perfect time to do so. Qi Hongyue felt a flicker of relief and delight in her heart. Even the remaining benefits surpassed the worthlessness of her current companions. Begone, all of you. Qi Hongyue exclaimed in irritation at the sight of these inept beings, waving her hand to dismiss them. After they departed, she settled down to absorb the remaining benefits. Moments later, she opened her eyes in astonishment, realizing that her foundational realm had stabilized significantly within that brief period. Qi Hongyue's eyes widened. She had not expected Yiba's physique to be so extraordinary. It could indeed aid in solidifying her realm and fortifying her foundation. Filled with joy, she quickened her absorption pace. 2 days later, Qi Hongyue had completely absorbed the benefits. Not only had her realm stabilized, but her foundation had also become considerably more robust. The spiritual energy within her had transformed, becoming remarkably pure. This effect is astounding, Qi Hongyue murmured, her eyes glinting with greed. If I can continue cultivating with Yiba, my cultivation will undoubtedly advance swiftly. Achieving foundation establishment in a short time is not beyond the realm of possibility. With this thought, she found herself yearning to train with Yiba once more. Departing the spirit servant hall, she descended the mountain alone, maneuvering several times along the hillside to ensure no one was watching her before finally arriving at the bamboo grove. In a hushed tone, she called, Senior Sister Chu, it is Qi Hongyue. Inside the bamboo cottage, Yiba heard the commotion and stepped out. As Chu Yao typically undertook tasks in the battle hall during the day and returned only at night, Yiba was the sole occupant of the cottage during daylight hours. He was fully aware of Qi Hongyue's intentions for visiting. No female cultivator can resist the allure of immortality. It is merely a matter of time, he thought. Senior Sister Qi, Chu Yao is not here. You might want to come back later. Yiba called out from afar. In truth, he had learned how to activate the protective array from Chu Yao, but he did not wish to appear overly eager. Chu Yao is absent? Perfect. Qi Hongyue's eyes brightened. With Chu Yao away, her plans could proceed smoothly. I have come to see Junior Brother Yi. I have rectified the information at the Spirit Servant Hall. I am here to return your disciple's jade token, Qi Hongyue stated. Is that so? Please, come in, Senior Sister. Yiba feigned surprise, casting a hand gesture to activate the protective array and allowing Qi Hongyue to enter. He was not deceived by her claim of merely exchanging the jade token. Chapter 17 In Pursuit of the Truth, Deng Xiaohan willingly entered the tiger's den. Upon entering the bamboo hut, Qi Hongyue returned the jade token to Yiba, yet she had no intention of departing. Leaning closer to Yiba, She placed her hand on his shoulder, a playful smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Junior brother, I have encountered a slight stagnation in my cultivation these past few days. Perhaps I require your assistance to facilitate my practice. Yi Ba scoffed inwardly, fully aware of Qi Hongyue's ulterior motives. However, this suited his intentions perfectly, and he saw no reason to decline. Sister, you flatter me. I can only offer my modest help, he replied humbly. With that, he reclined on the bed. Please, sister, proceed. Meanwhile, above the bamboo grove, Deng Xiaohan observed the protective spiritual formation below, her heart filled with curiosity. She could not fathom Qi Hongyue's purpose in this place. The moment the formation activated, she discerned the presence of a male disciple within. Could Qi Hongyue's peculiar behavior be related to this young man? Patiently, she waited until dusk. When Qi Hongyue finally exited the bamboo hut, her complexion appeared slightly flushed, her steps unsteady, hinting at some undisclosed experience. After Qi Hongyue departed, Deng Xiaohan descended from the air to the entrance of the bamboo hut. However, the protective formation obscured her view of the interior. Yet, this did not daunt her. Raising her hand, she formed a seal at her brow, her eyes emanating a soft spiritual glow. After a cursory examination of the formation, she swiftly tapped it several times. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. The formation's concealment dissipated, revealing the scene within the bamboo hut. A smile played upon Deng Xiaohan's lips. As the youngest prodigy of the Red Luan Peak in array techniques, infiltrating this protective formation would be child's play for her. She refrained, however, fearing it might raise undue alarm. Inside the bamboo hut, Yi Ba stood before a square table, examining several items laid out before him: a spiritual brush, a stack of yellow talisman papers, and a box containing ink mixed with the blood of magical beasts. These were all items he had requested from Qi Hongyue, a task that required considerable persuasion. Regrettably, these materials were the most basic, unsuitable for Qi Hongyue's advanced needs, possessing only the quality of intermediate first tier. This indicated that he could only craft talismans of the same grade with these materials. In addition, Qi Hongyue had provided him with a compendium of talismans, detailing nearly all first-tier talisman designs. Let us give it a try, Yi Ba murmured. He flipped open the compendium and found a first-tier intermediate talisman named Palm Thunder. After carefully memorizing the talisman's intricate patterns and strokes, he took up the spiritual brush, inhaling deeply, and began to draw the talisman. With fluid strokes, he completed the design in one seamless motion. As Yi Ba lifted his brush to finalize the last stroke, the talisman emanated an enchanting allure, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward it. Success! Yi Ba exclaimed, gazing at the softly glowing Palm Thunder talisman with delight. Throughout the drawing process, he experienced no sense of stagnation. It flowed effortlessly. He subsequently attempted several other talisman types, each time achieving success. Eventually, after exhausting all 10 sheets of talisman paper, he was compelled to halt his endeavors. Stowing away the completed talismans and other items, Yi Ba returned to his bedside, settling into a meditative state, quickly entering a profound trance. Outside the protective formation, Deng Xiaohan withdrew her gaze, astonishment etched across her features. She could scarcely believe her eyes. A disciple at the 4th level of Qi cultivation had effortlessly crafted first-tier intermediate talismans, 10 in total, without a single failure. Such a staggering success rate was beyond even the inner disciples of the Talisman Hall she knew. After all, even second-tier talisman masters could not guarantee 100% success in their creations. What manner of disciple was this? Curiosity surged within Deng Xiaohan, igniting a fervent desire to uncover Yi Ba's true identity. At that moment, her expression shifted, and she formed a seal with one hand, cloaking her presence. Shortly thereafter, a figure landed outside the bamboo hut, activating the protective formation to enter. It was none other than Chu Yao, returning from the battle hall. His aura fluctuated, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries. Once inside the bamboo hut, Deng Xiaohan employed her magic once more to peer into the formation. She observed Chu Yao hastening into the hut, exchanging a few brief words with the male disciple before commencing his cultivation. Deng Xiaohan's cheeks flushed as she felt her knowledge expand yet again. She continued to observe until dawn, when the two finally ceased their practice. Upon Chu Yao's departure the following morning, she was astonished to discover that his injuries had completely healed. While cultivation could enhance one's abilities, she had never witnessed it aiding in the recovery of injuries. Could he possess a unique constitution of Supreme Yang? Doubt clouded Deng Xiaohan's mind. To her, the presence of Yi Ba within the bamboo hut was shrouded in mystery. Not long after Chu Yao's exit, Qi Hongwei stealthily approached the bamboo grove. After scanning her surroundings for any onlookers, she slipped inside the hut. The moment she entered, without exchanging more than a few words, she and the male disciple fell into a state of cultivation. This left Deng Xiaohan utterly astonished. The male disciple, merely at the 4th level of qi cultivation, had been continuously assisting others in their practice for 2 days. How had he managed to endure? Anyone else would have collapsed into exhaustion by now, yet he appeared entirely unfazed. Save for a hint of weariness, he must possess a remarkable constitution of supreme yang. Deng Xiaohan concluded, her insight as a foundation-building practitioner preventing any misjudgment. This revelation made perfect sense. With Qi Hongyue's innate Nineyin constitution, her meridians were obstructed by the energy of Nineyin. Without a potent source of yang to alleviate the blockages, she could not cultivate normally. Now that her Nineyin affliction had been resolved, her cultivation progressed rapidly. This all pointed to the fact that the disciple within the hut possessed a supreme yang constitution. Moreover, it was not merely an ordinary one. The supreme yang constitution of her master was a rare pure yang variety, lacking any unique abilities beyond a richer and purer source of yang energy. Yet, the disciple before her not only aided in cultivation but also in the recovery of injuries. With this understanding, Deng Xiaohan had begun to piece together the events at hand. She now faced 2 choices: to report the situation to her master, who would likely claim the discovery for herself, rewarding Deng Xiaohan with spiritual stones or artifacts in return, or to conceal the truth and leverage Qi Hongyue for personal gain, thereby securing a share of the benefits. However, should her master discover her deceit, she risked expulsion from the sect. A wave of indecision washed over her. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes. It would be prudent to first assess the extent of the disciple's assistance in cultivation before making a decision. If the benefits were negligible, there would be no need to take such risks. Conversely, if the advantages were substantial, this would also serve as part of her investigation. A glint of determination shone in Deng Xiaohan's eyes as she eagerly anticipated unraveling the mystery before her. Chapter 18. Do not stare recklessly, or I shall pluck out your eyes. It was not until the afternoon that Qi Hongyue staggered out of the bamboo hut. At that moment, only Yi Ba remained inside. When Deng Xiaohan saw her opportunity, she hesitated no longer. After Qi Hongyue had distanced herself, she performed hand seals and swiftly inscribed several symbols upon the protective spirit array. The array suddenly cracked open a gap. Deng Xiaohan stepped inside, and the array automatically sealed itself once more. Approaching the entrance of the bamboo hut, she pushed the door and entered. In the astonished gaze of Yi Ba, she pointed a finger, and a beam of spiritual light swiftly entered his body. By the time Yi Ba regained his senses, he found himself unable to move. He gazed at the unfamiliar female cultivator before him, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. I understand your confusion, but I require no questions from you at this moment. Deng Xiaohan regarded Yi Ba with curiosity. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable, save for his decent looks. As she stepped closer and placed a hand upon his shoulder, an expression of surprise crossed her face. You truly possess a pure yang constitution. She was not mistaken. However, her brow furrowed immediately afterward. With her experience, she was unable to discern the specific type of pure yang constitution he possessed. In the next instant, a glimmer of realization illuminated her eyes. Could it be that his pure yang constitution is exceptionally rare? It was highly probable that it would bring her unexpected delights. Deng Xiaohan's gaze instilled a sense of fear in Yi Ba, as he felt as though this female demon might devour him whole. Simultaneously, information about her appeared before him. Name: Deng Xiaohan. Realm: Initial Foundation Establishment. Talent: Supreme Earth Spirit Root. Divine Ability: 5 Elements Array Heart. Awakening Pending. Array Technique: Second Tier. Upper Grade. Cultivation Method: Ancient Dragon Swallowing Technique. Spells: Advanced Charm Technique. Breaking Restrictions Technique. Spiral Dragon Technique. To his astonishment, she was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Yi Ba was taken aback. When had he attracted the attention of this female demon? He forced himself to calm down and contemplate his current predicament. This female demon was aware of his pure yang constitution, which likely meant she had no intention of killing him. Yet, what could her objectives be? So, what is your relationship with Qi Hongyue and the owner of this bamboo hut? Deng Xiaohan mused, stroking her chin in thought. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her head and fixed her gaze upon Yi Ba. They know of your pure yang constitution and have imprisoned you solely for cultivation purposes, wishing to keep you hidden from others. Otherwise, you would surely be seized, and they would no longer be able to utilize you. It must be so. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. Just how potent is your constitution? Deng Xiaohan inched closer to Yi Ba, scrutinizing him intently. Suddenly, she waved her hand lightly. Yi Ba's body floated and gently descended onto the bed. Let me test it out to find out. Deng Xiaohan blinked, her eyes sparkling with intense excitement. Her curiosity had reached its zenith. She promptly sat cross-legged and began her cultivation right before Yi Ba. A semi-transparent channel of spiritual energy established itself between the two. As Deng Xiaohan's internal cultivation method circulated, she absorbed a vast quantity of benefits from him. The moment she began to absorb, she sensed something extraordinary. Your constitution is indeed remarkable, Deng Xiaohan exclaimed in astonishment. The benefits provided by this individual were several times, even dozens of times, greater than those from others. Even the male disciple beside her master could not compare. This indicated that Yi Ba's Pure Yang constitution was at least of excellent quality. Such quality was typically reserved for peak masters. For inner sect disciples like her, possessing a low-quality Pure Yang constitution would be considered a great blessing. No wonder Qi Hongwei lied to her master. Deng Xiaohan thought to herself. If she were in the same position, she would have done the same. The competition within the sect was fierce. To attain higher levels of cultivation, disciples, elders, and even peak masters would resort to any means necessary. Should Yi Ba's constitution be revealed, even her master might struggle to retain him. Master, do not blame your disciple. I simply yearn for progress too much. Deng Xiaohan had already made her decision. This sensation was unlike anything she had experienced before. It was sheer bliss. As she felt her cultivation level rise, her excitement knew no bounds. This was merely remote cultivation. What if? Deng Xiaohan felt a surge of desire for even greater cultivation efficacy. However, she had always engaged in remote cultivation with male disciples previously. Consider yourself fortunate. Deng Xiaohan blinked her eyes. The effects were indeed vastly different. Deng Xiaohan was overwhelmed with joy, like a child who had just received a beloved toy. Suddenly, her expression froze. She had entered a state of enlightenment during the process of cultivation. Countless insights from her practice materialized in her mind, and previously obscure concepts became strikingly clear, illuminating her understanding. Simultaneously, a spectral image of a colorful heart manifested at the position of her heart. This was her 5 elements array heart. It was through this heart that she had become an adept in array techniques within a mere few years. At this moment, during her enlightenment, her 5 elements array heart emerged spontaneously. A wealth of knowledge and experiences related to array techniques flooded her mind, granting her numerous new insights. How could array techniques be approached this way? She marveled internally, as if she had discovered a new world. Time became irrelevant as she lost herself in this state. Eventually, she emerged from her reverie. My proficiency in array techniques has improved, reaching the lower tier of the 3rd rank. Deng Xiaohan murmured in delight. The lower tier of the 3rd rank meant that she could now arrange formations targeting early-stage core formation cultivators. Additionally, her cultivation had also advanced, though she was still a bit short of breaking into the mid-foundation establishment stage. Nonetheless, she was exceedingly satisfied. Her gaze towards Yi Ba resembled that of a connoisseur eyeing a rare treasure. She lifted her hand and released the restrictions binding Yi Ba. You need not know who I am, nor are you permitted to speak of my matters to anyone. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Do you comprehend my meaning? Understood. Yi Ba nodded. The Deng Xiaohan before him could extinguish his life as easily as squashing an ant. He had no grounds to refuse. Good, you are quite perceptive. What is your name? Deng Xiaohan nodded with satisfaction. Yi Ba? He replied. It would not be difficult for her to uncover his name. It was better for him to divulge it himself to foster goodwill. After speaking, he surveyed Deng Xiaohan. Her complexion was exquisitely pale, her nose straight, and her sparkling eyes concealed an undeniable charm and cunning. Her figure was graceful, akin to a willow swaying in the breeze, adorned with ripe fruit, captivating all of Yi Ba's attention. She resembles a pomelo but shines brighter than the sun, Yi Ba murmured inwardly. As if sensing Yi Ba's gaze, Deng Xiaohan's cheeks flushed slightly. If you continue to stare recklessly, I shall pluck out your eyes. Yi Ba promptly averted his gaze. How terrifying. Chapter 19. The Senior Sister's restraint benefits others. After leaving the bamboo hut, Deng Xiaohan went directly to the outer sect spirit slave hall to retrieve information on Yi Ba. Upon returning to her dwelling, she reclined on her bed and scrutinized the details. A low-grade mixed 5-element spirit root. After 8 years of cultivation, He was still only at the second layer of Qi refinement, yet this year he suddenly broke through to the fourth layer. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from her palm, shattering the jade tablet she held. To her, this information was utterly false and devoid of any reference value. How can I seize Yi Ba? Deng Xiaohan narrowed her eyes, lost in contemplation. The situation with her master was manageable. She could easily concoct an excuse to placate him. The crux of the matter lay with Yi Ba. She could not simply abduct him. Each spirit slave bore the mark of the spirit slave hall, which would remain unless they were deceased. The only official method to remove Yi Ba from the bamboo grove would be to follow the proper protocols, thereby avoiding any suspicion from Qi Hongyue and others. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The various protective formations on Hongwan Peak required annual maintenance. As a disciple of the Inner Sect Formation Hall, this responsibility naturally fell to her. Given the limited number of disciples in the Formation Hall, many tasks would be delegated to the spirit slaves. Thus, she could leverage this opportunity to bring Yi Ba closer to her. Since she would be handling the matter through the Inner Sect Formation Hall, any inquiries from Spirit Slave Hall disciples would only reveal that he was requisitioned by the Formation Hall. Meanwhile, within the bamboo hut, Yi Ba was fixated on his personal panel. Name: Yi Ba. Physique: Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade, Sword Spirit Body, Rare Grade. 9 Absolute Meridians, 250-1000, Extraordinary Grade. Realm: 4th Layer of Qi Refinement. Talent: Upper Grade Water Element Spirit Root, 140-1000. Middle Grade Earth Element Spirit Root, 9100. Upper Grade Fire Element Spirit Root, Upper Grade Metal Element Spirit Root. Middle Grade Wood Element Spirit Root. Innate Talent: None. Divine Abilities: 5 Elements Formation Core, 100-1000. Alchemical Skills: 1st Tier Upper Grade. Talisman Crafting: 1st Tier Upper Grade. Formation Skills: 1st Tier Middle Grade, 9100. Cultivation Method: Great Bliss Tao Method. Spells: None. Although Deng Xiaohan had not practiced for long, she was a foundation establishment cultivator, and her cultivation speed far surpassed that of Qi Hongyue and others, allowing her to absorb knowledge efficiently. Her low-grade Earth Element Spirit Root had directly improved to middle grade. Furthermore, her formation skills had also reached a middle grade level. Additionally, with Qi Hongyue's recent assistance, her Water Element Spirit Root had attained upper grade. Her current rate of cultivation was already comparable to that of Inner Sect disciples. Yet, the thought of reaching the pinnacle required 100 cultivation sessions, a feat difficult to accomplish in the near future. However, his mind was preoccupied with Deng Xiaohan's unexpected appearance. He had yet to grasp the situation when she abruptly departed. As a foundation establishment cultivator, she was likely an Inner Sect disciple. The fact that she discovered his secret must have been due to Qi Hongyue or Chu Yao revealing their whereabouts, raising Deng Xiaohan's suspicions, prompting her to intrude upon his cultivation session in their absence. Now that I know her name, I can inquire with Chu Yao. Yi Ba pondered. To him, Deng Xiaohan represented an unstable variable, a potential threat that instilled unease within him. Perhaps I was mistaken from the very beginning, Yi Ba muttered. Previously, he believed he should keep his secrets and cultivate steadily within the sect. He aimed to shine in the spirit slave trials 2 years hence, thereby freeing himself from the heart-piercing curse and leaving the Great Bliss Immortal Sect. However, in a sect rife with formidable women, his modest ambition seemed increasingly unattainable. In less than a month, numerous female tyrants had approached him, although he had managed to defuse each situation with his wit. It was only a matter of time before he encountered an insurmountable challenge, such as Deng Xiaohan's sudden emergence. Enduring passively is less desirable than taking the initiative. These female tyrants covet my Supreme Yang Immortal Body as a treasure. However, once they engage with me, they will gradually become bound to me, ultimately reducing them to my subordinates. A dangerous glint flickered in Yi Ba's eyes. I merely wish to cultivate diligently, seeking longevity. Yet, these women seem intent on my demise. If that is the case, let them all become my slaves. In that moment, Yi Ba conceived a startling plan. He aspired to turn all the female tyrants of the Great Bliss Immortal Sect into his subservience. With the entire Great Bliss Immortal Sect under his command, he would attain complete security. At that point, he could cultivate freely without fear of imminent threats. He would begin with the lower-tier outer sect disciples, then progress to the inner sect disciples, elders, and peak masters. The higher the cultivation, the more challenging it would be to activate the subservience attribute. He certainly did not wish to be imprisoned for a millennium, reduced to a mere tool for cultivation. Moreover, if his progress stagnated, he would not live to see that day. Next, he would focus on Qi Hongwei and her companions, turning them into his loyal subordinates. Yu Ba plotted in his heart. He intended to establish a core group centered around Qi Hongwei within the Great Bliss Immortal Sect, then expand his influence throughout the outer sect of Hongwan Peak. As for Deng Xiaohan, her cultivation was too advanced. Establishing subservience with her would not be achievable in the short term and was currently outside his considerations. Standing by the window, Yu Ba contemplated the intricacies of his plan until Chu Yao returned from the battle hall. Chu Yao appeared to be in good spirits. Did something delightful happen, Senior Sister? Yu Ba inquired with curiosity. I completed a task and earned some spirit stones, Chu Yao replied with a smile. She then produced a red elixir bottle from her storage bag. I bought a bottle of Ascension elixir with those spirit stones. Yu Ba. No wonder she is so cheerful. It seems she can absorb it vigorously. However, this aligns perfectly with his intentions. The more Chu Yao consumes, the quicker their bond of subservience would strengthen. Soon, she would become his first loyal servant. Senior Sister, let us begin. Yu Ba stepped forward, grasping Chu Yao's hand, marking his first proactive move. Oh, Chu Yao was slightly taken aback. Had the junior brother suddenly come to a realization? Yu Ba had never been so enthusiastic and proactive before. Better to enjoy actively than to endure passively. Senior Sister, please do your utmost to absorb, after all. If you do not, it only benefits others. Yu Ba said with a smile. Chu Yao paused. Then a seductive smile graced her face as she swayed her hips toward Yu Ba. I am truly delighted that junior brother has come to terms with this. Now, open your mouth, take your medicine. Chapter 20. Together as three, the junior brother can endure Senior Sister. Shall we continue? Yu Ba inquired, glancing at Chu Yao, who had just emerged from her meditation, her cheeks slightly flushed and her body glistening with fragrant perspiration. No need, junior brother. You should tend to your own affairs. Chu Yao replied, gently shaking her head. Yu Ba hesitated for a moment before earnestly advising her. Senior Sister, please do not concern yourself with my matters. Chu Yao thought to herself, is she really considering Yu Ba? Not at all. She has already reaped the benefits and cannot absorb any more. I understand. But I need to attend to my duties at the battle hall shortly. Chu Yao fabricated an excuse, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable state before Yu Ba. Senior Sister, do not hesitate to call for me if you require anything. Yu Ba asserted, before stepping outside the bamboo house, settling cross-legged in the courtyard to meditate. He wished Chu Yao would continue, but she seemed rather disinclined. Inside the outer sect law enforcement hall, Bu Shihua abruptly halted her training, her delicate brows knitting together. Ever since experiencing the accelerated cultivation under Yu Ba's guidance, she found herself increasingly dissatisfied with her current pace. Although it was nearly her turn to rent Yu Ba, she felt she could not wait that long. Each time she practiced, distracting thoughts invaded her mind, involuntarily recalling the delightful experience of cultivating alongside Yu Ba. The advantages were overwhelming, making it impossible for her to focus on her training. If I force myself to practice, I might succumb to a demonic deviation. Bu Shanghua was acutely aware of her predicament. One must never slacken in their cultivation, and she could not continue down this path. Rising from her seat, she exited the law enforcement hall. The most effective solution at this moment was to seek Yu Ba for training. Although they had previously agreed upon their arrangement, she could no longer bear to wait. Furthermore, she had discreetly investigated the female cultivators who had rented Yu Ba and discovered it was Chu Yao from the battle hall. Even learning her residence, Bu Shanghua made her way swiftly to the edge of the bamboo grove. The closer she drew to Yu Ba, the more her emotions spiraled out of control. Chu Junior Sister, Bu Shanghua has come to pay a visit, she announced at the protective spiritual array's entrance. Yu Ba, startled from his meditation, gazed at her in confusion. What brings Bu Shanghua here? With about 10 days remaining until the appointed half-month period, he was taken aback. Hearing the commotion, Chu Yao emerged from the house, furrowing her brow as she peered at Bu Shanghua through the protective array. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, is there something important that brings Senior Sister here? It concerns Yu Ba, Bu Shanghua replied straightforwardly. Chu Yao glanced at Yu Ba, her eyes filled with inquiry, clearly having deduced the situation. Yu Ba interjected, Chu Senior Sister, Bu Senior Sister is the one from the law enforcement hall. We had previously agreed to alternate every half-month. Chu Yao fell into contemplation, but, concerned about Yu Ba's exposure, eventually opened the protective array, allowing Bu Shanghua entry. Bu Senior Sister, please, state your business. Chu Yao maintained a cautious distance, aware that her cultivation level was inferior to Bu Shenghua's. I require Yi Ba's assistance for cultivation every day moving forward, Bu Shenghua declared firmly, without unnecessary elaboration. Yi Ba was astonished. He had not expected Bu Shenghua to come to him out of her own inability to resist. Did these formidable women truly abandon their training? Had they been thriving in their cultivation before encountering him? It seemed akin to savoring the delicacies of seafood and no longer wishing to settle for plain fare. Yet, he could understand their desires. Since he and Bu Shenghua had not yet established a basic subordinate relationship, this was an opportune moment to solidify their connection. This does not align with our agreement, Chiao interjected, her brow furrowing in discontent. Bu Shenghua refrained from answering directly, instead turning her gaze to Yi Ba. The agreement pertained to her and Yi Ba, not to Chu Yao. Chu Senior Sister, both of you can share a day each. Time-wise, there is no inequality. Yi Ba softly urged. To him, even if two women trained on the same day, it made no difference. One was equivalent to two, as he would never be drained completely. That may be so, but you cannot simply waltz in here. That increases the risk of our secret being exposed. Chu Yao conceded, albeit begrudgingly, to Yi Ba's reasoning. Feeling perturbed by Bu Shenghua's sudden appearance. This matter does not require your reminders. I will be cautious. Bu Shenghua nodded, having already taken enough precautions on her way here. Chu Yao frowned, her irritation towards Bu Shenghua intensifying, just as she was about to voice her grievances. An unexpected voice echoed from outside the protective array. Is Chu Junior Sister present? Qi Hongyue has come to visit. Yi Ba felt exasperated. What kind of day was this? With everything converging at once? Why is Qi Hongyue here? Does she know about your situation? Bu Shenghua shot Yi Ba a questioning glance, her brows knitting together. Yes. Yi Ba nodded, realizing such matters could not remain hidden. He had come to terms with it. Since Qi Hongyue was here, it was best to clarify everything. As they all shared a basic subordinate relationship with him, persuading Bu Shenghua would resolve the rest of the issues. Chu Senior Sister, allow her entry, Yi Ba instructed. Chu Yao complied, permitting Qi Hongyue to enter. Upon seeing Bu Shenghua, Qi Hongyue was taken aback. Before she could inquire further, Yi Ba promptly explained the situation regarding Bu Shenghua. In summary, all three of you desire my assistance with your cultivation, which I am amenable to. Depending on how you arrange your schedules, I suggest you each take turns daily, and we can split the rental fee for my spirit stones among the three of you. I disagree. Bu Shenghua was the first to voice her objection. If we can only train every 3 days, what shall I do on the other 2? Humph. I also object. Qi Hongyue seconded, asserting that she had gone to great lengths to maintain Yi Ba's identity confidential within the spirit slave hall, thus deserving more training time. By your logic, Qi Senior Sister, since Yi Ba resides with me, should my training time not be extended as well? Chu Yao retorted, unwilling to be outdone. I care not. My training time must exceed yours. Qi Hongyue asserted vehemently. If this continues, none of you shall cultivate with Yi Ba. I shall expose his unique physique, and then none of you shall benefit. Bu Shenghua declared resolutely, prepared to risk everything. The three women's squabbles rendered Yi Ba's head spin. Stop. Let me speak. He interjected, recognizing that the ongoing dispute was futile. As they ceased their bickering, all three turned their attention to him. You all simply wish for my assistance in cultivation. There is no need to quarrel over duration. As long as you do not mind, I am perfectly fine with you three cultivating together with my aid, Yi Ba pronounced in a deep voice. It's merely a matter of primordial yang. I have plenty to spare. Chapter 21. Senior Sister, your cultivation method is flawed. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the three women varied significantly. Chu Yao appeared astonished. Bu Shenghua was lost in thought, while Qi Hongyue nodded straightforwardly, declaring, as long as it aids my cultivation, I can disregard the rest. I have no objections. Chu Yao, after her moment of surprise, quickly nodded in agreement. I am unaccustomed to cultivating with others. Out of the 12 hours in a day, I require 4 hours for solitary practice. Bu Shenghua interjected, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Chu Yao immediately shook her head in rebuttal. Which would you prefer, to be satisfied with every meal, or to have something to eat at every meal? If we all practice for 4 hours daily, even if Yi Ba possesses a robust constitution, he will eventually falter. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Yi Ba paused, feeling a strange familiarity in her words, recalling a similar sentiment he had once shared with Bu Shenghua. What do you propose? Qi Hongyue furrowed her brows. Each of us can cultivate for 3 hours daily, allowing the remainder for Yi Ba to rest, Chu Yao responded. If anyone fails to show up for practice on any given day, their time will be forfeited. Agreed. Bu Shenghua finally nodded in acceptance. Qi Hongyue remained silent, tacitly endorsing the decision. Seeing the three women reach an agreement, Yi Ba let out a sigh of relief. He had no desire to endure such a torturous scenario again. It was exceedingly taxing. After the negotiations, Bu Shenghua was the first to begin her cultivation with Yi Ba, followed closely by Qi Hongyue. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had swiftly passed. On this day, Yi Ba had just finished assisting Bu Shenghua with her cultivation when a system notification popped up before him. Initial subordinate relationship established. At last, a subordinate relationship had been formed. Yi Ba's heart swelled with joy. After so much effort, he finally witnessed results. Over the past 7 days, he had scarcely cultivated himself, dedicating his time to assist the three women. Thankfully, diligence is rewarded by the heavens, and his perseverance bore fruit. Now, all three women had established an initial subordinate relationship. As long as their own interests were not compromised, they would heed Yi Ba's commands. Casting a glance at Bu Shenghua, who was about to depart, Yi Ba recalled her previous disdain towards him, stirring a sense of indignation within him. He felt an urge for retribution. "Senior sister, I have something to discuss with you." Yi Ba called out to Bu Shenghua. Is there something you need?" Bu Shenghua replied, her expression one of confusion. Strangely, she felt that Yi Ba was not as intolerable as she had previously thought. "Senior sister, your cultivation method has its flaws." "Impossible. I am already at the 9th level of qi refinement. If my method were flawed, I could not have cultivated so swiftly." Bu Shenghua rejected the notion outright, convinced of the validity of her methods. Moreover, why would a spirit slave instruct her on cultivation? However, Senior Sister, your approach differs significantly from those of Qi Senior Sister and Chu Senior Sister. They immerse themselves in their practice, finding joy and satisfaction in it. Yet you always wear a look of disdain. Yi Ba spoke earnestly. The process of assisting in cultivation is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome. Those matters you mentioned are trivial. Bu Shenghua frowned and shook her head. "No, Senior Sister, you are mistaken. Without a process, how can there be an outcome? If the process is unsatisfactory, the result will surely be as well," Yi Ba countered. "Could it be that I am truly wrong?" Bu Shenghua's heart wavered, inexplicably inclined to believe Yi Ba's words. "Senior Sister, am I right? A trial will reveal the truth." Yi Ba continued to persuade her. "Well, I suppose that could work." Bu Shenghua hesitated but eventually nodded. Yi Ba stepped closer, grasping Bu Shenghua's hand while advising, "Senior Sister, remember to savor the process of cultivation. Do not allow feelings of disdain or aversion to arise. It is akin to desiring to eat. Even if the food is delightful, you cannot exhibit distaste while consuming it. Being insincere is unacceptable. You must heed your inner instincts." I will do my best." Bu Shenghua nodded, furrowing her brows. She resisted the urge to withdraw her hand, leaving it in Yi Ba's grasp. Yi Ba secretly chuckled to himself. His words were intended to enhance Bu Shenghua's cultivation for her own benefit, and thus, she had no choice but to comply. The subsequent developments unfolded as he had anticipated. Under his gentle guidance, Bu Shenghua's attitude gradually shifted. She no longer maintained her haughty demeanor, but instead immersed herself in the practice, frequently seeking deeper understanding. She genuinely felt the benefits, and her cultivation speed increased significantly. With her determination unwavering, Bu Shenghua was not one to relinquish the advantages she had gained. The next day, after assisting Chu Yao with her cultivation, Yi Ba once again encountered a system notification. Advanced subordinate relationship established. Chu Yao's hidden talent physique under development. Development complete. Physique. Sun and Moon spiritual body. Would you like to bestow it? What is this? Yi Ba examined the details in astonishment. As his spiritual roots and qualifications ascended, Chu Yao could no longer provide him with any experience. Previously, even after assisting her in cultivation, there had been no notifications. Furthermore, Chu Yao's realm was not high, standing only at the 6th level of qi refinement, limiting her ability to assist him. Yet now, he had established an advanced subordinate relationship with her. Did this imply that Chu Yao had become his first loyal companion? He opened the details for further examination. Advanced subordinate relationship. As long as the situation is not life-threatening, Chu Yao will comply with all your suggestions or requests and will actively safeguard the host's interests. The benefits gained through the advanced subordinate relationship are sufficient for awakening the hidden talents or physique within one's bloodline. After quickly reviewing the information, a smile crept across Yi Ba's face. Chu Yao had indeed become his loyal companion. He could now command her to perform any task. Of course, the prerequisite was to avoid putting her in harm's way. Yet, this was more than sufficient. He could have her assist with various elixirs or tasks he could not conveniently undertake himself. It appeared that Chu Yao had awakened a special physique. He was curious to learn more. It seemed he needed to bestow this upon her, didn't it? Yi Ba's eyes glimmered as he pondered. He continued to read further. Sun and Moon's spiritual body, imperial grade, absorbs the essence of the Sun and Moon to rapidly enhance cultivation, refines the physique with this essence, and can unleash divine light of the Sun and Moon, possessing tremendous power. The benefits of the Supreme Yang Immortal Body will still affect the host even when separated. This physique requires the host to bestow it upon Chu Yao for her to fully awaken it. An imperial grade. Yi Ba was astonished. Qi Hongyue's 9 absolute pulse was merely of a marvelous grade. Chu Yao's Sun and Moon's spiritual body surpassed the 9 absolute pulse by 2 grades, attaining the imperial level. If I bestow the Sun and Moon spiritual body upon Chu Yao, can I then gain experience from her and acquire the Sun and Moon spiritual body for myself? Yi Ba's eyes lit up, and new thoughts began to form in his mind. The next moment, he spoke resolutely. Bestow. Chapter 22. The Awakening of the Sun and Moon Spirit Body. Tremor at Hongwan Peak. Outside the battle hall of Hongwan Peak, Chu Yao arrived as usual to report for duty, awaiting the release of the day's tasks. The disciples of the battle hall were required to patrol the lower mountain regularly, quelling any potential dangers before they could arise. However, during her wait, an unexpected discomfort suddenly seized her, causing her brow to furrow. This sensation struck her without warning. Her body oscillated between intense heat and frigid cold at an alarming pace. One moment it felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, and the next, she was being scorched by the blazing sun. This disconcerting experience left her quite unwell. What is happening? Chu Yao was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Ignoring the surroundings of the battle hall, she hastily seated herself in a meditative posture, turning her focus inward. To her astonishment, she discovered 2 immense energies swirling within her. One exuded a searing heat, while the other radiated an icy chill. The clash of these formidable forces sent her mind reeling, rendering her senses dulled and her body immobile. This predicament heightened her anxiety. Observing her own form, she noticed her skin alternating between being encased in frost and emitting steam from the heat. Her condition quickly drew the attention of other disciples. "Sister Chu, what is wrong? Why is your body so hot?" One inquired. "No, now it's freezing." Another exclaimed. "Don't touch her." A disciple cried out, attempting to reach for her, only to recoil in pain as his finger was singed upon contact with her skin. "Quickly, summon the Foundation Establishment Elder," another disciple shouted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, time was of the essence, as Chu Yao's fluctuating temperature began affecting a wider radius, causing many disciples to hesitate in approaching her. Fearful of being caught in the turmoil, they stood at a distance, exchanging worried murmurs. What could have happened to Sister Chu? Is it possible she has gone astray in her cultivation? One wondered, while another replied, she seemed perfectly fine before. Let's wait for the elder to arrive and keep our distance. Upon receiving word, 2 elders from the battle hall rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the anomaly surrounding Chu Yao, they exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Is she awakening her constitution? One elder speculated, noting the intense fluctuation of spiritual energy. Indeed, it appears so. Such a powerful aura suggests a formidable awakening. The other elder agreed, though a hint of doubt lingered. Chu Yao has been with our sect for several years. How could she suddenly awaken her constitution? Perhaps she encountered some fortuitous event? One elder pondered, recalling that despite her diligence, Chu Yao's natural aptitude had confined her to the 6th layer of qi refinement after years of practice. We cannot allow her to remain here, or everything will be destroyed. One elder warned. Agreed. Let us work together to move her outside. The other elder affirmed. With a synchronized gesture, they harnessed their vast spiritual power to lift Chu Yao, transporting her out of the battle hall to a vacant plaza. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the heavens. The once clear sky darkened ominously, drawing the attention of all present. What is happening? The awakening of her constitution has triggered an anomaly in the heavens. The 2 elders exchanged grave glances, realizing the significance of the occurrence. Such phenomena typically occurred only with high-grade constitutions. This matter was of great importance and warranted informing the peak master. One elder produced a communication talisman, uttering a few words before casting it towards the peak. The commotion attracted more disciples of Hongwan Peak, who gazed in wonder at Chu Yao. Qi Hongyue, just emerging from the spirit slave hall, was drawn by the ruckus and flew over in curiosity. Upon witnessing that this extraordinary event stemmed from Chu Yao's awakening, she was filled with astonishment and bewilderment. How could this be possible? Having discovered that Chu Yao was her rival, Qi Hongyue had investigated her thoroughly, knowing that she possessed only medium-grade spiritual roots and had spent 6 years reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement. It was an unremarkable achievement. Yet, this seemingly ordinary disciple had awakened a special constitution? According to her knowledge, the probability of such an awakening was less than 1 in 10,000. Yet, the evidence before her compelled her to acknowledge the reality. Could it be due to Yi Ba's peculiar influence? Qi Hongyue mused, for aside from that, Chu Yao had no other notable opportunities. Look, the anomaly is changing. A voice rang out from the crowd. Qi Hongyue glanced upward and gasped. The sky had transformed into a surreal spectacle, half shrouded in darkness and half illuminated. A radiant sun hung in the bright expanse, while a brilliant moon emerged in the shadowed side. As all watched in awe, the sun and moon simultaneously cast beams of divine light upon Chu Yao, who was enduring immense pain. She felt enveloped in 2 warm energies, alleviating her suffering and replacing it with profound enjoyment. The cultivation method within her activated instinctively, drawing in the energies. The sun and moon's divine light surged through her meridians, cleansing her body of impurities that seeped from her skin, evaporating into nothingness. Her meridians grew more robust and resilient, her flesh strengthened. 2 streams of light, one red and one blue, danced like fish within her dantian, unknowingly expanding it several-fold. This transformation continued unabated. Meanwhile, at the peak of Hongluan Peak, several streaks of light shot down from the Grand Hall, swiftly arriving above the battle hall. Disciples Wang Baihe and Sun Yu, pay respects to the Peak Master. The keen-eyed elder of the battle hall quickly knelt. The rest of the disciples followed suit. Rise, instructed a woman in red, gently raising her hand. Instantly, the disciples found themselves involuntarily standing. The woman's bare feet made a delicate sound as she descended from the air, approaching Chu Yao, her eyes shimmering with spiritual light. Indeed, it is an imperial-grade sun and moon spirit body. Ji Yu's heart raced at the revelation. Such a constitution had emerged within Hongluan Peak. Alas, her innate aptitude was not high. However, this disciple still deserved the title of genius. Soon, the heavenly anomaly subsided, and Chu Yao's sun and moon spirit body was fully awakened. Following the divine cleansing, her cultivation had ascended 2 realms, now standing at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Upon recognizing the red-clad woman before her, Chu Yao was taken aback and hurriedly knelt in respect. Disciple Chu Yao pays respects to the esteemed Peak Master. Well done. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Ji Yu inquired, nodding gently. Chapter 23. Ascending to true inheritance with grace. Chu Yao was momentarily stunned, barely able to believe her own ears. However, an overwhelming sense of joy soon filled her heart. The disciple of the Peak Master, could that not signify becoming a true disciple? She had transcended from an outer disciple, bypassing the inner circle, and leaped into true discipleship. Disciple Chu Yao pays respects to Master. Chu Yao bowed 3 times in reverence. Failing to embrace such a significant opportunity would be sheer folly. Since you are now my disciple, it would be inappropriate for you to remain at the foot of the mountain. Come live at the peak. Ji Yu smiled and nodded. With Chu Yao's presence, a little nurturing would surely secure a commendable position for Hongluan Peak in the upcoming inter-peak competition a year hence. This time, who would dare to underestimate Hongluan Peak? The thought of the Qingluan Peak Master, who had previously mocked her, filled her with indignation. Yes, Master. Chu Yao obediently replied, though her thoughts were consumed with how to arrange for Yi Ba's situation. Being at the peak, practicing beside the Peak Master while still carrying the potential danger of Yi Ba was quite precarious. Moreover, refusing would be unwise, as the Peak Master, with his profound cultivation and knowledge, would undoubtedly harbor doubts. For now, she could only acquiesce, concealing any hint of discord. Ji Yu gently nodded, then summoned her escape light. Vanishing above the battle hall, the several elders who had accompanied her smiled and nodded at Chu Yao before departing together. After the departure of the senior members of Hongluan Peak, the outer disciples present cast their gazes at Chu Yao. Their expressions transformed. Some were envious, others jealous, and some were sycophantic. Congratulations to Senior Sister Chu for becoming a true disciple. Wishing you smooth cultivation in the future. Senior Sister, do you remember me? I am Wang Yu. We were on a mission together last time. Senior Sister Chu, we had some misunderstandings in the past. Surely you don't hold it against me? The numerous outer disciples eagerly approached, seeking to forge connections with Chu Yao. Chu Yao felt disdainful in her heart. These peers wore 2 faces. Do you have nothing better to do? Disperse. Just as she pondered how to extricate herself, A sharp reprimand echoed from behind the crowd. It was the elder of the battle hall. Under the pressure of the foundation-building cultivator, the crowd, though reluctant, gradually dispersed from the hall. Thank you, Elder Xie and Elder Sun, for coming to my aid. Chu Yao expressed her gratitude to the two elders of the battle hall. Hiki, no need for formalities. You are now the Peak Master's disciple. It would be inappropriate for you to remain in the outer battle hall. From now on, you need not return here, Sun Yu said with a gentle smile. Now that Chu Yao had become a true disciple, it was unbecoming for her to linger in the outer battle hall. Even if they wished to keep her, it would depend on the Peak Master's approval. Chu Yao now represented not only herself, but also the Peak Master's reputation. Thank you, elders, for your support. I shall repay you both when I achieve success in my cultivation, Chu Yao said politely. Although her status had elevated, she still owed respect to the two foundation-building elders. Ah, you're too kind. The two elders beamed with delight. The future achievements of a true disciple were boundless. Forging a good rapport with Chu Yao was indeed a stroke of fortune for them. Upon leaving the battle hall, Chu Yao headed straight back to her residence. Just as she returned to her bamboo cottage, she discovered Qi Hongwei and Yi Ba awaiting her in the courtyard. Congratulations, Senior Sister Chu. On becoming the Peak Master's disciple, Qi Hongwei approached to extend her congratulations. Although previously on equal footing, her mother was an inner gate elder, which had given her confidence in speaking with Chu Yao. Now, with Chu Yao's elevated status, she found herself in a subordinate position, thus her demeanor had softened. Addressing Chu Yao as senior sister, she was also contemplating what arrangements would follow Chu Yao's ascendance to the peak. If Chu Yao intended to take Yi Ba away, she would not permit it. Yes, Chu Yao nodded gently. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, now that I am the Peak Master's disciple, I cannot remain here any longer. Qi Junior Sister, would you please summon Bu Shihua? We four should discuss how to arrange for Yi Ba. It was impossible for her to take Yi Ba to the peak. Although the Peak Master was now her mentor, there was no guarantee that he would not seize Yi Ba upon discovering his uniqueness. After all, for cultivators, the pursuit of immortality and cultivation was the ultimate goal. Everything else was but fleeting. Qi Hongyu hesitated before speaking, testing the waters. Senior Sister Chu, how do you plan to arrange for Yi Ba? Chu Yao frowned, quickly discerning the underlying intention in Qi Hongyue's words. Rather than engage in mutual probing, she got straight to the point. The inner gate comprises foundation-building elders and core alchemists. Yi Ba's identity could easily be exposed if not handled carefully. Therefore, my initial plan is to have Yi Ba reside with one of you two. Qi Hongyue felt a sense of relief. It seemed Chu Yao maintained her rationality. This arrangement would be beneficial for all three of them. Chu Yao could also find opportunities to descend the mountain for cultivation purposes. She nodded and left the bamboo cottage in search of Bu Shihua. After Qi Hongyue's departure, Yi Ba glanced at Chu Yao and instructed, come into the house with me. He had already learned from Qi Hongyue about Chu Yao's new status as a disciple of the Peak Master. For him, this was not entirely unfavorable. Although Chu Yao would temporarily part ways with him, it was not a permanent separation. She would return to cultivate alongside him. Moreover, with her elevated status, she would have access to more cultivation resources, from which he could benefit. Now, he was eager to test whether he could gain experience related to the Sun and Moon's spiritual body. Gio nodded obediently, following Yi Ba inside. She was now entirely compliant with his wishes. Thus, once inside, Yi Ba wasted no time and delved directly into the matter at hand. Moments later, as their cultivation session concluded, no notifications appeared before Yi Ba. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he could not acquire experience related to the Sun and Moon's spiritual body. His hopes had been dashed. Yet, reflecting on it, it made sense. If he could indeed gain the bestowed physical experience from a high-ranking subordinate, it would be utterly outrageous. He could easily seek out lower-ranking outer disciples to quickly establish high-ranking subordinates, bestow upon them the physical traits, and then acquire those traits for himself, thereby enhancing his own innate talent. That would be akin to exploiting a flaw in the system. Senior Sister Chu, I'm back. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Yi Ba and Chu Yao exited the house and opened the formation array to let Qi Hongyue and Bu Shihua in. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Qi Hongyue spoke, Senior Sister Chu, I've already informed Bu Shihua about everything on my way here. After discussing, we think it best for Yi Ba to temporarily stay with me. Chu Yao raised an eyebrow, casting an inquiring glance at Bu Shihua. Indeed, Bu Shihua nodded. I rarely utilize spirit slaves in my cultivation. If I were to suddenly bring Yi Ba back, it might raise suspicions. Also, My location is close to the law enforcement hall, making it inconvenient for you to visit frequently. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao looked questioningly at Qi Hongyue. If I recall correctly, your residence is near the spirit slave hall. Is it convenient for us to cultivate there? Hee, I have many friends among the outer disciples. Most of them are aware of my identity, which is why they come to curry favor with me. Consequently, I frequently have disciples visiting, and we often cultivate together. Thus, if you come over, it won't raise any suspicions, Qi Hongyue responded with a smile. Next to them, Yu Ba raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself how clever Qi Hongyue was. Chapter 24. The order from the Inner Gate Formation Hall for Yi Ba. Both Qi Hongyue and Bu Shenghua were merely his junior subordinates, thus it mattered little to whom he was assigned. After confirming the subsequent arrangements, Chu Yao began to gather her belongings and departed from the bamboo cottage before nightfall, making her way to the peak. Meanwhile, Yi Ba was taken away by Qi Hongyue during the night to her residence within the inner hall of the Spirit Slave Hall. In stark contrast to Chu Yao's modest dwelling, Qi Hongyue's abode exuded opulence. Her cave dwelling was located in a side hall behind the Spirit Slave Hall, constructed entirely of fine blue stone, with exquisite white jade embellishments in certain areas. This is the inner hall of the Spirit Slave Hall, where the elders reside. My status is rather special, so I secured a place here, Qi Hongyue explained, a hint of pride creeping into her voice. The spiritual energy here is far superior to that of the bamboo growth. Yu Ba nodded subtly, acknowledging the advantages of having connections. This was indeed beneficial for him, as it signified an enhancement in his cultivation speed. Upon entering the side hall, several small rooms greeted them. Qi Hongyue guided Yu Ba on a tour, showcasing the talisman-making room, the resting area, and the cultivation chamber. After the tour, she led Yi Ba to the cultivation room. Yi Ba was acutely aware of her intentions. These formidable women invariably sought to reap the benefits. However, to his surprise, Qi Hongyue did not immediately begin her training. Instead, she suddenly broached a topic: junior brother. Chu Yao possesses only average talent. Logically, she should not have awakened her physique through cultivation. Given your close relationship with her, is there more to this? Yu Ba felt a stir within him. Had Qi Hongyue gleaned something? Senior sister, I am merely a spirit slave. Even if Chu Senior Sister harbors secrets, she would not confide in me, he replied, shaking his head. What differentiates her from us? Qi Hongyue pressed on, evidently unwilling to concede so easily. If I were to identify a difference, it may simply be that Chu Senior Sister is more diligent in her cultivation, Yi Ba answered uncertainly. Seeing that Yi Ba was oblivious, Qi Hongyue's disappointment was palpable. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast in her conjecture that Chu Yao's awakening was intimately linked to Yi Ba, likely due to the excessive benefits she had accrued from him. Yi Ba must have secretly cultivated here while we were away. Qi Hongyue mused, her mood lifting at the thought of having more time to train now that Yi Ba was with her. Seated upon the warm jade bed, Qi Hongyue commenced her cultivation with Yi Ba's assistance. Perhaps spurred by Chu Yao's example, Qi Hongyue exhibited an extraordinary diligence that night, practicing until dawn. Only then did she finally cease her efforts, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow. I must attend to some matters at the Spirit Slave Hall shortly. I will activate the outer formation. Should anyone seek me out, you need not concern yourself, she instructed. Understood, Senior Sister. Yi Ba nodded in agreement, watching as Qi Hongyue departed before redirecting his gaze to the notification panel before him. Experience in 9 absolute veins 50. 9 absolute veins 650-1000. Quality, excellent. Water elemental root quality 50. Superior water elemental root 540-1000. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Quality, Sword Spirit Body, Rare Quality. 9 absolute veins 650-1000. Excellent. Cultivation level, Qi refining 4th layer. Qualities, Superior Water Elemental Root, 540-1000. Medium Earth Elemental Root, 9100. Superior Fire Elemental Root. Superior Metal Elemental Root. Medium Wood Elemental Root. Talent, none. Divine Abilities, 5 Elements Formation Heart, 100-1000. Alchemical Skills, 1st Tier Superior. Talisman Crafting, 1st Tier Superior. Formation Skills, 1st Tier Medium, 9100. Cultivation Method, Great Bliss Tao. Spells, none. The experience in 9 absolute veins had exceeded half, and at the current rate, he would likely awaken within a week's time. The progress of the water elemental root was similarly promising. Yi Ba murmured to himself, reflecting on his steadily improving qualifications. He recalled Deng Xiaohan, who had not sought him out again after her initial visit, leaving him with an unsettling sense of uncertainty. Deng Xiaohan, having tasted the advantages, had managed to restrain herself from returning. It was either that she had been delayed by other matters or that she had ulterior motives. The latter seemed more plausible, causing a heavy stone to settle in his heart, poised to crush him at any moment. However, he had informed Chu Yao about Deng Xiaohan the previous day, requesting her assistance in investigating Deng Xiaohan's identity. Knowing her name, Chu Yao should be able to gather information swiftly. Pushing those thoughts aside, Yi Ba settled into a meditative position and consumed a pill before commencing his cultivation. Yet, before long, Qi Hongyue returned, her face marked by evident anger. "Senior Sister, what has transpired?" Yi Ba inquired. "It's those rascals from the Inner Gate Formation Hall. Why did they have to pick you?" Qi Hongyue fumed. She had intended to visit the Spirit Slave Hall to finalize arrangements for Yi Ba, especially with only 2 days remaining before Chu Yao's lease expired. However, to her dismay, Yi Ba had been selected by the disciples of the Inner Gate Formation Hall to assist in maintaining the formations within the peak. Of all the registered spirit slaves in the Spirit Slave Hall, why must it be Yi Ba? Qi Hongyue pondered, wondering if her mother had discovered Yi Ba's exceptional abilities. Her mother was an elder in the Inner Gate Formation Hall, and if she had acted behind the scenes, it certainly could have been possible. But then she shook her head. Given her mother's character, had she known of Yi Ba, she would not resort to such measures, but would have directly inquired of her. Could it truly be mere coincidence? At this moment, uncertainty tinged her heart. "What do you mean, Senior Sister?" Yi Ba asked, perplexed by Qi Hongyue's grievances. She cast him a glance before revealing the details of the Formation Hall's requisition of Yi Ba. A wave of heaviness washed over Yi Ba. The mention of the Formation Hall immediately brought Deng Xiaohan to his mind. She was a formation master and had advanced to the 3rd tier under his guidance. Given her accomplishments in formations, it was quite likely she had affiliations with the Formation Hall. Thus, this situation likely bore some connection to Deng Xiaohan. "Do you know Deng Xiaohan?" Yi Ba inquired after a moment's contemplation. Deng Xiaohan's level of cultivation was far too high for him to establish a subordinate relationship with her in the short term. Should she hold power over him, his situation would become exceedingly precarious. The thought of being turned into a cultivation puppet or something worse was too dreadful to imagine. Although Deng Xiaohan had warned him not to disclose her previous visit to anyone, he could no longer afford to concern himself with that. Chapter 25, Coercion and Compromise. "How do you know Sister Deng?" Qi Hongyue asked, her eyes filled with confusion. Yi Ba felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Qi Hongyue was acquainted with Deng Xiaohan. "Deng Xiaohan approached me a few days ago and requested my assistance with her cultivation," Yi Ba replied solemnly. The remaining implications were unnecessary for him to articulate. Qi Hongyue, not lacking in intelligence, would surely deduce the rest. So Sister Deng is aware of your young physique? Why have you only mentioned it now?" Qi Hongyue's confusion was instantly resolved, and she hurriedly questioned Yi Ba. As a disciple of the Inner Sector Hall, Deng Xiaohan had ample opportunity to transfer Yi Ba away. "She threatened me not to disclose this matter to you," Yi Ba answered calmly. He then inquired, "Sister, who exactly is Deng Xiaohan?" "She is a disciple of my mother," Qi Hongyue replied through clenched teeth, her eyes ablaze with anger. She could hardly fathom that Deng Xiaohan had been undertaking these actions behind her back. Yi Ba's expression shifted as he grasped that Deng Xiaohan must have uncovered his secret through Qi Hongyue. "Sister, if I fall into Deng Xiaohan's hands, I will no longer be able to assist you with your cultivation," Yi Ba warned gravely. "I am well aware of that." Qi Hongyue furrowed her brow, her mind racing for a solution. Observing her deep in thought, occasionally frowning, Yi Ba sighed internally, recognizing that Qi Hongyue might not possess a viable plan. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Sister, since Deng Xiaohan wishes to take me away secretly, she likely does not want this matter to escalate. You merely need to summon her and threaten to inform your mother that you will present me to her. She will surely concede. And then you can take the opportunity to make your demands." Indeed, Qi Hongyue's eyes sparkled with realization. How had she not thought of this sooner? Once her mother learned of Yi Ba's situation, Deng Xiaohan would be powerless. She would undoubtedly yield. "Junior brother, I didn't realize you were quite clever," Qi Hongyue praised, her heavy heart lifting. "Hee, I am not as clever as you, sister," Yi Ba chuckled lightly. "You have quite the sweet tongue," Qi Hongyue teased, playfully tracing her finger along Yi Ba's side. "Rest assured, I will not abandon you." Before Yi Ba could respond, she left his residence. leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. Yi Ba touched his cheek, pondering how he felt Qi Hongyue had a slightly peculiar side. In the inner sect, array hall, Deng Xiaohan was in high spirits, sitting in a chair and gently manipulating a small array disc on the table before her. In just 2 days, she would once again experience the exhilarating sensation of rapid cultivation. Yi Ba is mine alone, Deng Xiaohan murmured to herself. She believed her plan was flawless. Once Yi Ba fell into her grasp, he would never return to the spirit slave hall. Qi Hongyue and the others would never suspect her involvement. Even if Yi Ba revealed his past to Qi Hongyue, she was untroubled. With so many disciples in the sect, how could Qi Hongyue possibly guess her identity? Furthermore, she did not believe Yi Ba would dare offend her. Sister, you truly possess exquisite taste. Is there something joyous occurring? At that moment, someone interrupted her thoughts. Deng Xiaohan turned to see Qi Hongyue approaching, instinctively furrowing her brow. Hee, what brings you here, junior sister? Are you seeking our master? Deng Xiaohan replied with a light laugh. I came specifically to find you, sister. Qi Hongyue met Deng Xiaohan's gaze directly, a mocking expression on her face. Deng Xiaohan felt a surge of foreboding. Maintaining a facade of calm, she asked, "Oh, what brings you to seek me?" Seeing Deng Xiaohan still feigning innocence, Qi Hongyue could barely contain her laughter. She decided to lay her cards on the table. It's naturally about Yi Ba. Are you intending to quietly snatch him away? Deng Xiaohan's perceptive eyes darted, puzzled by how Qi Hongyue had discovered this. A sense of unease settled within her, and she raised her hand to cast a silence array around them. What does junior sister intend to do? I am merely focused on cultivation. You have 2 choices. Either continue to take Yi Ba away, but I will inform our mother, or relinquish your plans to bring Yi Ba into the array hall, and I will allow you to join us. Qi Hongyue extended 2 fingers. She understood that convincing Deng Xiaohan to forego her cultivation opportunity was unlikely, though reluctant. She would have to incorporate Deng Xiaohan into their plan. I cannot agree to either option. To Qi Hongyue's surprise, Deng Xiaohan outright refused. So there's nothing to discuss? Qi Hongyue's expression darkened. Junior sister, you do not think that by hiding Yi Ba away in your respective abodes, it will remain a secret forever, do you? Even if I am not the one to uncover your secret this time, someone else will next time. Deng Xiaohan chuckled, finding Qi Hongyue's naivety amusing. Do you plan to bring every person aware of this matter into your fold? In the end, will you have any opportunity for cultivation? What of it? Qi Hongyue frowned, perplexed by Deng Xiaohan's insinuation. Because I have a superior plan. Deng Xiaohan rose from her chair and approached Qi Hongyue with confidence. What is it? There is a cave on the back mountain where I have set up a concealed array. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to discover it. If we place Yi Ba there, we need not fear anyone finding out. Should anyone wish to cultivate, they can use a small transmission array to reach the cave directly. Qi Hongyue's eyes brightened. This was indeed an excellent plan. She also felt untroubled by the possibility of Deng Xiaohan playing tricks, holding the leverage over her. She was prepared to go down fighting if necessary. This is a splendid plan, she nodded. Moreover, with Yi Ba recruited by the array hall, she need not worry about other disciples renting him away. It was truly a twofold advantage. I'm glad you understand. Seeing Qi Hongyue nod, Deng Xiaohan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the outcome deviated slightly from her original intention, it was not a significant departure. After all, it merely meant a few more individuals joining in the cultivation effort. With this in mind, she inquired about the number of people currently aware of Yi Ba's situation. Qi Hongyue informed her about Chu Yao and Bu Shenghua, adding, Chu Yao awakened a special physique yesterday and has now become a disciple of the Peak Master. A special physique? Deng Xiaohan's gaze sharpened. She had seen Chu Yao that day. As merely a 6th-layer Qi refinement outer disciple, she appeared unremarkable. Yet she had awakened such a physique? Furthermore, she had been accepted as a disciple of the Peak Master. A sense of suspicion arose in her heart. Junior sister, do you know what type of physique Yi Ba possesses? Qi Hongyue shook her head. I am uncertain. Among the various yang physiques recorded in the sect, none resemble Yi Ba's. I have searched numerous texts without finding any match, but it is certain that Yi Ba's physique is of a remarkably high grade. If we seize this opportunity, it is not impossible for us to become powerful cultivators like the Peak Master in the future. Deng Xiaohan's eyes sparkled with a suppressed excitement. Chapter 26. Effort brings reward. In the residence of Qi Hongyue at Lingnu Hall, Yi Ba raised an eyebrow and asked, did Senior Sister agree to Deng Xiaohan's suggestion? There was a hint of helplessness in his heart. He had not anticipated that Qi Hongyue would ultimately agree to Deng Xiaohan's request and allow him to go to the array hall. In truth, he was reluctant to visit the array hall. However, given that Qi Hongyue and he were merely in a primary subordinate relationship, she could not fully comply with his commands. Yet, if it was indeed as Deng Xiaohan had suggested, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. At the very least, he wouldn't need to worry about the peril of his secrets being exposed. He still needed to expedite the elevation of Bu Shanghua and Qi Hongyue to a higher level of subordination. Yi Ba mused to himself. If they were advanced subordinates, such a situation would not have arisen. Qi Hongyue was clearly considering her own interests, while his feelings were secondary. Yes, you must go to the array hall the day after tomorrow. Qi Hongyue nodded gently. Yi Ba understood that the outcome was unchangeable. He took a step forward and grasped Qi Hongyue's hand, saying, Senior Sister, after I go to the array hall, I might not see you for several days. Let me assist you in your cultivation a few more times. He aimed to fully awaken the 9-yin absolute pulse within these 2 days. Thus, he could only trouble Qi Hongyue. You are quite considerate, junior brother, Qi Hongyue smiled. It was the first time she had seen Yi Ba be so proactive. She suspected he understood that only he could save himself. The two entered the training room and soon immersed themselves in their practice. Half a day later, Qi Hongyue furrowed her brow and said, Junior brother, shall we take a break? She was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Senior sister, I'm not tired. Let's continue. Yi Ba insisted, unwilling to pause. Well, then very well. A day later, Qi Hongyue inquired with concern, Junior brother, are you all right? I think we should stop. The benefits of their cultivation had been too plentiful, and an abundance of yang energy brewed within her. The rich spiritual power filled her meridians. If she did not take a moment to patiently refine it, she feared she might burst from the pressure. That would be counterproductive. Yi Ba felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, witnessing Qi Hongyue's cautious demeanor, as if afraid of wasting the benefits, nearly made him laugh. The resources that were inexhaustible to him were treated as treasures by these female cultivators. While Qi Hongyue practiced beside him, he glanced at the panel that appeared before him. Experience for 9-yin Absolute Pulse 150. 9-yin Absolute Pulse 800-1000. Quality, Superb. Water Element Spiritual Root Qualification 150. Upper Grade Water Element Spiritual Root 690-1000. After a day of diligent effort, he had only cultivated 150 times. He still needed to practice 200 more times to awaken the 9-yin Absolute Pulse. With only 1 day left, the normal methods would not suffice. Yi Ba murmured to himself, but I can still consume elixirs to enhance my cultivation results. After a brief rest, Yi Ba approached Qi Hongyue again, eager to assist in her training. Qi Hongyue was puzzled, unsure of what had come over him. Typically, spiritual subordinates would avoid assisting unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing the request for assistance, they would often be frightened or beg for mercy. But Yi Ba, why was he so eager to cultivate? However, when presented with the opportunity for benefits, it was illogical to refuse. Moreover, once Yi Ba arrived at the array hall, Deng Xiaohan would need time to arrange matters, and Qi Hongyue would not immediately have the chance to continue assisting him. This opportunity was not to be missed. If necessary, she could store the excess benefits in a jade vial for later use in alchemy. With this in mind, she did not refuse. She immediately pulled Yi Ba to continue their training. But at that moment, Yi Ba halted and asked, Senior Sister, do you have any elixirs to assist in cultivation? If you could give me a few, the effects would be even better. More elixirs? Qi Hongyue was taken aback. What had caused Yi Ba to become so insistent? Did he fear she would abandon him? Thinking he was overreacting, Qi Hongyue tried to reassure him. Junior brother, you need not exert yourself so much. I would never abandon you. You will just be at the array hall, and Senior Sister Deng will take care of everything. I understand, Senior Sister. Where are the elixirs? Yi Ba nodded, his focus solely on obtaining the elixirs. Qi Hongyue sighed internally. Reluctantly, she produced the elixirs meant to assist in cultivation. Fortunately, she had already experienced the power of Yi Ba's physique, so she wasn't overly concerned about potential issues. Yi Ba snatched the vial and poured the contents into his mouth without hesitation. Wait, junior brother. There are 5 ascension pills in there. Qi Hongyue attempted to stop him, but Yi Ba ignored her entirely and swallowed them all. What did you say, Senior Sister? Yi Ba feigned ignorance, looking at Qi Hongyue. Nothing. Qi Hongyue felt somewhat speechless. Now that he had consumed them, she couldn't possibly ask him to regurgitate them. At this point, it was too late. She glanced at Yi Ba. whose condition was already influenced by the medicinal power, and quickly began to circulate her own techniques to absorb the benefits. Time flew by, and after a substantial period, Qi Hongyue finally ceased her cultivation. She held a large jade vial in her hand, collecting the benefits that could not be immediately assimilated. Yi Ba, looking fatigued, gazed at the panel before him. Experience for 9-in Absolute Pulse 234. 9-in Absolute Pulse 1000. Quality, superb, ready to awaken. Water Element Spiritual Root Qualification 234. Upper Grade Water Element Spiritual Root 924-1000. Though his body was weary and his spirit fatigued, witnessing the experience for the 9-in Absolute Pulse finally reaching its peak filled him with joy. He felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Effort brings reward, Yi Ba murmured. Yet, regrettably, the water element spiritual root still needed a bit more to ascend. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied. However, with Qi Hongyue present, he found it inappropriate to directly activate the 9-in Absolute Pulse. If she discovered it, he would have difficulty explaining himself. It was normal that Chu Yao had not come by in the past 2 days, as she had just become a sect master's disciple and had matters to attend to. But why hadn't Ti Bu Shihua come to find him? Yi Ba pondered. As he was lost in thought, the day had fully dawned. Qi Hongyue awakened from her cultivation state and looked at Yi Ba, saying, "Junior brother, let us go. You must report to the array hall now." "All right, senior sister." Yi Ba followed Qi Hongyue out of the residence and arrived at the enforcement hall. "Junior brother, that line ahead leads to the array hall. You can go on your own now," Qi Hongyue instructed. Given her special status, accompanying Yi Ba would draw unnecessary attention. Chapter 27. Sister Deng, your acting is rather exaggerated. Yi Ba nodded and strode toward the main hall, where a dozen spirit servants were already gathered. Like him, they were to be sent to the array hall for menial tasks. After a brief wait, it seemed the number was sufficient. 2 female disciples from the spirit servants' hall promptly led them toward the array hall at the mountain's peak. "Junior brother, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Are you a friend of Qin Shuang?" inquired a middle-aged spirit servant standing beside Yi Ba, scrutinizing him closely. "Do you know Qin Shuang?" Yi Ba responded, taken aback. He had not been in contact with his former spirit servant friends for half a month since leaving his residence at the foot of the mountain. Before the emergence of Jin Shou, he had shared a camaraderie with those friends, helping each other through hardships. "I do know Qin Shuang, and we were quite close." The middle-aged spirit servant nodded. However, his expression darkened, and he sighed. 10 days ago, Qin Shuang passed away, unable to withstand the trials of the female demon. "Senior sister." Yi Ba furrowed his brow. Although such occurrences were common in the Great Bliss Immortal Sect, this death struck him deeply, as it was a friend he had lost. "Where was he buried?" Yi Ba inquired. "At the 1003rd grave at the foot of the mountain." "I understand." Yi Ba nodded, followed by a prolonged silence. The oppressive atmosphere of this bloodthirsty demon sect sent chills through him. After a moment, they arrived at the array hall and, under the guidance of the disciples, settled into one of the wooden houses behind the hall. Yi Ba felt somewhat uncomfortable, as each wooden house housed 6 or 7 individuals. By the time he entered his wooden house, 5 others had already occupied it. "What is your name, junior brother? Are you new here?" One burly young man among the group asked with a grin. Yi Ba frowned and nodded. He sensed a hint of malice behind the young man's smile. "Brother Wang is asking for your name. Didn't you hear?" Another individual chimed in from behind the burly youth. Yi Ba shot him a glance and replied coolly, "What? Is there a dog barking in the dormitory? What did you say? Seeking death?" The man was momentarily stunned, realizing he had been insulted, and immediately grew furious. Advancing toward Yi Ba, the burly youth squinted slightly, but made no move to intervene. Newcomers often need a lesson. It's good for them to learn, he thought. The man raised his hand and swung a fist toward Yi Ba's face. "Get lost." Yi Ba huffed, an aura of sharp sword intent suddenly erupting from him. The man was taken aback, feeling as if a blade was poised at his brow. He realized that should he continue his advance, that sword would pierce his skull. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his legs trembled. He recognized that Yi Ba was someone he could not afford to provoke. "Brother, it was I who was barking just now. I'm the dog. Please, spare me and don't take it to heart." The man's face turned to a sycophantic grin as he stepped back, increasing the distance. Yi Ba was not surprised. These spirit servants were forbidden from practicing spells. This meant that while they possessed cultivation, they lacked any actual spells. They were merely brimming with spiritual energy, rendered useless. Conflicts were resolved through physical confrontations. as their primary role was to assist in cultivation, rendering spell cultivation unnecessary. His studies in alchemy were merely a means for the Great Bliss Immortal Sect to maximize their utility. Should the alchemy hall require assistance, he too would be conscripted as labor. Thus, even if those spirit servants possessed higher cultivation, Yi Ba, having activated his sword spirit body, felt no fear. A mere display of his sword intent was sufficient to establish his superiority over them. The burly youth, having witnessed Yi Ba's formidable presence, cast him a long look before returning to his bed. He had a knack for discerning the nuances of social dynamics. Having been the dominant figure in this dormitory for years, he understood the importance of not provoking those who were best left alone. Yi Ba was evidently one of those individuals. Amid the fearful gazes of the other dormitory members, Yi Ba casually selected a bed and began to meditate. The night passed in silence. The following morning, they were summoned outside by the female demon from the array hall for a lecture. Did any of the newcomers practice array techniques? Step forward. After exchanging glances, only 4 spirit servants stood up. Yi Ba had achieved a mid-tier proficiency in array techniques, but he had learned it from Deng Xiaohong. Preferring to avoid unnecessary attention, he chose not to step forward. So few. The female demon frowned. She continued, in a moment, a senior sister will come to select personnel. Perform well, and strive to catch her eye. This is your opportunity to continue learning array techniques. With that, she dismissed the spirit servants and began to meditate. What does this mean? Yi Ba asked the burly youth beside him in a low voice. Whenever new people arrive, a senior uncle from the array hall comes to select those with talent in array techniques. If chosen, their status will change significantly. The burly youth replied with a hint of envy in his eyes. Advancing to a high level in array cultivation would enhance their value to the sect, thereby reducing the likelihood of being exploited as spirit servants. It was a chance at survival, albeit one he himself lacked the talent to seize. Yi Ba nodded slightly, understanding the implication. Essentially, they were on the lookout for individuals with skills to better serve the female demons. After a brief wait, 5 disciples from the array hall finally arrived. Upon spotting a familiar figure among them, Yi Ba sighed inwardly. As anticipated, Sister Deng had come. If she found any spirit servants to her liking, she could select a few. One of the array hall disciples addressed Deng Xiaohong with a smile. Although they were all disciples of the array hall, Deng Xiaohong was not only a disciple of Elder Qi but also possessed extraordinary talent, having achieved high-tier proficiency as a second-level array master at a young age. Her status within the array hall far surpassed that of the ordinary disciples. I merely stopped by to take a look. You may select first. Deng Xiaohong declined graciously. Sister Deng, please don't be modest. If you don't select, how can we dare to choose first? Urged another disciple from the array hall. Well, fine then. Deng Xiaohong relented, her heart secretly elated. Feigning indifference, she walked toward the spirit servants and, after scrutinizing the 4 individuals before her, shook her head. Suddenly, she feigned astonishment, stepping beside the burly youth and placing a hand on his shoulder. The youth's heart raced, believing he was about to be chosen. Yi Ba sighed internally, recognizing that some things were simply destined. There was no such thing as luck falling from the heavens. Deng Xiaohong was clearly here for him. In the next moment, she lifted her hand and placed it on Yi Ba's shoulder instead. The burly youth's emotions plummeted, akin to a roller coaster ride, as despair engulfed him. His fists clenched, filled with resentment. Deng Xiaohong feigned surprise again. This one appears to be quite the promising prospect. Yi Ba was speechless, pondering whether Sister Deng truly needed to act so convincingly. Would you like to follow me in studying array techniques? Deng Xiaohong inquired. Disciple Yi Ba pays his respects to the master. Yi Ba is willing to serve the master diligently. Yi Ba's face was suffused with profound astonishment as he knelt down and embraced Deng Xiaohong's fair, elongated leg. Deng Xiaohong's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. How could Yi Ba outshine her in theatrics? Was he truly demeaning himself to such an extent? Surely, he did not intend to jest at her expense? Preposterous. Could he dare to touch the leg of his senior sister? Release her at once. Behind them, a disciple witnessed Yi Ba clinging to Deng Xiaohong's leg and immediately exclaimed in admonition. Deng Xiaohong gently raised her hand, causing Yi Ba to instinctively loosen his grip and rise from the ground. Is this the prowess of foundational cultivation? Yi Ba felt a tremor of realization within. Maintain decorum in public. This shall not happen again. Furthermore, you are merely accompanying me to learn. You are unworthy of being my disciple. Deng Xiaohong remarked coolly. Her implication was clear. In the presence of others, one must be cautious, but once inside, formalities could be set aside. Yi Ba inwardly scoffed at this notion. Externally, however, he feigned compliance, responding with a respectful tone. Behind them, several disciples from the array hall were taken aback. In the past, Deng Xiaohan had always looked down upon these filthy spirit servants. Yet today, she astonishingly chose to accept one for menial tasks. Chapter 28, Senior Sister. Please punish me amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the spirit slaves. Yi Ba followed closely behind Deng Xiaohan as they departed. After a short while, they arrived at a secluded spot behind the array hall. Before them loomed a towering cliff. Deng Xiaohan glanced around before producing a blue token from her bosom and lightly shaking it in front of her. To Yi Ba's astonishment, the once solid cliff began to ripple, ultimately revealing a fissure that unveiled an entirely different scene within. Before him stood a grand stone door, embedded within the cliff, adorned with numerous array symbols that flickered with ethereal light. This is a cave I specially prepared for you. Even a core formation cultivator would not discover it if they did not approach, Deng Xiaohan declared, a hint of pride illuminating her face, causing her ample bosom to sway slightly. This was a combination array she had crafted after advancing to the third tier, composed of multiple third-tier formations that not only offered exceptional concealment, but also served various other purposes. Yi Ba's expression shifted to one of surprise. It turned out this was prepared as a high-level prison for him. Let us enter, Deng Xiaohan beckoned as she stepped forward, once again shaking the blue token before the stone door. With a resounding rumble, the door creaked open. Yi Ba followed her inside. The interior space was remarkably vast, yet what puzzled him was the presence of numerous empty rooms, each marked with a character. For instance, the one before him bore the character for Chu. Noticing Yi Ba's confusion, Deng Xiaohan explained, including myself, there are currently 4 people aware of your situation. These rooms are prepared for them. Once I complete the construction of a small-scale teleportation array, they can come over any time. Yi Ba felt a strange mix of emotions. It was akin to being urged to leave yet fearing capture. Instead of merely leaving, he had become the one underfoot. Deng Xiaohan and the others were the patrons here, each assigned their own private chambers. That will be your quarters, Deng Xiaohan indicated towards the innermost room, marked with the character for Xia. Xia? Could it be Deng Xiaohan herself? He pondered. Was this cave a benefit Deng Xiaohan had constructed for herself? All right, Senior Sister. He could only nod in agreement at Deng Xiaohan's words. She entered her room and sat upon the plush bed, which sank beneath her weight. This is my favorite bed, filled with red rabbit fleece. Come, junior brother, try it. I am certain you will love it too, she smiled, gesturing to the spot beside her. Her lively eyes seemed to harbor other intentions. Indeed, all female tyrants are alike, Yi Ba murmured, sensing Deng Xiaohan's barely contained eagerness to engage in cultivation now that they were alone together. He obediently approached and sat at the edge of the bed. Just as he settled, Deng Xiaohan placed her hand on his shoulder, a sharp aura penetrating his body and immobilizing him. Senior Sister, what is the meaning of this? Yi Ba questioned, bewildered. Did Deng Xiaohan have a penchant for wooden puppets? He struggled to comprehend. You have defied my orders and disclosed my matters to Qi Hongyue. Tell me, how should I punish you? Deng Xiaohan retracted her hand, a cold snort escaping her lips, her expression tinged with playful malice. Yi Ba was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Deng Xiaohan would hold such a grudge. But how did she find out? Did Qi Hongyue tell her? Senior Sister, please punish me. He gazed earnestly into Deng Xiaohan's eyes. Deng Xiaohan was momentarily stunned. What did he mean? He wasn't going to defend himself or provide an explanation. Did he not fear that she might retaliate in anger? Or was this fellow so brazen as to be unconcerned? This left Deng Xiaohan, who had originally intended to toy with him, feeling perplexed and somewhat irritated. Her plan had been to frighten him into revealing the truth, to enjoy the spectacle of him begging for mercy. But now, Yi Ba was inviting her to punish him? Could it be that Yi Ba harbored some peculiar preference? She had heard from other disciples that some spirit slaves derived pleasure from being struck. The harsher the punishment, the more exhilarated they became. Yi Ba's current demeanor suggested that her punishing him would not bring him suffering, but rather reward him. This notion felt utterly bizarre. Are you certain you wish for me to punish you? Deng Xiaohan queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, I have disobeyed your orders, and I willingly accept the punishment. Yi Ba's sincerity only deepened her intrigue. She needed to ascertain the reason behind his audacity. How did you inform Qi Hongyue? Deng Xiaohan inquired sternly. Do not think to deceive me. I will verify with Qi Hongyue afterward. Yi Ba's face contorted in distress. Senior Sister, please punish me. I cannot divulge. Or else Senior Sister Qi will kill me. Do you not fear that I might kill you? Deng Xiaohan's eyes widened, her foundation establishment aura surging forth, overwhelming Yi Ba with pressure that nearly robbed him of breath. Speak. Qi Hongyue dares not lay a finger on you, Deng Xiaohan asserted with unyielding dominance. No. Yi Ba maintained his stance. Do you seek death? Deng Xiaohan was astonished by Yi Ba's resolve. He did not wish to perish. Yet for him, whether he spoke or remained silent amounted to death. Yi Ba gritted his teeth. Tell me, and Qi Hongyue will never know. What do you fear? Deng Xiaohan's frown softened slightly. I could simply keep your secret. She could never truly kill Yi Ba. Really? Yi Ba's eyes brightened. He had been waiting for this assurance. As long as Deng Xiaohan did not confront Qi Hongyue, he could fabricate any excuse. Senior Sister, could you vow a heavenly Tao oath? Do not be excessive. Deng Xiaohan retorted sharply. Once a heavenly Tao oath is made, it must be upheld. Otherwise, one will incur the wrath of the Tao and be unable to progress in cultivation. Yi Ba fell silent, adopting a look of grievance as if to say, if you do not vow, I shall not speak. Deng Xiaohan's curiosity reached its zenith. She was eager to uncover what Yi Ba had disclosed to Qi Hongyue. Issuing a simple confidentiality oath is nothing, she murmured to herself. In a surprising turn of events, she indeed issued a heavenly Tao oath before Yi Ba. Now, can you speak? Deng Xiaohan's face lit up with anticipation as she awaited Yi Ba's response. Yi Ba hesitated for a moment before leaning closer to Deng Xiaohan. Chapter 29. Are you blaming me? After my senior sister left following her cultivation session, Qi's sister arrived as usual, requesting my assistance in her training. Initially, everything proceeded normally. But upon completion, Qi's sister realized the benefits were insufficient, lacking considerably, and thus subjected me to intense interrogation. Faced with such circumstances, I reluctantly disclosed the truth. Under normal conditions, this would not have occurred, but Senior Sister Deng's cultivation was exceedingly high, causing her to absorb too much energy, leaving me unable to recover swiftly. Yi Ba quickly concocted a fabricated explanation. What? Deng Xiaohan's eyes widened. She never anticipated this would be the reason, blaming me for having too high a cultivation and absorbing too much. As realization dawned on her, her cheeks flushed crimson. It was her first time experiencing such advantages. In her excitement, she had inadvertently overdone her training. Reflecting on it now, she acknowledged a lack of self-control at that moment. It wasn't entirely her fault, after all. She had achieved an epiphany during her practice. Internally, Deng Xiaohan found a rationale for her actions, and her expression gradually returned to normal. Then, she shot a fierce glare at Yi Ba. So, you are blaming me? Yi Ba dared not respond, bowing his head. He silently lamented how these female cultivators were so capricious, changing moods faster than flipping a book. They seemed to forget their connections as soon as they got what they wanted. It was often said that time fosters affection, yet not a trace of that remained. He had nearly incurred their wrath. It is an honor to assist my senior sister. Given her formidable cultivation, Yi Ba flattered, not wanting to offend this fierce woman. Humph. As if you dare. Deng Xiaohan shot Yi Ba a disdainful look. Then, with a wave of her hand, she moved the immobilized Yi Ba onto the bed. Is it about to begin? Yi Ba murmured inwardly, realizing Deng Xiaohan's intentions. However, at that moment, he could only move his mouth. Every other part of him, even his fingers, was immobile. This sensation was exceedingly unpleasant. After all his efforts, he was being treated like a mere tool. Anyone in his position would feel indignant. Senior Sister, are you going to punish me? Yi Ba inquired. Punish you? Deng Xiaohan blinked, interrupted just as she was about to act. All she wished was to cultivate. Hadn't she spent half a month preparing for this moment? Punishment? How could this be considered punishment? She seriously suspected Yi Ba had misunderstood her intentions. I merely wish for you to assist me in my cultivation, Deng Xiaohan explained helplessly. Oh, so you're rewarding me. Yi Ba feigned excitement, his eyes gleaming. Deng Xiaohan frowned, sensing something was amiss with Yi Ba's demeanor. Senior Sister, could you please release me? I will wholeheartedly assist in your cultivation. Yi Ba continued. Deng Xiaohan's frown deepened further. What had triggered such behavior in Yi Ba? Had he been tormented by that little girl, Qi Hongyue? She found it perplexing, but as a foundation-building cultivator, she did not require the assistance of a mere qi refining practitioner. She could manage perfectly well on her own. In the next moment, she exhaled a wisp of pink mist. The instant the pink mist entered Yi Ba's nostrils, his consciousness began to dim, his awareness of the outside world waning. Bewitching mist. I thought we were familiar enough. Why are you still wary of me? Yi Ba internally sighed in exasperation. Soon, he completely lost consciousness. When Yi Ba awoke once more, he found himself alone in the cave, devoid of Deng Xiaohan's presence. Sensing the waves of pain emanating from his body, he could only bitterly smile. What had transpired during his unconsciousness? He gazed at the panel that emerged before him. 5 Elements Array Heart Experience 200. 5 Elements Array Heart 3001000. Array Path Experience 200. First Tier Intermediate Array Master 29100 can Breakthrough. Earth Element Spiritual Root Quality 200. Intermediate Earth Element Spiritual Root 29100 can Breakthrough. 200 points. Yi Ba was utterly astonished. He felt compelled to question Deng Xiaohan. Are you even human? She had apparently cultivated vigorously during his unconsciousness. Absorb. The more you absorb, the quicker you shall become my servant. Yi Ba thought darkly. These female cultivators would inevitably regret their actions one day. Breakthrough. Yi Ba silently chanted. In the next moment, a torrent of knowledge regarding array formations flooded into his mind. The once obscure and complex array symbols became comprehensible, easily understood. This state persisted for half an hour before finally subsiding. Concurrently, his sensitivity to the surrounding earth elemental energy sharpened. This was the transformation brought about by the enhancement of his earth spiritual root. The most evident effect of the spiritual root quality improvement was that his cultivation speed would accelerate once again. Currently, aside from his wood elemental spiritual root remaining intermediate, the other 4 elemental roots had all risen to superior quality. According to his estimations, it wouldn't be long before he could break through his current realm again. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a jade vial on the table beside him. Next to the vial lay a voice note. Curiously, he channeled his spiritual power to investigate. Within the vial was a first-tier superior Great Spirit Pill, the Gathering Spirit Pill, brimming with spiritual energy, capable of slightly enhancing cultivation. Deng Xiaohan's voice emanated from within. What peculiar habits! Leaving something behind after the deed. Yi Ba couldn't help but scoff. The effects of the Gathering Spirit Pill far surpassed those of the Enhancement Pill he had concocted. He had long since consumed all the enhancement pills he possessed, and with no opportunity to refine more, this Gathering Spirit Pill was indeed a stroke of good fortune. He opened the vial to discover 3 Gathering Spirit Pills inside. As expected of a foundation-building cultivator, she was extravagantly wealthy. Yi Ba reflected, marveling at how something he once could only dream of was now so easily within his grasp. Without hesitation, Yi Ba sat cross-legged and promptly swallowed 1 Gathering Spirit Pill, channeling his technique to absorb it. As his technique circulated, the medicinal power was gradually assimilated, and the spiritual energy in his dantian visibly surged. Half a day later, a sudden tremor resonated from his dantian. It expanded to double its size. He had successfully broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. 1 Gathering Spirit Pill is equivalent to 2 months of arduous training. Yi Ba murmured, overwhelmed with delight. As long as he had sufficient pills, swiftly enhancing his cultivation no longer seemed an arduous task. His gaze fell upon the remaining 2 Gathering Spirit Pills, and his eyes sparkled with increasing anticipation. Chapter 30. Awakening of the 9 Yin Absolute Pulse, Yin-Yang Transformation. The next morning, as Yi Ba was engrossed in his cultivation, he slowly opened his eyes and beheld Deng Xiaohan, who had appeared before him. You have managed to break through in less than a day. Impressive. Deng Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction. The higher Yi Ba's realm, the greater the benefits she would reap. This was a mutually beneficial process, a delicate balance of needs. However, in the next moment, her gaze shifted mischievously as she leaned closer to Yi Ba and said, Junior brother, I forgot to mention that I infused the spirit gathering pill I gave you with a potent poison. You will need to take the antidote every month, or else your body will rot and perish. Yi Ba was taken aback, but upon closer inspection of Deng Xiaohan's eyes, he quickly comprehended the situation. He was entirely at her mercy, and there was no need for her to poison the pill. It would be far simpler to simply administer the poison directly. This was merely a ploy for her amusement. Senior sister, how could you do this? Yi Ba feigned shock. Incredulity etched across his face. If she wished to play, he would indulge her. This is my punishment for you. Deng Xiaohan winked. If that's the case, I accept. Yi Ba replied resolutely. However, I believe the punishment is insufficient. Senior sister, how many of these poisoned pills do you possess? I want them all. Deng Xiaohan was momentarily stunned, genuinely doubting Yi Ba's mental faculties. After all, who in their right mind would voluntarily consume poison pills? Furthermore, these spirit-gathering pills were not cheap. The 3 she had were remnants from her qi refinement period, now of little use to her in her foundation establishment training. Hence, she had given them to Yi Ba. I don't have many of those poison pills left, and besides, you are already poisoned. There is no need for you to consume more. Deng Xiaohan shook her head. Yi Ba felt a twinge of disappointment. He had initially intended to deceive Deng Xiaohan to acquire more spirit-gathering pills, but evidently, his plan to mislead her had failed. Nevertheless, he had discerned certain aspects of her character, slightly dark and fond of teasing, yet not malicious. Communication with her remained feasible. Senior Sister, do you require my assistance with your cultivation? Yi Ba inquired proactively. Regardless of whether he asked or not, what was meant to happen would occur. Since he could not alter the situation, it was better to adopt a calm mindset and accept it willingly. Hee, you are quite proactive. Deng Xiaohan chuckled, then raised her hand, once again binding Yi Ba, transforming him into a mere tool. She subsequently unleashed a mesmerizing mist, entrancing Yi Ba once more. 7 days later, Yi Ba gazed at the panel before him, a smile gracing his lips. Name, Yi Ba, physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Rare Grade, 9 Absolute Pulse, 1000. Can awaken. Realm, Qi Refinement 5th Layer. Talent, Superior Water Element Spiritual Root, 9241000. Exceptional Earth Element Spiritual Root, Superior Fire Element Spiritual Root, Superior Metal Element Spiritual Root. Medium Wood Element Spiritual Root. Talent, None. Divine Abilities, 5 Elements Array Heart, 1000. Can activate. Alchemical Skills, First Stage Superior, Talisman Crafting, First Stage Superior, Array Technique, Second Stage Inferior, 500-2000. Cultivation Method, Great Extreme Bliss Method, Spells, None. Over the course of these 7 days, he had assisted Deng Xiaohan with her cultivation almost daily. Though exhausting, his gains were equally substantial. Firstly, his Earth Element Spiritual Root had been elevated to an exceptional grade, reaching the current limit possible. Secondly, the experience for the 5 Elements Array Heart Divine Ability had fully accumulated, ready for activation at any moment. Lastly, his Array Technique had also advanced to Second Stage Inferior. Everything was progressing favorably. Deng Xiaohan had just departed, and according to the routine of the past few days, she was not expected to return until evening. Yi Ba mused internally. He intended to seize the opportunity of her absence to awaken his 9 Absolute Pulse physique. From Qi Hongyue's experience, it was evident that the 9 Absolute Pulse physique could expedite cultivation speed. Upon awakening, his cultivation speed would surely accelerate further. Thus, the sooner he awakened, the greater the benefit it would provide. Moreover, this location was fortified by the arrays set by Deng Xiaohan, so he need not fear making noise during his awakening. With this in mind, he hesitated no longer and focused his thoughts. Awakening. Warning. The 9 Absolute Pulse can only awaken in female cultivators. The host's awakening will automatically be corrected to 9 Yang Absolute Pulse. The 9 Yang energy born from the 9 Yang Absolute Pulse is overwhelmingly powerful. Ordinary cultivators would be scorched to the point of having their meridians shattered by the 9 Yang energy upon awakening, but the host, being of the Supreme Yang Immortal Body, is impervious to such effects. Is there such a thing? Yi Ba was stunned. He recalled how Qi Hongyue had appeared, nearly unrecognizable due to the torment of the 9 Absolute Pulse. With the aid of his Yuan Yang, she had finally returned to normal. It seemed she had indeed been affected by the 9 energy. Had he not encountered her, Qi Hongyue would have inevitably succumbed to the 9 Absolute Pulse. The 9 Absolute Pulse was indeed formidable, capable of infusing the released spiritual energy with potent 9 energy, freezing everything in its path. However, low-level Qi refiners could hardly withstand such energy unless they possessed a unique opportunity like Qi Hongyue or had powerful family elders to suppress it daily. Otherwise, awakening the 9 Absolute Pulse would not only be detrimental, but also perilous. Yet for him, this posed no challenge. The 9 Yang Absolute Pulse was merely a younger sibling in the face of his Supreme Yang Immortal Body. It would not affect him in the slightest. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, torrents of heat surged abruptly through his meridians. These currents raced swiftly, imparting a soothing warmth to his channels. His body soon radiated warmth, enveloping him in comfort. Under the onslaught of the warm currents, his meridians expanded, growing thicker and more resilient, allowing for a greater flow of spiritual energy. This transformation persisted for a span of 3 to 4 hours before finally concluding. His meridians had expanded threefold, capable of accommodating a greater volume of spiritual energy. This meant that during his cultivation, with each complete circulation of the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits, he could absorb more spiritual energy from the surroundings. Furthermore, the nine-yang energy did not dissipate, but instead coalesced within his dantian, poised to continue refining his physique and meridians as his cultivation advanced. Simultaneously, his own spiritual energy would carry the distinctive traits of the nine-yang energy, enhancing the potency of the spells he cast. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. He held little interest in augmenting the power of his spells, for he currently did not know a single one. However, the alteration in his meridians would exponentially elevate his cultivation speed. To confirm the extent of this transformation, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation. After several hours, Yi Ba halted his practice, his face alight with joy. His cultivation speed was at least 10 times faster than before. This was attributable to the influence of the nine-yang absolute pulse and the fact that his earth element spiritual root had reached an exceptional grade. The combination of both factors had yielded such remarkable results. As evening approached, Deng Xiaohan returned from her endeavors outside. Yi Ba lay flat on his bed, fully prepared to assist her with her cultivation. Yet, he was perplexed to find that Deng Xiaohan did not immediately seek him out. Instead, she seemed preoccupied with some task outside the house. Yi Ba rose and stepped outside to investigate. He discovered Deng Xiaohan near the mountainside, meticulously arranging several array plates. "What are you doing, Senior Sister?" Yi Ba inquired with curiosity. "Setting up a teleportation array," Deng Xiaohan replied, taking a brief moment to respond. In truth, she had crafted the array plates several days prior, originally intending to delay their use and enjoy Yi Ba's company a little longer. However, Qi Hongyue and the others had been quite urgent, persistently pressing her to proceed, especially Bu Shenghua, who exuded an overpowering aura, witnessing her demeanor. It was evident that if the teleportation array was not arranged properly today, she would not hesitate to turn hostile. Left with no alternative, she hastened to set up the teleportation array. Yi Ba's expression shifted, a glimmer of joy illuminating his heart. He was well aware of the purpose of the teleportation array. Once it was established, Chu Yao and the others would be able to arrive here effortlessly. At that moment, he could continue with his grand ambitions, transforming Qi Hongyue and Bu Shenghua into high-level subordinates. Deng Xiaohan executed her tasks with remarkable proficiency, and in a short while, she completed the arrangement of the teleportation array before her. She inserted spirit stones into the grooves surrounding the array, causing a gentle white glow to emanate from it. Rising to her feet, she nodded in satisfaction. Given her current level of array formation skills, setting up such a short-distance teleportation array was a rather simple feat moreover. To conceal the spatial fluctuations that might occur during the teleportation, she also incorporated a stealth formation into the array. Suddenly, the teleportation array blazed with brilliance. Following a resonating hum, a figure materialized within the array. As the light dissipated, Yi Ba discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was Bu Shenghua. Her countenance remained aloof, and even in the presence of Deng Xiaohan, a foundational cultivator, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable pride. "I wish to practice with Yi Ba for a while. I kindly ask my senior sister to leave," Bu Shenghua stated coolly. Having secured the 9th position in the recent outer sect competition, she had obtained a foundational elixir. Thus, she sought to attempt a breakthrough into foundation establishment. However, despite her commendable talent, she felt uncertain about her chances of success in this endeavor, prompting her to seek Yi Ba's assistance. With his help, she estimated that her chances of successfully breaking through would increase by at least 20%. One should not underestimate this 20% probability. Even some top-tier foundational elixirs could not achieve such an effect. "Very well," Deng Xiaohan replied with a light laugh, displaying an unexpected generosity as she turned to leave. However, once outside the cave, she discreetly produced a copper mirror. Performing a hand gesture towards the mirror, spiritual light danced across its surface, and moments later, the scene within the cave materialized before her eyes. A smile crept across Deng Xiaohan's lips as her curious gaze remained fixed upon the copper mirror. Chapter 31. Bu Shenghua seeks assistance. I am not the medicine king. Within the cave, Yi Ba and Bu Shenghua entered the room designated for her. To their surprise, there was no bed present, however. Bu Shenghua was well prepared and promptly retrieved a large bed from her storage bag. Yi Ba was taken aback. Who would store a bed in a storage bag? "I am here to attempt foundation building," You merely need to assist me in my cultivation, as usual, Bu Shenghua stated plainly. Foundation building. Yi Ba was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that Bu Shenghua would commence her foundation building so soon. Before he could voice his thoughts, she tossed 4 bottles of elixirs into his hands and instructed, "These elixirs are the Ascension Pill, Body Nourishing Pill, Essence Recovery Pill, and Strengthening Pill. You may consume them judiciously when we begin our cultivation." Her meticulous preparations indicated that she was intent on making significant progress. Yi Ba mused within himself, feeling a flicker of excitement at the unfolding scenario. The more fervently Bu Shenghua cultivated, the quicker he could elevate his subordinate status. He wasn't concerned about her intensity. Rather, he feared she might not be intense enough. He opened the elixir bottles and poured their contents directly into his mouth. "Sister, rest assured. I will fully cooperate with you, but you must also put in the effort. The last cultivation session went smoothly, and you need to maintain that momentum," Yi Ba reminded her, unwilling to witness Bu Shenghua's despondent face during cultivation. It truly dampened his spirits. A hint of color blossomed on Bu Shenghua's face. Following Yi Ba's guidance last time, she had immersed herself in her practice and relished the joy of cultivation, resulting in a noticeable increase in her speed. Thus, despite her internal aversion, she was determined to persevere for the sake of successful foundation building. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction and leapt onto the bed, reclining comfortably. "Sister, come forth. There is no need for formality," he declared earnestly. "All right," Bu Shenghua affirmed, taking measured steps towards him. Outside, Deng Xiaohan fixated on the copper mirror in her hands, her excitement nearly spilling over. The thrill of observing another's cultivation was far more exhilarating than engaging in it herself. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Within Bu Shenghua's chamber, the two were immersed in their respective cultivation methods. Yi Ba consumed various supportive elixirs one after another, leaving Deng Xiaohan astounded. Even with a young body constitution, it was challenging to sustain such a pace. Yet, Yi Ba displayed no signs of fatigue. Rather, he seemed to grow more vigorous. Additionally, some of the novel cultivation techniques he employed were entirely unfamiliar to her, brightening her cheeks with a flush of embarrassment as she muttered a silent reprimand for his shamelessness. Junior sister appears aloof, yet her zeal in cultivation surpasses even mine. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Deng Xiaohan mused inwardly. She continued to observe the copper mirror quietly, feeling slightly uncomfortable on her cushion, instinctively shifting her position. Within the cave, Bu Shenghua remained oblivious to her voyeuristic observer. Yet, she had reached a critical moment in her cultivation. Even if she were to discover the intrusion, halting was not an option. She retrieved a jade box from her robes and extracted a verdant elixir, a mid-grade foundation building pill, capable of facilitating her to achieve at least a mid-grade foundation or higher. Foundation building is categorized into 4 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and perfect foundation. The perfect foundation surpasses the other 3. The ultimate quality of a cultivator's foundation is primarily determined by the tier of the foundation building pill. With the mid-grade foundation building pill in her possession, success would guarantee her at least a mid-grade foundation. Though she aspired for a superior pill, the mid-grade pill was the best she could procure given her current capabilities. Aside from the foundation building pill, a cultivator's innate aptitude significantly influences the quality of their foundation. With her high-grade spiritual root, she was limited to achieving a high-grade foundation at most. After a moment's hesitation, Bu Shenghua opened her mouth and swallowed the foundation building pill. The instant it touched her tongue, it dissolved, releasing a surge of medicinal energy that surged towards her dantian. She began to circulate her cultivation technique, attempting to compress the spiritual energy within her dantian in tandem with the pill's potency. The foundation building process essentially involves compressing and liquefying the spiritual energy within the dantian, culminating in the transformation of spiritual energy into spiritual liquid, a qualitative change in quantity. The purer the spiritual liquid, the higher the grade of the foundation achieved. Bu Shenghua focused intently on her dantian, gradually gathering and compressing the spiritual energy. This process was incredibly arduous and unstable. Any lapse in concentration could lead to failure, wasting the precious foundation building pill. Should she wish to attempt foundation building again, she would require another pill. Moreover, as the number of attempts increased, the difficulty of success escalated. Generally speaking, if one could not succeed by the 3rd attempt, they would be effectively barred from foundation building. Suddenly, Bu Shenghua's expression changed, revealing a hint of distress. The spiritual energy within her dantian had become agitated. If this continued, she would surely fail in her foundation-building endeavor. But just then, a warm current surged from her core, instantly entering her dantian, calming the restless spiritual energy. What is this? Bu Shenghua was taken aback. It was Yi Ba. Upon realizing the source of the warmth, she was even more astonished. She had overly estimated Yi Ba's contribution, believing he could enhance her foundation-building probability by 20%. Yet, it seemed she had underestimated him. With Yi Ba's assistance, failure in her foundation building became nearly impossible. The process was seamless. She hardly needed to exert herself. As long as she cultivated normally and absorbed the benefits, her foundation would naturally solidify. As waves of warmth flooded in, the spiritual energy within her dantian liquefied at an astonishing speed, ultimately transforming entirely into spiritual liquid. Boom! In that instant of successful foundation building, a formidable aura erupted from her, sending a wave of invisible spiritual power cascading outward. Crash! The bed in the room shattered under the force. Yi Ba was flung across the space, but before he could hit the ground, an unseen force caught him and gently placed him on the floor. Bu Shenghua had intervened to assist him. At this moment, Bu Shenghua's aura had already retracted. She examined her dantian, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Is this a perfect foundation? The spiritual liquid within her dantian was remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities, indicative of a perfect foundation. She could hardly believe she had achieved perfect foundation building. Even cultivators with top-tier spiritual roots could not attain a perfect foundation after consuming a mid-grade foundation-building pill. Yet, she had done it. Her gaze towards Yi Ba was akin to that of a creature in awe. With Yi Ba by her side, she felt confident that even breaking through to the golden core stage in the future would pose no challenge. Chapter 32. Is this how quickly one achieves foundation establishment? Deng Xiaohan, who had been observing from the shadows, was filled with perplexity. Based on her own experience, the process of foundation establishment typically required at least 2 to 3 days. Moreover, Bu Shenghua's aptitude was inferior to hers, suggesting that she would need even more time. Yet, astonishingly, Bu Shenghua had succeeded in establishing her foundation in less than a day. The rapidity was remarkable. Could it be due to Yi Ba? Perhaps his Yuan Yang could assist in the foundation establishment, elevating the success rate? Deng Xiaohan pondered, startled by her own conjecture. If this were true, Yi Ba's Yuan Yang would be venerated as a divine artifact. For millennia, there had only been a few elixirs capable of enhancing the success rate of foundation establishment, all of which were exceedingly rare and unattainable for ordinary Qi practitioners. However, if Yi Ba could indeed facilitate foundation establishment, the disciples of the Daijia sect would experience an extraordinarily high success rate. Most importantly, such a resource would be inexhaustible. As long as Yi Ba remained alive, it would always be available. Perhaps an opportunity to test this theory would arise. A myriad of peculiar thoughts danced in Deng Xiaohan's lively eyes. At this moment, within the cave, Bu Shenghua gazed at Yi Ba, her emotions a tempest within her. Yi Ba's assistance had been monumental. Without him, she could never have achieved such a flawless foundation establishment. Foundation establishment marks the commencement of one's cultivation journey. It is the bedrock. A solid foundation ensures a far-reaching path ahead and the potential to break through to higher realms. Are you all right? Bu Shenghua approached Yi Ba, her voice a gentle whisper. Yi Ba was momentarily taken aback. It seemed as though Bu Shenghua had suddenly developed a touch of warmth. She resembled an emotionless cultivation machine that had just acquired artificial intelligence. Could it be that her change in demeanor was a result of his recent aid in her foundation establishment? Thankfully, Yi Ba rose from the ground and shook his head. Thank you for your help. Here are some elixirs for cultivation. As compensation, Bu Shenghua offered 2 vials of elixirs to him. Yi Ba accepted them without hesitation. He would certainly not refuse such a generous offering. After all, he had invested considerable effort. This could be regarded as a fair exchange. I still need to consolidate my realm, so I shall not linger here, Bu Shenghua stated, and without awaiting Yi Ba's response, she walked directly toward the teleportation array to depart. Yi Ba shook his head, regardless of Bu Shenghua's change in attitude. It did not alter the fact that she merely regarded him as a tool for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he returned to his quarters to rest. After a busy day, he felt rather fatigued. Today, Bu Shenghua had been more proactive than ever, leading him to lose more than he had anticipated. Atop the Red One Peak, within the hall where the Peak Lord resided, Chu Yao looked back at the spirit servant following her. an expression of resignation upon her face. This was a gift from her master upon her initiation, a spirit-grade Pure Yang spirit body. Had she not encountered Yi Ba prior, she would have been elated. Yet, after experiencing the benefits of Yi Ba's assistance, she found little value in the spirit servant that trailed behind her. Sister Chu, the Peak Lord has gifted me to you. Rest assured, I will wholeheartedly assist you in your cultivation. Bai Long spoke softly, his tone genuine. Upon learning of his assignment to Chu Yao, he felt a surge of joy. Chu Yao was merely a qi refining stage cultivator. Assisting her would require minimal effort, far less than aiding the Peak Lord, that ancient being. After assisting the Peak Lord, he often struggled to walk. Additionally, Chu Yao possessed exceptional beauty, fitting his preferences perfectly. Chu Yao replied softly, though her thoughts were elsewhere. She longed to soar to Yi Ba's side for cultivation immediately. However, for the past few days, she had been attending lectures from her master and had not had the opportunity to leave. It was only yesterday that her master had allowed her to depart. Today, she had just received a teleportation array disc sent by Qi Hongyue. As long as she set up the disc in her residence, she could teleport to Yi Ba. Yet, how to rid herself of the persistent Bai Long was a dilemma. Soon, she devised a plan. Chu Yao returned to her quarters with Bai Long and instructed him to assist her in cultivation. They sat cross-legged opposite each other, engaging in distant cultivation. Moments into their practice, Chu Yao began to feel disdain. Compared to Yi Ba, Bai Long's Pure Yang spirit body felt nearly useless. His assistance paled in comparison to Yi Ba's. Sister Chu, we could actually adopt a different cultivation method, which would enable me to assist you better. Bai Long observed her distant approach to cultivation, feeling somewhat irked. He was eager to experience the pleasures of being close to Chu Yao. No need. Chu Yao replied coolly. Such a worthless spirit body was not worthy of touching her. She was already tolerating Bai Long's presence by not dismissing him outright. Were it not for the fear that a direct rejection would arouse her master's suspicion, she would never have brought Bai Long back. Seeing Chu Yao's cold demeanor, Bai Long felt perplexed. He was aware that Chu Yao had previously been an outer disciple, with no chance to encounter a Pure Yang spirit body like his. Why did she seem so disinterested? Was it possible that Chu Yao had an innate aversion to men? Bai Long speculated inwardly. He had encountered female disciples with such disdain before. After muttering a curse under his breath, he could only patiently continue assisting Chu Yao in her cultivation. Given his status, he had no recourse to compel her to do anything. Half an hour later, Chu Yao ceased her cultivation. She looked at Bai Long and said, "Let us end today's practice here. You may leave now." "This is over already?" Bai Long was taken aback and instinctively questioned. In the past, the female disciples he assisted would strain themselves to absorb as much as possible, often cultivating for 2 to 3 hours. Yet, Chu Yao had only practiced for half an hour before calling it quits. In his perception, her absorption was but a fraction of what other disciples would typically achieve. Bai Long felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he inadvertently offended Chu Yao with his previous remarks, prompting her to conclude their session prematurely? Otherwise, he could not fathom the reason behind her abrupt cessation. "Sister Chu, I can continue. Would you like to practice a bit longer?" Bai Long ventured tentatively, not wishing to offend her. "No need. I am not in the mood to cultivate today." Chu Yao shook her head, thinking, "You should leave." "I am eager to see Yi Ba." Bai Long's anxiety intensified. After hesitating a moment, he finally asked, "Sister Chu, did I do something wrong? I can change." "You have done well. Now you may leave." Chu Yao frowned, perplexed by Bai Long's excessive chatter. "All right then. Sister Chu, if you need to cultivate later, feel free to summon me," Bai Long replied before bowing and exiting. As soon as Bai Long left her quarters, Chu Yao sprang to her feet and activated the array outside her residence. She swiftly arranged the teleportation formation within her room. Once the formation was set, she stepped onto it and activated it. In a flash of white light, Chu Yao's figure disappeared from the array. Chapter 33, Sister, Take It Easy Within the Cave. The teleportation array flickered with light, and soon after, a figure materialized. It was the jubilant Chu Yao, who curiously surveyed her surroundings before her gaze settled on the still, slumbering Yi Ba. "Is he sleeping so soundly?" Chu Yao approached Yi Ba with a hint of puzzlement, only to confirm that he was indeed in a deep, untroubled sleep, not likely to awaken anytime soon. A sense of disappointment washed over her. She had hoped to have Yi Ba assist her with her cultivation. It had been many days since they last trained together, and she missed him dearly. "Let my elder brother sleep. It's all the same," Chu Yao mused inwardly. She then exhaled a mist of enchanting allure. The pink fog enveloped Yi Ba, who immediately responded with rapid breaths. Chu Yao's eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure, and she eagerly began to cultivate. Humph. They are all such flirtatious creatures. Deng Xiaohan, sensing the commotion within the cave, scoffed upon witnessing the scene. Chu Yao and her companions had come one after another, leaving her no time to focus on her own cultivation. I shall assume you are all pent up. This is merely a retaliatory bout of cultivation. I will tolerate you for a few days, but if this continues, I shall have to establish some rules. Deng Xiaohan thought to herself. She had invested considerable effort into creating this cave, and she intended to reap its benefits. In a daze, Yi Ba felt as though he were enveloped in a warm spring, utterly comfortable and at ease. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him, prompting him to instinctively open his eyes. He was greeted by the sight of Chu Yao adjusting her attire. Upon seeing her, Yi Ba felt a surge of joy. Chu Yao was the only one who had formed a high-level allegiance with him. Sister Chu, what were you just doing? Yi Ba inquired, puzzled. I saw you were asleep, so I didn't disturb you and came on my own. Chu Yao replied with a smile, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Ah! Yi Ba exclaimed in astonishment, quickly reconciling himself to the situation. Sister Chu, are you adapting well over at the Peak Master's place? He was more curious about Chu Yao's life as a true disciple. Hee, aside from the inconvenience of not being able to meet you often, everything else is splendid. Chu Yao chuckled. Now, even disciples who surpassed her in cultivation would treat her with utmost respect, while some qi refining disciples fawned over her, which made her feel somewhat nauseous. All of this was due to her master being the Peak Master. In her heart, Chu Yao vowed that one day, she would earn the respect of those around her through her own strength. With her extraordinary sun-moon spirit body, she believed that day would not be far off. She then took out a vial of pills from her robe and handed it to Yi Ba, explaining, this is a boundary-breaking pill. Consuming it during the qi refining stage allows one to easily break through a small realm. However, each person can only take it once in their lifetime. Could this be a gift from the Peak Master to you? Yi Ba asked curiously as he accepted the vial. Yes, but with my sun-moon spirit body, I can easily break through to the 9th layer of qi refining without it, Chu Yao admitted. Yi Ba stored the vial carefully. He had no intention of refusing it. Chu Yao was now his high-level subordinate, and that was precisely how such relationships functioned. Otherwise, what was the purpose of having a subordinate? Sister, well done. If you acquire any other pills in the future, do send them my way. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. Of course, seeing Yi Ba accept her gift filled Chu Yao with immense gratification, akin to the recognition one feels from an elder for their efforts, convincing her that all her actions were worthwhile. This was the state of their high-level allegiance. Everything would be for Yi Ba's benefit, and good things were always on her mind to share with him first. Junior brother, may I ask you for a favor? At that moment, Chu Yao suddenly spoke with a hint of shyness. Yi Ba was puzzled, wondering what she could possibly need from him. He nodded, encouraging her to continue. It is quite inconvenient for me to visit you from my master's abode, making it impossible for me to come daily for your assistance in cultivation. Chu Yao paused, biting her lip. Thus, I wish to take some back with me for alchemical use. Ah, Yi Ba was taken aback. You want to take some to eat and pack away. However, there was no choice. After all, Chu Yao was his high-level subordinate. Her growth meant his growth, and he certainly would indulge her. Sister, please help yourself. Yi Ba replied nonchalantly. Oh, Chu Yao quickly stepped forward. After a brief while, as she prepared to leave, Yi Ba reminded her to inquire about the heart-piercing spell and the spirit slave trial. As long as the heart-piercing spell was affixed to him, he could not find peace. It was a ticking time bomb that needed to be defused sooner rather than later. Deng Xiaohan's eyes widened in disbelief, abruptly cutting off the scene in the bronze mirror. She felt as though her vision had been tainted. Yet, deep down, she yearned to continue watching. I cannot allow this. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her curiosity. Rising from her quarters, she flew towards the array hall, intending to repair a few formations to distract herself. Otherwise, she would find it hard to sleep that night, and even cultivating would be a challenge. Forcing herself to practice might even lead her to the brink of madness. Senior Sister Deng, what about that spirit slave you received a few days ago? Why hasn't he come out? Just then, a female disciple approached and greeted Deng Xiaohan with a smile. I used him to assist with my cultivation yesterday. He is still unable to rise. Deng Xiaohan responded with a smile of her own. The other disciple's expression shifted to one of understanding. This was indeed a benefit of being a disciple of the Array Hall. Spirit slaves requisitioned from the Spirit Slave Hall worked for the Array Hall without the need for paying spirit stones for rental fees. Some disciples of the array hall would seize various opportunities to borrow spirit slaves for their training purposes, while the assistance from Qi refining stage spirit slaves was limited. Their abundance was advantageous. Moreover, another significant reason was that foundation establishment stage spirit slaves were a scarce resource, typically reserved for elders. The inner disciples could only enjoy high-level Qi refining spirit slaves. Correspondingly, the treatment of foundation establishment spirit slaves within the sect was quite high. Anyone who accidentally harmed one could face severe penalties. There was once a prodigy who was punished to face the wall for 100 years for inadvertently killing a foundation establishment spirit slave. After the female disciple departed, Deng Xiaohan's lips curled into a faint smile. This was a ruse she had long devised. No one would suspect a thing. In the future, she could take Yi Ba out for a stroll whenever the opportunity arose, and it would raise no issues. Chapter 34. This is a divine artifact. Lingnu Hall, inner chamber. Qi Hongwei meticulously stirred the pink liquid in front of her. This was a second-tier inferior spirit ink she had concocted using various high-quality spiritual materials. Almost there. Qi Hongwei exhaled softly. At this moment, the pink liquid had fully merged, emanating a faint spiritual glow. She then turned her gaze to the other items on the table, a foxtail brush, second-tier inferior talisman paper, and a focusing incense inserted in the incense burner. After confirming everything was in order, she did not begin drawing immediately. Instead, she lit the focusing incense and sat cross-legged to calm her mind. After a moment, she adjusted her state to its optimum. Approaching the table once more, she dipped the foxtail brush into the spirit ink and swiftly began inscribing the talisman on the paper. The brush moved with a fluid grace. However, at the final stroke, her wrists suddenly trembled, leaving a mark that rivaled the talisman itself. Qi Hongwei did not dwell on it. The success rate for talismans was inherently low, especially since she was attempting to create a second-tier superior one. Failure was to be expected. The second attempt, failure. The third attempt, failure. The 10th attempt, still a failure. The spirit ink in the dish diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Is it still not working? Qi Hongwei sighed, a hint of disappointment creeping into her heart. Every time she reached the final moment, problems inevitably arose. With her current strength, she was still unable to succeed. Just as she was about to give up, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of a hidden compartment beneath the table. Perhaps that could be of use. Qi Hongwei thought to herself. After all, she had nothing to lose. It was worth a try? It would merely result in another failure. Opening the hidden compartment, she retrieved the benefits she had gained from Yi Ba last time. Pouring it into the dish, she mixed it thoroughly. The pink ink was considerably diluted. Qi Hongwei approached this with a mindset of experimentation. Therefore, she did not go through the process of calming her mind again. Grabbing the foxtail brush, she dipped it in the ink and began to draw. As she approached the last stroke, her heart raced. Yet, the anticipated failure did not occur. She had actually succeeded in drawing it. Qi Hongwei stood in disbelief. Although she had accomplished this feat, her heart was filled with incredulity. It truly worked. What a divine artifact this is. Qi Hongwei was astonished, unable to calm her excitement for quite some time. This was an overwhelming challenge to her previous understanding. With her own power, success had seemed impossible. Yet, after incorporating that divine artifact, it had miraculously succeeded. To verify whether it was mere coincidence, she proceeded to draw several more talismans in quick succession. Remarkably, each one was successful without exception. Now, am I also a second-tier superior talisman maker? Qi Hongwei murmured, reluctantly accepting this new reality. Unlike other second-tier superior talisman makers, her success rate had reached an astonishing 100% after utilizing that divine artifact. It is worth noting that second-tier inferior talisman makers only achieved a mere 30% success rate when drawing talismans of the same grade. To attain a 100% success rate, it would require a third-tier inferior talisman maker to inscribe second-tier inferior talismans. If second-tier inferior is feasible, then what about second-tier medium? A bolder idea surfaced in Qi Hongwei's mind. She was eager to experiment. However, she lacked the appropriate talisman paper, and her brush was not of sufficient quality. Thus, she could only suppress this thought for now, waiting until she had all the necessary materials before considering testing it out. Having nearly depleted the divine artifact, it was time to gather more, she thought, glancing at the teleportation array placed in her bedroom. Qi Hongwei stored away the successfully drawn talismans and stepped toward the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, she vanished within the array. In the cave, Yi Ba observed the teleportation array's light illuminate. He wondered which individual would arrive this time. As the glow dissipated, Qi Hongyue's figure materialized within. Name: Qi Hongyue. Realm: 8th layer of Qi refinement. Talent: exceptional water spirit root. Physique: 9 absolute vein. Rare: talisman technique. 2nd tier inferior. Cultivation technique: ancient dragon swallowing method. Spells: intermediate charm technique. Water butterfly technique. Her talisman technique has improved? Yiba was taken aback. This was good news for him, as it meant he could continue to gain experience. Settling down, he thought, time to accelerate. 3 hours later, Qi Hongyue finished her training but did not leave immediately. She continued to collect divine artifacts necessary for her talisman making. Ultimately, Qi Hongyue departed with great satisfaction. Why does everyone come and take so much? Yiba sighed in exasperation. He looked at the panel that appeared before him. Talisman experience 80. 1st tier superior talisman maker, 81,000. Water spirit root qualification 80. Superior water spirit root, 1,000. Can break through. The water spirit root can also break through. Yiba murmured. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to break through immediately. Crack. In his mind, it felt as though shackles were being released, and his thoughts became clearer and more lucid. His sensitivity to the surrounding water's spiritual energy heightened. These were the benefits brought about by the enhancement of his spirit root qualification. Furthermore, his training in various water spells or cultivation techniques would become much smoother. Yiba sat cross-legged, swallowed a spirit-gathering pill, and began to cultivate. Following the enhancement of his qualification, his training speed increased significantly. Coupled with various spiritual pills, he gained tremendous benefits from daily training. At this pace, he would soon break through again. As for the breakthrough pill given to him by Chu Yao, he did not intend to consume it just yet. However, once he reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he could take it then. This way, he could maximize the effectiveness of the pill. After all, the higher the realm, the slower the pace of improvement. Consuming it at the 8th layer of Qi refinement would undoubtedly save him a considerable amount of time. Chapter 35. The Partial Truth of the Spirit Slave Trial. Yiba spent his days immersed in training and assisting the female demon in her cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had slipped by. One day, as he engaged in his usual practice, an unexpected surge of energy emanated from his being, amplifying his aura several-fold. He had finally broken through. Yiba sensed the expansion of his dantian within, his heart soaring with joy. To achieve a breakthrough in just half a month was something he had never dared to imagine before. Yet, he had accomplished it with ease. Had he not dedicated considerable time to aiding the 4 women in their cultivation, he might have advanced even more swiftly. Yiba glanced at his personal status panel. Name: Yiba. Constitution: Supreme Yang Celestial Body, Celestial Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Rare Grade. 9 Yang Absolute Pulse, Marvelous Grade. Realm: Qi Refining Level 6. Talent: Exceptional Water Spirit Root, Exceptional Earth Spirit Root, Superior Fire Spirit Root, Superior Metal Spirit Root. Medium Wood Spirit Root. Gift: None. Divine Ability: 5 Elements Array Heart. Alchemical Skills: 1st Grade Superior. Talisman Crafting: 2nd Grade Inferior. Formation Skills: 2nd Grade Medium. 200-4000. Cultivation Method: Great Extreme Bliss Method. Spells: none. In addition to his cultivation enhancement, he had also reaped numerous other benefits while assisting the 4 women. His talisman crafting skill had advanced to 2nd Grade Inferior, and his formation skills had reached 2nd Grade Medium. Furthermore, he had successfully activated the 5 Elements Array Heart Divine Ability recently. He felt no apprehension about these awakened abilities being discovered by others, as the system had concealed them through some unknown means. Only his innate Supreme Yang Celestial Body might be noticed, and that would only occur when he utilized these divine abilities. However, given his current circumstances, he had no need for the 5 Elements Array Heart ability, for even its use would not allow him to escape the Great Extreme Bliss Sect. Most gratifyingly, he had finally established a preliminary subordination with Deng Xiaohan, alleviating his concerns regarding her ulterior motives toward him. While he was lost in thought, the teleportation array illuminated, and Chu Yao emerged. She had also broken through to Qi Refining Level 9. Her master was currently seeking a foundation establishment pill from the alchemy hall for her. Once she obtained the pill, she would be able to attempt her foundation establishment. Joy was evident on Chu Yao's face as she hastened to Yiba's side. Junior brother, I have gathered some information regarding the spirit slave trial. Yiba's eyes brightened, instantly alert. What is it? He had instructed Chu Yao to inquire about this matter half a month ago, and now, at last, he had received a response. I learned from a Foundation Establishment senior sister that the spirit slave trial is not as simple as it appears, Chu Yao said solemnly, under Yi Ba's attentive gaze. She continued, historically, the majority of participants in the spirit slave trial have been Qi refining period furnace cauldrons, yet their success rate is extremely low. It is predominantly the Foundation Establishment cauldrons who pass the trial, with less than 2 years remaining until the next spirit slave trial. Yi Ba nodded, confident that he could reach Foundation Establishment within that time frame. Moreover, the spirit slave trial assesses through dreams, though the specific evaluation criteria are unclear even to that senior sister. Successfully passing the spirit slave trial allows one to break free from the heart-piercing curse, and ultimately, whether to leave or stay rests with the spirit slave themselves. However, that senior sister concluded with a cryptic remark. Chu Yao's tone grew somber. Yi Ba looked at her in confusion. She said that the moment these spirit slaves enter the sect, their fates and outcomes are already determined. They are mere moths drawn to a flame. Yi Ba's heart sank. Moths to a flame? It seems the spirit slave trial harbors many hidden secrets. Given Chu Yao's current status, she could not inquire further. I understand, Yi Ba replied, gently nodding, though his mood was far from optimistic. Are there any other methods to lift the heart-piercing curse? He inquired. There are 2 ways. One is to break through to the Golden Core stage. Becoming a guest elder of the sect leader will personally lift the heart-piercing curse for them. The second is to achieve great merit within the sect, which would also lead to the curse being lifted, allowing the spirit slave to leave. Chu Yao explained. Before coming, she had already compiled all the information she could gather. Yi Ba's heart grew heavier. The first option was not achievable in the short term, and the second required an element of luck. Neither suited his current situation. He ultimately decided to prioritize participating in the spirit slave trial. However, before that, he needed to uncover what other hidden secrets the trial contained. Since Chu Yao's level was insufficient to acquire further details, he resolved to seek out a higher-ranking female demon. If 2 years were insufficient to win over the female demon, he could wait another 6 years. After all, with his advantages in hand, he felt no urgency. One word, stability. This matter could not be rushed. Haste would lead to mistakes. He then contemplated suitable higher-ranking female demons, ideally selecting from the network of relationships surrounding the 4 women for convenience. The Peak Master was a Golden Core cultivator, not an option. The Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, a possibility. The Elder of the Formation Hall, also a contender. Suddenly, Yi Ba thought of an exceedingly suitable candidate, Qi Hongyue's mother, Qi Lan. Qi Lan was an Elder of the Formation Hall, holding a significantly higher status than a disciple. Additionally, as Qi Hongyue's mother and Deng Xiaoan's master, having the 2 women as allies would undoubtedly simplify his efforts to win Qi Lan over and make her a subordinate. However, before that, he needed to elevate Qi Hongyue to a higher level of subordination. Senior Sister Chu, upon your return, continue to investigate this matter. But do take care of yourself and avoid drawing attention from those with ulterior motives, Yi Ba cautioned. I understand, Chu Yao nodded in agreement. Yet she did not seem inclined to leave immediately. Yi Ba recognized her intent. He promptly led her into the room to assist her in her cultivation. Chu Yao possessed the sun and moon's spiritual body, which offered numerous advantages. Not only could she absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, but she could also adjust her body temperature at will, alternating between warmth and coolness, even managing to be warm on one side and cool on the other without issue. Chapter 36. Gift of Enchantment. The alluring waves of beauty in the inner sanctum of the Spirit Slave Hall. Qi Hongyue gazed upon the second-tier medium-grade talisman she had just meticulously crafted, her face radiating delight. Today, after acquiring a second-tier medium-grade spirit fox brush and a stack of second-tier medium-grade talisman paper, she eagerly commenced her endeavor to forge a second-tier medium-grade thunder talisman. Naturally, the spirit ink she utilized was enriched with essential divine materials. To her astonishment, she succeeded in her undertaking, achieving a flawless success rate. The second-tier medium-grade thunder talisman could inflict harm on cultivators at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, her attempt to create a second-tier medium-grade Yin water talisman resulted in failure, leading her to conclude that talismans of the Yin attribute were beyond her capabilities, with a dismal failure rate of 100%. This was likely linked to the attributes of the divine materials she had used, and it seemed prudent to gather more supplies. With a soft sigh, Qi Hongyue approached the teleportation array within the chamber. As radiant light enveloped her, her figure vanished from sight. Upon her reappearance, she found herself within a cavern. Hearing the commotion, Yi Ba raised his gaze. A flicker of surprise crossed his features as he noted the remarkable advancement in Qi Hongyue's talisman-making skills. Was her talent in this art truly so formidable? Yi Ba was silently astonished. For hours later, Qi Hongyue concluded her training. Simultaneously, a system notification materialized before Yi Ba. Experience in Talisman Crafting 80. Second Tier Lower Grade Talisman Master, 84,000. Advanced Subordinate Relationship established. Hidden Talent of Qi Hongyue Resilient Physique under evaluation. Assessment complete. Talent. Alluring Waves of Beauty bestow. Talent. Alluring Waves of Beauty, Imperial Grade, exclusive to female cultivators. Endows the possessor with innate allure, a supple physique, and a natural enhancement to the potency of any charm-based cultivation. Naturally attuned to water elemental spirit energy, their own spirit energy can ebb and flow like the tide, efficiently absorbing yang energy to transform into personal spiritual power, while also possessing the ability to nurture the spiritual tide. The advanced subordinate relationship had finally been established. Yi Ba raised an eyebrow upon reading the notification. From this moment forth, apart from matters that would lead to Qi Hongyue's certain demise, she would wholly obey his commands. The plan to eliminate Qi Lan could now progress. Moreover, with Qi Hongyue's elevation to advanced subordinate status, she had uncovered a hidden talent, and an imperial grade one at that. It was of the same caliber as Chu Yao's lunar sun physique, underscoring its rarity. Bestow it, Yi Ba resolutely declared in his heart. In the next moment, Qi Hongyue, who was seated in meditation, suddenly felt a surge of cool water flowing from various parts of her body. Initially, she thought it was merely a figment of her imagination. But upon closer introspection, she realized it was indeed a genuine phenomenon. What is happening? Qi Hongyue was taken aback. She quickly turned her focus inward, discovering that this refreshing flow was nourishing her skin, flesh, and meridians. Her skin became more supple, and her muscles exhibited enhanced elasticity. As the flow continued to wash over her, her meridians grew significantly more resilient, capable of accommodating greater levels of spiritual energy. Am I awakening a talent? Feeling the changes within her body, Qi Hongyue was elated. Suddenly, a thought sparked in her mind, recalling the moment when Chu Yao awakened her physique. Given Chu Yao's aptitude, the likelihood of her awakening a physique was minuscule. At that time, Qi Hongyue had suspected Yi Ba's involvement. Now, it appeared her intuition was correct. Her own body was undergoing a similar transformation. Meanwhile, Yi Ba scrutinized Qi Hongyue closely, noting the palpable shift in her aura, which was changing at an observable pace. Merely sitting there, she exuded an enticing charm that stirred within him an irresistible urge to possess her. How domineering! Yi Ba marveled, hastily averting his gaze. After a brief moment, the transformation within Qi Hongyue reached its conclusion. She opened her eyes, her gaze toward Yi Ba reflecting a notable change. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Junior brother, did I awaken my talent because of you?" "Sister, you awakened a talent?" Yi Ba feigned surprise. Although he had established an advanced subordinate relationship with Qi Hongyue, he had no intention of revealing his secrets to her. Firstly, there was no necessity for her to know. Secondly, even with their advanced bond, Qi Hongyue might not necessarily keep his secrets safe. If her life were threatened, she could easily disclose everything. Qi Hongyue scrutinized Yi Ba with a hint of suspicion. She mused, could it be that junior brother truly knows nothing? It made sense, considering he was unaware of his own physique, and it was normal for him to be oblivious to its power. Qi Hongyue found it quite reasonable that Yi Ba was uninformed. Nodding, she explained, I have indeed awakened a talent. However, I am still unclear about its grade and specific effects. I will need to consult the sect's text for confirmation. Congratulations, sister. This must surely be the result of your diligent efforts. Yi Ba responded with a smile. Qi Hongyue felt a blush rise to her cheeks, interpreting Yi Ba's words as playful teasing. Yet, rather than feeling anger, she experienced a quiet joy. Her bashful demeanor captivated Yi Ba's gaze, leaving him utterly enthralled. Junior brother, do you find me beautiful? Qi Hongyue, noticing Yi Ba's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. Beautiful, Yi Ba replied instinctively, his mind consumed by thoughts of her. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Qi Hongyue, his current state far more intense than being ensnared by a charm spell. His heart and mind were entirely bewitched by her presence. Flattered by Yi Ba's compliment, Qi Hongyue felt an even greater surge of delight. Faced with Yi Ba, she surprisingly did not retreat but rather leaned in closer. Yi Ba embraced Qi Hongyue tightly, her body emanating a subtle fragrance that intoxicated him. He was completely immersed in the moment. When Yi Ba finally regained his senses, he discovered that Qi Hongyue had mysteriously departed. My cultivation? Upon examining himself, Yi Ba was astonished to find a significant increase in the spiritual energy within his dantian. Realizing it was the result of Qi Hongyue's talent nurturing the spiritual tide, his cultivation had markedly improved. I must spend more time cultivating alongside Qi Hongyue, Yi Ba resolved. This would surely accelerate his cultivation speed once more. Chapter 37. The importance of sharing good fortune. 3 days later, Qi Hongyue returned to the cave, her face radiant with uncontainable joy. Through her study of ancient texts, she had confirmed her awakened talent, the imperial grade Qianqiao Meigu. Upon receiving this news, she was overwhelmed with excitement, convinced that her ability to activate this talent was entirely due to Yi Ba. The Qianqiao Meigu talent enhances the speed of absorbing yang qi and the conversion of spiritual energy, while also allowing her to channel spiritual tides back to the yang qi donors, providing immense benefits to both parties. Today, she came to the cave to cultivate alongside Yi Ba. With such a remarkable talent, she yearned to be by his side every day. After some time, Yi Ba and Qi Hongyue took a break. During their training, she proactively shared the details of her talent with him. Junior brother, your constitution is exceptionally strong. You can help others awaken their physical or innate talents. Am I really that impressive? Yi Ba feigned surprise. Indeed, your yang qi is of the finest quality. Qi Hongyue nodded. Since it is such a precious resource, it should be shared. Allow me to assist other disciples in their cultivation, Yi Ba suggested. Qi Hongyue instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she remarked, your virtue is truly commendable. I wonder how you plan to proceed. Good resources should not benefit outsiders. I share the closest bond with my senior sister, so let us begin with those nearest to her, Yi Ba smiled. He then spoke in a commanding tone. Senior sister, I wish to aid your mother in her cultivation, but I do not want her to monopolize my assistance. Do you have any good ideas? My mother? Qi Hongyue's eyes widened in astonishment. In the past, she would have immediately rejected such a suggestion from Yi Ba. However, she was now his high-ranking subordinate, instinctively compelled to obey his commands. Lost in thought, she realized her mother was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and a forceful approach would be futile. Moreover, her mother's domineering personality made coercion unwise. Ultimately, the only plan she could conceive was deception. Yet, deception carried its own risks. If her mother discovered any inconsistencies, Yi Ba could be in jeopardy. In that case, should her mother monopolize Yi Ba, it would be difficult for her to gain any benefit. The only plan I can think of involves deceiving my mother, but it carries certain risks. Qi Hongyue responded. Elaborate. Yi Ba furrowed his brow. I can inform my mother about my awakened talent as bait to lure her in. Afterward, I can fabricate a mysterious identity for you to instill fear, preventing her from disclosing the matter. Qi Hongyue laid out her preliminary plan, glancing nervously at Yi Ba as she awaited his response. That's a good start, but it's still not secure enough. Yi Ba nodded. You should have her swear a heavenly oath to keep the secret and not harm me. The heavenly oath. How did I not think of that? Qi Hongyue's face lit up. By swearing the heavenly oath, my mother would be compelled to adhere to it for the sake of her cultivation path. I shall return immediately to arrange this. Make sure the heavenly oath is meticulously crafted. We cannot afford any loopholes. Yi Ba urged. Rest assured, there will be no mistakes. Qi Hongyue affirmed, rising to leave. Yi Ba watched her retreating figure, feeling optimistic about the likelihood of success. For a powerful woman, resisting the allure of such a supreme yang constitution would be exceedingly difficult, especially one capable of awakening latent talents. Shortly after Qi Hongyue departed, Chu Yao appeared from the teleportation array, her expression similarly bright with joy. Today, her master had bestowed upon her a high-grade foundation establishment pill. At last, she could attempt foundation establishment. Without delay, she hurried to Yi Ba, seeking his assistance. Junior brother, can you help me? Chu Yao inquired after explaining her situation. Of course. I shall always stand by you. Senior sister, Yi Ba nodded. With her strength enhanced, Chu Yao would be able to assist him in more endeavors. Thus he was eager to help her. Assisting Chu Yao was tantamount to aiding himself. Thank you. Chu Yao expressed her gratitude as she entered her quarters with Yi Ba. Without unnecessary conversation, she quickly settled into a state of cultivation. Once her condition was optimal and her benefits fully absorbed, she finally consumed the high-grade foundation establishment pill. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, transforming into a warm current that surged into her abdomen, ultimately dispersing its potent medicinal energy throughout her meridians. Converging towards her dantian. Under the influence of the Foundation Establishment pill, the spiritual energy within her dantian began to liquefy. Chu Yao channeled her techniques, using her soul power in conjunction with the pill's effects to forcibly compress the spiritual energy, striving to liquefy it. However, she soon underestimated the challenge of Foundation Establishment. From the very start, she found herself struggling, and as time passed, her difficulties became increasingly apparent. Am I destined to fail? Chu Yao furrowed her brow as the spiritual energy within her dantian threatened to spiral out of control. Yet, just as she was about to give up, a surge of dense spiritual energy flooded into her dantian. This force was even more formidable than the Foundation Establishment pill, swiftly compressing and liquefying the energy with little effort on her part. Everything unfolded effortlessly. Within mere minutes, the liquefaction was complete. Boom. At the moment her dantian's spiritual energy fully liquefied, a powerful aura emanated from her, signifying her successful Foundation Establishment. Perfectly. Chu Yao was overwhelmed with joy. She abruptly embraced Yi Ba and planted a fervent kiss on him, exclaiming, "Thank you, junior brother. You've been an immense help." "There's no need for thanks, senior sister." Yi Ba chuckled, wiping the drool from his face. He too was delighted by her success. After indulging in their affectionate moment for a while, Chu Yao finally regained her composure. After bidding farewell to Yi Ba, she exited the cave, eager to share the good news with her master. Upon returning to her residence, Chu Yao initially intended to see her master directly. However, sensing something amiss, she peered through the array with curiosity. Bai Long had stealthily approached her dwelling, behaving suspiciously as if he were up to something. Frowning, Chu Yao recalled that Bai Long had been lurking around her residence for some time, his actions furtive. Could he have discovered my secret? She pondered, resolved to investigate further. Chapter 38. Qi Hongyue. Mother, this is for your own good inside the array hall's main chamber. Qi Hongyue stood below, gazing up at Qi Lan, who was seated above. Qi Lan was draped in a white gossamer robe, the fabric clinging to her skin in a captivating manner. Golden bells adorned her ankles, chiming melodiously as she casually swung her leg. "Greetings, mother." Qi Hongyue bowed respectfully. Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently?" Qi Lan inquired softly, taking a bite of a purple spiritual fruit from a plate. "Or perhaps you require more spirit stones." She knew her daughter wouldn't seek her out unless something was amiss. Her sudden visit suggested a specific purpose. Qi Hongyue paused, surprised by her mother's unusual concern. Could it be that she believes I'm worth nurturing now that I've resolved the 9 meridian issue? The thought flickered through her mind. Then, glancing at the 2 spirit slaves behind Qi Lan, she said, "Mother, would you mind dismissing them? I have something private to discuss with you." Qi Lan was taken aback, ceasing her consumption of the spiritual fruit. After a profound look at Qi Hongyue, she waved her hand. "Leave us." The 2 spirit slaves bowed their heads and swiftly exited the hall. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Qi Lan inquired calmly. Her suspicion had been confirmed. Yue indeed had something on her mind. "Mother, could you activate an isolation array? This matter is for our ears alone." Qi Hongyue persisted. Qi Lan frowned, unable to discern her daughter's intentions. "This is my residence. No one would dare intrude. Speak plainly. Please, mother, activate the array. I have extraordinary news to share with you." Qi Hongyue's expression was earnest. Seeing that Qi Hongyue was serious, Qi Lan finally relented. She performed a series of hand seals, directing them towards the hall's ceiling. With a hum, runes illuminated the hall's perimeter, enveloping the entire space. "What is so important?" Qi Lan's curiosity had reached its peak. "Before I reveal anything, I need you to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao that you will not divulge what I'm about to say to anyone else." Qi Hongyue was in no rush. Qi Lan's eyes narrowed. "Yue, oaths to the heavenly Tao are not to be taken lightly. Mother, this matter is related to the resolution of my 9 meridian. Are you not curious?" Qi Hongyue baited. Qi Lan hesitated. She was indeed intrigued. She had examined Yue's constitution numerous times, aware of the difficulty in resolving the 9 meridian's effects, which required a substantial amount of pure yang energy. Originally, she believed it to be an impossible feat, estimating that at least a superior grade yang spirit slave would be necessary. However, even with her influence, acquiring such a slave was beyond her reach. After a moment of contemplation, she succumbed to her curiosity and, in front of Qi Hongyue, swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. "I vow not to repeat anything Yue tells me today to any third party." May my path be severed if I break this oath. You may speak now. Thank you for your trust, mother. Shi Hongyue rejoiced inwardly, expressing gratitude before continuing. My 19 meridian was resolved with the assistance of a mysterious benefactor. He possesses a supreme yang constitution, not only resolving my ailment, but also directly aiding me in reaching my current cultivation level. A mysterious benefactor with a supreme yang constitution? Qilong repeated, stunned. It sounded somewhat fantastical. I've come to introduce you to this benefactor. Mother has toiled for my sake for years, remaining at the foundation establishment stage. It pains me to see this. After much pleading, I finally secured this opportunity. Shi Hongyue pressed on, feigning filial piety. Qilong frowned, instinctively suspecting foul play. Why would a mysterious benefactor suddenly approach my daughter and offer assistance? In the world of cultivators, she believed in the principle of reciprocal benefit. Unsolicited kindness always concealed ulterior motives, and Yuer seemed to have been easily deceived, perhaps even bewitched. After a moment of consideration, Qilong probed, "How much do you know about this benefactor?" "He is very kind and approachable, and he works diligently to aid my cultivation," Shi Hongyue replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Does he not want anything from you?" Qilong countered, finding it highly improbable. "I suspect he recognized my hidden potential," Shi Hongyue answered after some deliberation. She had rehearsed various scenarios and prepared answers for Qilong's potential questions. Hidden potential? Qilong was even more puzzled. "Yes," Shi Hongyue affirmed. "My hidden talent is the Emperor-grade 1,000-tide allure physique. With his help, I have awakened it." "An Emperor-grade talent," Qilong exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. The effects of an Emperor-grade talent were comparable to those of a physique, depending on the specific type. "Are you telling the truth?" Qilong swiftly appeared before Shi Hongyue, her face animated with excitement. "Of course. You may examine me yourself if you doubt me," Shi Hongyue declared confidently. Qilong had been contemplating this and immediately placed her hand on Shi Hongyue's shoulder. Several streams of icy spiritual energy probed her meridians, dantian, and sea of consciousness. After a thorough examination lasting over 10 minutes, Qilong finally withdrew her hand, her brow furrowed even deeper. Yuer's body did indeed show signs of talent awakening, and the talent was formidable, likely the 1,000-tide allure physique. However, she found no evidence of mental manipulation within Yuer's sea of consciousness. This meant that Yuer's words were genuine. Of course, it was possible that the other party's methods were too sophisticated for her to detect. "Yuer, did this benefactor ask you to find me?" Qilong inquired gravely. Shi Hongyue shook her head. "No, mother. I begged him to agree. Now that I possess an Emperor-grade talent, my path to immortality will be long. I don't want to be alone, and I don't want to see mother's cultivation stagnate and her beauty fade." Shi Hongyue's tone was sincere, and half of her words came from the heart. Qilong was touched, subconsciously caressing her cheek. Although she was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, her lifespan was limited to 200 years. She had been stuck at this stage for 20 years, with no hope of reaching the core formation stage. Qilong was tempted, but still had reservations. "You said that the benefactor recognized your hidden talent? What did you mean?" "My 1,000-tide allure physique not only enhances my absorption of yang energy, but also accelerates his cultivation," Shi Hongyue explained. Qilong's eyes lit up, and everything suddenly made sense. "Mother, this is an opportunity once secured for you with great difficulty. To convince you, I even brought a sample of that divine substance." Chapter 39, Truly a Divine Artifact. A divine artifact? What divine artifact? Qilong gazed at Shi Hongyue in confusion. Under her scrutiny, Shi Hongyue mysteriously produced a large jade vial from her storage bag. The vial stood half a person tall, adorned with talisman paper to prevent the spiritual energy within from dissipating, which would diminish its effects. A mere glance from her mother would suffice to comprehend its significance. Shi Hongyue reluctantly tore away the talisman, feeling a pang of regret. It had taken her considerable time to collect these. Now, they were of use to her mother. Yet, to fulfill Yuba's instructions, she had no choice but to proceed. She could always toil to gather more later, she mused quietly. Curious. Qilong uncorked the vial and was immediately taken aback by the sight and the familiar scent emanating from within. She recognized the contents instantly, but it was the overwhelming spiritual energy that astonished her. It was far too abundant. If only she could cultivate with this substance every day. Excitement surged within Qilong. With a delicate flick of her wrist, she summoned the jade vial, returning to her side bed to sit cross-legged, instantly beginning to circulate the ancient dragon swallowing technique. Streams of spiritual energy flowed from the vial, entering her body through a narrow opening, absorbed by her meridians, and ultimately converging in her dantian. A copious amount of spiritual energy flooded her dantian, rejuvenating it, as if a parched field had received a gentle rain. Breathing new life into her once dormant energy sea, the previously tranquil dantian began to ripple, and as her cultivation continued, the intensity of these waves grew more pronounced. Thunderous vibrations emanated from her dantian, and amidst this intense tremor, she brushed against the threshold of forming a core. Just as she reached out to grasp it, her dantian fell silent once more. No, Qing Leng gasped instinctively, her eyes widening in disappointment as she looked at the vial. It was empty. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. Though the contents were depleted, the person remained. As long as there was that senior to assist her, she could surely break through to the core formation stage. She leaped down, hastening back to Qi Hongyue. Grasping her mother's arm excitedly, she implored, Quickly take me to see that senior. Does mother believe what I said now? Qi Hongyue blinked. I believe everything you say now. Qi Leng nodded earnestly. Compared to forming a core, nothing else mattered. Regardless of that senior's nature, as long as they could help her break through, it sufficed. Cultivators pursue opportunities and breakthroughs, often willing to serve as subservients. Moreover, the senior mentioned by Yuer had not demanded anything in return. In other words, this was a favor Yuer had procured for her. Why should she not take advantage of it? Although she still harbored some doubts about the senior, she was undeterred by the prospect of advancing to the core formation stage. Mother, I know you're anxious, but I need to confirm the time with that senior. You must wait for me a few days. Qi Hongyue refrained from giving an immediate answer, intending to further entice her mother. Once her mother could no longer hold back, it would be much smoother to discuss other vows of the heavenly path. A few days? Is that so long? Qi Leng frowned, unwilling to wait even a second. She yearned to commence her cultivation immediately. Mother, haste makes waste. Moreover, the senior's time is precious. We cannot simply meet at our convenience. Qi Hongyue cautioned. If we were to offend the senior, it would be disastrous. Qi Leng fell silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and conceding, You make a valid point. I will await your news here. Yuer, do not keep me waiting too long. Rest assured, mother. Qi Hongyue promised. Subsequently, as Qi Leng gazed longingly after her, Qi Hongyue departed the Grand Hall, heading back towards the Spirit Slave Hall at the foot of the mountain. A smile gradually crept across her lips. At this juncture, her plan had largely succeeded. Inside her abode, she activated the teleportation array, arriving within the cave. She recounted her recent actions to Yi Ba. Well done. Yi Ba smiled, his lips curling. Qi Leng had already taken the bait. Now it was time to reel her in. Junior brother, since I performed so admirably, should I not be rewarded? Qi Hongyue leaned closer to Yi Ba. Reward you with what? Yi Ba feigned ignorance. To persuade mother, I have expended considerable resources. Qi Hongyue gazed up at Yi Ba with feigned sorrow. Aha, sister, do as you please. For days later, after Qi Hongyue's repeated urgings, Qi Leng finally returned to Qi Hongyue's residence within the array hall. Upon seeing Qi Leng arrive, Qi Hongyue promptly activated the protective array, isolating the interior from the outside. The disciples within the Grand Hall had already been sent away. Yuer, is there news from the senior? Qi Leng approached, her voice tinged with urgency. I have beseeched the senior for several days, and today they have finally consented. Qi Hongyue nodded. She felt a twinge of disdain for her mother's naivety. For if her mother truly engaged in cultivation, she would not know how to proceed. I am ready. We can depart at any moment. Qi Hongyue grasped Qi Leng's hand, eager to leave the Grand Hall. Yet Qi Leng did not budge and continued. Before I take you to meet the senior, there are matters we need to clarify. Qi Hongyue frowned. Speak. For the past 3 days, she had been tormented by anticipation, nearly losing herself to madness. Now, she could not bear to wait any longer. First, you must not secretly investigate or divulge any information about the senior. Second, you must refrain from taking any actions that could harm the senior. Even the thought of causing harm should not cross your mind. The above points require your solemn oath. No problem. Qi Leng nodded, pledging her oath before Qi Hongyue, articulating it even more rigorously than Qi Hongyue had suggested, seemingly fearful that Qi Hongyue would disapprove and retract her words. Mother, let us depart. Qi Hongyue nodded in satisfaction and led Qi Leng towards her residence. Soon, the two arrived at the Spirit Slave Hall. Qi Leng's heart brimmed with curiosity. Could it be that the senior was from the Spirit Slave Hall? She recalled hearing from a senior uncle that the Spirit Slave Hall possessed some top-tier spirit slaves, though they were not typically revealed. save for critical moments when disciples required their aid for breakthroughs. The two entered Qi Hongyue's quarters, where Qi Hongyue closed the door and activated the external array. She then retrieved the array plate from her storage bag and arranged it on the ground. As a low-tier third-grade array master, Qi Lan instantly recognized it as a short-distance teleportation array, not at the Spirit Slave Hall, or perhaps underground. Qi Lan's curiosity intensified, but having sworn an oath, she could not probe for answers. These questions would have to remain suppressed within her heart. Mother, please step forward. After setting up the teleportation array, Qi Hongyue beckoned Qi Lan to stand upon it with her. In a flash of light, their figures vanished in an instant. Chapter 40. Do not indulge. Where's this? Qi Lan stepped out of the teleportation array and surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in what seemed to be a cave, shrouded by a protective array that rendered her unable to extend her consciousness beyond its confines. Thus, she was unaware of her exact location. Mother, the senior is there. Qi Hongyue pointed towards a room within the cave, marked with the character Qi. This chamber had once belonged to her, but was now temporarily occupied by her mother. Qi Lan followed Qi Hongyue's gesture and noticed Yiba standing at the doorway, his face obscured by a dark mask that concealed his entire visage. Qi Lan refrained from probing with her consciousness, resorting instead to observing him with her naked eyes. Yet, she discerned nothing particularly extraordinary about Yiba. Senior. This is my mother, Qi Lan. Qi Hongyue introduced her. Greetings, Senior. Qi Lan bowed respectfully. Yiba nodded slightly as Qi Lan's information appeared before him. Name, Qi Lan. Physique, Fire Charm King Body, Royal Grade, Incomplete. Realm, Late Foundation Establishment. Talent, Supreme Fire Spiritual Root. Innate abilities, none. Divine powers, none. Array techniques, low grade. Third tier, Cultivation Method, Ancient Dragon Devouring Technique. Spells, Advanced Charm Technique. Forbidden Techniques, Dragon Summoning Technique. Fire Charm King Body. Yiba expressed mild surprise. Qi Lan indeed possessed a unique physique, albeit incomplete. However, her supreme fire spiritual root could provide him with valuable experience to enhance his own spiritual root quality. Mother, remember the heavenly Tao oath you made. Qi Hongyue reminded her in a hushed tone. Qi Lan nodded gently, feeling a flutter of anxiety in her heart. She harbored immense anticipation for the divine artifact that might elevate her to a new realm. My time is limited. We must proceed swiftly. Yiba spoke in a calm tone, then turned and reclined upon the bed behind him. What is happening? Qi Lan queried, perplexed. Any cultivator seeking a divine artifact must take the initiative. Qi Hongyue stated earnestly, adding, after all, the divine artifact will not reveal itself willingly. Qi Lan silently agreed with this notion. Mother, go forth. Cherish this opportunity, and remember not to provoke the senior's displeasure. Qi Hongyue cautioned anxiously. I am doing this for my mother's sake. She has not broken through to the core formation stage for so many years. Without Yiba's assistance, it will likely remain difficult in the future. Qi Hongyue felt no remorse in leading her mother to Yiba, for her actions served both to fulfill Yiba's directive and to benefit her mother. Qi Lan nodded resolutely. In the next moment, she lightly tapped her toes, the golden bells at her ankles jingling as she approached Yiba. The sheer veil slipped from her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone. A fiery pattern adorned her flat abdomen, albeit marred by imperfections that rendered it less than aesthetically pleasing. Qi Lan was no stranger to cultivation, yet this was her first experience before her own daughter. Initially hesitant, she gradually found her rhythm as time passed, excitement swelling within her as the divine artifact manifested. Indeed, a divine artifact. Qi Lan's heart raced with astonishment, for she sensed a resurgence within her once dormant dantian, surging like tumultuous waves, pushing against the boundaries of her dantian and bringing her closer to the bottleneck of core formation. I need more. Qi Lan became utterly consumed by her desire for cultivation, completely disregarding Qi Hongyue, thinking, after all, we are both women, there is nothing amiss in observing. Outside, in the array hall, Deng Xiaohan suddenly furrowed her brow, placing down a formation plate she had been holding. She then retrieved a copper mirror from her storage bag, channeling her energy into it, causing the interior to reveal the scene within the cave. Upon seeing the familiar figure inside, her expression turned grave. Master, she gasped, clenching her teeth in frustration. She could not fathom why Qi Hongyue had brought Qi Lan into the cave. Did she not realize Qi Lan's formidable cultivation? If Qi Lan were to discover Yiba's existence, she would undoubtedly monopolize him. While Qi Lan might share with Qi Hongyue, what about the rest of them? Qi Hongyue was truly infuriating. Deng Xiaohan simmered with anger, rapidly contemplating a solution. However, her eyes widened in confusion as she observed that Qi Lan had not left with Yi Ba, but was instead cultivating within the cave. This was unexpected, surely. There must be some deeper reason behind it. After all, even if Qi Lan were desperate, she should not be so careless with time. Moreover, why was Yi Ba wearing a mask? With her heart filled with questions, Deng Xiaohan resolved to continue observing, determined to uncover the truth behind the situation. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours. Master truly thirsts for knowledge, to remain so engaged for such an extended period. Deng Xiaohan frowned. Little did she know that Qi Lan was on the verge of being overwhelmed with shock, for she had discovered that her incomplete physique was undergoing transformation, gradually being restored. The fiery pattern on her abdomen now appeared to blaze, radiating a rich crimson glow. The fragmented edges of the pattern were slowly extending outward. Once these patterns fully connected, her incomplete physique would be restored. Yet, the sight of her flawed markings brought back unwelcome memories. Once, she had been a genius of her sect, but during an outing, she was deceived by a male cultivator from another sect. Not only did they engage in relations, but she also bore Qi Hongyue as a result. To her dismay, that male cultivator had turned cold, abandoning her to marry a female disciple from another sect. In a bid to ruin her completely, he had caused her physique to become incomplete, severing her path to higher realms. Qi Hongyue bore some resemblance to that man, and whenever Qi Lan laid eyes on her, it triggered memories of that painful past. This was the reason for her fluctuating feelings towards Qi Hongyue, even having neglected her for years. Yet now, it was Qi Hongyue who had afforded her the chance to restore her physique. With that thought, she threw herself into her cultivation with renewed vigor, astonished at the true prowess of the senior before her. Although she herself was at the pinnacle of late foundation establishment, after nearly a day of cultivation, the senior showed no signs of fatigue. It seemed the divine artifacts she had acquired were mere trifles to him, lacking any significance. Enough, Yi Ba suddenly interjected. Though divine artifacts are splendid, one must not overindulge. Chapter 41. A grateful kneel to the senior. Upon hearing Yi Ba's command, Qi Lan instinctively paused. Yet she was reluctant to depart. Such a divine being was worth savoring even in her dreams. Cough, mother, do not lose your composure. Qi Hongyue gently reminded her and signaled with her eyes. Reluctantly, Qi Lan rose, her heart heavy with longing, yet she resolved to return for cultivation in the future. A sense of emptiness enveloped her, yearning to continue her practice and complete her incomplete constitution. Mother, quickly kneel to express gratitude to the senior. Qi Lan was taken aback but quickly regained her senses. She knelt before Yi Ba, her tone earnest. Thank you, senior, for bestowing such grace upon me, which has greatly benefited Qi Lan. You may go. Yi Ba waved his hand lightly, not even glancing at Qi Lan. He understood that benefits should be bestowed gradually to ensnare her completely. Senior, I wonder when I will have the chance to cultivate alongside you again. Qi Lan remained kneeling, gazing up at Yi Ba, who chose to ignore her. Seeing this, Qi Hongyue hurriedly stepped forward to assist Qi Lan. Mother, it is time to leave. I will strive to secure another opportunity for you to cultivate. Qi Lan's heart brimmed with reluctance, yet she had no choice but to depart with Qi Hongyue. After they left, Yi Ba let out a long sigh. Truly, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator's speed was astonishing. Yet, no matter how fast, he, Yi Ba, would remain inexhaustible. A faint smile crept upon his lips. In this situation, he had temporarily secured Qi Hongyue. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, it would be best to establish a rudimentary subordinate relationship before subtly inquiring about the spirit slave trial. He glanced at the automatically generated panel before him. Formation experience 200. Second tier intermediate formation master 800-4000. Fire element spirit root qualification 200. Upper tier fire element spirit root 200-1000. Name Yi Ba. Constitution Pure Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade, Sword Spirit Body, Rare Grade, 9 Yang Absolute Vein, Marvelous Grade. Realm Qi Refining 6th Layer. Qualification Supreme Water Element Spirit Root, Supreme Earth Element Spirit Root, Upper Tier Fire Element Spirit Root, 200-1000. Upper Tier Metal Element Spirit Root. Intermediate Wood Element Spirit Root. Talent None. Divine Power 5 Elements Formation Heart. Alchemical skill, 1st tier upper grade. Talisman crafting, 2nd tier lower grade, 280-4000. Formation technique, 2nd tier intermediate, 800-4000. Cultivation method, Great Ultimate Bliss method. Spell. Nun Yi Ba felt a twinge of disappointment. He had harbored expectations for Qi Lan's fire enchantress body, yet it seemed he could not gain experience from her incomplete constitution. In the formation hall, Deng Xiaohan observed her once feared master, now kneeling before Yi Ba, begging for mercy. The stark contrast filled her with conflicting emotions. This was a far cry from the proud demeanor her master typically displayed. Humph. So, the lofty facade was merely an act. The true master is revealed now. Deng Xiaohan scoffed. After Qi Hongyue and Qi Lan departed, she put away her bronze mirror and pondered deeply. Clearly, Qi Lan was unaware of Yi Ba's true identity and held him in high regard, even performing a kneel of respect. Since Qi Lan was brought by Qi Hongyue, it could only mean that Qi Hongyue deceived her. But what could her motive be? Deng Xiaohan's keen eyes darted as she resolved to investigate the cave personally. Yi Ba, being directly involved, must be privy to some knowledge. With this thought, she hesitated no longer and returned to her cave to activate the teleportation array. As the light of teleportation faded, she found herself within the cave. Deng Xiaohan strode directly toward Yi Ba, who lay comfortably on his bed. Did you enjoy yourself just now, junior brother? Yi Ba was taken aback, startled by her words. Sister, can you see what transpires within the cave? Deng Xiaohan paused, a hint of regret crossing her face. In her excitement, she had let slip too much. Humph, the formations inside and outside this cave were all set by me. It is only natural that I can observe what occurs within to prevent any disturbances, she retorted, unwilling to admit to her eavesdropping. Yi Ba scoffed at this. No one had been intent on disrupting the formation. Deng Xiaohan had merely been watching. He had not expected her to possess such voyeuristic tendencies. Quite reasonable. Yi Ba nodded lightly. Indeed, Deng Xiaohan replied, then continued, why did Qi Lan come here earlier? None of our fixed cultivation group includes her. I require a plausible explanation. Yi Ba had anticipated nearly all possible scenarios before initiating his plan. Thus, he remained unruffled by Deng Xiaohan's inquiries. Responding nonchalantly, Qi Lan discovered that Qi Hongyue was visiting me. To prevent Qi Lan from investigating and alarming too many people, Qi Hongyue had no choice but to bring her here. However, Qi Hongyue is no fool. She presented me as a mysterious senior, and when Qi Lan saw me, it was as though she beheld a deity. Therefore, sister, you need not worry about Qi Lan's high cultivation level leading her to act against us. Deng Xiaohan blinked thoughtfully. Yi Ba's explanation made logical sense. Yet, could her master truly be so easily deceived? It seemed quite plausible. Deng Xiaohan mused, recalling how her master had recently displayed such a subservient demeanor, akin to a beggar awaiting alms. Relieved, she concluded that as long as her own interests were unaffected, all would be well. Moreover, to prevent any accidental encounters, I suggest you wear a mask to conceal your appearance and aura, Yi Ba kindly advised. In truth, he had considered the idea of everyone wearing masks to avoid recognition, thereby averting any uncontrollable troubles. That could work. Deng Xiaohan nodded. Under the premise of mutual benefit, she was willing to heed Yi Ba's counsel. This encapsulated the allure of a rudimentary, subordinate relationship. Of course, Yi Ba would also strive for his own fair share of benefits. Moreover, after successfully securing Qi Lan, a grander plan began to take shape in his mind. Sister, I only possess the most ordinary mask. Could you assist me in acquiring one that conceals not only my appearance and aura but also my cultivation? This way, my identity will be even less likely to be uncovered by Qi Lan. Yi Ba pressed forward, knowing of certain special artifacts that could fulfill these requirements. Chapter 42. Naturally. I shall accommodate her. You certainly have a clever scheme. Deng Xiaohan chuckled lightly, realizing that to obscure Qi Lan's perception would require at least a low-grade, third-tier magical artifact, which is not inexpensive. Since my senior sister is in a difficult position, I shall let it be. Yi Ba shook his head. If Deng Xiaohan is unwilling to assist him, he could always seek help from others. It is not as if he is hanging solely on her tree. Who says I am unwilling? Deng Xiaohan blinked, her smile playful. Yi Ba looked at her in confusion. If you wish for my assistance, how do you intend to repay me? Deng Xiaohan inquired softly, her gaze shifting downward. Senior sister, as you know, aside from one particular talent, I am rather unremarkable in other aspects, Yi Ba replied with a shrug. I can only repay you with my utmost effort in that specialty. Deng Xiaohan's cheeks flushed. Although that was indeed her intention, Yiba's words were rather too explicit. She extended a finger. On top of my original training time, add 1 more hour. No problem. Yiba nodded readily. It's merely assisting in training, a trivial matter. He had plenty of resources. Then, he observed Deng Xiaohan and noted that she showed no intention of departing immediately. Shouldn't she be turning to procure the artifact mask at this moment? Junior brother. I happen to have some time now. Will you accompany me in training for a while? Deng Xiaohan spoke softly. After watching for so long from the outside, she felt a hint of envy. Indeed, female tyrants are all alike. The moment she sees him, she can hardly move. Yiba murmured inwardly. What more could he say? Naturally, he would accommodate her. Senior sister, please make yourself comfortable. Yiba returned to the bed and lay down comfortably, speaking softly. At the summit of Hongwan Peak. In the main hall, Jiyu sat in the high seat, observing Chu Yao below, her eyes revealing a glimmer of joy and satisfaction. I am very pleased that you were able to break through to the foundation establishment stage in just a few days. Without the foundation establishment pill bestowed by the master, I would not have been able to achieve this breakthrough so swiftly. Chu Yao looked up, responding with a light smile, humbly attributing most of the credit to Jiyu. Junior Sister Chu, the pill granted to you by the master is of high quality. May I inquire what grade your foundation establishment is? It must surely be high grade, right? One of Jiyu's second disciples asked, seemingly curious. However, upon hearing this, Jiyu's brow furrowed slightly. The duration taken for foundation establishment typically indicates its grade. Generally, a perfect foundation establishment requires about half a month. A high grade takes around 10 days, a middle grade about 5 days, and a low grade roughly 2 days. Chu Yao took 3 days to successfully establish her foundation, suggesting she is likely of low or middle grade. Jiyu was not surprised by this, given Chu Yao's qualifications. She only possessed a middle grade spiritual root. At most, it would be middle grade foundation establishment. Chu Yao's greatest advantage lies in her imperial grade sun and moon spiritual body. Even if she establishes a low grade foundation, her future achievements will not be diminished. Thus, regardless of the grade of Chu Yao's foundation establishment, Jiyu held no blame towards her. However, her second disciple's seemingly curious inquiry put Chu Yao in a somewhat awkward position. Nevertheless, Jiyu chose not to reprimand her. The cultivation process also necessitates the refinement of one's character. She gazed at Chu Yao, eager to see how she would respond. My foundation establishment grade is rather average. I suppose it cannot compare to the second senior sisters, so let us leave it unmentioned, Chu Yao replied, a hint of difficulty crossing her face. She appeared somewhat self-conscious and reluctant to speak, which only confirmed Sun Yuliang's suspicions. A faint smile surfaced on her face as she continued to inquire. Junior Sister Chu, feel free to share. We are all from the same sect. Even if your foundation establishment is not high, would we mock you? Second Senior Sister. Since the junior sister does not wish to speak, let us not pursue the matter further. A girl standing beside Sun Yuliang interjected softly. Her features were delicate, her figure slender, and beneath her willow-like brows lay a pair of eyes that seemed to carry an endless sorrow. Third Junior Sister, your words are misguided. I am merely concerned for the junior sister. Why should I not inquire? Sun Yuliang cast her a glance, responding coolly. Even when you were discarded, my attitude towards you remained unchanged. Did I ever look down upon you? Qing Leng's gaze darkened, her lips biting down, feeling a stab of pain in her heart. If Sun Yuliang truly held her in esteem, why would she constantly mention her status as a waste? Hadn't she suffered enough? Never mind. It is not the first time second senior sister has spoken thus. Qing Leng lowered her head, unwilling to continue the conversation. She understood her second senior sister's disposition. Arguing further would yield no fruitful outcome. Second senior sister, do you truly wish to know my foundation establishment grade? Just then, Chu Yao spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Of course, as your senior sister, I must care for each junior sister, Sun Yuliang declared earnestly. She could hardly contain her eagerness to hear Chu Yao divulge her foundation establishment grade. At that moment, she would seize the opportunity to proclaim her own high-grade foundation establishment, undoubtedly leading the master to realize that she was the true inheritor of his teachings. Chu Yao's qualifications were simply unworthy. Well then, Chu Yao hesitated, biting her lip, before continuing after a pause of 3 or 4 seconds. Actually, I have achieved perfect foundation establishment. Junior sister can achieve perfect foundation establishment. Sun Yuliang's voice suddenly soared, her shock evident as she stared at Chu Yao, almost doubting her own hearing. How could Chu Yao, with only a middle-grade spiritual root, achieve perfect foundation establishment? Junior sister, are you aware of what you are saying? The master is present. If you are lying, it would be deceiving your teacher. Sun Yuliang's tone turned grave. Chu Yao's heart coldly scoffed. Though her time under Ji Yu had been brief, she had discerned the nature of her second senior sister through observation. Her intention was clearly to embarrass her. Such petty tricks were not lost on her. She had mingled with all sorts of people over the years. Today, she would turn the tables, hoping to teach Sun Yuliang a lesson. Otherwise, she might think of herself as easy to manipulate. Second senior sister, the master is here. I would never speak carelessly. Would you prefer I did not achieve perfect foundation establishment? Chu Yao retorted, feigning innocence. This. Sun Yuliang was taken aback by Chu Yao's question but quickly regained her composure, countering. I certainly hope you can achieve perfect foundation establishment. I just find this matter a bit exaggerated. Yet, as she spoke, her imposing aura noticeably diminished. Since you have achieved perfect foundation establishment, why did you not mention it earlier? Sun Yuliang pressed, puzzled. This was something she could not fathom. If she had achieved perfect foundation establishment, why would she keep it under wraps? If it were her, she would have eagerly proclaimed it without waiting for the master or anyone else to inquire. Chapter 43. Regrets arise from silence. I prefer not to mention this in front of my senior sisters, as I do not wish for them to think I am deliberately boasting, Chu Yao explained. She nearly expressed outright that her intention was to spare them any embarrassment. However, the second senior sister's concern compelled her to speak up. Surely, the two senior sisters wouldn't perceive my words as a display of self-importance, would they? Chu Yao blinked innocently. Sun Yuliang seethed with frustration, yet refrained from voicing her displeasure, as it was she who had persistently inquired. Of course not. Qing Leng chuckled, expressing her happiness for her junior sister, as she held a favorable impression of her. Thank you, senior sister. Chu Yao replied with a smile. At that moment, Ji Yu rose gracefully and floated to Chu Yao's side. Stay still, she softly instructed, placing her hand on Chu Yao's shoulder. Moments later, a radiant smile graced her face as she withdrew her hand. She had personally confirmed that Chu Yao had indeed achieved perfect foundational cultivation, a momentous occasion. Could it be due to the sun and moon spiritual body? Ji Yu speculated, unable to think of any other reason. It was her first encounter with the sun and moon's spiritual body, and thus it was natural that she remained unaware of some of its hidden abilities. Excellent. Truly excellent. Ji Yu nodded in satisfaction. She then produced a storage bracelet from her robe and offered it to Chu Yao. This is a gift for your foundational achievement. Thank you for your generous gift, master. Chu Yao quickly bowed in gratitude. Though you have broken through to the foundational stage, do not become complacent in your cultivation. Indeed, you must work even harder. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, feel free to ask me. Ji Yu advised. The teachings of master shall be etched in my heart. Chu Yao responded respectfully. Upon hearing Ji Yu's words, Sun Yuliang felt a pang of jealousy rising within her. Yet she dared not express it, especially with Ji Yu in such high spirits. Junior sister, congratulations on your foundational breakthrough. This is a magical artifact I stumbled upon some time ago. Take it for self-defense, Qing Leng said, approaching with a smile while presenting a pink shield. Sensing the subtle spiritual pressure emanating from it, Chu Yao recognized its value and accepted it without hesitation. Thank you for your precious gift, senior sister. She expressed her gratitude. Then, she turned her gaze towards Sun Yuliang, thinking that since the third senior sister had given a gift, the second senior sister might do the same. Noticing Chu Yao's expectant look, Sun Yuliang, despite her reluctance, retrieved a golden page from her storage bag and approached Chu Yao. This is a secret technique I obtained in a hidden realm. Consider it a gift for you, junior sister, she said, forcing a smile. Having possessed this golden page for over a decade without any success in cultivating its secrets, she thought that perhaps Chu Yao would face the same fate. Considering it akin to discarding refuse, Chu Yao accepted the golden page with thanks. Your elder sister is currently in seclusion on the back mountain, attempting to break through to the core formation stage. She would be overjoyed to hear of your success in foundational cultivation, Ji Yu casually remarked. Pride evident on her face when discussing her eldest disciple. Chu Yao nodded in agreement, smiling as she said, elder sister will surely succeed in forming her core. She had heard of her eldest sister's exceptional talent, having achieved the later stages of foundational cultivation in merely a decade. And now she was in seclusion, striving for core formation. Indeed, with Qing Er's talent, it should pose no difficulty, Ji Yu affirmed with a sense of reassurance. She then turned her attention to the three girls, gently reminding them, "You three are fellow disciples. Remember to support one another and cultivate good relations." Sun Yunyang felt a jolt of realization, recognizing Ji Yu's admonition directed at her. She quickly replied, "I shall heed Master's teachings." Chu Yao and the other two echoed in agreement. Ji Yu then shared some important considerations regarding cultivation. By the time Chu Yao exited the main hall of the Peak Master, dusk had settled in. The luminous moon hung high in the sky. And as Chu Yao walked along the path, streams of moonlight entered her body, enhancing her constitution and gradually elevating her cultivation. This phenomenon occurred daily, allowing her to swiftly advance to the foundational stage. As she made her way to her dwelling, intending to cultivate with Yi Ba, she noticed Bai Long lurking suspiciously near her residence. Chu Yao instinctively frowned, for this was not the first time she had observed his peculiar behavior. She had also learned from others that Bai Long had inquired about her affairs at the outer gate, clearly investigating her. After a moment of contemplation, she stepped quietly behind Bai Long junior brother. "Are you waiting for me so late?" Chu Yao softly inquired. Startled by her sudden appearance, Bai Long turned to face her, quickly masking his surprise with a smile. "I heard that Senior Sister has broken through to the foundational stage and needs to stabilize her realm. I came to offer my assistance in your cultivation. Please do not take offense. How could I be displeased with such concern for my cultivation, junior brother?" Chu Yao gently blinked and then activated the formation at her residence, inviting Bai Long inside. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Bai Long entered Chu Yao's abode. His intention was indeed to assist in her cultivation, but he also had ulterior motives. Sun Yunyang had provided him with a substantial amount of spirit stones to investigate Chu Yao's activities and report back to Sun Yunyan. However, as he seldom encountered her, he resorted to loitering nearby to gather information, prepared for the possibility of being discovered. Should Chu Yao find him out, he would claim he had come of his own accord to assist her. In truth, events unfolded as he had anticipated. Chu Yao kindly welcomed him into her home. "Junior brother, I am now a foundational cultivator. With your Qi refinement level 9 cultivation, your assistance may be limited. Here, take these ascension pills," Chu Yao said. Presenting a bottle of elixirs to Bai Long familiar with such pills, Bai Long did not hesitate to swallow 3 of them. "Not enough." Chu Yao shook her head. Bai Long's expression faltered. Was 3 not sufficient? His record was merely 4, and consuming more could jeopardize his fundamental strength, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. "Senior Sister, perhaps we should cultivate first? If the results are unsatisfactory, I can take other ascension pills afterward," Bai Long suggested tentatively. "Listen well, junior brother," Chu Yao replied, still shaking her head. As her foundational aura radiated from her, it weighed heavily upon Bai Long, leaving him breathless. Chapter 44. Unasked. The White Dragon confesses upon witnessing the suddenly assertive demeanor of Chu Yao. The White Dragon's heart quivered. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Could it be that Senior Sister Chu had uncovered his secret? Feeling somewhat guilty, he contemplated this unsettling thought. Anxiously, he consumed another ascension pill. "Junior brother, do eat up," Chu Yao urged. Wasn't he supposed to assist her in her cultivation? Thus, she would oblige him. A thorough session of cultivation would suffice, saving her from further interruptions while she trained with brother Yi Ba, which had become rather bothersome. The White Dragon's legs trembled. It seemed Chu Yao intended to push him to his limits. Surely she must know of his dealings with Sun Yunyang, for such sudden behavior was unfathomable otherwise. 10 ascension pills at once. What spirit slave could endure such a challenge? He could not believe that Chu Yao was unaware of this. She was deliberately making it difficult for him, perhaps even wishing for his demise. Given Chu Yao's status, even if she were to eliminate him, the Peak Master would likely remain silent. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his fear intensified. He had labored diligently to reach his current level of cultivation, and he did not wish for it all to end in such a manner. Thud! His legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to his knees. Chi Yu was taken aback. What was the matter with the White Dragon? Was he truly so frightened by merely 10 ascension pills? He could hardly stand in battle. One ought to note that brother Yi Ba consumed such pills as if they were mere candies. The White Dragon was indeed a pitiful creature. "Please, Senior Sister, spare me. I shall perish if I consume 10 ascension pills," he pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Before Chu Yao could respond, he continued. "It was Sun Yunyang who compelled me to do this. She ordered me to observe you daily and report your activities. Should I fail to comply, she would find a way to make my life difficult." His voice quavered, and tears began to well in his eyes. In a bid to invoke sympathy, he deliberately concealed the matter of the spirit stone transaction. As he spoke, he leaned forward, attempting to grasp Chu Yao's leg. Frowning, Chu Yao took a step back. The white dragon was unworthy of touching her. "You have been coming around so frequently these past few days because of Sun Yunyang?" she inquired, astonished that he had divulged everything without her even asking. No wonder he had been lurking near her residence. He had been observing her under Sun Yunyang's instruction. Clearly, her second senior sister did not trust her. Was she afraid of losing favor in front of their master? In an instant, Chu Yao's thoughts raced. "When did she approach you?" Chu Yao asked. "On the very first day I was assigned to you by the Peak Master. Sun Yunyang sought me out." The white dragon replied in a hushed tone, too frightened to meet her gaze, fearing his anxiousness would betray him. "Ah, my dear senior sister is truly concerned for me." Chu Yao chuckled lightly. "What did junior brother White say to her?" "I merely mentioned some of your daily activities to Sun Yunyang. I did not disclose any secrets." He hastily defended himself. "I implore you, senior sister, to let me off this time. I shall wholeheartedly obey your commands henceforth." He hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Nevertheless, some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. Chu Yao gently shook her head, based on Sun Yunyang's conduct in front of their master today. She likely remained oblivious to Chu Yao's secrets. Otherwise, she would not have swallowed her pride after being outmaneuvered. Raising her hand, she cast a few spells upon the white dragon, rendering him completely immobile. Yi Ba was the root from which she could continue to grow stronger. She would not allow any seedlings of exposure to her secrets to sprout. Should they do so, they must be eradicated. In the midst of the fearful and pleading gaze of the white dragon, Chu Yao forced all the ascension pills into his mouth, then settled down to commence her own cultivation. To kill the white dragon outright would be too conspicuous, necessitating an explanation to their master afterward. However, if he were to be accidentally drained during her practice, she could later explain the situation to their master without much concern. It was not uncommon for cultivators to drain spirit slaves during their training without attracting undue attention. As for her second senior sister, she could continue to simmer in jealousy. With her talent, surpassing Sun Yumei was merely a matter of time. In the despairing gaze of the white dragon, his yang energy rapidly dissipated until it was entirely consumed. Next, his vital essence followed suit. By the dawn of the next day, the white dragon had been reduced to a lifeless husk. Chu Yao rose calmly, placing the corpse into her storage bag before proceeding to the teleportation array. A flash of light enveloped her, and when Chu Yao reappeared, she found herself within a cave. Upon laying eyes on Yi Ba, a visible joy brightened her face. At last, she could resume her cultivation with him in peace. Eagerly, she approached Yi Ba, requesting his assistance in her training. Yi Ba was somewhat surprised. Why was Chu Yao particularly enthusiastic about her cultivation today? What had spurred this change? After they finished their training, Yi Ba curiously inquired about the events that had transpired with Chu Yao over the past few days. The white dragon had it coming. He murmured to himself. If he were in the white dragon's position, he would have cultivated diligently. There would be no need to assist a female demon in her training, nor to worry about being drained. What a delightful situation that would be. Alas, the white dragon had failed to appreciate such an opportunity. Senior Sister Chu, you mentioned that your third senior sister was once a genius? What do you mean by that? Yi Ba inquired, intrigued by the mention of her second senior sister. Qing Leng. It is said that she once possessed an exceptionally strong talent, with a cultivation speed unmatched among Master's disciples. However, during an outing, she fell victim to a covert attack, and her progress has stagnated in the mid-foundation stage for 5 years now. Chu Yao reflected before responding. A hidden genius? Yi Ba nodded thoughtfully. The recent incident with Qi Lan had sparked an idea in him. Though his cultivation was low, he possessed something that could drive female demons to madness. The allure of those who had long been stagnant or whose talents had been thwarted was immense. Just like Qi Lan, who had sworn a celestial vow just to cultivate alongside him. After a single session, she had become utterly dependent on him, even begging for his assistance. In Yi Ba's eyes, Chu Yao's senior sister, Qin Lan, was likely in a similar predicament. A former genius, now fallen. How could she let slip the opportunity to return to the heights? Senior sister, when you return, build a good rapport with Qin Lan. I wish to learn more about her. Yi Ba instructed. Chu Yao, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Understood, junior brother. Also, next time you come, remember to bring a magical mask to conceal your aura and appearance. Newcomers have recently arrived, and I wish to keep your identities hidden, Yi Ba cautioned. Newcomers? Who are they? Chu Yao asked with curiosity. There's no need for you to know for now. Yi Ba replied indifferently, offering no further explanation. His initial thought was to have all the female demons wear masks. In this way, without recognizing one another, they could avoid a great deal of trouble. The junior brother surely had grander schemes in mind. Chu Yao mused internally. At that moment, she produced a storage bag from her robes and handed it to Yi Ba. Junior brother, this contains some cultivation resources. Take them and make good use of them. Very well, senior sister, you have done well, Yi Ba remarked, opening the storage bag for a glance and nodding in satisfaction. Would you like a reward for your efforts? Indeed. Chu Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 45, The Supreme Sword Body, Sword Qi Soaring to the Heavens. 3 days later. After assisting Bu Shenghua with her cultivation, Yi Ba gazed at the panel that appeared before him. Advanced subordinate relationship established. Bu Shenghua's hidden talent physique identification in progress. Identification complete. Physique, supreme sword body, grant permission? It was worth all my efforts. Upon seeing the prompt, Yi Ba let out a sigh of relief. To establish an advanced subordinate relationship with Bu Shenghua, he had invested the most time in her. Now, only Deng Xiaohan among the 4 women remained without such a bond. This was largely due to her being a foundation establishment cultivator from the start, creating a significant gap in their realms, which hindered progress. However, this situation would not persist for long. Deng Xiaohan was already a foundation establishment cultivator, and as one's cultivation level increases, breakthroughs become slower. He would eventually catch up. Supreme Sword Body, Sacred Grade, a corporeal manifestation of the sword path's principles, allowing the practitioner to gradually grasp the essence of swordsmanship, disregarding realm constraints. One sword shatters myriad laws. To think it is of sacred grade. Yi Ba was astonished. It is worth noting that both Chu Yao's Sun and Moon Spirit Body and Qi Hongyue's Thousand-Tide Charming Bone were merely of imperial grade. Bu Shenghua had surpassed imperial grade, reaching sacred grade. This quality is only 2 grades below his own Supreme Yang Immortal Body. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. The stronger Bu Shenghua became, the more secure he felt. This is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Grant permission, Yi Ba silently resolved. Meanwhile, not long after returning to her residence, Bu Shenghua's expression suddenly changed. A fierce sword qi emerged within her. This sword qi was overwhelmingly aggressive, exuding an aura of invincibility. Boom. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from above the law enforcement hall. Stepping outside her residence, Bu Shenghua looked up. She beheld a colossal white vortex in the previously empty sky. Numerous streams of air swirled within it like a grinding wheel. At its center, something seemed to be gestating, with an object striving to break free. Bu Shenghua furrowed her brow. She felt a faint connection to the phenomenon above, connecting it with the inexplicable sword qi that had just emerged within her. She realized that the celestial anomaly might be related to her. To prevent any mishap that could damage the law enforcement hall, she moved swiftly to an open area outside it. At this moment, the disciples and elders inside the law enforcement hall heard the commotion and rushed out, all astonished by the massive vortex in the sky. Is this a manifestation of the heavens and earth? A silver-haired elder of the law enforcement hall furrowed his brow and spoke. Such a sharp sword intent gives me the illusion of my soul being pierced. Another tall, middle-aged elder commented. His cultivation technique was also related to the sword path, making him particularly sensitive to sword intent. He had already discerned the anomaly in the sky was extraordinary. Look, it's Sister Bu. Could it be that the celestial phenomenon was summoned by her? An observant disciple spotted Bu Shenghua standing in the center of the square. Unlikely, Sister Bu is a sword spirit body. It is impossible for her to invoke such a phenomenon. Another disciple shook his head. Could it truly be Bu Shenghua? The tall elder, however, harbored some doubts. He too sensed an immense sword intent emanating from Bu Shenghua, resonating subtly with the celestial anomaly above. Yet, he knew that she had only joined their inner sect's law enforcement hall half a month ago. Although her aptitude was commendable and she possessed a sword spirit body, summoning such a vast phenomenon seemed implausible. Just then, atop Red Lawn Peak, Gu, engrossed in her cultivation, sensed something amiss and glanced down the mountain in surprise. Following that, she lightly propelled herself, soaring from the Great Hall and hastening downwards. Many cultivators from Red Lawn Peak, particularly several core formation elders, responded similarly. Soon, Jiu arrived above the law enforcement hall. She gazed in astonishment at Bu Shenghua below, her face revealing a hint of shock. Moments ago, she had attempted to sense the changes within Bu Shenghua using a thread of her consciousness, only to be injured by the sword qi enveloping her. That sword chi was unfathomably domineering. Peak Master, what is happening below? A middle-aged woman behind Ji Yu inquired. She was a core formation elder from Red Lawn Peak, who had been in seclusion for many years and was now drawn out to investigate. It should be the result of that disciple awakening a special sword path physique. Ji Yu mused. Such a grand phenomenon surely indicates that her awakened physique is of no lesser grade. At the very least, it must be of imperial grade. In less than a year, our Red Lawn Peak has seen the emergence of 2 imperial grade physiques. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Indeed, in the past, it was already a challenge to witness a single king grade physique. Today, we have encountered 2 imperial grades consecutively. In this upcoming sect competition, our Red Lawn Peak will undoubtedly achieve a commendable ranking. Look, the celestial phenomenon is changing. Several core formation elders began to chatter excitedly. They lifted their gazes to the sky, where they observed a semi-transparent colossal object slowly descending from the center of the immense vortex. As that object continued to emerge, they finally discerned its true form. It was, astonishingly, a semi-transparent longsword. The sword resonated with the rhythm of the Tao. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the longsword unleashed a formidable aura. Terrifying pressure surged downward. Not good. Ji Yu's expression shifted, and she attempted to resist. However, at that moment, she relinquished her effort. This pressure had touched upon the Tao, something beyond the capacity of a mere core formation cultivator to withstand. Bang, bang, bang. The 7 or 8 core formation elders in the air were crushed to the ground by this overwhelming pressure. Despite their strength, even standing on the ground, they could feel the immense burden. The disciples and elders around the law enforcement hall fared even worse. All the disciples collapsed to the ground, and the elders were half kneeling. Within the entire vicinity of the law enforcement hall, only Bu Shihua remained standing. Her red sword robe billowed in the wind, creating a resonant sound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bu Shihua soared into the air, her expression serene, and her long hair danced in the breeze, resembling a celestial sword maiden. The ethereal sword image above gradually approached Bu Shihua, ultimately merging into her body and vanishing from sight. As the long sword disappeared, the overwhelming aura dissipated. Below, Ji Yu and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. In that brief moment, their backs had become drenched in sweat. Ji Yu stepped forward, approaching Bu Shihua. Greetings, Peak Master. Bu Shihua greeted Ji Yu softly upon seeing her. In the presence of Ji Yu, the Peak Master, there was no hint of flattery in Bu Shihua's tone. She remained composed and aloof. Quite impressive. Ji Yu nodded, seemingly unperturbed by Bu Shihua's demeanor. Talents such as these are mere trifles. A curious expression crossed her face as she smiled and inquired, "May I see what kind of physique you have awakened?" Chapter 46, The Proud Disciple. Bu Shihua instinctively furrowed her brow. She was not particularly fond of being touched by others. However, her curiosity about the nature of her awakened physique was undeniable. After a moment of internal conflict, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Ji Yu stepped forward, placing her hand gently on Bu Shenghua's shoulder. A wisp of spiritual energy entered Bu Shenghua's body, circulating within her. Ji Yu's expression shifted from surprise to confusion and finally to astonishment. She withdrew her hand, her face reflecting disbelief. It was the supreme sword body of the Saint Grade. She conveyed her thoughts to Bu Shihua, wishing to keep this matter discreet. It was worth noting that even the leader of their sect possessed only a Saint Grade physique. This indicated that Bu Shihua had the potential to become a sect leader herself. Bu Shihua was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy within her. It was indeed a Saint Grade. Her physique surpassed that of Chu Yao. She was well aware of her own talents. Without Yi Ba's assistance, awakening any other physique would have been impossible, let alone the supreme sword body of the upper grade. Everything she had achieved today was thanks to Yi Ba. Without him, there would be no present her. When she learned that Chu Yao had awakened the Emperor Grade Sun Moon Spirit body, she had vaguely suspected it was related to Yi Ba. Given that Chu Yao's talent was inferior to hers, now it seemed she had received confirmation. Let us depart from here. Ji Yu glanced at the crowd below, murmuring amongst themselves, and sent a message to Bu Shihua. All right. Bu Shihua nodded. The two conjured their escape light, swiftly vanishing above the law enforcement hall. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the main hall of the Peak Master. Ji Yu sat on a spacious side couch, increasingly fond of Bu Shihua with each passing moment. She had never anticipated that Bu Shihua would possess the supreme sword body of the Saint Grade. As far as she knew, the supreme sword body was a physique of offensive prowess, formidable in combat, essentially invincible among her peers. What is your name? Are you willing to become my disciple? Ji Yu inquired softly, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Disciple pays respects to the master. At that moment, Sun Yunyang entered the hall and greeted Ji Yu. Upon seeing her master return with someone, she hurried over to discern the situation. Ji Yu, initially awaiting Bu Xinghua's response, was momentarily displeased by the interruption. She retracted her smile, nodding curtly, before directing her gaze back to Bu Xinghua, a smile returning to her face. Disciple Bu Xinghua pays respects to the peak master. Bu Xinghua replied earnestly, then turned to Ji Yu and asked, "Is the peak master a sword cultivator?" "Not exactly," Ji Yu replied with a frown. "Is the peak master proficient in the sword arts?" "I have some understanding, but I am far from mastery." Ji Yu's expression darkened as an ominous feeling rose within her. "I must respectfully decline the honor of becoming your disciple," Bu Xinghua replied solemnly. Bearing the supreme sword body, she could only accept a sword cultivator as her master. Although Ji Yu was a core formation cultivator, the knowledge she could impart was, after all, limited. Ji Yu's countenance fell. As a dignified core formation cultivator, she had been rejected in her desire to take Bu Xinghua as her disciple. In the entire Hongwan Peak, if she announced her intention to recruit disciples, many would eagerly vie for the opportunity to study under her. Yet Bu Xinghua was unwilling. She took a deep breath, seeking to steady her emotions. Bu Xinghua was a prodigy. Unlike ordinary disciples, she needed to exercise patience. Ji Yu reassured herself inwardly. Meanwhile, Sun Yunyang was rendered speechless. She had anticipated gaining another rival for her master's favor, but was astonished to witness Bu Xinghua's audacity in outright rejecting her master. Such a splendid opportunity squandered. She scoffed internally, believing Bu Xinghua lacked the foresight to seize the moment. "Junior Sister Bu, how can you refuse the kind offer of our master? Such disrespect is unbecoming of a disciple like you. It would be best for someone of your disposition to depart before you provoke the master's ire." Sun Yunyang seized the moment to interject, intent on driving Bu Xinghua away. One Chu Yao was already a headache for her. She had no desire for another Bu Xinghua to contend with. Ji Yu, initially contemplating how to further persuade Bu Xinghua, frowned at Sun Yunyang's suggestion to dismiss her. "Yunyang, you have been rather vocal of late." Sun Yunyang was taken aback, unsure of her misstep. Had she said something amiss? Everything she had expressed was for the master's benefit. However, under Ji Yu's warning gaze, she lowered her head and fell silent. Seeing Sun Yunyang subdued, Ji Yu's expression softened. She turned her attention back to Bu Xinghua and mused, "For us cultivators, our path is inextricably linked to the four essentials: wealth, companions, laws, and land. Wealth holds the foremost position. Resources are paramount in cultivation. Without them, no matter how gifted you are, it amounts to nothing. If you become my disciple, I can fulfill all your cultivation needs. Even the pure yang physique, I can provide." Bu Xinghua frowned. She already had Yiba. What kind of pure yang physique could possibly compare to Yiba? Since training alongside Yiba, she had no need for medicinal pills. His Yuan Yang was equivalent to any spiritual elixir. Thus, she had no requirement for additional cultivation resources. Bu Xinghua's words might have tempted other disciples, but for her, they held no allure. Disciple still seeks a master proficient in the sword arts. Bu Xinghua remained firm in her stance. Ji Yu's brow furrowed once more. Bu Xinghua's saint-grade physique was a treasure she genuinely wished to retain. However, within the peak, there were no other suitable sword masters to mentor Bu Xinghua. If news of Bu Xinghua's physique were to leak and reach the ears of other peaks, those shameless individuals would undoubtedly come to Hongwan Peak to poach her. Yet, at this moment, Ji Yu could not devise an appropriate condition to keep Bu Xinghua. Just then, someone entered the hall. It was Chu Yao. Upon seeing Bu Xinghua, she momentarily froze but quickly regained her composure and approached Ji Yu to pay her respects. However, the subtle shift in her expression did not escape the gaze of a core formation cultivator. "Yao, do you know Bu Xinghua?" Ji Yu inquired. Chu Yao internally sighed, realizing that she had just exposed herself. It was too late to feign ignorance now. "During my time in the outer sect, I interacted with Senior Sister Bu from the law enforcement hall a couple of times, but we are not particularly familiar," Chu Yao replied respectfully. Hearing Chu Yao's response, Ji Yu dismissed the matter from her mind. She turned to Bu Xinghua once more and said, "Your reluctance to take me as your master stems from your desire to find a cultivator skilled in the sword arts. Our Hongwan Peak happens to have a highly accomplished sword cultivator, who is my senior sister, though she is currently absent from the sect. Before her return, I shall accept you as my registered disciple, and after you meet my senior sister, you can decide for yourself whether to take her as your master. Registered disciple? Bu Shenghua raised an eyebrow. Chapter 47. A bounty of harvest. The distinction between a registered disciple and a true disciple is profound. A true disciple is the inheritor of their master's legacy. As long as their master lives, they cannot change their allegiance to another teacher. Should they attempt to do so forcefully, it would either be through the act of killing their master, thus betraying their roots, or their master would eliminate them to maintain purity within their ranks. Conversely, a registered disciple is merely a provisional apprentice, akin to a temporary worker. Only through exemplary performance may one ascend to the status of a true disciple. This is precisely why Bu Shenghua hesitated to pledge herself under the banner of Jiyu. Once committed, she would be unable to switch allegiances. However, the prospect of being a registered disciple was indeed worth contemplating. Jiyu, as the peak master, would offer her a measure of prestige, alleviating many troubles. Disciple Bu Shenghua pays respects to master. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Bu Shenghua finally acquiesced. Jiyu relaxed, nodding gently. You have awakened the supreme sword body. Your diligence and cultivation must intensify. This is a sword technique I acquired in my youth. Take it and practice diligently. Ji produced an ancient stone tablet from her storage pouch, tossing it to Bu Shenghua. The latter caught it and scrutinized it closely, a gleam of brilliance flashing in her eyes as she recognized its extraordinary nature. Thank you, master. Indeed, I shall endeavor to contact my senior sister, urging her to return to the sect promptly to ensure your cultivation is not hindered. Ji nodded lightly. Thank you for your concern, master. 4 days later, within the array hall, Qi Lan halted her cultivation in a fit of agitation. The reserves within her were depleted 2 days prior, and without the aid of that divine object, her pace of advancement had slowed considerably. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is a challenging endeavor. Having experienced the immense benefits of that divine artifact, she found her current rate of cultivation utterly unsatisfactory, further dampening her spirits. After some contemplation, she once again retrieved a communication talisman to send a message to her daughter. This marked the 12th inquiry since her return from the cave. She was in desperate need of that divine object to aid her cultivation, initially expecting yet another rejection. She was utterly astonished when Qi Hongwei replied that their senior had acquiesced. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang into action, racing towards Qi Hongyue's residence. She could not bear to wait a second longer. She yearned for that divine object immediately. Where? Is what you say truly the case? Upon arriving at Qi Hongyue's abode, Qi Lan seized her daughter, her excitement palpable. Yes, the senior happens to be free today. By the way, do you have the mask? Qi Hongyue inquired. It is a requirement from our senior that anyone visiting must wear a mask to conceal their aura and appearance, for our own protection, to avoid being recognized by others. Seeing her mother in such a state, Qi Hongwei could only shake her head in bemusement. She thought to herself that it had only been a few days. Yet her mother was already unable to contain herself. I have it. I have it. Qi Lan nodded vigorously, retrieving a mask from her storage pouch and donning it. The mask was crimson with flame-like patterns, vaguely resembling a blurred visage. Yue, do you think this will suffice? Not bad, Qi Hongyue replied, quickly putting on her own mask. Her fox mask was a blend of red and white, the white representing her face and the red her eyes, exuding an alluring charm. This was a directive from Yi Ba a few days prior, and she had complied. Subsequently, they stepped onto the teleportation array. A flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves within the cave. Qi Lan scanned the surroundings, eager to see Yi Ba. It did not take long for her to spot him, though he appeared quite occupied, assisting others with their cultivation. Mother, the senior is busy. We should wait. Within a chamber inscribed with the character for summer, Yi Ba, adorned with a golden dragon head mask, was assisting Deng Xiaohan in her cultivation. The mask, brought by Deng Xiaohan, concealed his aura, rendering him imperceptible even to those at the core formation stage. Deng Xiaohan also wore a mask, a white tiger design. Upon first witnessing her in this mask, Yi Ba nearly burst into laughter, finding her to be quite the character. She was a white tiger and wore a corresponding mask. How fitting. Among the 4 women aside from Qi Lan, she was the only one who had yet to establish a high-level allegiance with Yi Ba. Thus, he had been paying special attention to Deng Xiaohan during this time. Deng Xiaohan, feeling overwhelmed, rose unsteadily. She had reached her limit and activated the Pai Shou array located in her lower abdomen to prevent any backlash before departing the small room and stepping onto the teleportation array. Qi Lan was her master, and they had spent years together. Although masked, she feared being recognized. As Deng Xiaoan passed by Qi Lan, the latter instinctively glanced over, sensing a familiar silhouette. Yet, she could not recall where she had seen it before. "Mother, it's your turn," Qi Hongwei reminded her. Qi Lan's face lit up with joy as she cast aside her earlier thoughts, hastily approaching Yi Ba. Compared to cultivation, nothing else mattered. Yi Ba called upon Qi Lan, and together they entered the room designated for Qi Hongwei. Disciple pays respects to the senior. Qi Lan suppressed her inner desires, speaking with restraint. Although she longed to commence her cultivation immediately, she could not afford to offend the senior. "Yes, my time is limited. Let us begin," Yi Ba replied, nodding slightly. He seated himself on the bed, gesturing for Qi Lan to proceed. Yi Ba noticed that he had grown increasingly lethargic, to the point of not wishing to move at all. However, the eagerness exhibited by these women was akin to starving ghosts, fervently pursuing progress. Their enthusiasm was nearly overwhelming, allowing him to conserve his energy. "My apologies, senior." Qi Lan could no longer restrain her intense desires. She leaned closer to Yi Ba, initiating her cultivation with the devouring dragon technique. Half a day later, a look of joy illuminated Qi Lan's face. The hidden injuries sustained in her youth had been completely healed. The fiery patterns on her abdomen had merged, forming a flame blossom resembling a chrysanthemum. At the moment the flame blossom fully took shape, her body erupted with a torrent of fire, blazing crimson and radiating intense heat. Yi Ba's golden dragon mask immediately activated, enveloping him in a wide array of light, shielding him from the searing temperature. In Yi Ba's eyes, the incomplete characters behind Qi Lan's fire charm physique had vanished. Her constitution had been restored. With the restoration of her physique, I should be able to gain experience, right? Yi Ba mused inwardly. Noticing the activation of the mask on Yi Ba's face, Qi Lan felt a jolt of alarm, sensing she had offended him. She hastily reined in her energies, suppressing the transformation of her fire charm physique. After a brief moment, the flames dissipated from her body, and her demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming even more enchanting, akin to a ripe dragon fruit. "Forgive me, senior. My physique was restored, and I momentarily lost control." Qi Lan quickly offered her apologies. Chapter 48. Will leaving lead to death? Yi Ba infused a trace of spiritual energy into the dragon head mask, lifting the protective spiritual barrier surrounding him. He gazed into Qi Lan's eyes and spoke softly. "You have awakened the Fire Charm King's body. This physique is typically possessed only by female cultivators, endowing its bearer with extraordinary allure. The charm fire consumes the sun, allowing for greater benefits when absorbing solar energy. However, a significant drawback is that prolonged absence of solar energy during cultivation can lead to a backlash from the charm fire, injuring one's meridians." Qi Lan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her mere hint of energy would reveal her physique to the elder. Her Fire Charm King's body was rather obscure, and it was rare for someone to discern it so decisively, let alone articulate its weaknesses, information she herself was unaware of. "Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder." Qi Lan expressed her gratitude. Her cheeks flushed beneath the mask as she whispered, "Elder, ever since awakening the Fire Charm King's body, I find myself increasingly reliant on solar energy for cultivation." The implication was clear. She wished to continue drawing on Yi Ba's energy, yet feared being openly rejected and losing her current privileges. This was indeed a delicate matter. Yi Ba nodded lightly in response, sensing that the moment was not yet ripe. "I will consider your inclusion, but not at this time. You still require observation." Qi Lan's eyes sparkled with hope. As long as there was an opportunity, she would seize it. Like her daughter, she longed to cultivate here at her leisure. "Thank you, elder. As long as you allow me to continue my cultivation, I am willing to do anything," she fervently declared, reiterating her strong desire. "Very well," Yi Ba acknowledged with a gentle nod, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief hesitation, Qi Lan resumed her cultivation, acutely aware that she might not have another chance like this for some time. Just then, Yi Ba beckoned into the distance. You should join us as well." Having played a significant role in securing Qi Lan, Qi Hongwei deserved recognition. It was only fair to offer some benefits in return. Moreover, with Qi Hongwei possessing the Thousand Tides charm bone, her assistance in cultivation would also yield substantial benefits for Yi Ba. "Yes, esteemed elder." Qi Hongwei responded eagerly, rushing to stand before him. Though it felt somewhat awkward to cultivate alongside her mother, she was too excited to dwell on that now. Having observed cultivation techniques from the sidelines, her impatience had grown unbearable. Time flew by, and a month had swiftly passed. Qi Lan emerged from her cultivation, the radiant red light enveloping her gradually fading. This was a unique phenomenon associated with her fire charm king body, her entire being ignited with charm fire. Thankfully, this fire posed no harm to others, only to herself. Qi Lan wore a joyful expression as she activated the Pishio formation on her abdomen. Yi Ba, concealed beneath the dragon head mask, cast a glance at Qi Lan before his gaze fell upon the panel that had appeared before him. Experience in Fire Charm King Body 200. Fire Charm King Body, King Rank, 1810,000. Experience in Formation Path 200. Second Tier Upper Grade Formation Master 600-6000. Name: Yi Ba. Physique: Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Rank. Sword Spirit Body, Rare Rank. 9 Yang Absolute Pulse, Wonderful Rank. Fire Charm King Body, King Rank, 1810,000. Realm: Qi Refining 7th Layer. Talent: Exceptional Water Spiritual Root, Exceptional Earth Spiritual Root, Exceptional Fire Spiritual Root, Upper Grade Gold Spiritual Root. Medium Grade Wood Spiritual Root. Talents: None. Divine Ability: 5 Elements Formation Heart. Alchemical Skills: First Tier Upper Grade. Symbol Crafting, Second Tier Lower Grade, 2,284,000. Formation Techniques, Second Tier Upper Grade, 600-6000. Cultivation Method, Great Extreme Bliss Method. Spells: None. Aside from his cultivation level advancements, Yi Ba's fire attribute spiritual root aptitude had also ascended to the exceptional tier. His prowess in formation techniques had improved to upper grade, aided by the contributions of both Deng Xiaohan and Qi Lan. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing such grace. Qi Lan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. The benefits she had gained over these days equated to a year's worth of arduous training. Now, she had touched upon the bottleneck of foundation establishment and was attempting to break through. If she could continue this pace of cultivation for several more years, she was confident in her ability to advance to foundation establishment. Elder, you previously mentioned considering my inclusion. She ventured cautiously. Initially, you would have required further observation. However, given your current state with the Fire Charm King Body, I can expedite your admission. The condition is that you must pass 3 trials. Yi Ba replied with a calm demeanor. Should you fail to pass the trials, not only will you be unable to join my sect, but you will also be barred from returning here. 3 trials? Admission? Are you affiliated with another sect, esteemed elder? Qi Lan instinctively furrowed her brows, a surge of curiosity welling within her. After a moment, she resolutely declared, Please, elder, grant me the trials. Regardless of their nature, I shall find a way to succeed. Very well, Yi Ba acknowledged with a nod. The first trial requires a fee of 10,000 lower-grade spiritual stones for admission. The second trial entails collecting 10 books of foundational spells across various systems for the sect. The third trial involves investigating the whereabouts of those spiritual slaves who passed the trials within the spiritual slave trial. The first 2 trials were designed to be straightforward, easily achievable by Qi Lan given her strength and standing. This had been previously confirmed with Qi Hongwei. However, his true intent lay in the third trial. He had set it up deliberately. If the trials were excessively difficult, Qi Lan might lose interest in joining. Yet, if she could swiftly complete the first 2, she would be more eager and proactive about tackling the last, crucial trial. Upon hearing the 3 trials, Qi Lan's heart soared with joy, for they posed no challenge to her. She could accomplish them on the spot. Please wait a moment, esteemed elder, she said apologetically, retrieving her storage pouch and spilling its contents onto the ground. Clatter. Over 10,000 spiritual stones cascaded, forming a small mound. The rich spiritual energy emanating from them elevated the aura concentration within the cave to a new level. Next, she produced 10 pages documenting various spells. After completing these tasks, she turned to Yi Ba, suppressing her excitement as she stated, Elder, I have completed the first 2 trials. Excellent, Yi Ba remarked, nodding in approval after a brief glance. As for the third trial, Qi Lan hesitated for a moment before continuing. The spiritual slave trial is nothing but an elaborate deception, a grand lie designed to motivate the sect's spiritual slaves to cultivate diligently. The trial is held once every decade, and each disciple who passes is presented with 2 choices. First, they may remain within the sect, but their status will change from spiritual slave to honorary elder, granted ample resources for cultivation. However, they must assist during critical periods when the sect's prodigies or elders are attempting to break through. Second, they may choose to leave the sect. Outwardly, the sect will allow them to depart, but behind the scenes, disciples are dispatched to eliminate them. Remaining within the sect offers a chance at survival, while leaving guarantees death. Yuba's heart sank. He finally comprehended the chilling reality of flying too close to the flame. These formidable women had no intention of granting them a path to survival. Furthermore, the spiritual slave trial was merely bait, designed to expose those attempting to conceal their cultivation or possessing the supreme yang physique. In an effort to impress and curry favor with Yiba, Qilong continued to elaborate. A sense of alarm surged within Yiba as he realized that by enrolling in the spirit slave trial, he would not only be unable to leave the sect, but also risk the exposure of his secrets. How perilous! Fortunately, his prudence had prevailed, allowing him to inquire about the hidden intricacies of the trial in advance. Yet, was there more to uncover? Yiba forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, striving to avoid drawing any suspicion from Qilong. There were indeed further questions he wished to pose, but to inquire directly would be too conspicuous and overtly purposeful. Thus, he opted to engage in a more subtle line of questioning, allowing Qilong to express herself freely. Is there anything else? Qilong pondered, taking a moment to reflect. After a brief silence, she resumed. Those who successfully pass the spirit slave trial do not have the heart-piercing curse lifted. It remains within them, though they are unaware of its presence. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Yiba's spine. The so-called Supreme Bliss Immortal Sect was nothing short of a demonic sect. Was the heart-piercing curse truly inescapable? Unable to restrain himself any longer, Yiba ultimately asked the question aloud. Chapter 49. Establishing a secret sect in the Great Bliss Immortal Sect, the Dragon's Saliva Sect in Qilang's heart. Confusion reigned as she pondered the elder's sudden inquiry. She interpreted it merely as a trial before joining the sect and respectfully replied, "The heart-piercing curse is a divine ability associated with the sect's treasured heart-piercing sword lotus, implanted within each spiritual servant's heart. Should a disciple stray too far from the heart-piercing sword lotus, the curse will automatically activate. To dispel the curse, one must utilize the heart-piercing sword lotus. However, in my decades in the sect, I have only witnessed the sect leader wield it once." Yiba nodded gently. "Congratulations. You have passed the assessment. You are now a member of our sect." He had gleaned enough about the spiritual servant trials, and further inquiries might arouse Qilang's suspicion. There would be ample time in the future to explore her as his subordinate. For now, it was evident that the spiritual servant trials were fraught with peril, and he could not afford to participate. Moreover, the heart-piercing curse within him could only be lifted by the heart-piercing sword lotus, a treasure not easily obtained. At least for the foreseeable future, acquiring the sword lotus was beyond his reach. His decision to establish a clandestine sect within the Great Bliss Immortal Sect and cultivate his own power was indeed prudent. These female tyrants sought to control the spiritual servants within the sect, and now he too desired to exert control over them. As his cultivation progressed, the establishment of subordinate relationships would accelerate. With sufficient diligence, these formidable women would inevitably bow before him. "Thank you, Elder." Qilong rejoiced upon learning of her successful assessment. "Elder, may I inquire about the name of our sect?" "The Dragon's Saliva Sect. Our doctrine is to assist disciples troubled by their cultivation. Everything regarding our sect must remain confidential," Yiba cautioned. "Dragon's Saliva," Qilong murmured to herself, casting a discreet glance at Yiba's dragon head below. She contemplated whether the dragon's saliva was indeed that divine object. Then she reflected on the doctrine and realized that both she and Yue were disciples plagued by cultivation woes. In that moment, clarity dawned upon her. This was her opportunity, and she must seize it. "Elder, rest assured, I shall keep my lips sealed. Should I divulge our sect's secrets, let me meet an untimely demise." In a display of loyalty, Qilong vowed an oath to the heavens. "Excellent. From tomorrow onward, your cultivation sessions will be increased to every 2 days." Yiba nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you for your understanding, Elder," Qilong exclaimed, her expression brightening with gratitude. She had finally achieved her goal. "Very well, be on your way." Yiba gestured for her to leave. Qilong bowed her head, hands clasped before her. Yet she did not leave immediately. Instead, she spoke softly. "Elder, I am not yet finished." Yiba replied, "I shall grant you another half hour." "Thank you for your grace, Elder." Shortly after Qilong departed, Chu Yao entered the cave. Beneath the black and white mask, a smile graced her face, revealing her good spirits. "Junior brother, I have gathered information regarding my third senior sister, Qing Leng." Chu Yao approached Yiba and, eager to practice, began her report. while simultaneously cultivating. What have you discovered? Yi Ba prompted, eager to learn. My senior sister once possessed a royal-grade azurewood physique, coupled with her earth spiritual root. Her cultivation speed was extraordinarily rapid. She reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment in just a few years. However, during an outing, she was ambushed by demonic cultivators, damaging her foundational cultivation. Though she survived, her path as a cultivator was irrevocably severed. Chuya relayed the information she had gathered. An earth spiritual root. Yi Ba marveled inwardly. The grade of an earth spiritual root surpasses even that of a top-tier spiritual root. His interest in Qing Leng was piqued. Furthermore, she possessed a royal-grade azurewood physique. If he could recruit Qing Leng into the Dragon's Saliva sect, it would greatly benefit him. Moreover, she was a once promising talent now rendered dormant. She would likely seize any bait he cast. Test Qing Leng's willingness to join our Dragon's Saliva sect. Yi Ba commanded. Understood. Junior brother. Chu Yao responded eagerly, her waist twisting as she absorbed the benefits. This matter need not be rushed. Discretion is paramount. Yi Ba advised. You may enlist Bu Shenghua's assistance. Bu Shenghua, currently a nominal disciple under the Peak Master, was highly regarded, even more so than Chu Yao. The benefits she received were plentiful. With a supreme-grade unparalleled sword body, Bu Shenghua's cultivation speed surpassed that of Chu Yao. Very well. Chu Yao nodded subconsciously, immersed in her practice. Suddenly, recalling something, she whispered, however, given Bu Junior Sister's temperament, she may not heed my words. What of me does Senior Sister speak? At that moment, Bu Shenghua's cool voice echoed through the cave. Chu Yao ceased her cultivation and turned to see Bu Shenghua, adorned with a blue ice crystal flower mask, emerging from the teleportation array. I spoke no ill of you. It is Junior brother who instructed me to enlist your help, Chu Yao explained with a teasing smile. Bu Shenghua's aloofness made her difficult to approach. It was only Yi Ba who could sway her. Qing Leng is commendable. Seek to ascertain her intentions, and if suitable, bring her into our Dragon's Saliva sect. Yi Ba instructed. Bu Shenghua frowned, tempted to refuse this troublesome task. Yet, before she could voice her dissent, she found herself saying, Very well, I shall assist Senior Sister Chu. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. Chu Yao's smile widened, grateful for the shared burden, allowing her more time to cultivate. Is Junior Sister here to practice as well? If you do not mind, we could train together. I certainly would not object, Chu Yao invited. Bu Shenghua frowned, remaining unmoved. I shall await you, she replied coolly, retreating to her quarters to meditate. She was not accustomed to the company of others. How dull, Chu Yao murmured to herself, then resumed her fervent cultivation. Several hours later, she concluded her session, still indulging in her gains. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Yi Ba seamlessly transitioned to Bu Shenghua's quarters. Upon seeing him, a flicker of emotion crossed Bu Shenghua's icy countenance, resembling melting ice or a blooming flower. She smiled as she rose, grasping Yi Ba's hand. Good things are worth the wait. I will wait, no matter how long it takes. It was only in Yi Ba's presence that she displayed such warmth. Yi Ba could not help but chuckle ruefully at her words. Yet, she was not mistaken. Indeed, it was a good thing. Furthermore, her significant change in demeanor towards him stemmed solely from her desire to extract more benefits, as the deeper her emotional investment, the greater her returns, greatly aiding her cultivation. Chapter 50. Third Senior Sister, do you truly wish to remain a worthless being for eternity? In the medicinal field behind Hongwan Peak, within a thatched cottage, Qing Leng paused her cultivation, her face etched with sorrow. Is it still futile? She murmured softly, pain glimmering in her eyes. Despite her relentless efforts to absorb spiritual energy, not a trace remained within her. Over the past 3 years, she had attempted countless methods, each yielding the same disheartening result. Once a prodigy, adored by her master and cherished by her senior sisters, she had become an object of scorn after her foundation was laid. Her senior sister labeled her a waste, while her fellow disciples whispered derisively behind her back. Though her master offered words of consolation, the undertones of pity and disappointment only served to deepen her anguish. She even contemplated ending her own life to escape the relentless judgment. If I cannot cultivate within half a month, I shall self-destruct my consciousness, Qing Leng declared through gritted teeth. She refused to endure the stigma of being deemed worthless any longer. To her, it was akin to awaiting death. Rather than linger in despair, she would choose to take matters into her own hands. Rising, she grasped a spiritual hoe and stepped out of the thatched cottage into the fields. She knelt to clear the weeds that had overrun the land. a task she performed almost daily. She found solace among the spiritual herbs, preferring their company to that of others, which spared her from the piercing gazes of judgment. Just then, her attention was drawn upwards as two streaks of light descended from afar, landing before her. Chushimi, Bushimi, what brings you here? Has Master sent for me? A hint of a smile graced Qing Lan's face as she inquired. She held a favorable impression of Chu Yao, who had never shunned her for her perceived shortcomings and occasionally visited to offer companionship. However, she was less familiar with Bu Shenghua, who had never approached her until now. Yet, she had heard tales of Bu Shenghua, particularly noting her refusal to become her master's disciple, which had left a lasting impression. Chu Yao shook her head, stepping forward to grasp Qing Lan's hand. We have come to talk with you, senior sister. Oh, I see. Qing Lan smiled, leading them back to the thatched cottage, where she prepared spiritual tea for the three of them. As they sipped their tea and engaged in light conversation, Chu Yao leaned closer to Qing Lan, her voice dropping to a whisper. Senior sister, have you found a suitable method to restore your damaged essence? Qing Lan's expression darkened as she shook her head. I have tried over a dozen methods, but none have proven effective for my injured essence. Even the elder from the main peak, whom my master invited, could offer no solutions. Does that mean you intend to live like this forever? Chu Yao pressed, concern etched on her face. Qing Lan forced a bitter smile. She had exhausted every possible remedy. What more can I do? Even if I wished otherwise, I am powerless to change my fate. Chu Yao's heart stirred, her expression feigning conflict. Perhaps I might have a way to assist you, senior sister. Qing Lan was taken aback, her initial reaction one of disbelief. After all, if the elder had been unable to help, what could Chu Yao, who had only recently established her foundation, possibly offer? Still, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Chu Shimi, but I am well aware of my situation. It is beyond remedy. Sister, nothing is absolute in this world. As long as you do not give up, there will always be opportunities, Chu Yao encouraged. Qing Lan sighed in resignation. Her unwillingness to surrender did not alter her dire circumstances. Her fate seemed all but sealed. Observing Qing Lan's silence, Chu Yao felt uncertain. Had the years dulled Qing Lan's once brilliant spirit? Had she resigned herself to her fate? Just then, Bu Shenghua, who had remained silent until now, suddenly fixed her gaze on Qing Lan and remarked coolly, Third senior sister, surely you do not wish to live your life as a mere insect in the shadows? Qing Lan stiffened, anger flaring within her. She was not well acquainted with Bu Shenghua, and such disdainful words were clearly intended as an insult. Despite her current state, she was still a mid-stage cultivator and would not tolerate such affronts. The aura of her mid-stage foundation surged forth, pressing down on Bu Shenghua. Even if I am deemed worthless, you are still not my match. Qing Lan retorted coldly. Among her peers, few could rival her prowess. However, at that moment, a formidable and dominating sword aura erupted from Bu Shenghua, causing Qing Lan to stagger back several steps, shattering the chair beneath her. Shock and astonishment washed over her as she stared at Bu Shenghua. The initial stage of foundation establishment had outmatched her in sheer force. Sister, Bu Shimi means no harm. She simply cannot bear to see you wallowing in despair. Chu Yao interjected, stepping between them hastily. Qing Lan's energy dissipated, her brow furrowing as she turned to Chu Yao. It is not that I am in despair. I simply see no hope. If there were even the slightest chance, even if it might lead to my demise, I would gladly seize it. But all I see is an abyss of hopelessness. An opportunity lies before you now. Will you seize it? Bu Shenghua asked, her brow furrowed. Though not eloquent, she understood that a once great prodigy would never forsake the chance to reclaim her former glory. If you truly possess a means to assist me, I am willing to try. Qing Lan hesitated before speaking. After all, what more disappointment could she face? She feared not death. How could she dread further disappointment? Hearing this, Chu Yao retrieved a jade vial from her robe and handed it to Qing Lan. Sister, try this and see if it proves effective. Qing Lan took the vial with curiosity, discovering it filled with a strange white viscous liquid. What more could I endure? I have already suffered so greatly, Qing Lan thought, a bitter smile crossing her lips as she tilted her head back and consumed the contents of the vial. Chu Yao gasped, about to caution her that the substance needed to be absorbed through cultivation, not ingested. However, it seemed she was too late. Fortunately, ingestion would yield similar results, perhaps even a more potent effect. After drinking, Qing Lan sat cross-legged, initiating her cultivation to absorb the medicinal properties. Initially, she felt little change, but as she continued, astonishment spread across her face, followed by unbridled joy. To her amazement, she realized that some of the spiritual energy she had just absorbed had actually remained in her dantian. After 3 years of stagnation, her dantian had finally shown signs of change. It truly works. Qing Leng could no longer contain her excitement. Staring blankly ahead as tears welled in her eyes. 3 years. Who could fathom the trials I have endured? At last, she saw a glimmer of hope. Sister, is it effective? Chu Yao, witnessing Qing Leng's transformation, could hardly contain her curiosity. Shimmy, this substance is invaluable for mending my hidden injuries. Where did you acquire it? I require more. Qing Leng, regaining her composure, grasped Chu Yao's hand fervently, urgency lacing her voice. Chapter 51. Qing Leng, the most devout believer observing Qing Leng's urgency. Chu Yao couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing that she had already hooked her into the scheme of child-rearing. Sister, do not fret. This divine artifact was acquired by chance, and its ability to heal injuries is merely a supplementary function. It possesses far greater benefits. Chu Yao spoke softly. Qing Leng's expression darkened, her initial excitement waning considerably. Indeed, such a formidable divine object could not be plentiful. It must be exceedingly rare. She had been rather presumptuous. I apologize, junior sister. I lost my composure, Qing Leng said, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Chu Yao shook her head, dismissing her concern. Sister, I know where there is another such divine object, but you must retrieve it yourself. Really? There is still one? Qing Leng exclaimed in delight. Yes, what I am about to share is of utmost importance. You must vow by the heavenly Tao that you will not disclose my words to anyone. Chu Yao stated solemnly, nodding. Understood. Qing Leng replied without hesitation. She feared not even death. How could she fear making such a vow? I, Qing Leng, swear by heaven that I will not reveal what Chu Yao has said. Should I break this oath, may heaven and earth punish me. Excellent. Chu Yao nodded with satisfaction, continuing in a hushed tone. In fact, both I and junior sister Bu have joined a secret sect, the Dragon Saliva Sect. This divine object belongs to the sect's leader, and we can take you to meet him to request it. However, you must join our sect first. The Dragon Saliva Sect. A sense of doubt welled up within Qing Leng. She had not heard of any secret sect within the Supreme Bliss Immortal Sect. What does joining the Dragon Saliva Sect entail? She asked, frowning. Our sect's doctrine is to assist disciples in need within our sect, so you would not be required to perform any tasks. The only condition is that you must not disclose any information about our sect and remain loyal to it. Is that all? Qing Leng was taken aback. Initially, she had feared being asked to engage in actions detrimental to the Supreme Bliss Immortal Sect. But now, it seemed her worries were unfounded. This was a tremendous opportunity for her. To gain such a divine object without any cost was indeed a blessing. Of course. Chu Yao smiled, nodding. Before joining the Dragon Saliva Sect, both I and junior sister Bu were merely ordinary outer disciples. Now one of us has become a peak master, while the other is an honored disciple. The benefits you will receive from joining our sect will exceed your imagination. Chu Yao continued to entice her. All right. I shall join the Dragon Saliva Sect. Please arrange for me to obtain the divine object as soon as possible. Qing Leng agreed eagerly. She was desperate to heal her injuries and return to the realm of the talented. Once my injuries are healed, my master will surely be delighted. She thought to herself. Hee, since sister is so eager, I will arrange for you to meet the sect leader as soon as possible. Before that, you need to prepare a mask as a means to conceal your aura and appearance during the meeting, to avoid being recognized by others in the sect and causing trouble. Chu Yao reminded with a gentle smile. Thank you, junior sister, for your immense help. I don't know how I could repay you. Qing Leng replied. We are all fellow disciples. It is only natural to help one another. Would you not lend a hand if you saw me in trouble? Chu Yao countered playfully. Of course I would help you. Qing Leng exclaimed. Then that settles it. Chu Yao winked mischievously. After discussing a few more details, Chu Yao and Bu Shanghua departed from the medicinal field. The two made their way to the cave and informed Yi Ba of the recent events. Yi Ba was quite pleased, rewarding both women generously and commanding them to bring Qing Leng in 3 days. 3 days later, in the back hall of the Peak Master's Great Hall, within Chu Yao's quarters. Junior sister, is this all right? Qing Leng inquired anxiously, gazing at Chu Yao before her. Dressed in a verdant gown and adorned with a mask decorated with ethereal grass, her long hair cascaded down to her waist. At this moment, the sorrow in her eyes had considerably faded, and the essence of youthful grace had returned to her, bestowing upon her the demeanor of a refined young lady. Absolutely. Sister, follow me. Chu Yao replied with a smile, leading Qing Leng into a secluded chamber where a teleportation array was set up. The two stood upon the array, and after a flash of white light, they found themselves within the cave once more. Qing Leng curiously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately landing upon a room directly ahead. There sat a man wearing a dragon-headed mask upon the bed. That is the sect leader. The divine object rests with him. Sister, feel free to approach. Chu Yao pointed towards Yi Ba with a smile. Okay. Qing Leng nodded earnestly. Lowering her head, she approached Yi Ba with a heart full of trepidation. I pay my respects to the sect leader. Qing Leng knelt before Yi Ba, respectfully bowing. Rise, Yi Ba replied softly. As information regarding Qing Leng appeared before his eyes. Name, Qing Leng. Physique, Qingmu Source Body, Royal Grade. Cultivation Level, Mid-Foundation Establishment. Talent, Earth Grade Wood Elemental Root. Innate Ability, Plant Perception, Marvelous Grade. Divine Abilities, None. Alchemical Skills, Low Grade 3rd Tier. Cultivation Technique, Ancient Devouring Dragon Art. Spells, High Level Charm. Dragon Slaying Technique, Flying Dragon Technique. Not only does she possess a Qingmu Source Body, but she also has the talent for plant perception. Yi Ba was astonished, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected discovery. He gazed at Qing Leng and spoke softly. I am aware of your situation. Since you have joined our sect, I shall heal your hidden affliction. Take as much as you require. Thank you, sect leader, for your salvation. Qing Leng's cheeks flushed as she replied quietly. She then crawled forward, her gaze brimming with reverence, as if beholding a sacred object, engaging in a holy ritual. The Sutra Retrieval Ceremony? Yi Ba thought with a faint smile. Forgive me, my lord. Qing Leng uttered an apology before commencing her cultivation, initially somewhat restrained. As she absorbed the divine object, Qing Leng's hidden injuries gradually healed. She began to relax and absorb even greater benefits. Suddenly, Qing Leng burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. Yi Ba felt perplexed, wondering why she would be so moved as to weep during her cultivation. Little did he know that at that moment, all of Qing Leng's hidden injuries had been completely restored. She had once again become a prodigy. At that moment, her emotions were beyond expression, and all she could do was shed tears to release the suffering she had endured over the years. Chapter 52. The Return of the Once Extraordinary Talent of Hongluan Peak. A day later, Qing Leng reluctantly took her leave. At that moment, her excitement rendered her speech nearly incoherent, as if her mouth were filled with something. After Qing Leng departed, Yi Ba gazed at the panel before him. Qingmu Source Body Experience, 300. Qingmu Source Body, 310,000. King Grade, Plant Perception Experience 300. Plant Perception, 300, 1000. Mysterious Grade, Alchemical Experience 300. First Stage High Quality Alchemist, 300, 1000. Wood Elemental Root Qualification, 300. Medium Quality Wood Elemental Root, 300, 100. Can break through at long last. Yi Ba could enhance his wood elemental root qualification. A wave of joy surged within him. Among his 5 elemental roots, only the wood elemental root remained at a medium quality, hindering his cultivation speed. Now, this predicament could finally be resolved. Breakthrough. Yi Ba felt a stir within. With a soft crack, a certain shackling force within him seemed to be released. His mind became clearer, and his perception of the external wood attributes sharpened. 3 days later, in the Peak Master S Hall, Jiyu conducted her monthly teachings for her disciples, as was her custom. Below in the hall stood Sun Yunyang, Qin Leng, Chu Yao, and Bu Shenghua, quietly attentive. The foundation stage of cultivation requires the absorption of vast amounts of spiritual energy, compressing this energy into spiritual liquid within the Dantian. The purer and denser the spiritual liquid, the greater the chance of breaking through to the core formation stage. Jiyu spoke for half an hour before moving on to the QA session. Do any of you have questions regarding your cultivation? Jiyu inquired patiently, her gaze towards Chu Yao and Bu Shenghua imbued with admiration. Their progress in cultivation was evident, and she had taken note of it. However, when her gaze shifted to Qin Leng, a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Once a genius, Qin Leng had now fallen from grace. Such was the unpredictability of fate. Perlana, Jiyu sighed inwardly. She had watched Qin Leng grow, and witnessing her current state was a sight she wished to avoid. Master, what supplementary spiritual items should one prepare in advance for breaking through to the core formation stage? At that moment, Qin Leng unexpectedly asked. Jiyu was taken aback, her eyes reflecting clear surprise. In the past, Qin Leng would not have spoken up at this time, particularly since she had been rendered incapable of further cultivation. What could have changed? Third junior sister, Haven T, you lost your ability to cultivate? What use is this question to you? Sun Yunyang looked at Qin Lan, perplexed. As if it were a matter of course to mention her pain publicly, Qin Lan shot her a glance and retorted, if Master asked me to inquire, then I shall. Do you have an issue with me? Or perhaps with Master? Sun Yunyang frowned. In the past, Qin Lan would have acquiesced to whatever she said. What had changed today? How dare she talk back? I was merely concerned for you, third junior sister. How could I harbor any grievances against Master? You do jest. Sun Yunyang responded softly, dismissing Qin Lan's words entirely. Were it not for Master's presence, she would have spoken more harshly. She would find a way to teach Qin Lan a lesson, and she would remember this slight, waiting for the chance to retaliate. Then I must thank you for your concern, second sister. Qin Lan smiled lightly. In the next moment, her aura surged forth. Boom. The powerful aura of the late foundation stage swept through the hall. This is the late foundation stage. How is this possible? Sun Yunyang's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. Qin Lan had not made any progress in her cultivation for years. How could she suddenly break through? She had witnessed Qin Lan's severe injuries firsthand. Before she could ponder further, Jiyu, sensing Qin Lan's aura, swiftly stood from her seat and moved to stand before her. She placed a hand on Qin Lan's shoulder, probing her internal injuries. Moments later, she withdrew her hand, her face alight with joy. Lana, your injuries have healed. Disciple unexpectedly obtained an unknown red spiritual fruit a few days ago. After consuming it, my essence was restored, allowing me to break through to the late foundation stage. Qin Lan nodded. A red spiritual fruit. Gu's curiosity piqued at the thought of what kind of fruit could restore one's essence. Nevertheless, Qin Lan's recovery was indeed a momentous blessing. Lana, I am truly delighted to see your essence restored. Initially, I believed you and your senior sister were the most likely candidates to break through to the core formation stage. Yet I had despaired of your recovery. How you have surprised me. Gu exclaimed joyfully. Excellent. Excellent. You may focus on your cultivation. I shall prepare the necessary spiritual items for your breakthrough. Master. Qin Lan felt deeply moved. Her master indeed cared for her. However, upon observing Sun Yunyang's grim expression nearby, her brow furrowed. For years, Sun Yunyang had intentionally or unintentionally brought up her status as a waste. Qin Lan had thought it merely a sign of her second sister's slight harshness. But now, Sun Yunyang's expression clearly exceeded mere harshness. Second sister, what troubles you? You don't seem very happy, Qin Lan inquired. Jiyu turned her attention to Sun Yunyang, although Sun Yunyang swiftly masked her expression with a smile. The keen perception of a core formation cultivator did not miss the subtle hints. Yunyang, your junior sister's recovery and cultivation is a joyous occasion. As her senior sister, you ought to embrace the role. Sun Yunyang's heart sank, and her jealousy towards Qin Lan deepened. On the surface, she merely nodded respectfully. I was just taken aback. And now I realize I have lost my composure. She turned to Qin Lan, smiling. Congratulations on your recovery, junior sister. With your talent, breaking through to core formation is just a matter of time. Indeed. Qin Lan nodded gently. The once great talent of Hongwan Peak had returned. At the back of the hall, a flicker of amusement crossed Chu Yao's eyes. Their dragon saliva sect had gained another member, significantly enhancing their strength. Bu Shihua remained composed, unaffected by Qin Lan's recovery. In her heart, only cultivation mattered. Everything else was of little concern. After lingering in the hall for a while longer, Jiyu finally released them. Once they had distanced themselves from the hall, Qin Lan took the initiative to approach Chu Yao. Junior sister, when may I visit the sect leader? She transmitted. Chu Yao's expression shifted slightly. It seemed Qin Lan was still not satisfied. However, this was hardly surprising. Once one experienced the benefits, it was difficult to relinquish them. They were all alike in that regard. Starting tomorrow, you may come to see me every 3 days. Chu Yao replied, as this was a prior arrangement made by Yiba. Excellent. Thank you, junior sister. Qin Lan's eyes sparkled with joy as she departed the peak, flying towards her medicinal field. She had realized from her first experience that divine items could not only heal her injuries but also expedite her cultivation, should she continue utilizing these divine items. She was confident she could break through to the core formation stage within a few years. Watching Qin Lan's retreating figure, Chu Yao smiled faintly. However, just as she was about to head towards her residence, she suddenly sensed something. Glancing sideways, she saw Sun Yunyang had appeared nearby. Sun Yunyang nodded gently at her before vanishing into the wooden corridor. Chu Yao assumed she was merely passing by. Moreover, as she and Qin Leng communicated through thought, she was not concerned about Sun Yunyang overhearing. However, the arrival of Sun Yunyang served as a reminder for him. One must exercise greater caution in the vicinity of the Grand Hall of the Peak Master. Chapter 53. The Sacred Body of Array Dao. Qi Lan's Doubts. A month later, Yi Ba had just concluded his training with Deng Xiaohan when a system prompt appeared before him. Array Dao Experience 200. Second grade upper tier Array Master. 6000 can break through. Advanced affiliation established. Deng Xiaohan's hidden talent physique identification in progress. Identification complete. Physique, Sacred Body of Array Dao grant. Sacred Body of Array Dao, sacred grade innately possesses profound comprehension of array techniques, capable of swiftly mastering intricate formations, and can deploy arrays directly using natural geography without materials. Had he finally established an advanced affiliation? Yu Ba murmured, a wave of excitement washing over him. His nearly month-long special attention towards Deng Xiaohan had not been in vain. He had invested nearly everything, and now he had finally achieved his goal. Since Deng Xiaohan was still within the cave, he did not bestow the gift immediately to avoid causing too much commotion that might expose their hideout. After a moment of contemplation, he silently intoned breakthrough. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding array techniques surged into his mind. This knowledge felt as if it were a memory from a past life, returning to him once more. Even the various experiences and methods for crafting array discs emerged vividly. After a brief moment, he fully absorbed that influx of memory. His proficiency in array techniques had risen again, reaching the third grade lower tier. At this moment, he glanced at his status panel. Name: Yi Ba. Physique: Supreme Yang Celestial Body, Celestial Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Rare Grade. 9 Yang Absolute Pulse, Exquisite Grade. Fire Charm King Body, Royal Grade. 8,810,000. Greenwood Source Body, 3,310,000. Royal Grade. Realm: Qi Refining 9th Layer, Talent. Outstanding Water Element Spiritual Root. Outstanding Earth Element Spiritual Root. Outstanding Fire Element Spiritual Root. Upper Tier Gold Element Spiritual Root. Outstanding Wood Element Spiritual Root, 210,000. Talent: Plant Perception, Exquisite Grade. Divine Abilities: 5 Elements Array Heart. Alchemy, 2nd Grade Middle Tier, 300-4000. Symbol Crafting, 2nd Grade Middle Tier. Array Techniques, 3rd Grade Lower Tier. Cultivation Method, Great Extreme Bliss Dao. Spell, Fireball Technique. 7 days prior, he had successfully advanced to the Qi Refining 8th Layer with the aid of various elixirs. Subsequently, he ingested a breakthrough pill and smoothly reached the Qi Refining 9th Layer. His rapid establishment of an advanced affiliation with Deng Xiaohan was largely attributed to this breakthrough in his cultivation. Moreover, with Qin Lan's assistance, his Wood Element Spiritual Root had also reached the outstanding grade, and he even acquired the talent of plant perception. Lastly, his alchemy, symbol crafting, and array techniques had all seen improvement, with array techniques and symbol crafting reaching their current limits. To continue advancing, he would need to seek out a more formidable female sorceress. The progress Yu Ba had made during this period was considerable. He had even found time to learn the fireball technique. Now, he had to contemplate the matter of foundation establishment. Yu Ba mused. Establishing a foundation required foundation establishment pills, which he could not procure himself. He could only rely on Chu Yao and a few others. However, given the status and stature of Chu Yao and Bu Shouhua, acquiring a few foundation establishment pills for him should not pose a significant challenge. Just then, Deng Xiaohan finally stepped onto the teleportation array and departed. After waiting for 2 hours, Yi Ba decided to bestow the gift. Meanwhile, within the Inner Sects Array Hall, Deng Xiaohan was massaging Qi Lan's shoulders. She had performed such tasks many times before. However, ever since witnessing Qi Lan's humble demeanor before Yi Ba, a sense of resistance stirred within her whenever Qi Lan requested a shoulder massage. She felt that Qi Lan's usual authoritative presence was merely a fade. Suddenly, Deng Xiaohan's expression shifted. An incomprehensibly profound power surge within her. Am I about to awaken a special physique? Deng Xiaohan thought. An overwhelming sense of joy filling her heart as she came to a realization. After witnessing Chu Yao, Qi Hongyue, and Bu Shenghua consecutively awaken special physiques or talents, if she could not deduce that Yi Ba was the catalyst behind it all, she would be utterly foolish. Oh no. Suddenly, she remembered that Qi Lan was still beside her. The fluctuations of her aura would undoubtedly be sensed by her. Sure enough, the next second, Qilong furrowed her brows and turned to look. Noticing the changes in Deng Xiaohan's aura, she frowned and inquired, Hana, what is happening to you? Deng Xiaohan's eyes darted around as she contemplated a response. Yet before she could speak, the aura around her surged once more. A mysterious essence brewed within her body. This is the aura of a Dao. Qi Lan's heart trembled with shock. As Deng Xiaohan's aura intensified, after a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand to form a seal, activating the array outside the hall to conceal the fluctuations within. At this point, Deng Xiaohan lacked the energy to pay attention to Qi Lan. She sat cross-legged, wholly immersed in experiencing the changes within her. My awakening physique must be related to array Dao, Deng Xiaohan thought with delight. She already possessed the talent of 5 elements array heart. And if she were to awaken an array Dao physique, the synergy between the two would significantly enhance her power. She could only wonder what grade my physique would be. The physiques awakened by Chu Yao and the others were either imperial grade or sacred grade. She felt that her awakening physique should not be inferior. Standing beside Deng Xiaohan, Qi Lan sensed the Dao rhythm emanating from Deng Xiaohan's surroundings. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Dao rhythm is a symbol of initial contact with the great Dao. Even core formation cultivators cannot touch it, yet it appeared on Deng Xiaohan, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. What in the world is happening? Qi Lan's mind was soon engulfed in confusion. Having been with Deng Xiaohan for 7 years, she thought she understood her well. With Deng Xiaohan's qualifications, such an occurrence should be impossible. Could it be that Honor has encountered some fortuitous event? Qi Lan's eyes flickered as she could only temporarily entertain this notion. As she pondered, the changes within Deng Xiaohan finally ceased and completely vanished. Qi Lan, unable to contain her curiosity, stepped forward and grasped Deng Xiaohan's arm to examine the changes within her body. Deng Xiaohan hesitated for a moment but ultimately allowed Qi Lan to probe her. As it was not yet time to confront Qi Lan. This is the sacred body of array Dao. Qi Lan exclaimed in shock. This is the physique coveted by countless array masters. Upon attaining this physique, one naturally becomes attuned to array Dao, grasping virtually any array pattern with a mere glance. Deploying arrays can even be accomplished without an array disk, as one can utilize the natural geography of mountains and rivers to create innate formations with simple adjustments. The power of these formations far surpasses those crafted through conventional means. Suddenly, she froze, recalling something. Recently, Yueo had also awakened an imperial grade talent. And now Deng Xiaohan had awakened a sacred grade physique. Was there a connection between the two? A profound doubt arose within her. Yueo had once mentioned that her ability to awaken an imperial grade talent was related to the sect leader. Then, had Deng Xiaohan also encountered the sect leader and was a member of the Dragon Saliva sect? As this thought took root, it swiftly blossomed within her mind. Chapter 54. The slippery shoulders of age. Qi Lan harbored a desire to inquire, yet having once sworn a heavenly oath, she could not mention the Dragon Breath sect before anyone. Thus, she forcibly suppressed her profound curiosity and instead smiled, saying, Congratulations, Honor, on awakening the sacred body of Array Path. Your future accomplishments in this domain will surely surpass those of your master. Deng Xiaohan responded with reverence, her heart blooming with joy at the revelation of her sacred body. Her ascension in the Array Path would undoubtedly be smooth, and surpassing Qi Lan was merely a matter of time. Oh, do not exalt me so, for although I am 2 minor realms above you, in the realm of the Array Path, we are both merely at the 3rd tier low grade. I could once rely on my age to impart some experience to you. But now, I am unworthy to continue as your master, Qi Lan said, shaking her head with a bittersweet smile. The truth of her words was undeniable. Awakening the sacred body of Array Path, Deng Xiaohan would soon elevate her array techniques. Please, master, do not speak so. Once a master, always a master. Regardless of how I fare in the future, I shall only recognize you as my teacher. Deng Xiaohan hastily interjected. Moreover, your realm exceeds mine. And soon you shall form your golden core and become a golden core practitioner. I have much to learn from you, she continued with flattery. Hearing such words brought a slight comfort to Qi Lan's heart, and a smile graced her lips. As Deng Xiaohan had mentioned, with the help of the sect leader, she was indeed drawing closer to the threshold of golden core formation. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time. But breaking through to the golden core is not as simple as it seems, Qi Lan responded, reluctant to reveal her secrets. She harbored doubts about Deng Xiaohan. Even if Deng Xiaohan were a member of the sect, it did not mean she was aware of Qi Lan's own affiliation. After all, They always don masks when entering or leaving, making recognition nearly impossible. Deng Xiaohan silently scoffed, thinking, "Master, you are quite adept at concealing your true intentions." She was well aware of Yi Ba's capabilities. With his assistance, Qi Lan would undoubtedly achieve golden core formation. It was merely a question of time. After a perfunctory remark, Qi Lan continued, "With your awakening of the sacred body of Array Path, your potential is immense. I shall recommend you to the Array Hall on the Sect Leader's Peak for further cultivation, where you will acquire more profound knowledge of array techniques." Deng Xiaohan froze, instinctively wanting to refuse. Her roots lay with Yi Ba, and without him, even with the sacred body of Array Path, her path to cultivation would be fraught with challenges. The Sect Leader's Peak was far from the Red Lawn Peak, and the array defenses between peaks rendered short-distance teleportation ineffective. Hence, if she left Red Lawn Peak, she might never again be able to practice alongside Yi Ba. This was an eventuality she could not allow. "Master, are you trying to send me away?" In that fleeting moment of lowering her head, Deng Xiaohan's eyes darted anxiously, and when she raised her gaze again, tears had already welled up. "Honor will not leave. I wish to serve you always." Deng Xiaohan's sincerity was palpable, moving anyone who witnessed it. "Honor, this is for your own good. Even if you go to the Sect Leader's Peak, you can still return to visit your master occasionally," Qi Lan patiently counseled, though internally, she pondered Deng Xiaohan's irrational reaction. For array masters within the sect, the Array Hall on the Sect Leader's Peak was a sacred ground, making it illogical to refuse such an opportunity. As for Deng Xiaohan's reasons, Qi Lan found them hard to believe. The two appeared to embody a master-student relationship filled with mutual respect, yet beneath the surface, they were both probing and grappling with each other. "There is no need for further persuasion, Master. You cannot drive me away," Deng Xiaohan declared resolutely, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms. Seeing this, Qi Lan contemplated for a moment and recognized that she could not press the matter further. However, her suspicions regarding Deng Xiaohan deepened. She rose, gently patting Deng Xiaohan's shoulders, and sighed, "Let us put this matter aside for now. Think it over after you return. Do not act impulsively." Deng Xiaohan nodded lightly and exited the grand hall. Once outside, the expression of grievance faded from her face, replaced by a furrowed brow. Something felt amiss with Qi Lan. It seemed as though she were testing her. While Qi Lan had always treated her relatively well, today's attentiveness was unprecedented. Could it be that Qi Hongwei had informed Qi Lan of her situation? Deng Xiaohan pondered, her heart filled with doubt. Harboring this suspicion, she returned to her quarters, donned her mask, and changed into another set of garments before stepping into the teleportation array, intending to confront Qi Hongwei directly. This was the time designated for Qi Hongwei's cultivation. As expected, upon arriving at the cave, her eyes immediately fell upon Qi Hongwei. However, she was puzzled to see Qi Hongwei seated cross-legged in her room, not utilizing Yi Ba's assistance for her training. Deng Xiaohan approached, intending to awaken Qi Hongwei, but was preempted by Yi Ba's voice. "Senior Sister Qi is in a meditative state. She is about to attempt foundation establishment," Yi Ba explained. With his aid, Qi Hongwei had finally touched upon the threshold of foundation establishment, and upon receiving the foundation establishment pill, she was eager to seek his help. "What brings you here?" Deng Xiaohan glanced at Yi Ba. She had not intended to discuss this matter with him. Yet faced with his inquiry, she felt no inclination to refuse. She began to explain. "It seems Qi Lan has learned of my identity from Junior Sister Qi, and I wish to verify this with her." "Oh." Yi Ba's expression shifted. He had cautioned Qi Hongwei. Thus it was implausible for Qi Lan to have acquired information about Deng Xiaohan from her. He had yet to establish a subordinate relationship with Qi Lan and was currently bound by a heavenly oath to guard against her. There is no need for verification. Senior Sister Qi would never disclose your identity to Qi Lan. You can be completely assured of this, Yi Ba replied directly. Deng Xiaohan was taken aback, unsure why Yi Ba was so confident. However, with their superior subordinate relationship in place, she fully trusted his words. Understood. Deng Xiaohan nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. At that moment, the teleportation array unexpectedly illuminated once more. As the light dissipated, Qi Lan, draped only in a sheer white veil and wearing a flame mask, stepped out from the array. Her beauty partially concealed, yet captivating. Upon seeing Qi Lan, Deng Xiaohan's gaze sharpened beneath her mask. Fortunately, she had changed her attire before entering the cave, and with the mask concealing her aura, she was not overly concerned about being discovered. "Sect leader, I shall take my leave." After acquiring the information she sought, Deng Xiaohan wished to depart. "Very well," Yi Ba nodded. As Ding Xiaohan passed by Qi Lan, she noticed the latter's gaze was warm, and she offered a slight nod in return, appearing amicable. To avoid arousing suspicion, Ding Xiaohan reciprocated the gesture and promptly stepped into the teleportation array, vanishing from the cave. Yiba, however, regarded Qi Lan with confusion, uncertain why she had come at this particular moment, which was not her designated cultivation time. Greetings, sect leader. Qi Lan approached Yiba, kneeling respectfully before him with a demeanor of utmost propriety. What brings you here unbidden? Are you aware that you are violating sect rules? Yiba asked coldly. Sect leader, I learned that my daughter is about to establish her foundation, and in my eagerness as a mother, I could not restrain myself from coming. Please, punish me as you see fit. Qi Lan replied softly, her voice imbued with a pitiable tone, starkly contrasting her usual aloofness in the array hall. As she spoke, the veil on her shoulder slipped, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Slippery shoulders of age. Are they? Yiba cursed inwardly. Qi Lan was clearly attempting to allure him. Was this for Qi Hongyue's sake, or was it for her own desires? Chapter 55. Activating Hidden Bonds. Critical strikes enhance cultivation. Cultivators are continually nourished by spiritual energy, which significantly slows the aging process. Despite Qi Lan having borne children, she appears to be merely in her early 30s, resembling Qi Hongyue Morris sisters. She exudes a lingering charm, augmented by a maturity that Qi Hongwei and her companions lack. In this moment, Qi Lan skillfully navigates a myriad of emotions. One may discern her facade, yet the allure is undeniable, evoking a desire for possession. Hongyue is still in meditation. We must wait a while longer. This time, I will overlook it due to your eagerness for your daughter. Yiba remarked indifferently. Thank you for your understanding, sect leader. Qi Lan bowed her head in gratitude, her waist curving into a breathtaking arc. Yiba swallowed hard, contemplating that since they were waiting anyway, he might as well assist Qi Lan in her cultivation, alleviating the distraction of her incessant movements before him, while also gaining some experience. Since Hongwei requires more time, I shall aid you in your cultivation for a while. Yiba stated calmly. Thank you for your grace, sect leader. Qi Lan's masked face revealed a hint of joy as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She then lifted her head and, on bended knee, approached Yiba, eager to commence her training. After half an hour, Qi Hongwei finally completed her preparations for foundation establishment, optimizing her condition to its peak. She looked towards Yiba, seeking his assistance for the next step, only to find her mother engrossed in her own cultivation. Her composure faltered for a moment, her brows knitting tightly together, nearly undoing the state of focus she had painstakingly achieved. Mother, what brings you here? Qi Hongwei forced herself to suppress her rising anger. She was on the brink of establishing her foundation, yet her mother seemed intent on competing with her. It was utterly unbecoming of a mother. Her choice to conceal the matter regarding Yiba proved to be the right decision. Otherwise, Qi Lan would be feasting while she could barely savor a drop. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Qi Lan came back to her senses, reluctantly halting her training. Wiping the corner of her mouth, she said, I naturally came to safeguard you as you prepare to establish your foundation. Now that you have adjusted your state, you should commence. She vacated her position, gesturing for Qi Hongyue to take her place. Qi Hongyue's expression softened slightly as she voluntarily stepped forward. Recognizing the urgency of her foundation establishment and choosing not to contest with her mother at this moment. Please, leave it to you, sect leader. Qi Hongwei spoke in a low tone. Entrust it to me. Yiba nodded. You need only focus on your breakthrough. Understood, Qi Hongwei affirmed. Entering a state of cultivation to gather strength for her foundation establishment, Qi Lan assisted her from the side. As time passed, Qi Hongwei reaped increasing benefits. Only when she could absorb no more did she take out a foundation establishment pill and consume it. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of warmth that surged into her meridians, ultimately converging in her dantian. Under the influence of the medicinal properties, the spiritual energy within her dantian began to compress, gradually liquefying into spiritual liquid, accumulating more and more. What is this? Qi Hongwei gazed inward at her dantian, astonished. She discovered that the spiritual liquid produced during her foundation establishment flowed with remarkable smoothness, utterly pure without a trace of impurities. How could this be? Is this perfect foundation establishment? Qi Hongwei was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, she realized that some impurities within her spiritual energy had entirely evaporated with the aid of the yang energy, leaving no remnants. It must be Yushidi assisting me. Qi Hongwei understood. Perfect foundation establishment is exceedingly rare. Few cultivators can achieve it. She had not anticipated that she could as well. Noticing the dwindling yang energy, She immediately focused on absorbing it. The yang energy could not falter, as her Dantian spiritual energy had yet to fully liquefy. Should the supply of yang energy be insufficient? It might leave impurities within her spiritual energy, jeopardizing her perfect foundation establishment, resulting in a significant loss. Qi Lan assisted from the side, ensuring Qi Hongwei absorbed the benefits. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she noticed a small benefit had been wasted. Hesitating for a moment, she saw that Qi Hongwei was still immersed in her cultivation, and no one was paying her any mind. She promptly consumed the benefit, thinking to herself, such divine materials cannot be wasted. To her, waste was akin to desecration, something she could not tolerate. As time continued to pass, the spiritual power within Qi Hongwei finally completed its liquefaction. A thunderous roar erupted from within her, as a massive amount of spiritual liquid surged through her meridians. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy in the cave began to converge into her body, causing her aura to rise rapidly. This phenomenon persisted for a full half-hour. Yuba was somewhat astonished. He discovered that during Qi Hongyue's breakthrough, he had absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy as well. Could it be due to Hongyue's innate talent, Thousand Tides Charming Bone? Yuba speculated inwardly. His swift breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi training was largely attributable to Qi Hongyue's earlier assistance. Each cultivation session, her Thousand Tides Charming Bone provided him with abundant pure spiritual energy, greatly benefiting him. This time, he too had borrowed strength from Qi Hongwei, solidifying his recently achieved 9th level of Qi training. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance beneath him and looked down to discover Qi Lan stealthily indulging herself. Yuba was taken aback, yet he felt a sense of respect. He paid no heed to Qi Hongwei, who was stabilizing her realm, nor to Qi Lan, who was surreptitiously consuming benefits. He rose and entered another room, gazing at the panel that appeared before him. Unlike the usual white panel, this one gleamed with gold. Activate Hidden Bond, Mother-Daughter Synergy, doubling cultivation, miraculous critical strikes. This critical strike rate is 10-fold. Fiery Beauty King Experience 110, critical strike rate. Fiery Beauty King Grade, 10,000 can awaken. First activation of this bond grants critical cultivation rewards. Current cultivation level 100. Would you like to immediately accept the cultivation influx? No. Yuba declined outright. Qi Lan and her daughter were still in the cave. It was not the right time to elevate their realms. What intrigued him was the meaning behind this hidden bond. This was the first time such a situation had arisen. Could it be that cultivating alongside a female demon with a special identity yields critical strikes and additional benefits? It seemed somewhat akin to chess, where each piece possesses one or more identities. For instance, Qi Lan is both Qi Hongyue's mother and Deng Xiaohan's mentor. Perhaps when their identities align, it triggers a critical strike. Qi Lan and Deng Xiaohan, being master and disciple, should also be able to activate a special bond. Yuba pondered, contemplating in his heart. Furthermore, a trio could also be tested. Perhaps they too share a hidden bond. Yuba's mind brimmed with ideas, intending to seek opportunities to experiment in the future. The allure of critical strikes was too enticing. Not only did they provide a 10-fold experience boost post-critical strike, but more importantly, they could enhance cultivation. This would resolve his slow cultivation progression. Naturally, he was the only one who felt it was slow. For most cultivators, breaking through a level could take years or even decades. However, Yuba had traversed from the modern world, where his thinking still lingered. Although he had broken through to the 9th level of Qi training in less than half a year, he remained unsatisfied, feeling it was too slow. Now that a special bond could be activated for critical strikes enhancing cultivation, his rate of breakthrough would only accelerate. Chapter 56. The Burning Celestial Body. After Qi Hongyue and her companion departed from the cave, Yuba immediately accepted the pinnacle of his cultivation. In an instant, an abundance of spiritual liquid surged within his dantian, causing his aura to rapidly rise. He soon reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Ordinarily, at his rate of cultivation, it would take him at least 6 months to break through to this level. However, following the infusion of spiritual energy, he had directly attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer. This meant he could now consume a foundation establishment pill and begin his attempts at establishing a foundation. When Xu Yao and the others next visited, he would ask them to gather foundation establishment pills for him. Yuba murmured to himself, committing this to memory. He then silently invoked the word awaken within his heart. After a month of experiential accumulation, combined with the recent surge of experience, he successfully amassed enough to awaken the Fire Charm King body. Now that he had the time, it was the perfect moment to awaken it. Note: The fire charm king body will only awaken within female cultivators. The hostess awakening will automatically be corrected to the burning celestial body. The burning celestial body can nurture powerful burning celestial flames, which wield tremendous strength, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Such a phenomenon. Yiba was astonished. However, this automatic correction was not a first for him, and he quickly accepted it. The next moment, a torrent of heat surged within him. The warmth flowed rapidly through his meridians, causing them to swell and become fiery. Upon introspection, he discovered that the heat within his meridians was composed of tiny flames. As time passed, the heat within him continued to grow. Ultimately, all this heat converged in his dantian, forming a fireball the size of a fist. The flames flickered dreamily, a mesmerizing hue between blue and red. With a mere thought, the burning celestial flames erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and bursting forth from his fingertips. A small flame flickered quietly at Yiba's fingertip. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the air began to soar. Sizzle! One of the garments beside Yiba spontaneously ignited, turning to ash in an instant. Startled, Yiba hurriedly extinguished the burning celestial flames and quelled the external fire. The power of these burning celestial flames was indeed formidable. How powerful would a fireball technique cast with this flame be? Yiba pondered. He was eager to experiment, but feared that the force might shatter the array within the cave. Ultimately, he curbed his curiosity. Additionally, he noted that the burning celestial flames posed no threat to himself. The foolish notion of burning oneself to death was non-existent. The following day, Chuyao arrived at the cave. After assisting her in completing her cultivation, Yiba inquired about the foundation establishment pills. Senior Sister, I have now reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement and stand at the threshold of foundation establishment. I need you to procure foundation establishment pills for me. Yiba instructed. Foundation establishment pills. Chuyao instinctively frowned. Foundation establishment pills are essential for every Qi refinement cultivator aiming to establish a foundation. However, the spiritual materials required to concoct these pills are exceedingly rare and precious, not easily obtained. The pills she used during her own foundation establishment were provided by her master. Is there a problem? Noticing Chuyao's expression, Yiba inquired with curiosity. Yes, Chuyao nodded. Foundation establishment pills are only sold at the pill hall, depending on the grade. The price ranges from 10,000 to 1,000,000 spirit stones. If it's just a low-grade foundation establishment pill, I might be able to borrow some spirit stones to purchase it. However, for medium-grade or high-grade pills, I lack sufficient spirit stones. Chiyo felt a pang of guilt for not having enough spirit stones to meet Yiba's request. Is that so? Yiba frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, what is the difference between a low-grade and a perfect foundation establishment pill? The grades of foundation establishment pills are divided into low, medium, high, and perfect. The higher the grade, the greater the potential for future development, allowing one to travel further on the path of cultivation. Chu Yao elaborated. Yiba nodded lightly. This was the first time he had heard such an explanation. Naturally, he desired a perfect foundation establishment pill. A perfect foundation establishment pill requires 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones? Indeed, Chu Yao affirmed, then quickly added, however, even with sufficient spirit stones, acquiring a perfect foundation establishment pill is quite difficult, as it is often available but rarely obtainable. Once the pill hall produces a perfect foundation establishment pill, it is swiftly snatched up by the peak masters and sect leaders. I have little chance of obtaining one. As a true disciple, I can only use high-grade foundation establishment pills. Only the descendants of core disciples or nascent soul cultivators in the sect have the opportunity to acquire perfect foundation establishment pills. Yiba's brows knitted tightly. Given this, it seemed nearly impossible for him to obtain a perfect foundation establishment pill. Was he destined to settle for something lesser? Yiba felt a sense of unwillingness. Is there truly no other way? Chuyao bit her lip and contemplated for a moment before speaking again. Sister Qing Leng is the head of the inner pill hall. I can inquire with her. The head of the pill hall? Yiba was taken aback. That sounds promising. He nodded. All right. I will ask her for news as soon as I return today. Yes. What grade of alchemist is needed to concoct a foundation establishment pill? Yiba suddenly recalled that he was also an alchemist. If he possessed the requisite materials, he could attempt to concoct it himself. Generally, a second-tier alchemist can concoct foundation establishment pills, but the process is quite complex. Only third-tier alchemists or above have a reasonable chance of successfully concocting high-grade or perfect foundation establishment pills, but even they cannot guarantee success. Chuyao explained. A second-tier alchemist can concoct them? Yiba's eyes sparkled. He was currently a mid-tier second-level alchemist. This meant that with his current alchemical skills, he could indeed concoct foundation establishment pills. Unlike others, due to the existence of the system, his success rate was 100%. Did this imply that as long as he had the alchemical materials, he could concoct them himself? Understanding this, Yiba immediately instructed, prioritize inquiring about the perfect foundation establishment pill. If Qing Leng cannot provide any, then find a way to acquire the spiritual materials needed for concocting foundation establishment pills. Spiritual materials for concocting foundation establishment pills? Chu Yao was astonished. She couldn't grasp Yuba's intent. Did he truly wish to concoct one himself? However, given Qing Lan's status, obtaining a set of materials should not be overly difficult. Yet, she needed to ask before receiving an accurate response. All right. She nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. The refinement of the perfect foundation establishment pill in Qing Lan's residence. Chu Yao sat across from her, speaking softly. Senior Sister, I have a favor to ask of you. Oh? What is it, Junior Sister? Speak freely. If I can assist, I certainly will, Qing Leng replied, surprised and nodding. With Chu Yao's help, she had healed her internal injuries and successfully advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, feeling immense gratitude towards her. It's not a personal matter. Rather, it pertains to our sect. Someone within the sect requires a perfect foundation establishment pill. As the head of the alchemy hall, I wonder if you might have a way? Chu Yao fabricated a lie. She could not disclose Yi Ba's true cultivation level to Qing Leng, and instead claimed it was for others in the sect. A perfect foundation establishment pill. Qing Leng instinctively furrowed her brow. While other pills might be manageable, a foundation establishment pill, especially a perfect one, was beyond her current inventory. However, recalling Chu Yao's past assistance, she felt reluctant to outright refuse. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. The perfect foundation establishment pill is exceedingly rare, and I do not possess one at present. However, the alchemy hall does have 2 sets of materials for the foundation establishment pill. I can attempt to refine a perfect foundation establishment pill. That said, with my 3rd-tier low-grade alchemy skills, the success rate may be less than 20%. Ultimately, I cannot guarantee its successful refinement. Senior Sister, you have the materials for refining the foundation establishment pill? Chu Yao's heart stirred. She recalled Yiba's instructions. While a perfect foundation establishment pill was unattainable, acquiring a set of alchemical materials would suffice for her to report back. Could you provide me with a set of foundation establishment pill materials? She inquired immediately. Qing Leng hesitated. It was not that she was unwilling, rather. These materials belonged to the alchemy hall, and both the refining process and the remnants would be subject to scrutiny by the elders of the hall. Even if the refinement failed, remnants would confirm the materials had been used. However, if there were no remnants at all, even as the head of the alchemy hall, it would be difficult to explain. Junior Sister, are you planning to refine the foundation establishment pill yourself? She pondered aloud. Senior Sister, you jest. With my alchemical skills, I lack the qualification to refine the foundation establishment pill. I know an alchemy master within the sect. I can ask him to assist. Chu Yao continued her deception. Ah, I see. Qing Leng understood. She marveled at the talents within the sect, even including a master capable of refining a perfect foundation establishment pill. Junior Sister, here's the situation. She promptly articulated her concerns. Rest assured, if that master fails, I will ensure the remnants are returned to you, Chu Yao promised. Good. Qing Leng agreed. In the next moment, she opened her storage bag and presented over 100 materials required for the foundation establishment pill to Chu Yao. Senior Sister, how many spirit stones are needed for these materials? Take them without worry about spirit stones. However, could you perhaps speak a few kind words for me in front of the sect leader, allowing me more time for cultivation? Qing Lan's cheeks flushed slightly as she finished. Chu Yao, secretly amused at Qing Lan's intentions to secure more benefits, replied, I will mention this to the sect leader, but how he decides is beyond my control. Thank you, Junior Sister. Qing Leng expressed her gratitude. Chu Yao collected the materials from the table into her storage bag and, after a brief farewell, departed to her dwelling atop the peak. Yet, after flying for a short while, her expression shifted as she sensed a trace of scrutiny from a distance on the mountainside. It seemed someone was observing her clandestinely. Puzzled, she flew towards the source, but found no one upon reaching the mountainside. Is someone following me? Chu Yao frowned, her instinct refusing to be mistaken. After a moment of contemplation, she discreetly left, continuing her journey back home while remaining aware of her surroundings. Yet, upon returning, she did not detect any further prying gaze. Suppressing her unease, she activated the protective formation of her residence. With a slight step, she entered the teleportation array and reappeared within a cave. Junior brother, I have procured the materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill from Chulan. Qiao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yiba, her face beaming with anticipation for praise. You did very well, Yiba responded, pleased. He had not expected Chu Yao to be so efficient. It had only been a few days since she managed to acquire the materials. How did you obtain them from Qing Leng? Yiba inquired curiously. Chu Yao recounted the entire process of acquiring the materials, concluding with, Senior Sister wishes for more time to cultivate. Huh, she did well this time. I can certainly grant her request, Yiba chuckled lightly. He had yet to obtain the Qingmu source body from Qing Leng, so it was in his interest to accommodate her, thereby fostering a sense of dependency. A win-win situation. Senior Sister, may I borrow your alchemy furnace and have you assist me in refining the Foundation Establishment Pill? Yiba instructed. What? Qiao was taken aback. Staring wide-eyed at Yiba, he truly intended to refine it himself, unafraid of failure? The materials for a single Foundation Establishment Pill could easily cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The thought of such wastefulness was alarming. But what could she say? She complied obediently. Chu Yao retrieved the alchemy furnace and various materials needed for the Foundation Establishment Pill from her storage bag, quickly preparing everything. Yiba nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Chu Yao. Do you have the recipe for the Foundation Establishment Pill? Please show it to me. Chu Yao was momentarily stunned. Was he planning to learn on the spot? If he succeeded, it would be miraculous. Not to mention a perfect Foundation Establishment Pill. Even creating a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill would be a challenge. Well, I will do my best to assist, she thought, hoping to produce at least 2 low-grade Foundation Establishment Pills. If it failed, she would simply take the remnants back to Qing Leng. With that in mind, she presented the recipe for the Foundation Establishment Pill to Yiba. He took it, and, after studying it for over 10 minutes, memorized the entire refining process. With everything in place, he immediately commenced the refinement. Senior Sister, please heat the alchemy furnace for me, he instructed. Foundation Establishment cultivators can use alchemical fire instead of earthly fire, which is more stable and yields a higher success rate. Of course, he requested Chu Yao's assistance because he currently lacked access to earthly fire. All right. Chu Yao thought it absurd that he could not even heat the furnace himself yet still wished to refine. She approached the furnace with a mindset of failure. Summoning alchemical fire, she quickly warmed the furnace to an appropriate temperature. Seeing this, Yiba tossed in various materials, beginning the process of refining impurities to extract pure medicinal liquid. Before long, all the materials were processed, yielding clusters of pure liquid, large and small. Chu Yao was taken aback. Could it be that Yiba truly had the ability to refine? At least the liquid he produced showed no signs of imperfection. Yiba continued, sequentially introducing the clusters of liquid into the alchemy furnace, merging them as one. After spending nearly half a day, he finally combined all the liquids into a single mass. As the temperature of the furnace rose, the liquid gradually solidified, and just before complete solidification, he divided it into 5 portions. It's done, Yiba declared, unable to contain his excitement. Though he was confident in his ability to succeed, anticipation swelled within him. Qi retracted the fiery essence and subsequently opened the alchemical furnace. Inside the furnace, 5 spirit pills, each the size of an infant's fist, lay quietly within. The success was astonishing. Chu Yu was utterly taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. She recalled that Yiba was merely a first-tier low-grade alchemist, yet here he was, successfully concocting foundational pills. She raised her hand and extracted a foundational pill from the furnace, bringing it closer for inspection. In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a perfect foundational pill. She stood frozen, unable to process the reality before her. It was only when Yiba took the foundational pill from her hand that she finally regained her composure. Although it was difficult to accept, the truth was undeniable. Yiba was genuinely capable of producing perfect foundational pills. As she observed Yiba preparing to take all the pills, she hastily interjected, Junior brother, might you spare me one? Yiba looked at Chu Yu with curiosity. Qing Leng requires a report, Chu Yu explained awkwardly. She had initially intended to bring back some medicinal residue. But now that the concoction had succeeded, the residue was non-existent, leaving her with only the option of taking back one foundational pill. Very well, Yiba consented. He had no use for all 5 pills, so he didn't mind. After tossing one to Chu Yu, he collected the remaining ones. However, Chu Yu showed no intention of departing. Her gaze fixed on Yiba, the implication clear. She was seeking further advantages. Senior Sister, you've worked hard this time. Come and cultivate for a while. Yi Ba said with a smile. The expression beneath Chu Yu's mask instantly brightened, and she moved closer to Yi Ba. Chapter 58. Absolute Subordination. A thought determines life and death. The bond of absolute subordination is established. Absolute subordination. Chu Yao will obey all your commands and will proactively safeguard the host's interests, becoming your most loyal servant. With a mere thought, you can determine her life or death. Through absolute subordination, immense benefits have been bestowed upon you, forging a close connection with your very essence, allowing you to directly grant your spiritual roots and qualities to her. Furthermore, while she cultivates, 1/3 of her cultivation results will be returned to you. Absolute subordination. Yi Ba marveled within. Chu Yao, who had accompanied him the longest, had finally become his devoted hound. Under this absolute bond, even under the threat of her life, Chu Yao would not divulge his secrets to anyone. He could confidently entrust her with significant matters. Moreover, he could bestow his spiritual roots upon her. Most importantly, he could receive a return of cultivation power from her. In essence, Chu Yao would become his reservoir of spiritual energy, providing him with a continuous supply of power. In the future, once Bu Shihua and others also entered into absolute subordination, the pace of his cultivation would undergo a transformative change. These formidable women, who regarded him merely as a tool for cultivation, were unwittingly sowing their own shrouds. Yi Ba suddenly perceived the merit of remaining within the Dajilxian sect. He could treat the entire sect as his power bank. The emaciated female cultivators would fatten his own prowess. He found it almost unfathomable. Casting a glance at Chu Yao, who was reaping the benefits, Yi Ba felt a stir in his heart and directly granted her his 3 superior spiritual roots: wood, fire, and earth. The faster Chu Yao cultivated, the more benefits he would reap. Thus, aiding Chu Yao was tantamount to aiding himself. The wood, fire, and earth spiritual roots were initially of medium to low quality for Chu Yao, but now they had all been elevated to superior quality, and her cultivation speed surged. Chu Yao sensed the remarkable changes within her and was utterly astonished. She halted her cultivation and gazed at Yi Ba. From now on, I shall strive diligently in my practice. Yi Ba offered no explanation, merely advising, indeed. Yes, master, Chu Yao responded, her tone now imbued with deep respect. Her address for Yi Ba had also transformed. Just as she was about to articulate further, the teleportation formation illuminated, and Deng Xiaohan's figure emerged. Upon seeing that Chu Yao had not departed, she instinctively furrowed her brow. It was her cultivation time. Why had Chu Yao not left? Deng Xiaohan's displeasure was evident. Oh, are you so impatient, Senior Sister? Chu Yao rose and retorted. She then turned and stepped onto the teleportation array to depart. Yi Ba frowned slightly. The current teleportation formation seemed overly casual. Should he be engaged in secretive activities within the cave, an unexpected intrusion could prove troublesome. Deng Sister, could the teleportation formation be rearranged? Perhaps to require my consent for activation? Yi Ba inquired. Additionally, a protective array should be established around the teleportation formation to prevent outsiders from discovering our secrets. The protective array is not difficult to set up, but the teleportation array. Deng Xiaohan mused softly, deep in thought. After a moment, she continued, I can forge several paired teleportation tokens. One from each pair will be given to you. Only when you insert your token into the teleportation array can the corresponding token activate. That could work. Yi Ba nodded. On the days assigned for cultivation, simply insert the respective token. It was indeed a manageable arrangement. All right, I will find time in the coming days to forge them. Deng Xiaohan consented, thereafter returning to her cultivation. For hours later, she departed, satisfied. 3 days later, Deng Xiaohan successfully crafted the new teleportation formation and upgraded the arrays within the cave. After awakening her array path sacred body, her understanding of formations deepened significantly. The newly arranged formation provided superior concealment. Yi Ba surveyed the 4 teleportation tokens in his possession, nodding in satisfaction. Presently, only Chu Yao, Bu Shihua, Deng Xiaohan, and Qi Hongwei possessed access to the cave's teleportation array, while Qin Lan and Qi Lan were temporarily excluded. This was a deliberate act on Yi Ba's part to safeguard against the two. He set the 4 tokens aside. He had previously informed the 4 women that he intended to attempt a breakthrough in foundational cultivation starting today. Without his permission, no one was to enter the cave. Yi Ba ignited a calming incense, beginning to adjust his state. Once in optimal condition, he consumed a perfect foundational cultivation pill, causing the spiritual energy within his dantian to surge restlessly. Chapter 59. Chu Yao's speculation. Yi Ba focused his thoughts inward, observing his dantian. As he continued to circulate his cultivation technique to absorb the medicinal essence of the Foundation Establishment Pill, the spiritual energy within his dantian gradually began to liquefy. The entire process flowed smoothly, devoid of any obstruction. Gradually, his mind became completely engrossed in this state, entirely isolated from the outside world. In the external world, at Qing Lan's residence, Chu Yao sat across from Qing Lan. Sister, the spiritual materials for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill that you provided last time have been successfully processed by the alchemy master in our sect. Chu Yao said in a hushed tone. Oh, what was the outcome? Qing Lan inquired, her expression shifting. If it failed, it matters not, just give me the remnants. She was not overly concerned about the result, as perfect Foundation Establishment Pills were notoriously difficult to produce, even after several years as a third-tier low-grade alchemist. The number of perfect Foundation Establishment Pills she had refined was exceedingly few. The success of each attempt often hinged on luck. Sister, the Foundation Establishment Pill was successfully refined. Chu Yao replied. Successfully refined? Was it of medium or high grade? Qin Lan asked, slightly surprised but still unfazed. She frequently managed to refine medium and high-grade Foundation Establishment Pills, so this was not particularly astonishing. This would aid her in justifying her performance to the elders of the Alchemy Hall. Sister, it is a perfect Foundation Establishment Pill, Chu Yao declared solemnly. Huh? What did you say? A perfect Foundation Establishment Pill. Qin Lan's eyes widened, nearly causing her to rise from her seat in disbelief. She struggled to absorb the information. Could it truly be a perfect Foundation Establishment Pill? She hesitated to believe her ears. She was all too aware of how challenging it was to create a perfect Foundation Establishment Pill. To avoid waste, the allocation of spiritual materials for these pills was tailored to the capabilities of third-tier alchemists, ensuring only they could guarantee a reasonable success rate, albeit only for medium and high-grade pills. The success rate for a perfect Foundation Establishment Pill was unpredictable and reliant solely on fortune. Of course, Chu Yao smiled, retrieving a jade box from her storage bag and opening it. Inside lay a Foundation Establishment Pill. Qin Lan took the pill, bringing it closer to her eyes for a thorough examination. This truly is a perfect Foundation Establishment Pill, she exclaimed in astonishment. Sister, is this single perfect Foundation Establishment Pill sufficient for you to deal with the elders of the Alchemy Hall? Chu Yao asked. Absolutely. Qin Lan nodded. However, deep down, she had no intention of submitting this perfect Foundation Establishment Pill to the Alchemy Hall. The value of a perfect Foundation Establishment Pill was exorbitant and often unattainable, capable of being exchanged for numerous other precious items. As for the Alchemy Hall, she could easily devise a plan to procure a few medium-grade Foundation Establishment Pills to placate them. Sister, that alchemy master in our sect is truly remarkable. To produce a perfect Foundation Establishment Pill from just one set of materials. Qin Lan praised without reservation, her curiosity piqued. By the way, do you know how many pills this master has successfully refined? 5, all perfect Foundation Establishment Pills, Chu Yao answered, finding no harm in sharing this information, especially since Qin Lan was unaware that Yi Ba was the one behind the refinement. What? Are you serious? Qin Lan leaped from her chair, grasping Chu Yao's hand in excitement. Typically, a single batch of Foundation Establishment Pills would yield at most 5, and within that, only 1 or 2 could be perfect, the rest either being waste or medium to high grade. She had never heard of an entire batch being composed solely of perfect pills. Even the alchemy master at the peak, who was at the nascent soul stage, could barely manage to produce 3 perfect Foundation Establishment Pills. This indicated that their sect's alchemy masters surpassed even the nascent soul alchemists within the sect. Haha, I have no reason to deceive you, sister. Chu Yao gently released Qin Lan's hand, smiling in return. She recognized the incredibility of this occurrence, yet it had indeed transpired. Qin Lan resumed her seat, her emotions turbulent and unsettled. Was their sect, the Longxian sect, truly stronger than the Dajjal Xinzong? This revelation filled her with even greater reverence for the Longxian sect. Sister, what is your relationship with that master? I still have a set of spiritual materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Qin Lan inquired softly, eager to seize this opportunity for profit. Are you suggesting we refine another batch of Foundation Establishment Pills? Chu Yao raised an eyebrow. Yes. Regardless of how many perfect Foundation Establishment Pills we produce, I only require 1. Qin Lan stipulated her terms. How the remaining pills are divided between you and that master is none of my concern. Chu Yao's eyes brightened at this arrangement. If this were to transpire, Yi Ba would acquire 4 perfect foundation establishment pills. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "You may provide me with the spiritual materials first. I will inquire afterward. But I cannot guarantee the outcome. I trust you, sister," Qing Leng affirmed with a smile, harboring no worries. After all, the success rate for perfect foundation establishment pills was 100%. The prowess of such an alchemy master was worth the gamble. The two temporarily solidified their agreement. Chu Yao chose not to linger longer and departed. Moments later, upon returning to her residence, she sensed an unusual presence. "Has someone entered my room?" Chu Yao furrowed her brow. She had a habit of lighting incense in her room, thus the scent within was always infused with that unique aroma. However, today there was an unfamiliar scent mingling with it, distinctly different from usual. Puzzled, she inspected her belongings but found nothing amiss. Even the arrangement of items remained unchanged. Could it be my imagination? Chu Yao pondered, yet soon shook her head. The likelihood of her misperceiving was minimal. Then, who had entered her room? Her eyes narrowed as she considered the protective array outside her residence. Without the array talisman, it would be impossible to gain entry. She recalled the incident a few days prior when someone had spied on her from the mountainside. Clearly, someone had set their sights on her. Fortunately, she always concealed the teleportation array when leaving her room. Otherwise, she might have been discovered. Reflecting on this, a chill ran down her spine. I rarely interact with many people. Chu Yao fell into thought. Those capable of activating the protective array were likely individuals from the main hall. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Sun Yunyang. She recalled this individual first. Upon her initial apprenticeship under the Peak Master, Sun Yunyang had instructed the White Dragon to monitor her activities. Moreover, the protective array talisman had been provided by Sun Yunyang. It was entirely plausible that she possessed additional talismans. If Sun Yunyang wished to enter her residence, she certainly had the means. After the demise of the White Dragon, Chu Yao had assumed that Sun Yunyang would temper her behavior. However, it appeared that Sun Yunyang had only become more brazen. Such actions from Sun Yunyang left Chu Yao feeling quite unsettled. Should she enter the cave via the teleportation array, Sun Yunyang could easily access her residence. Her secrets would be laid bare, and Yi Ba would be placed in peril. This cannot continue. Chu Yao murmured to herself, her heart darkening with resolve. Chapter 60. The massed cultivation gathering on the night of the 7th day, Chu Yao ceased her cultivation. Releasing a long sigh. Without the assistance of the esteemed lord, her progress was agonizingly slow, akin to a snail's crawl. She pondered deeply, uncertain whether the lord had successfully established his foundation. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she turned to the side, gazing at the teleportation array. To her astonishment, the previously dim array began to radiate with light. Could it be that she could now reach the Lord? Filled with joy, she promptly retrieved the array token and inserted it into the teleportation formation. After a flash of brilliance, she found herself within a cave. In the cave, Chu Yao searched for Yi Ba's figure. Upon discovering him seated cross-legged on the bed, a smile of delight illuminated her face. "Lord, have you succeeded in establishing your foundation?" she inquired. "Indeed," Yi Ba replied with a smile, nodding his head. Not only had he established his foundation, but he had achieved a perfect one. He was now a bona fide early-stage foundation cultivator, and the aura emanating from him had undergone a profound transformation. Most importantly, his lifespan had extended to 200 years. "Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment, Lord." Chu Yao bowed in respect, her joy surpassing even Yi Ba's. "Truly, you are my most loyal subordinate." Yi Ba chuckled inwardly. He then inquired, "During my seclusion, has anything significant occurred outside?" "Qing Leng wishes to collaborate with you, Lord, to refine a perfect foundation pill. She only requires one." Chu Yao replied thoughtfully. The price of a perfect foundation pill was exorbitant and could be exchanged for valuable cultivation resources. "Very well, we can accommodate her request." Yi Ba nodded. Having established his foundation, he would require even more resources for future cultivation, and accumulating some spirit stones would be beneficial. "I have already brought the spiritual materials," Chu Yao said, producing a storage bag and placing it beside Yi Ba. "Good. Is there anything else?" Yi Ba asked. "Another matter is that my second senior sister, Sun Yunyang, may have set her sights on me. She has secretly entered my chamber and even sent someone to monitor me." Chu Yao's expression turned grave. "Sun Yunyang? What is her cultivation level?" "Late-stage foundation," Chu Yao replied. Yi Ba frowned. If Sun Yunyang inadvertently discovered his presence, it could pose a problem. However, since he was aware of this potential hazard in advance, he could resolve it. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Find a way to lure her here. There is a killing formation outside the teleportation array. We shall eliminate her directly." The killing formation laid by Deng Xiaohan was a low-grade, third-tier formation, which, as she claimed, could even pose a threat to early-stage core formation cultivators. Sun Yunyang, being merely at late-stage foundation, would be no match for it. Understood. Chiyo nodded, now fully compliant with Yu Ba's directives. Moreover, she had long harbored resentment towards Sun Yunyang, and eliminating her would be the best outcome. However, instead of departing immediately, she approached Yu Ba, swaying her waist and teasingly said, "Lord, after several days without cultivating, the yang energy within me has dwindled. I require your assistance to replenish it." Yu Ba chuckled lightly. "It has only been a few days. How could you be so impatient?" Yet, as his most loyal subordinate, he could hardly refuse her request. With a silent agreement, he gestured to her with his eyes. Understanding his unspoken words, she expressed her gratitude and began her cultivation. Half a day later, Chu Yao, satisfied and content, departed. Once she had left, Yu Ba began to contemplate his next steps. Having just broken through to early-stage foundation, it was imperative to solidify his realm and continue enhancing his cultivation. However, after experiencing the exhilarating rush of his newfound power, he found himself reluctant to engage in further cultivation. Why should he toil when there were simpler methods at his disposal? If Qi Hongwei and her daughter could activate a special bond, then surely Qi Lan and Deng Xiaohan could as well. Yu Ba contemplated. He devised a plan to bring Qi Lan and Deng Xiaohan together. Engaging with Deng Xiaohan would not pose a challenge, as she was now his high-ranking subordinate. She would obey his commands as long as her life was not at stake. The main difficulty lay with Qi Lan, who was more difficult to manipulate. Additionally, if Qi Lan grew too close to Deng Xiaohan, she might uncover her true identity, which could lead to complications. Perhaps he could obscure Qi Lan's perception, rendering her a mere tool, and then bring her here to cultivate together. Yu Ba's eyes sparkled with inspiration. As for persuading Qi Lan, he would leave it to Qi Hongyue. After all, who better to understand her daughter than her own mother? With this thought, he promptly inserted the array token belonging to Qi Hongyue into the teleportation array. Within a minute, the array glowed brightly, and Qi Hongyue's figure materialized. She rushed towards Yu Ba, appearing as if she had been starved for half a year. "Truly hungry, aren't you?" Yu Ba remarked, somewhat exasperated. What else could he do but satisfy her needs? Their time together had been lengthy, and the next individual to become his absolute subordinate would likely be either Qi Hongyue or Bu Xinghua, with Deng Xiaohan being the final one. Half a day later, after their cultivation session concluded, Qi Hongyue, feeling fulfilled, produced a talisman from her storage bag and exclaimed, "Junior brother, I have made progress in talisman crafting and can now create sound transmission talismans. Here is one I crafted. We can use it to communicate in the future." Yu Ba inspected the talisman and found it quite satisfactory. This would certainly facilitate communication with the other women. He promptly requested several pairs of sound transmission talismans from Qi Hongyue, intending to provide some to Chu Yao later. To his surprise, he discovered that Qi Hongyue's talisman crafting had reached a high-grade second tier, which astonished him. Just half a year ago, she had only been a low-grade second-tier alchemist, and now she had progressed to high-grade second tier in such a short span of time. Curious, he inquired about the reason for her rapid advancement. Qi Hongyue's cheeks flushed as she softly explained, "Junior brother, the spiritual ink I crafted from your yang energy has proven remarkably effective when drawing the most potent talismans." "Yang energy? Mine?" Yu Ba exclaimed, taken aback. "Yes." Qi Hongyue nodded in affirmation. Yu Ba couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and incredulity. Was his yang energy being exploited for secondary purposes? Recalling that he had engaged in similar activities himself, he decided not to press the matter further. Instead, he shifted the conversation to a more pressing topic. "Sister, I plan to host a massed cultivation gathering within the sect. Participants must actively obscure all their senses and focus solely on cultivation. Please inquire with your mother and ensure her attendance." Yu Ba instructed earnestly. Qi Hongyue was momentarily taken aback, not out of concern, but rather with excitement as she asked, "Can I participate too?" Yu Ba, was this truly a favorable opportunity? Wait, for the female cultivators, it was indeed a beneficial event, as they could gain advantages and enhance their cultivation. However, he had only intended to test whether Qi Lan and Deng Xiaohan could activate their bond and had not planned to include Qi Hongyue. Thus, he shook his head, saying, "This time is merely an experiment. I will definitely bring you next time." Oh, Qi Hongyue felt a tinge of disappointment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 61. The deep bond between mother and daughter. One teaches while the other learns. Qi Hongwei departed from the cave and returned to her residence. Reflecting on Yi Ba's recent instructions, a sense of unease settled in her chest. Her junior disciple was indeed biased. Why was her mother the only one allowed to participate, while she was left out? Qi Hongwei furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of jealousy. The last time she made a breakthrough in foundational cultivation, her mother had indulged secretly, leaving her deeply dissatisfied. On the surface, Qi Lan appeared concerned for her foundational progress, yet in reality, she was merely seeking her own benefit. In Qi Lan's heart, Qi Hongwei felt she held little significance. For her mother, the pursuit of cultivation always took precedence, Qi Hongwei mused. At last, she had come to perceive her mother's true nature. What means had her mother employed to earn her junior disciple's favor? Surely, she could not be inferior to her. Qi Hongwei glanced at her own chest, puzzled about what could possibly be amiss. Then, a thought struck her. Her mother must know where the issue lay, and she resolved to inquire. However, if she asked directly, her mother might not divulge the truth. She needed a plan. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with inspiration. She promptly left her residence to seek out Qi Lan. A moment later, in the back of the array hall, Qi Lan's quarters, Yuer pays her respects to mother. Qi Hongwei addressed her mother, who lay on her bed, attended by two spirit servants. Qi Lan sat up, casting a disdainful glance at the two servants before dismissing them with a wave of her hand. Leave. If the master were akin to rare spirit milk from a celestial cow, then these two were akin to the murky waters of a foul ditch, devoid of nourishment and reeking. Were it not for the master's preoccupation with other matters these days, she would never have resorted to training with these lowly servants. Once the servants exited the room, Qi Lan raised her hand to enact a protective array, sealing the room from external prying. She then regarded Qi Hongwei with a glimmer of anticipation and inquired softly, "Yue, what brings you here? Has the master concluded his affairs?" Indeed. Qi Hongwei felt a wave of contempt for her mother's demeanor. Upon hearing her response, Qi Lan's expression brightened, and she eagerly pressed, "When can I seek out the master for training?" "My mother, that depends on the master's arrangements." "Are you in such a hurry?" Qi Hongwei inquired. Her tone measured. Qi Lan paused, aware of her own urgency. She had neared the threshold of forming a core and was eager to cultivate further, striving for a swift breakthrough. "Yuer, I am so close to breaking through to core formation. With the master's assistance, the process will be expedited. Once I achieve core formation, the position of Array Hall Master will be mine, granting me access to greater cultivation resources." Qi Lan spoke earnestly, then added, "You must speak well of me before the master," urging him to allow me additional training sessions. "As my daughter, you shall not suffer for my success." Had she said this some time ago, Qi Hongwei might have believed her. Yet now, she harbored no such illusions. She had uncovered Qi Lan's true motives. The notion of not neglecting her was merely a facade for manipulation. "Mother, I understand your sentiments, but I cannot alter the master's plans." Qi Hongwei responded softly. Qi Lan frowned internally. However, the next moment, Qi Hongwei continued, "But recently, the master intends to host a massed cultivation event. Ordinarily, you would not qualify to attend given your status. Yet, since you are so eager to break through, I could relinquish my slot in favor of you." Qi Hongwei feigned a troubled expression. "Such a thing exists? Yuer, you have truly come to my aid." Qi Lan appeared exceedingly excited, her white attire fluttering. "But what does this massed cultivation event entail? Do we not wear masks when meeting the master?" "The massed cultivation event requires not only masks but also the complete closure of one's senses to the outside world. One must focus solely on cultivation. All other needs will be addressed by the master," Qi Hongwei elucidated. "Oh, I see. But how long will the event last?" Qi Lan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Uncertain. The duration is at the master's discretion," Qi Hongwei replied, shaking her head, then raised an eyebrow. "Are you reluctant to participate?" "No. I am willing. I merely wish to inquire further, lest I offend the master," Qi Lan hurriedly clarified. She then pledged, "Once I break through to core formation, I will do everything in my power to assist you in achieving the same." "Thank you for your concern, mother. However, I currently have some questions regarding my cultivation that I hope you can clarify for me," Qi Hongwei said, nodding gently, then articulated her intent. Having just assisted Qi Lan, she was certain her mother would not refuse her inquiry. "Oh, what is your query? Speak freely," Qi Lan responded with a smile. A mere discussion on cultivation posed no challenge for her. "Some time ago, I heard the master praise you, stating that your cultivation experience is profound and that he finds it most enlightening. Yet, in observing your practice, I have not discerned any significant differences from my own methods." Qi Hongyue expressed her confusion. Huh, so that is your concern. Qi Lan chuckled, a hint of self-satisfaction gracing her features. In this regard, she possessed unique insights. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a bamboo-like item from her storage pouch. This is spirit bamboo, which grows in the northern sea. It contains precious spirit liquid. But extracting the liquid requires skill. In the northern sea, there are practitioners known as spirit extractors, who specialize in this process. Only they can procure the purest spirit liquid. Qi Hongyue felt puzzled, uncertain of her mother's intentions in sharing this information. In the past, I learned this technique under a spirit extractor, and now I shall impart it to you. Pay close attention and learn diligently, Qi Lan continued. Qi Hongyue nodded gently. Qi Lan then grasped the base of the spirit bamboo and began to move her hand upward slowly, alternating between quick and slow motions, yet maintaining a consistent rhythm. 9 slow, 1 fast. Qi Hongyue raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Qi Lan's expression was peculiar, imbued with a certain alluring quality. Her mouth moved in sync with a specific rhythm. As time elapsed, the spirit bamboo began to exude a flow of pure spirit liquid, filling the room with a refreshing aroma that invigorated the senses. As the spirit liquid emerged, the bamboo itself grew limp. Qi Lan opened her mouth, savoring the spirit liquid with a look of pleasure before discarding what remained carelessly aside. Did you comprehend the process? She asked, turning her gaze toward Qi Hongyue. Chapter 62, Master and Apprentice Collaboration. Work is not exhausting. Qi Hongyue nodded in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. She grasped some of the concepts, but had yet to fully understand them. Please, mother, elaborate further for me, she humbly requested. To obtain a purer essence of the refining liquid, one must not only employ specialized techniques but also maintain a proper demeanor. Though the refining bamboo is an inanimate object, it possesses a unique sense of perception. It must feel your earnest pleas and humility. One must exhibit sufficient patience, allowing the refining bamboo to sense your affection. In order to attain the finest essence possible, Qi Lan explained in detail. Remember this adage: to gain, one must first relinquish. The same principle applies to cultivation. If you wish to achieve superior results, you must bring joy to your spiritual servant. Otherwise, the effects will always fall short. Just like this refining bamboo, it requires diligent watering during its growth. Qi Hongyue's eyes brightened. She seemed to grasp Qi Lan's meaning. In her cultivation, she had only ever sought to take without considering what she could give in return. Naturally, this was not favored by Yi Ba. Having understood the crux of the matter, her spirits lifted. Thank you, mother, for clearing my doubts. I understand now. Qi Hongyue nodded gently. Once the cult leader informs me of the specific time for the massed cultivation meeting, I will notify you in advance. Oh, thank you for your efforts, my dear Yuer. Qi Lan responded with a smile, her heart filled with anticipation for the upcoming event. By the way, do you know anyone else within the sect? Qi Lan inquired. Still harboring some doubts about Deng Xiaohan, Qi Hongyue felt a twinge of confusion and shook her head, lying. The people in the sect do not know each other. Is there something on your mind, mother? Haha, I was merely curious. Qi Lan chuckled lightly, brushing it off. If that were the case, even if Deng Xiaohan were indeed a member of the sect, she would likely be unaware of Qi Hongyue's true identity. Thus, Qi Lan temporarily set her worries aside. Today, as fortune would have it, I have no pressing matters to attend to. Allow me to impart more knowledge on nurturing spiritual entities. Qi Lan began. Deep within the North Sea lies a type of rejuvenating spiritual abalone, which, when consumed, can enhance one's beauty and is greatly favored by female cultivators. However, one must also adhere to proper methods of consumption. 3 days later, at Qi Hongyue's residence, clad in a flowing white veil and adorned with a fiery mask, Qi Lan stood upon the teleportation array, a hint of apprehension in her inquiry. Yuer, how do I look today? Qi Hongyue sighed slightly. This was already the 3rd time Qi Lan had asked since entering the room. After all, she had merely donned a single piece of white gauze. What was there to admire? Mother's attire is indeed splendid, Qi Hongyue affirmed, then reminded, do not forget to seal all your senses. You have sworn an oath to the heavens. Indeed, I must ensure the cult leader's satisfaction, Qi Lan thought to herself. To this end, she had even utilized some special spiritual materials to enhance her cultivation effects. Rest assured, I will now seal my senses, Qi Lan replied, promptly activating the sealing formation within her body. At this moment, she could no longer perceive anything from the outside world, surrounded only by darkness and silence. With the exception of her own inner sensations, after casting a glance at her, Qi Hongyue activated the teleportation array, sending her into the cave. Once Qi Lan vanished from sight, She retrieved a transmission talisman to inform Yi Ba of the situation. Subsequently, she took out a piece of refining bamboo from her storage pouch. Within the cave, Yi Ba gazed at Qi Lan, who had just materialized from the teleportation array, and smiled faintly. The moment to witness the results was imminent. I pay my respects to the cult leader. Qi Lan could not perceive her surroundings, yet she bowed respectfully based on instinct. Yi Ba was somewhat speechless, contemplating how she could be so courteous while oblivious to everything around her. Moreover, she had her back turned to him. What was that about? He stepped forward, effortlessly lifting Qi Lan out of the teleportation array and placing her beside the already arrived Deng Xiaoan. At that moment, they lay side by side. Yi Ba wasted no time and began his cultivation immediately. Although Qi Lan could not sense the external commotion, she was acutely aware of the immense benefits accumulating within her body. Joy surged within her as she realized she had made the right choice. She promptly began to circulate her cultivation method, absorbing the energy rapidly. Deng Xiaohan, puzzled, wondered why Yi Ba had suddenly requested her to seal her senses, claiming it would enhance the cultivation effects. Furrowing her brow, she circulated her method and was astonished to discover that the benefits indeed seemed to surpass those of previous sessions. She settled down to focus on her cultivation. 2 days later, Yi Ba sent the two women away. Naturally, after a prolonged absence of benefits, they would eventually unseal their senses. Alone in the cave, he examined the panel that had appeared before him. Activate hidden bond. Master and apprentice collaboration. Work is not exhausting. Miraculous critical strikes. Current critical hit rate, 12-fold. Note: no physical constitution, talent, experience gained. Unable to receive critical experience bonuses. Reevaluating critical hit. Critical hit successful. Obtained Qi Lan as a basic subordinate. First activation of this bond. Received critical cultivation. Current cultivation level, 100. Shall I accept the immediate infusion of cultivation? What is this? An immediate reward of a basic subordinate. Yi Ba was taken aback. He had already acquired all the various constitutions and talents from Qi Lan and Deng Xiaoan, so he had anticipated the absence of experience. However, he had never expected that without gaining experience, he could still receive other rewards. This sensation was peculiar, as if the system was compelled to offer him some benefits. Is this encouragement? This system seems a bit unorthodox. Nevertheless, he welcomed it and hoped for more generous rewards. Activating special bonds was truly exhilarating. Yi Ba mused inwardly. The next step would be to attempt to summon Qi Lan and the others to cultivate together. If he could activate the bond again, he might receive a higher level subordinate reward. The more he contemplated, the more excitement bubbled within him, and he was eager to put it into practice. But he quickly reminded himself to be patient. It would be best to break through to the mid-foundation stage first before attempting to activate the bond. The cultivation reward was paramount. If he activated the bond now, he would squander an opportunity for a cultivation reward, which would be a significant loss. After all, forming intimate relationships like those with Qi Lan and the others was not an easy feat to replicate. He wondered if Qi Lan, Xu Yao, and Bu Shenghua possessed any special bonds. After all, they were all disciples under the same peak master. Or should he devise a way to subdue the peak master? At this thought, Yi Ba felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly dismissed the idea. The peak master was a core formation cultivator, not someone he could provoke at this juncture. It was wiser to proceed with caution. He had been overly eager just now. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his thoughts and accepted the infusion of cultivation. In an instant, a copious amount of spiritual liquid surged into his dantian. His aura rapidly ascended, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of the early foundation stage, just a step away from reaching the mid-foundation stage. The sensation of gaining strength so swiftly was indescribably delightful. As Yi Ba reveled in the surging spiritual energy within him, he suddenly noticed the transmission talisman beside him flickering with spiritual light. Grasping it, he probed with his consciousness. Cult leader, Sun Yuliang has taken the bait. Quickly activate the killing array. Came the urgent voice of Chu Yao from within. Chapter 63. A case of resourcefulness. Yi Ba was momentarily taken aback, pondering the remarkable efficiency of Chu Yao, as only a few days had elapsed. He retrieved the command token for the killing array and approached the teleportation array, awaiting its activation. In a flash of white light, a figure emerged from within the teleportation formation. Clad in a golden gown, her slender, fair legs were partially exposed, and a red cord adorned her wrist, threading through a white jade bead. Her complexion was pale, and her beauty striking, yet an air of aloofness emanated from her slightly furrowed brow, suggesting a naturally cold demeanor. If one were to seek a comparison, she might resemble Sister Imo. Simultaneously, her information materialized before Yi Ba's eyes. Name, Sun Yunyang. Physique, none. Cultivation level, late foundation establishment. Talent, exceptional gold element spiritual root. Talents, none. Abilities, none. Puppet technique. Second tier. Upper grade, technique, primordial dragon devouring art. Spells, advanced charm technique, golden light technique, thousand blade technique, metal sword chi. An exceptional gold element spiritual root? Yi Ba's eyes gleamed with interest. However, apart from her spiritual root, Sun Yunyang possessed little else of distinction. As the dizziness from her teleportation subsided, Sun Yunyang activated her protective spiritual light. To her surprise, the anticipated attack did not materialize. She scanned her surroundings and quickly spotted Yi Ba standing at a distance, his face obscured by a golden dragon mask. Unable to gauge Yi Ba's cultivation level, she inquired warily, "Who are you?" After Chu Yao departed for Qing Lan's residence, Sun Yunyang stealthily infiltrated Chu Yao's quarters once more. This time, she made a startling discovery, a teleportation array within Chu Yao's room, complete with a command token inserted into it. Upon realizing this was Chu Yao's secret, her curiosity compelled her to teleport here, only to find herself face-to-face with another person. Sun Yunyang had long harbored suspicions regarding Chu Yao's secrets. After all, how could an outer sect disciple, having spent years cultivating to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, suddenly awaken an imperial-grade physique? Initially, her doubts were merely speculative. But following the death of the White Dragon and the miraculous recovery of the seemingly useless Qin Lan after her association with Chu Yao, her suspicions deepened. Sun Yunyang was acutely aware of the extent of Qin Lan's injuries. Recovery was impossible, yet after Chu Yao became her junior sister, Qin Lan inexplicably regained her strength. Furthermore, the close relationship between Chu Yao and Qin Lan only fueled her suspicions. Having monitored Chu Yao for an extended period, Sun Yunyang finally uncovered this revelation. Yi Ba regarded Sun Yunyang with keen interest, but had no intention of providing explanations. After all, many villains met their end due to excessive dialogue. No, he was a righteous figure. The notion of villainy was non-existent. Thus, he promptly activated the killing array. In an instant, dozens of thick red chains erupted from the ground surrounding the teleportation array. These chains were inscribed with intricate runes, emanating waves of spiritual pressure. Upon their emergence, they automatically lunged towards Sun Yunyang. Her expression turned icy. She had been on guard. In the blink of an eye, she summoned her golden spiritual sword. Go! Sun Yunyang commanded, executing a hand gesture to unleash the sword. A brilliant golden light erupted from the blade, swiftly piercing toward the surrounding rune-imbued chains. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as one of the chains was struck, splitting open. Yet, just as Sun Yunyang attempted to retract her sword, she discovered it had become ensnared. How is this possible? She exclaimed in disbelief. The power of her attack had nearly reached the core formation stage. How could it not only fail but result in her own entrapment? Gritting her teeth, she realized the killing array exceeded her expectations in its might. Without hesitation, she retrieved a golden orb from her storage bag. This precious artifact, a gift from her master, contained the full force of a core formation cultivator's attack. It was a rare treasure, and she possessed only this one, but the moment had come where it was imperative to utilize it. Infusing her spiritual energy into the orb, it erupted in a dazzling golden light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the golden radiance was composed of countless minute sword energies. Boom! The golden light exploded, unleashing a torrent of sword energies that surged forth to strike the encroaching spiritual chains. Such ferocity! Yi Ba felt a twinge of shock, realizing he had underestimated Sun Yunyang's prowess. Yet, he was not slow to respond. With a single hand gesture, he invoked his soul spell, the fireball technique. A fireball, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, materialized in his palm, radiating intense heat. Bolstered by the heavenly flame, this fireball transcended the ordinary. With a swift motion of his hand, he hurled the fireball forward. Before him, the spiritual chains were pierced by the sword energies, creating minute voids within them, causing the runes to flicker and preventing their descent. Sun Yunyang had initially breathed a sigh of relief, but upon witnessing the massive fireball in Yi Ba's hand, she was left in shock. Even from a distance, she could sense the immense energy contained within the fireball. As the fireball hurtled toward her, she hastily produced a white handkerchief, raising it defensively before her. Boom! The fireball collided with the handkerchief, erupting in a deafening roar. To her horror, the handkerchief was instantly perforated, followed by a direct impact on her protective spiritual light. Bang! Her protective aura shattered, and Sun Yunyang coughed up blood as the fireball neared her form. In that instant, the jade bead on her wrist emanated a gentle glow. A blue light enveloped her body. Boom! The fireball struck her, causing the blue light to flicker violently. Yet it ultimately managed to shield her from the brunt of the impact. However, before Sun Yunyang could rejoice, the surrounding spiritual chains resumed their assault, ensnaring her like a cocoon. Even her internal spiritual energy was sealed, rendering her unable to cast any spells. The chains continued to tighten, and if this persisted, her demise was inevitable. Who are you? I am a disciple of the Red One Peak's master. Should you kill me, my master will not spare you. Sun Yunyang threatened. Yi Ba chuckled coldly to himself, recognizing that her plea for mercy stemmed from her realization of her inability to defeat him. Had she held the upper hand moments ago, her demeanor would have been vastly different. Her entreaty was born of fear, indifferent to her threats. Yi Ba chose not to execute her immediately. He manipulated the array, commanding the chains to cease their tightening. After all, possessing an exceptional gold element spiritual root could be of use, as his own gold element root remained at the upper tier. Approaching her, he observed how the chains constricted Sun Yunyang, compressing her flesh into a compact mass. Kill me if you must. What are you implying? Sun Yunyang glared at Yi Ba with disdain, her brow furrowing in anger. She had resigned herself to her misfortune and felt no regret. Lacking the resilience of her senior sister and the talent of her third junior sister, she found herself inferior even to the newly arrived junior sister, Chu Yao. In her pursuit of exclusive favor from her master and greater access to cultivation resources, she had resorted to colluding with demonic cultivators to incapacitate Qing Leng. Initially, everything had gone smoothly, but then a more gifted Chu Yao appeared, and at that moment, Qing Leng experienced a revival of her talents. No longer the way she once was. Left with no choice, she had to fight. Cultivation was a struggle against heaven, earth, others, and oneself. If one did not contend for anything, why pursue immortality at all? Should she perish, she would only blame her own lack of caution. Who says I intend to kill you? At the very least, you cannot die just yet. Yi Ba raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, he manipulated the spiritual chains to create a gap, and suspended Sun Yunyang in midair, rendering her incapable of movement. Chapter 64. Yi Ba's indifference. What do you intend to do? Sun Yunyang furrowed her brow, a foreboding sensation rising within her. Annoying. Yi Ba cast a discontented glance at her. Subsequently, he utilized his spiritual lock to silence her, finding her incessant chatter bothersome while he was engaged in his own tasks. He then commenced his cultivation, trying a method he had never attempted before. Surprisingly, it felt rather invigorating, akin to the experience of swinging on a swing. Initially, Sun Yunyang was somewhat intrigued, but it wasn't long before she sensed something amiss. She attempted to resist, but found her spiritual power sealed and her body bound. Unable to move even a finger, all she could do was watch Yi Ba's actions with growing ire. In the past, she had always used spiritual maidens for her cultivation. But now she found herself reduced to a mere tool by another. Yet, there was nothing she could do about it. If I regain my freedom, I shall kill him without hesitation, Sun Yunyang vowed internally. Suddenly, her expression changed as she sensed a loosening of the suppression on her spiritual power. Although she could not yet cast spells, she could circulate her own techniques. Humph, you covet my beauty? I'll drain you dry. Sun Yunyang felt a surge of secret delight. Though she did not comprehend why this phenomenon was occurring, the ancient devouring dragon technique was overwhelmingly powerful, and in her view, Yi Ba was courting death. She planned to treat him as she had dealt with other spiritual slaves, intending to absorb him completely. Once she succeeded, she would be free. Once I escape, Qing Leng and Chu Yao shall meet their doom. Sun Yunyang began plotting her future. With gritted teeth, she threw herself into her cultivation, voraciously absorbing the benefits. Yi Ba chuckled inwardly. Absorb away, for once I accumulate sufficient experience with the supreme gold element spiritual root, your demise shall follow. He intentionally loosened some of the seals, allowing Sun Yunyang to cultivate. This was a necessary measure. To gain experience, she needed to absorb it herself. He could not achieve this unilaterally. Thus, the two engaged in their respective cultivation, each harboring ulterior motives. As time passed, Sun Yunyang was astonished to discover that her recent injuries had healed. How could this be? I haven't done anything, yet my injuries have mended? Sun Yunyang muttered to herself, utterly perplexed. Upon careful introspection, she finally realized that it was due to her cultivation. However, such an occurrence had never transpired in her prior experiences. The only distinction in this instance was the individual she was with. This meant that the person wearing the dragon-headed mask possessed a unique ability. Moreover, She noted that her cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically, at least by dozens of times. It was worth noting that her spiritual slaves were also of the pure Yang constitution. Although merely of rare quality, they were still quite precious. Could it be that the person behind her was not only of the pure Yang constitution, but of an exceptionally superior variant? Otherwise, such remarkable results would be impossible. In that moment, her thoughts raced. Was Chu Yao's awakening of the imperial grade sun and moon spiritual body related to this? Sun Yunyang pondered. And what of Qing Leng's healing? Her eyes brightened as she grasped the key. If this individual could heal injuries, then it was highly probable that Qing Leng's wounds had also been mended by them. But Qing Leng's injuries were so severe. If they could be healed, then the healing powers must be extraordinarily formidable. Sun Yunyang was astounded. She felt she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. If she could continue to enjoy such rapid cultivation, reaching the core formation stage would be within her grasp. She had remained at the core formation threshold for 5 long years. During this time, she had tried numerous methods, yet had been unable to touch the threshold. She believed she had been presented with a monumental opportunity. As long as she could seize it, a breakthrough into core formation was inevitable. However, the immediate priority was to extricate herself. A day later, Sun Yunyang felt numb. What is happening? After cultivating for so long, why is he still holding strong? She felt utterly astounded. She was acutely aware of how much benefit she had absorbed. An ordinary pure Yang constitution would undoubtedly be unable to withstand this. Even if they did not turn into mere husks, they would become weak. Yet, that mysterious figure appeared unfazed. They even sang a strange tune she could not understand with remarkable cheer. No worries, it's only been a day. I refuse to believe this. Sun Yunyang consoled herself. Her competitive spirit ignited. She vowed to match the mysterious individual. The techniques within her surged with renewed vigor. Yi Ba observed the transformation with surprise, thinking to himself, "Absorb away, my friend. You are an eternal motion machine." For days later, Sun Yunyang found herself at a loss for words. Her cultivation had become instinctive. Despair filled her heart. She could not drain him, not in the slightest. 5 days had passed, and the mysterious figure still showed no signs of fatigue. She even began to suspect that the mysterious figure was not human at all, but rather some kind of entity with extraordinary powers. After all, this was all too bizarre. Additionally, to her astonishment, her stagnant cultivation had begun to loosen. She had brushed against the threshold of core formation and glimpsed the hope of success. If this could continue, it would be splendid. Sun Yunyang was startled by this thought that emerged within her. This mysterious person had nearly killed her enemy. But upon careful reflection, she realized she bore no deep-seated grudge against them. At most, she had intruded upon their territory, provoking their ire and leading to conflict. What was the relationship between Chu Yao and the mysterious figure? Sun Yunyang mused. Yet, she knew far too little about the mysterious figure to draw any useful conclusions. Additionally, she was puzzled about the mysterious figure's motives. She had not lost anything, yet gained much. It baffled her. Just then, Yi Ba finally emerged from his cultivation. "It's about time," he murmured to himself, gazing at the panel that had appeared before him. Chapter 65, Becoming a Servant, Toil Like a Beast. Gold-type Spiritual Root Aptitude 1000. Superior Gold-type Spiritual Root 1000 can break through. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ba proclaimed the breakthrough. The instant his words fell, it felt as though shackles within his mind had been released. His perception of gold-type spiritual energy sharpened considerably. Name: Yi Ba. Constitution: Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Rank. Sword Spirit Body, Rare Rank. 9 Yang Absolute Veins, Exceptional Rank. Sky Burning Body, King Rank. Green Wood Source Body, 4,310,000, King Rank. Realm: Peak of Initial Foundation Establishment. Aptitude: Superior Water-type Spiritual Root, Superior Earth-type Spiritual Root, Superior Fire-type Spiritual Root. Superior Gold-type Spiritual Root. Superior Wood-type Spiritual Root, 1,210,000, Talent: Plant Perception, Exceptional Rank, Divine Ability. 5 Elements Array Hard, Alchemy. Second Tier Intermediate, 2,304,000, Symbol Crafting. Second Tier Intermediate, 1,204,000, Formation Technique. Third Tier Lower Grade, Cultivation Method. Great Bliss Method, Spell. Fireball Technique. Yi Ba attempted to cultivate. And in an instant, an abundance of spiritual energy surged into his body. His cultivation speed had increased severalfold, leaving him immensely satisfied. He then took out the formation token. Manipulating the spiritual lock to contract further, intending to eliminate Sun Yunyang. The useless pawn had outlived her value and was destined for death. Sun Yunyang's eyes widened in shock as she sensed the spiritual lock tightening around her, the chilling breath of death creeping closer. A mysterious figure was intent on taking her life. She was about to die. I do not wish to perish. Terror surged within her. Only when faced with the specter of death did she comprehend the true nature of her dread, a terror that eclipsed her earlier fearlessness. I have uncovered such a monumental secret. If I can seize this opportunity, I will undoubtedly break through to the golden core stage, or even higher. I cannot die. I must survive. A fierce instinct for survival ignited within Sun Yunyang. Yet, in that moment, she could only gaze pleadingly at Yi Ba, hoping for a chance to plead for her life. However, Yi Ba showed no mercy. He fixed his gaze upon her, devoid of any compassion. These female fiends were all the same. They would do anything for the sake of cultivation. To them, spiritual slaves were merely expendable tools for their own advancement. His survival was solely due to the resilience of his own tool-like existence. Yet, to his astonishment, Sun Yunyang actually began to weep. The female fiend was crying. Curiosity piqued, Yi Ba allowed a narrow gap in the spiritual lock, just enough for her to speak. Stop. Please stop. I do not wish to die. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything for you. Even if it means becoming your servant, to toil like a beast, I am willing. Having confronted the terrifying prospect of death, Sun Yunyang's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse. To toil like a beast? Yi Ba smirked inwardly. Well aware of her ulterior motives, did she think he would fall for such ruses, merely to enjoy the comforts of life at his expense? Just as he was about to reactivate the spiritual lock and end her life, Sun Yunyang, in a state of sheer terror, implored, I beg you, please spare me. I was wrong. I am willing to bear the mark of servitude upon my soul, to serve you for eternity. With a mere thought from you, my soul could shatter, and you could end my life. Yi Ba hesitated for a moment, tempted by the notion of having a maid to assist him. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. He would never seal her as a servant. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would spell disaster for him. It was far simpler to eliminate her. Wait, my soul token is placed within the soul hall of the peak. If I die, the token will shatter, and my master will turn the entire Red Lawn Peak upside down to find me, which would undoubtedly affect you. Sun Yunyang shifted her plea, sensing her initial approach was futile. Yi Ba's gaze sharpened at her words. If that were indeed the case, it posed some complications. If the Peak Master possessed any special tracking methods to locate him, all his efforts would be in vain. Realizing this, he paused his actions and summoned Chu Yao to the cave. He needed to personally inquire if Sun Yunyang was fabricating her story. While waiting, Sun Yunyang spoke again. Her tone humble. I stumbled in here by accident. I never intended to confront you. If I've erred in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Besides, you have already punished me. Yi Ba shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, was that a punishment? It was a reward. You received so many benefits and still pretend to be innocent. Sun Yunyang's cheeks flushed as she protested. I was acting in self-defense. Oh, so you are unwilling? Not exactly. Sun Yunyang blurted out, only to realize the implications of her words. What was she saying? She was the one who had been forced into submission. How could she utter such statements? Yi Ba inwardly scoffed at her audacity, yet he was somewhat familiar with these female fiends. They were all cut from the same cloth, willing to do anything for the sake of advancing their cultivation. Sun Yunyang's reaction fell well within his expectations. Moments later, Chu Yao entered the cave. After glancing at Sun Yunyang, she bowed to Yi Ba. Master, does she truly possess a soul token? Will the Peak Master be informed upon her death? Yi Ba inquired, not concealing his intentions regarding Sun Yunyang. That is correct. The status of a true disciple is exalted, and they indeed have soul tokens placed in the soul hall atop the peak. When a true disciple dies, the token shatters. Moreover, the soul hall is guarded by elders in the golden core stage, who will promptly relay the news to the Peak Master. Chu Yao elucidated, her tone composed. This was not a secret. She had undergone the same process upon joining the Peak Master. Her own soul token was also housed within the soul hall. Are you concerned that the Peak Master will learn of her demise? Chu Yao queried, having begun to piece together the situation. Yi Ba nodded slightly. It was inevitable that the Peak Master would become aware of this, but that did not guarantee they would track him down. Chu Yao continued. The cave is fortified with formations that isolate it from the outside. Even golden core cultivators would find it challenging to discover this place. However, nothing is absolute. My time under the Peak Master has been brief, and I am not fully aware of their capabilities. I understand. Yi Ba nodded, contemplating the complexity of the matter. After a brief pause, he asked, "Are you familiar with soul seals?" "I am aware of them. A soul seal is a commonly used form of servitude mark. Once placed, it allows one to control another's life and even perceive their innermost thoughts. However, successfully placing a soul seal is quite challenging. It requires the cooperation of the other party." With no hint of resistance, Chu Yao explained, "She will be willing." Yi Ba replied softly, gesturing towards Sun Yunyang. Since killing her posed risks, it would be better to have her as a servant. With the soul seal in place, he need not fear her treachery. "I am willing, Master," Sun Yunyang exclaimed, relief flooding her as she realized she would not meet her end. Chapter 66, Can the Master Heal My Wounds? Yeba nodded in satisfaction, clearly appreciative of the understanding shown. He turned to Chuyu and said, "Please tell me the incantation for the soul seal." "Certainly," Chuyu replied, promptly reciting a segment of the incantation to Yeba. The spell was straightforward, and within mere minutes, Yeba had mastered it. He formed a hand seal and directed his energy toward his forehead, condensing a soul seal. Observing this, Sun Yuliang wisely opened her consciousness, fully exposing her spirit. The soul seal floated forward, ultimately imprinting itself upon her soul, only to vanish moments later. After a careful examination, Yeba realized he could indeed perceive Sun Yuliang's thoughts. At this moment, she was contemplating how to curry favor with him to receive further benefits. Yeba scoffed internally. How amusing it was that a mere slave sought advantages. He released the spiritual lock binding Sun Yuliang, cautioning, "Everything that transpires here today must remain confidential. You know the consequences of disclosure." "Master, Yuliang understands. I will serve you diligently," she responded, relieved to regain her freedom, her mind now occupied with other considerations. "Good. Furthermore, you are to refrain from causing any trouble for Chiyu and her companions. Harmony is essential among us," Yeba continued, recognizing their collective bond and the need to avoid internal strife. "Yes, Master." Sun Yuliang obediently nodded, her disheveled attire lending her a somewhat pitiable appearance. The beauty of her face now bore a mixture of emotions, shedding the aloofness that had previously defined her demeanor. "You may return now," Yeba said with a gentle wave of his hand. Sun Yuliang hesitated slightly, then murmured, "Master, I am injured. If I return like this, it may raise suspicions with my mentor." "What do you mean?" Yeba frowned. "Could you heal my wounds, Master?" Sun Yuliang asked quietly, avoiding his gaze, fearful of rejection. However, as her words fell, she turned her back and bent over, revealing her injuries. In her view, such sacrifices were merely part of her cultivation. She felt no shame. The true disgrace lay in failing to reach her potential. She was willing to do anything to enhance her abilities rather than wait passively for her life to dwindle away. "You, damn it," Yeba muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Did she truly see him as an all-healing elixir? He then turned to Chuyu and instructed, "You may return. There is nothing for you here." "Understood, Master," Chuyu replied, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. Sun Yuliang's audacity upon her arrival was indeed striking. She wondered how things would unfold from here. Nonetheless, she obediently departed at Yeba's command. Once Chu had left, Yeba reluctantly attended to Sun Yuliang's injuries. Despite a hint of self-serving motives, her words held some truth. Her injuries sustained on the peak could indeed raise suspicions. Half a day later, fully healed, Sun Yuliang left the cave with a lingering reluctance. Inside the cave, Yeba reclined on his bed, contemplating his future plans. His primary objective was to break through to the mid-foundation stage and then attempt to reactivate the special bond. Additionally, he needed to acquire the Qingmu source body as soon as possible, scheduling Qin Lan more frequently while relegating other less useful female demonic figures to the back burner. Qi Hongwei could be prioritized next, as she was likely on the verge of establishing an absolute subservience. Moreover, he needed to find time to learn several defensive spells. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be prudent to possess some means of self-protection. Beyond these tasks, he sought to identify talented or robust female demonic figures. As the current spiritual roots and talents of Chiyu and her companions were somewhat lacking. With this in mind, Yeba realized he had much to accomplish. Slow and steady wins the race. One step at a time, he murmured to himself. Such matters could not be rushed. Outside, at Chiyu's residence, after a brief flash of the teleportation array, Sun Yuliang emerged. Chiyu cast her a glance and coolly remarked, "Since you are out, you should leave quickly." Sun Yuliang paused. Then a smile graced her features. "Junior sister, we are now tied together in this endeavor. Must you harbor such enmity towards me?" It was evident from Chuo's earlier references to the mysterious figure that she too was merely a subordinate. Humph. I have nothing to discuss with someone like you. Chu Yu retorted coldly, unwilling to engage with Sun Yuliang. The very act of entering her quarters without permission was an affront. Return the protective talisman from outside my residence. Oh, so you care about that? Sun Yuliang chuckled lightly, retrieving the protective talisman from her storage bag and tossing it to Chu Yu. We are merely seeking cultivation benefits. Mutual cooperation is advantageous for us both, is it not? Now, her life was in the mysterious figure's hands, her fate no longer her own. She had resolved to do everything possible to please this enigmatic entity, aiming to gain benefits and ultimately achieve the golden core stage. Other matters held little significance for her now, for the mysterious figure represented her path to cultivation. If she could seize this opportunity, a breakthrough was within reach. With your standing, you are unworthy of collaboration with me. Chu Yu replied icily. Sun Yuliang was merely a soul servant, taken in by the master to avoid complications. Compared to herself, Chu Yu was undoubtedly the one most trusted by the master. Ah, junior sister, there will come a time when you find my assistance invaluable. Sun Yuliang replied with a light laugh, shaking her head. In her perspective, there were no eternal allies or enemies. Only the pursuit of self-interest was truly real. Having said this, she changed into a fresh outfit from her storage bag and prepared to step outside. At that moment, however, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the mountainside. What is happening? Sun Yuliang gasped, quickly darting out of Chu Yu's residence and soaring into the sky. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Yu swiftly retracted the teleportation array and, sealing her residence's protective array, followed suit. Numerous cultivators around them mirrored their actions, all eyes drawn to the mountainside. Your senior sister has emerged from seclusion. At that moment, Ji Yu, donned in a vibrant red robe, appeared beside Chu Yu and Sun Yuliang, looking toward the mountainside with a hint of satisfaction. With a gentle leap, she moved closer to the source of the aura. Chu Yu and Sun Yuliang exchanged glances before following closely behind. Chu Yu felt a flicker of curiosity toward this talented senior sister she had never met. Chapter 67. The Senior Sister Qing Leng in the secluded chamber of the rear mountain. A stunningly beautiful woman clad in a purple gold robe bore a trace of despair upon her countenance. After 6 months of seclusion, she had successfully broken through to the initial stage of the golden core, yet her heart was devoid of any joy. At the final moment of forming the core, she had still fallen slightly short, compelling her to forcibly condense the core. Although the condensation succeeded, the resulting golden core was flawed. As she gazed inward at her dantian, a core the size of a longan emitted waves of spiritual light. However, upon closer inspection, a delicate fissure marred the surface of the golden core. From within the crack, spiritual energy constantly seeped outward. In the short term, no abnormalities would manifest, but should this persist over time, her golden core would disintegrate, reverting her to the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, she would face a lifetime devoid of hope for core formation. Your Highness, why must you do this? A white serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, beside her, revealed deep anxiety and concern in its eyes, speaking in human tongue. Unlike an ordinary spirit snake, its tongue was not flesh and blood. The vendetta runs deep. I do not wish to wait another moment. The scenes of my father's death haunt me incessantly. As the last surviving descendant of the Dacian royal family, avenging my kin is the paramount purpose of my cultivation. If I can slay those responsible, I would willingly embrace death. Qing Leng spoke with a heavy heart. Your Highness, why must you do this? The spirit of our sovereign surely does not wish for you to endanger yourself. Do not attempt to dissuade me further. I have successfully formed the core. Soon, I will seek an opportunity to leave the sect for revenge. Once I have avenged my family, I shall heed your words. Qing Leng interrupted the serpent's attempt to continue speaking. She then performed a hand seal towards the white serpent, which shimmered momentarily before swiftly shrinking, ultimately being grasped and tucked into her embrace. Rising to her feet, she unlocked the stone door leading out of the cave. After 2 long years, she finally beheld the light of day once more. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her gaze toward the approaching figures, a smile gracing her lips as she soared forward to greet them. Upon nearing, Qing Leng bowed respectfully. Disciple Qing Leng pays her respects to master. Oh, come and greet your senior sister. Ji Yu, her master, approached with a joyful expression, helping Qing Leng to her feet, her eyes filled with pride. Her most gifted disciple had achieved core formation in merely a decade. The heights of her future accomplishments were boundless. Leng, this is my newly accepted disciple, your junior sister. Chu Yao pays her respects to senior sister. Congratulations on your successful core formation. Chu Yao bowed, casting curious glances at the woman before her. The purple gold robe draped elegantly over her figure, accentuating her beauty and grace, exuding an air of nobility. Her ample bosom was the most magnificent among the cultivators she had encountered, leaving a lasting impression. Congratulations on your successful core formation, Senior Sister. Sun Yuliang chimed in. Indeed. It has been half a year since we last met, and Yuliang has also made considerable progress in her cultivation, Qian Yurong acknowledged with a gentle nod. She then turned to Chu Yao. It is a pleasure to meet you, Junior Sister. I have no special gift prepared, but this blood eagle puppet, which has accompanied me for many years, is now yours. With a light pat on her storage pouch, a palm-sized blood eagle puppet materialized in her hand. She waved her palm, and the puppet flew automatically toward Chu Yao. Senior Sister is a puppet master? Chu Yao inquired, intrigued. Indeed. Your Senior Sister is an upper-tier second-grade puppet master. The puppets she crafts can rival Foundation establishment stage cultivators and serve as excellent companions in battle. Jiyu explained with a smile. This blood eagle puppet possesses the strength of a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. A glimmer of surprise danced in Chu Yao's eyes. Puppet masters were exceedingly rare. As she understood, becoming a puppet master required an exceptionally strong soul. Thank you, Senior Sister. Chu Yao expressed her gratitude, placing the blood eagle puppet into her storage pouch. Congratulations to Disciple Qian for breaking through to the Golden Core. In the upcoming grand competition of the peaks in half a year, our peak shall surely achieve an outstanding rank. A Golden Core elder from the Hongwan Peak approached to extend her congratulations. Naturally, among the true disciples, only a select few can successfully form their course. Another elder nodded in agreement. Last time, Qingwan Peak overshadowed us. This time we must reclaim our glory. I have heard that a genius from Qingwan Peak has also broken through to the Golden Core, but this shall never be Yorong's match. The Golden Core elders exchanged words, their faces adorned with smiles. The Hongwan Peak had been overshadowed by others for decades, always finishing at the bottom in previous competitions. Yet now they finally saw the dawn of hope. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elders. My achievements today are entirely due to Master S guidance. Qian Yurong humbly replied. Haha, I have not done much. Your efforts over the years have not gone unnoticed. Jiyu chuckled lightly. She then turned to the gathered crowd and spoke. Yurong has just broken through to the Golden Core and will require time to stabilize her realm. Let us not delay further. Everyone may disperse now. Indeed. It is crucial to solidify the foundation after a breakthrough. Once you have stabilized your realm, do come to visit me. Several Golden Core elders laughed as they departed, leaving the remaining cultivators to gradually disperse. Jiyu then led Qian Yurong back to the main hall of the Peak Master. Within the hall, Jiyu looked upon Qian Yurong with genuine delight. Qian Yurong's maturity and thoughtfulness made her the most suitable candidate to succeed her as Peak Master. Jiyu had always nurtured Qian Yurong according to her own standards. Now, with her breakthrough to the Golden Core, her years of dedication had not been in vain. Yurong, here are some elixirs beneficial for stabilizing your Golden Core. Take them to solidify your foundation, Jiyu said, producing several vials of spiritual elixirs from her storage pouch and presenting them to Qian Yurong. Though Qian Yurong received them with a smile, a pang of guilt stirred within her. She was acutely aware of Master S' expectations after years of nurturing. Yet, she could not forsake her vengeance, and once she acted upon her revenge, she would inevitably face the sect's punishment, perhaps even death. Her homeland, the Dakian Kingdom, had been obliterated by the army led by the Grand Master of the neighboring Jin Kingdom, leaving her as the sole survivor of the royal family. Her cultivation journey had been solely for the sake of revenge. However, the Jin Kingdom was under the protection of the supreme joyful celestial sect, with protective arrays safeguarding the palace that only Golden Core cultivators could breach. Now that her cultivation was sufficient, it was time to take action. Yet, the sect prohibited any disciples from intervening in the affairs of the Jin royal family. Such an act would undoubtedly contravene the sect's will, and if discovered, would result in severe punishment. However, she could no longer afford to care about such consequences. After all these years, the matter had lingered in her heart, nearly becoming a demon of her own making. Thank you for your generous affection, Master. Qian Yurong expressed her gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Master, I wish to travel outside for a period after solidifying my realm to broaden my horizons. Chapter 68. Can I clean it up? Jiyu expressed some surprise and furrowed her brow, asking, why does Ronger suddenly wish to travel? Qian Yurong replied, Master, since joining the sect, I have never ventured beyond its confines. After breaking through to the core formation stage, I sensed the stirrings of inner demons within me. Thus I desire to explore the outside world to enrich my experiences and deepen my state of mind. Rest assured, I shall return to the sect before the grand competition of the peaks, so as not to delay any important matters. Ji remained silent for a moment but ultimately did not refuse. She retrieved a golden orb from her storage pouch and said, "This is a disposable magical artifact I recently crafted, possessing power equivalent to that of the mid-core formation stage. Take it for your protection." "Thank you, Master." For this precious gift, Qian Yurong gratefully accepted the golden orb, her heart swirling with complex emotions. "Very well, go ahead. Upon your return from your travels, I shall recommend you as the Deputy Peak Master." Ji Yu waved her hand gently. Qian Yurong wished to refuse, for if her intentions were discovered, her continued presence in the sect would be jeopardized, causing difficulties for her master. However, as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself unable to articulate her refusal. Her master treated her as if she were her own child. In the end, she nodded in agreement, hoping that her future actions would remain undiscovered. After watching Qian Yurong disappear through the Grand Hall's entrance, Ji Yu sighed deeply. As her mentor, how could she be unaware of Qian Yurong's background? She harbored her own suspicions regarding what Qian Yurong might do outside. Over the years, Ji Yu had witnessed the dedication of Qian Yurong. The child's relentless pursuit of vengeance was a significant factor in her cultivation reaching its current heights. Now that she possessed sufficient strength, it was inevitable that she would seek revenge. Otherwise, her path would be obstructed, leading to the proliferation of inner demons and potentially resulting in a disastrous downfall. Ji Yu pondered solemnly. Alas, should Yurong stir up trouble, as her master, I shall bear the consequences. A month later, within a cave, Yiba had just finished assisting Qing Leng with her cultivation and sent her on her way. A panel materialized before him. Qing Mu Yuan T experience, 300. Qing Mu Yuan T, 7,310,000. Dan Dao experience, 300. Second tier upper grade, 2,600 6,000. Wood element spiritual root quality, 300. Supreme wood element spiritual root, 4,210,000. Initial subordinate relationship established. Finally establishing a primary subordinate relationship. Yiba felt a surge of joy for the special care he had afforded Qing Leng over the past month. He promptly checked his personal panel. Name, Yiba Constitution, Zhiyang Xian T, Immortal Grade, Jianling T, Rare Grade, Jiuyang Jumai, Excellent Grade, Fentian T, King Grade. Qing Mu Yuan T, 7,310,000, King Grade. Realm, Mid-Foundation Establishment. Quality, Supreme Water Element Spiritual Root, Supreme Earth Element Spiritual Root, Supreme Fire Element Spiritual Root, Supreme Metal Element Spiritual Root, Supreme Wood Element Spiritual Root, 4,210,000. Talent, Plant Perception, Excellent Grade. Divine Ability, 5-Element Array Hard, Alchemical Arts, Second Tier Upper Grade, 2,606,000. Talisman Crafting, Second Tier Upper Grade. Formation Arts, Third Tier Lower Grade. Cultivation Method, Deji Lu Dao Fa Spells, Fireball Technique, Fire Python Technique, Gung Metal Sword Sheet. This month, his strength had grown considerably. Not only had he successfully broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage a few days ago, but he had also found time to learn 2 new spells, Fire Python Technique and Gung Metal Sword Chi. Thanks to his innate Jianling Ti and Fentian Ti, he mastered these spells in a remarkably short period, enhancing his combat prowess. Additionally, his talisman crafting skill had also reached the second tier upper grade, now matching Qi Hongyue's level, and he could not further gain experience for the time being. Having achieved mid-foundation establishment, it was time to consider bringing Qi Hongyue and the others to cultivate together. Yiba mused. If he could activate a special bond, he would leap to the pinnacle of mid-foundation establishment. Moreover, should he achieve a high-grade subordinate relationship, it would be a tremendous boon. He immediately took out a communication talisman to inform Qi Hongyue and Deng Xiaohan about the upcoming second masked gathering. As for Qi Leng, he naturally left it to Qi Hongyue to notify her. Master, may I clean up for you? Just as Yiba finished these arrangements, Sun Yunyang, adorned with a golden canary mask, cautiously inquired, her gaze fixated on Yiba. Recently, she had taken to assisting him in tidying the cave. Of course, her primary concern remained her master, as her ultimate goal was to reap the residual benefits. Yiba cast a sidelong glance at her, with the soul imprint in place. He was well aware of Sun Yunyang's inner thoughts. This woman was singularly focused on her cultivation. She was willing to perform any menial task to enhance her prowess and displayed remarkable enthusiasm. After every training session, she would proactively assist in cleaning, obedient, and compliant. Naturally, she took the opportunity to garner some benefits as well. Yet, Yiba deemed this entirely reasonable. Sun Yunyang did not engage in theft. Thus, the benefits she obtained could be considered her payment for cleaning. In essence, one could view her as an intelligent, fully automated waste disposal system. Very well. Yiba nodded lightly, reclining on the bed, allowing Sun Yunyang to clean. With a look of joy, Sun Yunyang meticulously tidied up, consuming all the acquired benefits to store for later. Once she returned outside, she could cultivate and absorb them, though not much. She understood that little by little it would accumulate. With sufficient effort, she believed she would one day break through to the core formation stage, earning her master's admiration. What could have been a task completed in mere minutes took Sun Yunyang a full half-hour. Yiba was nearly asleep. Frowning, he remarked, "Next time, be quicker." "Yes." "Of course, master." Sun Yunyang hurriedly replied, her tone submissive, her heart anxious, fearing Yiba might not allow her to return. She then picked up a nearby spiritual fruit and offered it to Yiba. Yiba's expression softened as he inquired, "Has anything significant occurred in the peak recently?" While kneading Yiba's legs to relieve his weary muscles, Sun Yunyang pondered before responding, "In 5 months, the grand competition of the peaks will take place, which is the most crucial event at present. Moreover, the senior sister returned to the peak a few days ago, and Master announced her appointment as Deputy Peak Master. If all goes well, she should succeed Master in the future." Chapter 69. To make the horse run. One must feed it grass. The grand competition among the peaks is approaching. Yiba nodded lightly, having heard Chu Yao mention this event before. During this occasion, the true disciples and inner sect members from the 36 peaks of the Dajjal Xian Zone will engage in combat to determine their rankings. The outcome of these rankings will dictate the allocation of sect resources for the next decade. The higher the rank, the greater the resources available for cultivation. Consequently, this event is of immense significance to each peak. Historically, Hongwan Peak has consistently ranked at the bottom, and the members of the peak are collectively determined to improve their standing this time. Notably, this year's competition boasts an exceptional number of outstanding disciples from Hongwan Peak, including Qin Leng, Chu Yao, and Bu Shanghua among the foundation-building disciples, as well as Qian Yorong, who has successfully reached the core formation stage. It is worth noting that previous participants from Hongwan Peak had never surpassed the core formation stage. Thus, this year presents the most promising opportunity for Hongwan Peak to achieve a commendable rank in the grand competition. The entire peak is brimming with enthusiasm. Everyone is dedicating themselves to rigorous training in hopes of contributing to the peak's success in the competition. I asked you to gather information on Qian Yorong. How is your investigation progressing? Yiba inquired nonchalantly while enjoying a spiritual fruit. He was aware that Qian Yorong had managed to break through to the core formation stage in just over a decade. Such rapid progress indicates remarkable talent. Currently, he is already at the mid-foundation stage and is keen to identify potential female prodigies with even greater aptitude. Both Qian Yorong and Peak Master Jiyu fall within his sights, as they share close relationships with Chu Yao and the others. Indeed, he is crafting connections, as these bonds can amplify one's cultivation speed significantly, saving him considerable time in his training. Naturally, he is eager to pursue this. "Master, I learned from my mentor that the senior sister possesses an imperial-grade physique known as the 9 Phoenix Luanine body. Although this physique may not seem powerful initially, it can gradually unveil its potential as one's cultivation advances. Additionally, the senior sister has an earth-grade golden spirit root." Sun Yunyang replied respectfully. Her masked eyes frequently darted towards Yiba, gauging his reactions. The combination of an imperial-grade physique and an earth-grade golden spirit root. Yiba's heart leaped with joy. Such talent undoubtedly surpasses that of Qin Leng. Should he be able to secure her, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. "You have done well. Continue to investigate Qian Yorong's information and see if there are any weaknesses." Yiba complimented Sun Yunyang. As his most loyal subordinate, her efficiency is commendable. It is often said that wealth can persuade even the most stubborn of forces. In Yiba's case, he can compel the female prodigies to seek his favor. "Understood, Master. I will return to fulfill this task immediately." Sun Yunyang nodded obediently. The previous air of aloofness she had exuded was now entirely absent. A wicked woman does not appear unfriendly, she merely has yet to encounter the right person to charm. Be cautious, do not expose your identity, lest you know the consequences. Yiba reminded her, not forgetting to instill a sense of caution in her. Yes, master. At that moment, Sun Yunyang's grip softened, and she looked at Yuba, softly pleading, could master reward me with some benefits? Seeking a reward? Yuba pondered. As the saying goes, to make the horse run, one must provide it with grass. It is essential to offer Sun Yunyang a morsel of incentive for her efforts. Otherwise, while she would still accomplish her tasks, her initiative would wane, which would be detrimental for future endeavors. He resolved to grant her a modest reward. After all, there is no shortage of grass. In essence, he can afford it. However, he must not be overly generous. He should keep her appetite whetted. Half an hour. Let's see your capabilities, Yuba proposed softly. Sun Yunyang's face brightened, and she quickly set about her task. This was a rare opportunity for her. Meanwhile, at Qi Lan's residence, she looked at Qi Hongwei with astonishment. The second massed cultivation conference. Yes, this opportunity was also secured by me on behalf of Mother. Qi Hongwei nodded, taking credit for the arrangement. She wished to learn more cultivation techniques from Qi Lan. The methods Qi Lan had previously imparted had indeed yielded results, prompting Yuba to invite her to participate this time. Thus, she yearned to learn even more. Ah, truly my wonderful daughter. Has the leader mentioned the date? Qi Lan inquired with a light smile. Tomorrow morning, Mother will come to my place in advance, and we will go together. Qi Hongwei responded, detailing the arrangements. Mother, the techniques you taught me last time were indeed effective, and I've gained even more benefits in my cultivation. Competition within the sect is quite fierce, henceforth. It is essential for us to support each other. Qi Lan acknowledged the potential for mutual benefit in their mother-daughter relationship and sought to leverage it for her own gain. Naturally, Qi Lan replied, pleased. Mother, the cultivation method you taught me last time was immensely beneficial. Do you happen to have any other techniques to enhance my cultivation speed? Upon seeing Qi Lan's smiling countenance, Qi Hongwei seized the moment to inquire. Better cultivation methods? Qi Lan fell into contemplation. After a moment, she replied. Aside from what I mentioned previously, the remaining options primarily involve using various elixirs to amplify the practitioner's senses, thereby assisting in cultivation. I have a vial of silver moon whale oil that can aid your training. Take it and use it. Qi Lan reluctantly retrieved a jade vial from her storage pouch and handed it to Qi Hongwei. This substance is derived from the depths of the North Sea from the silver moon whale demon. It is exceedingly precious. When applied to the body, it accelerates cultivation. I discovered it during my travels in the North Sea years ago, and I only have this one vial left. Use it sparingly, Qi Lan cautioned. Were it not for her desire to foster a positive relationship with her daughter and earn some favorable words from the leader, she would never part with such a valuable item. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and added, this item will diminish with use, but some can be recovered after cultivation, allowing for prolonged use. Qi Hongwei was taken aback, her curiosity piqued by the effects of the silver moon whale oil, and she planned to try it during her training tomorrow. Thank you, Mother, for this precious gift. Qi Hongwei expressed her gratitude, then moved closer to Qi Lan, engaging in tender conversation that only daughters might share. This pink belly band you wear is truly smooth. Where did you purchase it? Chapter 70. A complex relationship with three servants. The following day, in the morning, within a cave, Qi Lan, Qi Hongwei, and Deng Xiaohan stood side by side outside the teleportation array. Qi Lan was still dressed in that almost invisible white gauze, while Qi Hongwei's natural skin was adorned with a shimmering substance that reflected a pleasing glow. Deng Xiaohan, on the other hand, wore a rare black, cool outfit. She felt a bit exasperated. After each session of cultivation, her clothes sustained minor damage, necessitating her to purchase new ones. This time, she had wisened up and opted to wear less. At this moment, all three had closed off their senses, oblivious to everything outside. Yuba had initially intended to move the trio to a more suitable location for cultivation, but upon reconsideration, he deemed it too cumbersome and decided to cultivate right there instead. He produced the command token to manipulate the killing formation, and with a gentle flick, dozens of thick spiritual locks erupted from the ground, binding the three women entirely. 3 days later, Yuba concluded his cultivation. He first escorted Qi Lan and Qi Hongwei out of the cave. However, as he turned to send Deng Xiaohan away as well, an unexpected change occurred. Deng Xiaohan's aura surged dramatically, increasing severalfold. Had she broken through? Mid-foundation establishment? Yuba was taken aback by the intensity of Deng Xiaohan's aura. Yet he regarded it as a fortuitous development. Once her aura stabilized, he promptly sent her away from the cave. Eagerly, he began to inspect the panel that had appeared before him. Hidden bond activated. A complex relationship with three servants, a struggle for supremacy. Extraordinary crit success. Current crit rate, 20-fold. Note: no attributes, talents, or experience gained this time. Crit experience bonus not applicable. Re-evaluating crit conditions. Crit success. Absolute subordination of Qi Hongyue achieved. First activation of this bond. Crit cultivation acquired. Current cultivation level, 100. Would you like to immediately accept the cultivation enlightenment? Indeed, it was possible to activate a special bond. Yuba's joy was palpable, his grin extending to his ears. This method of cultivation enlightenment was simply exhilarating. Regrettably, this time, the crit did not fall upon Qi Lan, but rather upon Qi Hongwei. After enduring numerous cultivation sessions, Qi Hongwei had finally achieved a significant breakthrough, becoming Yi Ba's third loyal servant. Nonetheless, Yi Ba had no intention of bestowing his spiritual root quality upon her. Qi Hongyue inherently possessed a singular, top-tier water spiritual root, allowing her to cultivate at an impressive pace. Having multiple spiritual roots was not necessarily advantageous. The more roots one had, the greater the energy and resources required for cultivation. The benefit was the ability to learn spells of varying attributes, enhancing combat capabilities. Among roots of the same grade, those with a single spiritual root exhibited the fastest cultivation speed, often achieving breakthroughs in a short time. For cultivators, taking an early step could lead to successive advancements. Multi-rooted cultivators might struggle to break through to foundation establishment throughout their lives, while singular-rooted ones were likely to reach the core formation stage, enjoying lifespans exceeding 5 centuries. Thus, they had ample time to cultivate gradually. Consequently, sects favored disciples with singular roots. However, this did not imply that multi-rooted cultivators were inept. High-grade multi-rooted individuals could wield formidable power, often overwhelming their peers. The challenge lay in their initial stages, requiring substantial resources, making it difficult for those not born into cultivation families to thrive. After all, sects were not charitable organizations. They needed returns from their disciples and could not simply provide more resources to those with multiple roots. Yi Ba himself was a multi-rooted cultivator, boasting 5 roots. Had it not been for his extraordinary circumstances, with his previous low-grade elemental roots, he would have likely labored to achieve little in his cultivation. However, now he harbored no concerns regarding his cultivation. He could accumulate crits to enhance his level, and with allies like Chu Yao and Qi Hongwei, he had ample sources of cultivation energy. As the number of his loyal subordinates grew, so too would his cultivation speed. One could foresee that in the future, his combat prowess would be exceedingly formidable. After a brief moment, Yi Ba quelled his excitement and accepted the cultivation enlightenment. In the next instant, a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, swiftly converging into his dantian, transforming into spiritual liquid. Upon breaking through to mid-foundation establishment, his dantian had expanded considerably, rendering the spiritual liquid somewhat insufficient. Yet, with the enhancement from the cultivation enlightenment, the spiritual energy within his dantian rapidly replenished. 3 days later, he successfully completed the enlightenment, reaching the pinnacle of mid-foundation establishment. In the secret chamber behind the Red Luan Peak, Qian Yurong, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her purple-gold robes. Her complexion turned ashen. "Princess, are you all right?" The white spiritual snake puppet, anxiously awaiting nearby, approached with concern. Qian Yurong's expression grew grave as she performed a hand seal upon herself, temporarily suppressing her internal injuries. During her recent excursion, she had successfully infiltrated the palace of the Jin Kingdom, exacting vengeance upon the national master and his minions who had once participated in the massacre of her family. However, while dismantling the palace's protective formation, she had sustained injuries from its backlash. Originally, her injuries were not severe. With a bit of recuperation, she could recover. But the cracks in her nascent soul had widened due to this latest injury, causing the spiritual energy within to leak out like a breached dam. She had attempted various remedies, yet all had failed. If this continued, her cultivation would inevitably regress to foundation establishment. Initially, she had hoped to endure until the upcoming grand competition of peaks, in order not to disappoint her master's teachings. But in her current state, at most within a month, she would revert to foundation establishment. "I am failing to live up to my master's expectations." A profound sense of guilt weighed upon Qian Yurong. Having avenged her family, her only remaining wish was to repay her master's kindness. Yet, it appeared increasingly challenging to achieve this. Moreover, her master had recently appointed her as vice peak master. "Will I let my master down?" A hint of bitterness crossed her face. She felt utterly at a loss. "Princess, do not despair. Peak Master Ji is well-versed and may possess a solution to aid you. Why not consult her? The white snake puppet urged. Having witnessed her princess's arduous journey to reach this level, it understood her struggles better than anyone and could not bear to see her give up. Qian Yurong gently shook her head. She did not wish to burden her master further. She was acutely aware of her situation. Princess, your condition will eventually be revealed. One cannot hide fire with paper. It would be wise to be forthright with Peak Master Ji, allowing her to prepare. Otherwise, how will you manage during the grand competition of peaks? It may place Peak Master Ji in a difficult position, seeing that she could not sway Qian Yurong. The white snake puppet resorted to provocation. She was Xiaoya, the princess's maid, who had fled the royal palace of the Qian kingdom alongside her, but had sustained grave injuries, necessitating the abandonment of her physical form. Her remaining spirit was preserved by Ji Yu's magic and ultimately refined into the spiritual snake puppet by Qian Yurong. The two shared a sisterly bond, sleeping side by side, intimately familiar with each other's temperaments. The princess was simply too strong-willed, striving for perfection and wishing to meet everyone's expectations, yet failing to consider her own well-being. Qian Yurong hesitated, finding some merit in Xiaoya's words. Her circumstances would inevitably come to light. It would be better to confess. Resolving this, she wiped the blood from her lips and rose from the chamber, soaring toward the Peak Master's Hall. Chapter 71. For the Master. I dare to venture through fire and water. Within the grand hall of the Peak Master, Ji Yu sat regally above, gazing down at her disciples Sun Yunyan, Qing Leng, and Chu Yao. With earnestness, she urged, the grand competition among the peaks is imminent. You must devote yourselves to diligent cultivation in the days to come, striving to achieve commendable standings for our Hongwan Peak. Rest assured, Master, both I and my junior sister are already in the late stage of foundation establishment. Securing a notable rank should not pose a challenge. Moreover, with our senior sister now in the core formation stage, our Hongwan Peak standing among the 36 peaks is bound to rise. Sun Yunyan chimed in, eager to showcase her determination. Indeed, as my second senior sister has said, you need not worry. Qing Leng nodded gently. Now fully recovered from her injuries, her cultivation progressed rapidly with the guidance of the sect leader, instilling her with newfound confidence. Curiously, Chu Yao inquired, Master, is senior sister still in seclusion? Why do we not see her? Your senior sister has only recently broken through to the core formation stage and requires time to solidify her realm. It is best not to disturb her cultivation. Ji replied with a smile. Observing her exceptional disciples filled her with joy surpassing even her own breakthroughs. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she turned her gaze towards the entrance of the hall. There, Qian Yurong had just landed and was striding into the chamber. Upon her arrival, the atmosphere turned somber, with furrowed brows adorning the faces of all present, including Ji Yu. With concern, Ji Yu swiftly approached Qian Yurong, asking, Yurong, what has happened to you? Are you injured? Who dares to lay a hand on you within our Hongwan Peak? Speak to me, and I shall ensure justice is served. Feeling a surge of guilt at Ji Yu's worried expression, Qian Yurong lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. In a hushed tone, she requested, Master, could you please activate the Hall's protective array? I wish to share something that I do not want the other disciples to overhear. Ji Yu's brows knitted together as a sense of foreboding arose within her. With a flick of her wrist, she activated the protective array, sealing the hall from external eavesdropping. Sun Yunyan and the others drew closer, eager to discern the unfolding situation. Qian Yurong glanced at the three but did not dismiss them. Having lost her family at a young age, she had long regarded Hongwan Peak as her home, and her master and junior sisters were her family. Yurong here. No one can hear us. Speak freely, Ji Yu urged, her voice steady yet firm. With a dull thud, Qian Yurong knelt before Ji Yu, her forehead touching the ground. Master, I am deeply sorry for the years of your nurturing care, she declared solemnly. Ji Yu frowned and stepped forward to assist her. Rise and speak your mind. No. I must kneel and finish what I have to say, Qian Yurong insisted with determination. Though I recently broke through to the core formation stage, it was a forced condensation, leaving cracks in my golden core that allow spiritual energy to leak. I intended to discuss this matter after the grand competition, but my condition has suddenly worsened. I fear I may not last until the event, and my cultivation may regress as a result. Why have you waited until now to tell me this? Ji Yu's face darkened with anger, and she raised her arm to deliver a sharp slap to Qian Yurong's face, leaving a vivid mark. Qian Yurong did not flinch, thinking it better this way. Allowing her master to vent her frustration on her might ease the guilt weighing on her heart. Yet, in the next moment, Ji Yu bent down, and embraced Qian Yurong tightly. You foolish child. Why did you not inform me of such a grave matter sooner? Regardless of the circumstances, you are my disciple. We should face challenges together. Do you not trust me as your master? What infuriates me is your concealment of this issue. Do you truly doubt my concern for you? Staring blankly at Qian Yurong, usually so resilient, felt tears welling in her eyes at her master's heartfelt words. Master, I am sorry. I realize my mistake. Seeing her disciple in such distress softened Gu's heart. Her tone turned gentler. This time, we may not prevail in the grand competition, but there will be future opportunities. However, your life is singular. There are no second chances. Clear your mind, and let me assess your injuries. As she spoke, she channeled her spiritual energy into Qian Yurong's body. Gu's brow furrowed, her expression grave. Minutes passed before she withdrew her hand, her voice serious. Your condition is serious. Had you come to me at the outset, I could have alleviated your injuries. Now, however, my options are limited. I will consult with the alchemists at the Zhongzhou Peak to see if they possess any remedies for your affliction. Master, you have done enough for me already. My injuries may never heal. Do not strain yourself further on my behalf. Qian Yurong wept, feeling like a burden. Yet her master refused to give up on her. Beside them, Qin Lan empathized. In her own past, she had suffered a similar fate, with Gu tirelessly seeking remedies for her. Ultimately, when all hope seemed lost, Gu had reluctantly let go, yet even then, she would pursue every opportunity for healing. What nonsense is this? I have not given up, so why should you? Gu admonished, her voice firm. Stop your lamenting. Wait here, and I shall return shortly. With that, she took flight, swiftly exiting the hall. However, just beyond the hall's threshold, a single tear escaped her eye, quickly dried by the wind. Inside the hall, Qian Yurong remained supported by Sun Yunyang, lost in thought as she watched Gu depart. Sun Yunyang's mind raced with schemes. Her master had tasked her with gathering information on Qian Yurong, seeking a potential weakness. Hadn't Qian Yurong just unwittingly handed it to her? Senior Sister, we have all witnessed how devoted Master is to you. To be honest, I feel a twinge of jealousy, Sun Yunyang spoke softly. This time, not only did Master not blame you, but she also humbly sought help from the alchemists at Zhongzhou Peak. You know what kind of people they are. If you recover from your injuries, do not let Master down again. Qian Yurong's brow furrowed, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles widening. A storm raged within her. Although Sun Yunyang's words stung, they held an undeniable truth. Gritting her teeth, she vowed, do not worry, Junior Sister. For my master, I shall bravely traverse through fire and water. Chapter 72. Senior Sister, trust me, you will know after trying. Upon witnessing the resolute expression on Qian Yurong's face, Sun Yunyang felt a sense of certainty within her heart. She resolved to inform her master of this matter upon her return, anticipating that such a revelation would earn her a reward. This time, she intended to take longer, having not gained much benefit in the previous instance. Sun Yunyang mused to herself. Meanwhile, Qin Lan, feeling a sense of urgency, contemplated whether to inquire with the sect leader about assisting Qian Yurong. If her own origin could be restored, it stood to reason that Senior Sister's injuries could also be healed. Yet, she was uncertain whether this would displease the sect leader. Perhaps she could discreetly ask Junior Sister Chu, who was closer to the leader. Qin Lan thought to herself. Chu Yao, on the other hand, focused intently on Qian Yurong, intending to report her condition to the sect leader later. Qian Yurong's situation aligned perfectly with the leader's criteria for selecting disciples. Each of the three women harbored their own thoughts. At that moment, Qian Yurong remained blissfully unaware that the three junior sisters were secretly pondering her fate, still wallowing in self-reproach and guilt. The trio waited in the grand hall for a considerable amount of time before finally seeing Gu return. However, the somber expression on Gu's face indicated that the outcome was far from favorable. Approaching Qian Yurong, Gu hesitated for a moment under her gaze before shaking her head and saying, Yurong, the sect leader's peak offers no viable solutions, but do not despair. I will continue to seek other remedies for you. She had consulted the head of the alchemy hall at the sect leader's peak, who had informed her that Qian Yurong's injuries were irreparable, inevitably leading to the collapse of her golden core and a regression in her cultivation. However, to avoid disheartening Qian Yurong, she refrained from delivering the grim news in absolute terms. Although she had anticipated this outcome, hearing Gu's words still left Qian Yurong feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, she soon accepted the reality, after all. She was well aware of her condition prior to arriving and understood the slim chances of recovery. I appreciate your concern, Master. I will endeavor to seek alternative solutions on my own, Qian Yurong spoke, unable to voice any words of surrender before her master. Yes, that is the way. Ji Yu nodded with relief. She then turned to Sun Yunyang and the others, instructing, "You three should also keep an eye out for information regarding treatments for your senior sister." "Yes, master." The trio responded in unison. "Now, you may go." "I feel somewhat fatigued," Ji Yu said, returning to her seat, appearing quite weary. After exchanging glances, Sun Yunyang and the others left the grand hall. Upon returning to her quarters, Chu Yao immediately took out a communication talisman to relay the recently acquired information to Yi Ba. Hearing the voice from the talisman while resting in the cave, Yi Ba's face lit up with joy. Initially, he had presumed that capturing Qian Yurong, who appeared to possess golden core cultivation, would require him to enhance his own power before proceeding cautiously. However, now Qian Yurong had revealed her vulnerabilities. As cultivators are human, they, too, possess weaknesses. According to Chu Yao's description, Qian Yurong's weaknesses lay in her injuries and her feelings of guilt towards Ji Yu. Thus, an opportunity presented itself to him. Without waiting for a response to Chu Yao, Sun Yunyang also sent him a similar message, further solidifying Yi Ba's resolve. He immediately instructed both Chu Yao and Sun Yunyang to devise a plan to draw Qian Yurong into the Dragon Saliva Sect. At present, under his directive, the entry requirements for the Dragon Saliva Sect were exceedingly stringent. Not only did disciples have to take various confidential oaths, but they also had to wear masks to prevent prying eyes from discovering their identities. The entire process ensured that no one could uncover his true identity. Of course, the oaths could not be imposed. They had to be voluntary. It was highly unlikely that someone would swear such oaths unless compelled or lured in by a trusted acquaintance. Clearly, Qian Yurong fell into this latter category. Moreover, even if something went awry and Chu Yao and Sun Yunyang were exposed, he could easily abandon them. Sun Yunyang could be silenced with a soul mark, while Chu Yao was his absolute subordinate, his most loyal follower, who would willingly sacrifice herself for secrecy. Yi Ba, once known online as the steady gentleman, exemplified his own composed nature. After receiving his orders, Sun Yunyang proactively approached Chu Yao to discuss the specifics of their plan. Although Chu Yao held Sun Yunyang in slight disdain, she felt compelled to comply with Yi Ba's instructions. "Does Senior Sister have any good ideas?" Chu Yao inquired. She had limited interactions with Qian Yurong and was not well acquainted with her character. Senior Sister was nurtured by our master, sharing the deepest bond with her. Now that she has let down the master's expectations, she must be feeling quite distressed. If we can leverage this, persuading her should not be too difficult. Sun Yunyang replied with a light laugh, her tone brimming with confidence. Furthermore, once Qian Yurong experiences a taste of the benefits, she will find it impossible to leave the Dragon Saliva Sect. Having said this, Sun Yunyang then asked, "Junior Sister, do you still possess that item? What do you intend to do with it?" Chu Yao frowned. "To gain Senior Sister's trust, we must ensure she experiences some immediate benefits. The more she witnesses its effects, the greater the likelihood she will agree to join the sect," Sun Yunyang clarified. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yao nodded in agreement. Sun Yunyang's reasoning held some merit. "Let us go. I will accompany you to find Senior Sister. At the right moment, I will present it," Chu Yao stated. Sun Yunyang felt a pang of disappointment. She had initially intended to deceive Chu Yao into giving her the item. Though it was secondhand, she had no qualms about it. After all, striving for improvement in her cultivation was hardly shameful. However, it was apparent that Chu Yao remained wary of her, thwarting her plan. "Very well," Sun Yunyang acquiesced. And together with Chu Yao, they flew toward Qian Yurong's residence in the rear mountain. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Qian Yurong's abode, surprised by their sudden visit. Qian Yurong looked at them in confusion. "Second junior sister, little junior sister, what brings you here?" Then, as if recalling something, she quickly added, "If you've come to console me, there's no need. I am not as fragile as you might think." Senior Sister, you misunderstand. We are here to help you recover from your injuries." Sun Yunyang replied with a gentle laugh. "Senior Sister, you remain as strong-willed as ever," Qian Yurong remarked. Momentarily taken aback, before frowning and asserting, "You need not waste your time on me. I am fully aware of my condition and the impossibility of recovery. Master merely suggested you assist me in seeking ways to heal. There is no need to take it to heart." Despite Sun Yunyang and Chu Yao's good intentions, Qian Yurong did not believe that two Foundation establishment cultivators would possess any effective remedies. She did not wish for them to squander their time on her. "Senior Sister, we speak the truth." Sun Yunyang's expression turned serious as she spoke earnestly. She then urged Chu Yao to produce the item they had prepared in advance. Chu Yao retrieved a tall jade vial from her storage bag and placed it before Qian Yurong, the mouth sealed with a talisman. Senior Sister. The contents of this vial can aid in your recovery. You should give it a try. Beside them, Sun Yunyang's eyes widened in envy. She toiled daily, barely earning any rewards, while Chu Yao effortlessly produced such a bounty. She resolved to cultivate a better relationship with Chu Yao moving forward. I appreciate your kindness, but truly, it is unnecessary. It will not yield any results. Qian Yurong frowned, unwilling to waste time. Senior Sister, given your current state, how much worse can it get? Trust us, and you will witness the effects of this item. It will undoubtedly astonish you, Sun Yunyang urged. She paused briefly before continuing, Elder Sister. You once proclaimed that for our master, you would brave even the treacherous mountains and turbulent seas. Yet now, you are unwilling to even attempt to sample what lies before you. This is not poison. If you harbor any concerns, I can taste it for you first. Sun Yunyang gestured towards the jade vial. Chapter 73. While you abstained, others indulged. Chuya subconsciously furrowed her brows, harboring serious doubts about Sun Yunyang's intentions, suspecting she might be attempting to deceive them for food and drink. Upon hearing these words, Qian Yurong was plunged into hesitation. She thought to herself that her junior sister had a point. Trying it wouldn't cost her anything. Approaching the jade vial, she tore off the talisman and opened it. Peering inside, the vial contained a copious amount of white spiritual liquid, nearly overflowing. Catching a whiff of the familiar scent, Qian Yurong's delicate brows knitted together. She glanced at Sun Yunyang and asked, What is this? This is indeed the object Sister is thinking of, though it differs from others, possessing remarkable healing properties. Sun Yunyang explained. Upon seeing the contents of the jade vial, her eyes sparkled with gluttonous desire as she secretly swallowed her saliva. Qian Yurong shook her head. Let us pass on this. It's of no use. She had initially thought it might be some miraculous elixir, only to find it was this filthy substance. Although she practiced the ancient devouring dragon technique and required spiritual slaves for her cultivation, she had always absorbed energy from a distance and had never engaged directly. To ask her to use this substance for cultivation was akin to sentencing her to death. Are you worried, sister? I can demonstrate. Sun Yunyang stepped forward, using her magical power to extract a portion of the spiritual liquid from the jade vial, swallowing it directly to absorb its essence. A faint smile of satisfaction graced her features, leading one unfamiliar to assume she had consumed some soul-altering elixir. Chuya inwardly cursed the gluttonous girl. Fully aware that Sun Yunyang was taking advantage of the situation, the thought of the spiritual liquid, which she had procured, now being swallowed and absorbed by Sun Yunyang, sent a chill down her spine, making her feel as though her own saliva had been consumed by another. See, sister, this substance is not toxic, Sun Yunyang said, her voice tinged with lingering satisfaction. Qian Yurong shook her head again. I'm not doubting its toxicity, rather, I believe this is merely a waste of time. Sun Yunyang and Chuya exchanged glances, both puzzled. Despite their earnest persuasion, why was Qian Yurong still unmoved? Princess, I understand your strong aversion to this substance, but at this juncture, we have no better options. What harm can it do to give it a try? Just then, the white snake puppet emerged from Qian Yurong's bosom. Silence. I do not require your guidance. Qian Yurong's expression grew stern. She was resolute in her unwillingness to be coerced into something she did not wish to do. No, you must try it. Otherwise, I will seek out Peak Master Ji. Xiaoye exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. You promised the master in the hall that you would not give up. What are you doing now? The aura around Qian Yurong faltered, rendering her speechless. She did not want to further burden her master with her troubles. Elder sister, please try it. The effects of this substance are exceptional. If you do not drink it, there are many who would wish to. Chuya gently urged, casting a glance at Sun Yunyang, clearly insinuating her recent actions. Indeed, what Sister Chu says is true. Sun Yunyang chuckled lightly. She desired to drink it. What of it? Chuya was no different. The two of them were like younger sisters, teasing their elder. Qian Yurong's face reflected her internal struggle, and eventually, she seemed to resign herself to fate, murmuring, I will drink it. She looked as though she was about to face execution. Closing her eyes, she lifted the jade vial and poured the liquid into her mouth. Her body instinctively recoiled in the urge to vomit, yet she forced herself to swallow it down. Immediately afterward, she settled into a meditative posture, commencing the absorption of its benefits. Xiaoye gazed in awe at her princess's slightly distended belly. So much. She actually consumed it all in one go. Xiaoye was utterly astonished. Furthermore, if her memory served her correctly, this substance could also be absorbed without ingestion. One could utilize the ancient devouring dragon technique to refine it into pure yang energy from a distance. Had the princess forgotten? She felt a twinge of confusion within, but deemed it inappropriate to interrupt now that the princess had ingested it. Moreover, it was said that oral absorption yielded even better results. Thus, it would also benefit the princess's recovery. Sun Yunyang and Chuya both sighed in relief upon witnessing this. As long as Qian Yurong experienced the healing effects, they need not worry about her reluctance. However, the white snake puppet posed a troublesome issue that needed addressing with a heavenly oath shortly. Qian Yurong diligently absorbed the benefits as a vast amount of yang energy converged towards her dantian, penetrating her golden core. To her astonishment, the cracks that had perpetually leaked spiritual power were noticeably slowing in their outflow, aided by the influx of yang energy. Most importantly, a faint glimmer of recovery appeared in the cracks of her golden core. Though minuscule, it ignited a spark of hope within her. Consequently, she exerted even greater effort in her absorption. After spending the better part of the day, she finally finished absorbing the last remnants of yang energy. At this time, her belly returned to its flat state. She opened her eyes, joy evident on her face, though the cracks in her golden core had yet to fully heal. They no longer leaked spiritual power, temporarily sealed by the yang energy. This indicated that her regression in cultivation had been momentarily resolved. However, the yang energy was still dissipating, necessitating timely replenishment, or the power within her golden core would erupt once more. This meant she would require more spiritual liquid. How do you feel, elder sister? Has it aided your injuries? Sun Yunyang inquired with a smile. In truth, she could already deduce the outcome merely from Qian Yurong's expression. Indeed, it has had a significant effect. Where did you acquire this substance, and is there more? Qian Yurong nodded, her curiosity piqued. Of course there is. But as you have seen, its effects are extraordinary and not commonplace. We took considerable risks to help you, elder sister. Sun Yunyang replied. I can procure more for you. But you must not disclose what I am about to say to anyone outside of us, and you need to take a heavenly oath. She must also swear, Chuya added, gesturing towards the white snake puppet. A heavenly oath? Qian Yurong frowned, her heart wavering. Yet upon reflecting on Sun Yunyang's words, they seemed reasonable. Such a miraculous healing substance could not be easily acquired. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded and solemnly took the oath of secrecy, urging Xiaoye to do the same. Once these formalities were concluded, she turned to Sun Yunyang again. Junior sister, may I speak now? Chuya, you may explain. Sun Yunyang gestured for Chuya to elaborate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chuya organized her thoughts and spoke. This substance originates from the Dragon's Saliva Sect, and both the second sister and I are members of the sect. If you wish to obtain more of this substance, you must join the Dragon's Saliva Sect and earn the favor of the sect master. Chapter 74. With tolerance, do not look back. I am the leader you wish for me to betray my sect? Absolutely not. Qian Yurong's expression shifted dramatically as she spoke with a firm tone. She owed her master a great debt of gratitude and could never forsake her sect. Even if her injuries were to remain forever unhealed, she would not join another sect. In her view, obtaining such tainted spiritual liquid would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Otherwise, how could the so-called Dragon Saliva Sect assist her without ulterior motives? Senior sister, you misunderstand. No one is asking you to betray the sect. Sun Yunyang furrowed her brow. You may consider the Dragon Saliva Sect as a small community within the sect, dedicated to mutual assistance. Our aim is to aid disciples like you who face cultivation obstacles. With the leader's help, your impediments will soon be cleared, and your injuries will heal. What kind of sect operates this way? I refuse to believe that your leader has no ulterior motives. Qian Yurong remained skeptical. While she pondered that perhaps Sun Yunyang spoke truthfully, she felt it was merely the present situation, and could not guarantee that the so-called leader would not later coerce them into servitude. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I wish to assure you that our leader is a selfless individual who has devoted everything for us. Moreover, this opportunity was sought after by us from the leader, not the other way around. My junior sister and I are doing this to ensure you do not become a burden. And we do not wish to see our master continue to worry over you. Sun Yunyang earnestly urged. Upon hearing Sun Yunyang mention their master, Qian Yurong hesitated. Internally, she mused, if I could recover, our master would surely be delighted. Furthermore, to put it bluntly, what could possibly be of interest to the leader regarding senior sister? Observing Qian Yurong's uncertainty, Sun Yunyang pressed on. You truly have nothing that would attract the leader's design. Qian Yurong instinctively contemplated this, realizing that indeed, she possessed nothing particularly desirable. Additionally, having just consumed the tainted spiritual liquid, she found it not as unpleasant as she had imagined, with a fairly agreeable taste. Perhaps she could give it a try? Just for the sake of our master. She began to waver, not wanting to further burden their master with her troubles. If her injuries truly healed, she could shine for the Red One Peak in the upcoming competition, thus honoring the years of training her master had bestowed upon her. Princess. Second senior sister is right. You have nothing left to lose. Xiao Yu chimed in from the side. Qian Yurong shot a glare at Xiao Yu, warning. Speak another word and I shall dismantle you. As the senior sister, did she not deserve respect? How dare Xiao Yu belittle her in public? After all, she was now a cultivator of the core formation stage. Turning back to Sun Yunyang, she spoke solemnly. I will join the Dragon Saliva sect, but I will not engage in any acts of betrayal against my sect. Seeing Qian Yurong finally agree, a faint smile graced Sun Yunyang's face. Senior sister, no one will compel you to do anything. Once you taste the genuine benefits, it will be nearly impossible for you to leave. Since you have consented, I shall now conduct your initiation ceremony. Qiao stepped forward, her voice steady. Very well. Qian Yurong nodded. Resolute in her decision, she proceeded without further hesitation. At Chu Yao's request, Qian Yurong recited several oaths before the heavens, ultimately completing her initiation with success. Junior sister, when may I meet the leader to seek his blessings? Qian Yurong inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in her voice, eager to restore her health and surprise their master. Do not rush, senior sister. There are many disciples within the sect in need of assistance, and the leader's time is limited. We must wait our turn, Sun Yunyang explained. When it is your turn, we will notify you. I see, Qian Yurong replied softly, feeling a bit disheartened but understanding Sun Yunyang's rationale. Senior sister, I will advocate for you with the leader, urging him to assist you swiftly. Chu Yao gently reassured her. Thank you both, junior sisters, Qian Yurong said gratefully, bowing her head. Within the cave, Chu Yao lay on the bed, reporting the situation to Yi Ba. Master, senior sister has joined the sect. When do you plan to summon her? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ba responded, tomorrow. He was eager to verify Qian Yurong's information, as he held great interest in her imperial-grade physique. Securing her promptly would also allow him to gain valuable experience. Very well. I shall inform her of this news tonight. Chu Yao nodded, instinctively shifting backward. Having come this far, she could not return empty-handed, especially after depleting so much spiritual liquid, her private stash for nearly a month. Yi Ba was well aware of Chu Yao's intentions. However, both she and Sun Yunyang had contributed to the endeavor, and merit should be rewarded. After an hour. That should suffice. You may leave, Yi Ba commanded, signaling for Chu Yao to exit. Obediently, she rose, activating the sealing array on her body to prevent any benefits from slipping away. Walking carefully, she refrained from swaying her slender waist too much. With the radiance of the teleportation array swirling, her figure vanished from the cave. Sun Yunyang, standing nearby, approached to tidy up, being gentle and attentive. Yi Ba had grown accustomed to this lifestyle of having someone serve him closely. From questioning the lives of the privileged to understanding and eventually embracing such a lifestyle, he now aspired to surpass it. Master, I exerted considerable effort to ensure senior sister's successful initiation. Sun Yunyang spoke cautiously, seeking to claim credit for her involvement. Opportunities must be seized. Without her initiative, she would not gain any benefits. You did indeed perform admirably, Yi Ba acknowledged with a nod. Sun Yunyang possessed a hint of cunning. Wielded effectively, she could become a potent weapon in his arsenal. Do you seek a reward this time? Yi Ba inquired with a smile. Seeing Yi Ba in good spirits, Sun Yunyang grew bolder and leaned in closer, saying, Yunyang desires ample rewards. Do not be too greedy. Yi Ba replied gently, 1 hour is my limit. The following day, at noon, Qian Yurong arrived punctually at the cave. Adorned in a golden goddess mask and a purple golden robe, she curiously surveyed the cave before her, yet found no one present. Confusion gnawed at her heart. Qiao had informed her that the leader awaited her beyond the teleportation array. Why was there no sign of anyone now? Stepping out of the teleportation array, she intended to explore the nearby stone houses, each inscribed with characters, possibly the abodes of others. Suddenly, she noticed something on the rough stone floor, an azure belly band. The scent seemed oddly familiar. After a moment's hesitation, she bent down to pick it up. At that moment, the formation outside one of the stone houses activated, and a figure emerged. Qian Yurong turned her head, catching only a glimpse of a pair of slender calves. She wanted to rise and look back, but just then, a strong hand rested upon her lower back. A voice, slightly magnetic, whispered in her ear, Yurong, do not turn back. I am the leader. Chapter 75, Seeking the Lord's grace, Qian Yorong's movements paused, her body rigid, caught in a moment of uncertainty. It was the first time a man had touched her. An indescribable sensation enveloping her. Instinctively, she yearned to retreat, yet fear of displeasing the Lord held her in place. Before her arrival, her junior sister had warned her to obey the Lord's commands, lest she forfeit his grace. Thus, when instructed not to turn back, she complied without hesitation, even refraining from movement. Before Yuba, Qian Yorong's details materialized. Name: Qian Yorong. Physique: 9 Phoenix Luanine body, Imperial grade. Realm: initial stage of Golden Core. Talent: Earth grade Metal Elemental Root. Gift: Soul Puppet Empathy, Royal grade. Divine powers: None. Puppet Mastery, 2nd tier superior. Cultivation method: Ancient Dragon Devouring Technique. Spells: Advanced Charm Technique. Soul Division Technique, 1000 Mechanisms Technique. Indeed, an Imperial grade physique and an Earth grade root. Furthermore, a Royal grade talent. Yuba's heart swelled with delight upon reading her attributes. He observed Qian Yorong, noting her obedience. She remained still as commanded, clearly intent on advancement. Her physique was exquisite, truly magnificent in all the right places. Greatness lies within, he mused silently. At that moment, Qian Yorong felt as though time had been suspended. Yuba smiled slightly, a thought arising from the depths of his mind. Yorong, I understand your purpose here. Do you willingly wish to join my Dragon Saliva sect? Lord, I am willing to join. Qian Yorong replied earnestly. I humbly request your assistance in restoring my injuries. I will be eternally grateful. Very well. Then I shall conduct the final initiation ceremony for you. The grace will be bestowed upon you thereafter. Yuba nodded gently. Yorong comprehended. She sought the Lord's grace. Her voice was resolute. Having reached this juncture, she found no room for retreat, no matter what lay ahead. Her sole desire was to obtain the healing elixir to mend her wounds. Understand that the initiation ceremony requires a full day. During this time, you must remain still. Now, I shall begin, Yuba instructed before commencing the rite. Qian Yorong adhered to Yuba's admonition, remaining motionless. Fortunately, as a golden core cultivator, her physical form, nurtured by spiritual energy for years, surpassed that of an ordinary person. Maintaining a single posture for one day posed little challenge for her. So she harbored no significant concerns regarding the initiation. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through the cave, the golden robe billowing. How could there be wind in a cave? Qian Yorong wondered, yet refrained from probing with her spiritual sense, bound by the heavenly oath she had taken, which forbade her from using it carelessly, especially to pry into the Lord's affairs, an act considered disrespectful. Without the robe's cover, a slight chill enveloped her. Before she could ponder further, another breeze stirred, drawing the sash from her waist and sending it fluttering aside. Unbound, the robe gaped open, the air cooling further. Just as Qian Yorong furrowed her brow, she felt an intense heat emanating from behind her. A white spiritual serpent puppet fell to the ground, writhing in agony, as though enduring some torment. In her heart, Xiaoya felt a pang of regret for accompanying her. Due to the princess's unique talent, she had been transformed into a puppet, sharing sensations with the princess. As long as they remained within proximity, the princess's experiences would resonate within her, a remarkable gift enabling her to extend the princess's reach in battle. However, this very talent now caused her distress. Fearful of impeding the princess's endeavors and inciting the Lord's wrath, she stifled her own suffering. Yet her strength paled in comparison to the princess's. Despite her utmost efforts, she could not reign in her own control, ultimately succumbing to the urge and falling out. It's over. Qian Yorong bit her lip, casting a fierce glare at Xiaoya. At such a critical moment, how could Xiaoya suddenly appear? Was this not chaos? She had already resigned herself to the possibility of the Lord's reprimand and had contemplated kneeling in supplication. Regardless, she was determined to secure ample grace this time. To her relief, the Lord did not halt to chastise, but continued with the initiation ceremony. Xiaoya, stung by Qian Yorong's glare, felt her grievances deepen. Yet, she truly could not hold herself in check. Princess, I'm sorry, Xiaoya whispered within, wishing she could shed tears like a puppet. A day later, the initiation ceremony concluded. Yorong, congratulations. You are now a member of our Dragon Saliva sect. Yiba spoke softly. He then turned to return to his chamber. Activating the array. I have bestowed upon you sufficient grace. You may depart. Qian Yorong stretched her limbs and bowed towards Yiba's chamber. Thank you for your grace, Lord. With that, she lifted the incapacitated Xiaoya from the ground and stepped away. Xiaoya's puppet form had malfunctioned and required repair. At the teleportation array, Qian Yurong formed a seal at her abdomen, activating the confinement array. This was a method taught by her junior sister. A flash of light enveloped her, and she vanished from the cave. Inside the chamber, Yuba gazed at the panel that appeared before him. Experience: 9 Phoenix Luan Yin Body 400. 9 Phoenix Luan Yin Body 400. 100000. Imperial Quality. Soul Puppet Empathy Experience 400. Soul Puppet Empathy 410,000. Royal Quality. Puppet Mastery Experience 400. First Tier Lower Puppet Master 410. Can Breakthrough. Metal Elemental Root Talent 400. Superior Metal Elemental Root 410,000. What a bountiful harvest. Yuba's eyes sparkled with joy. Qian Yurong was undoubtedly a treasure. A formidable female cultivator whose mere presence had granted him such experience. Truly, the prowess of a golden core cultivator is fearsome. Yuba murmured. If it were anyone else, they would likely have nothing left to offer. Shaking his head, he effortlessly broke through to the next level of puppet mastery. An influx of knowledge regarding puppetry flooded his mind, which he grasped instantaneously. Looking once more at the panel, he noted that his rank as a puppet master had risen to first tier superior. Chapter 76. Unexpected Gains. Did the 9 phoenixes and the Luan Yin body evolve early? In the secluded chamber of the back mountain, Qian Yurong sat cross-legged on a mat, deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Half an hour had elapsed since she returned from Yuba. The moment she arrived, she commenced her training to absorb the benefits she had acquired. Upon introspection of her dantian, she observed an abundance of yang energy filling every crevice of her golden core, effectively preventing any leakage of spiritual energy. This yang energy was not only sealing her golden core but also mending its fissures, healing her injuries. The effects of the liquid essence from the master were indeed superior. There is hope for my recovery. The more she cultivated, the more astonished she became. She had never encountered such miraculous yuan yang before. It could even heal the cracks in her golden core. Moreover, she sensed a slight enhancement in her cultivation level. As a cultivator at the golden core stage, even a minor elevation required considerable time and spiritual energy. Yet, after just a day and a bit of training, her progress was astounding. I still have plenty of residual yuan yang within me. It can assist my cultivation for 3 more days. Qian Yurong murmured to herself. Although 3 days might not restore her injuries entirely, it would certainly mend a significant portion. If she continued on this path, she was confident she could fully recover before the grand competition of the peaks. Master, this time, I shall not let you down, Qian Yurong vowed within her heart. Determined to secure a commendable rank in the upcoming competition, she would also need to ask her second and junior sisters to speak favorably of her before the master. Qian Yurong contemplated deeply, yearning for more opportunities to cultivate and expedite her recovery. Suddenly, her face flushed. She had never interacted with male cultivators before. Yesterday was her first encounter, and she had anticipated feelings of aversion. However, the experience proved to be vastly different from her preconceived notions. Initially painful, the process became increasingly smooth as she continued. Perhaps the master is an exception. Not all male cultivators are the same, Qian Yurong speculated. She could not believe that all male cultivators possess such qualities. Indeed, it must be the master's uniqueness. Otherwise, the gifts he bestowed would not hold such potent effects. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her theory. After all, upon seeing the spirit servants within the sect, she instinctively felt a strong aversion. As she persisted in her cultivation, the cracks in her golden core gradually mended. 2 days later, while in deep meditation, Qian Yurong abruptly opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with astonishment. Within her dantian, an ethereal silhouette of a phoenix Luan had materialized. Though her 9 phoenix Luan Yin body was of imperial quality, it was a growing physique. As her realm advanced, it would gradually awaken. The degree of awakening was gauged by the number of true spirit silhouettes within her. From 1 phoenix to 9, awakening all 9 represented the complete awakening of her 9 phoenix Luan Yin body. Initially, she had only awakened 3 true spirits, but just now, a 4th had appeared. Her 9 phoenix Luan Yin body had further awakened. When she broke through to the golden core stage, she had already awakened 1 true spirit. According to her experience, it was impossible to awaken another at this stage. Typically, she deepened her awakening only during a breakthrough. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. The only difference in her current cultivation was the substantial amount of yuan yang she had absorbed. Realizing this, Qian Yurong could hardly contain her astonishment, her breath slightly erratic. She could not fathom what kind of divine artifact could yield such extraordinary effects. She could hardly imagine. If only I could continue receiving the Master's assistance after my injuries heal. Qian Yurong felt a surge of anticipation. If her 9-phoenix Luanine body could fully awaken, her cultivation speed would accelerate immensely. What exactly is the Master's true identity? She mused, her curiosity about Yi Ba's true nature intensifying. Yet, she had sworn an oath to the heavens. Despite her burning curiosity, she could not dare to probe the master. Given his formidable strength, he truly had no need to extract anything from her. With a pang of guilt, she recalled her earlier doubts regarding Sun Yunyang and Chu Yao. Both of her junior sisters had acted in her best interest, yet she had harbored suspicions against them. I shall find ways to make amends with them. Qian Yurong vowed to herself. Subsequently, she calmed her mind and resumed her cultivation, determined to absorb every last trace of this divine essence. Such a miraculous substance must not be wasted. To do so would be a gross misappropriation. Meanwhile, in the herb field on the back mountain, Qin Lan was crouched down, meticulously observing a spirit herb before her. Could it truly be effective? Suddenly, a look of joy illuminated her face as she murmured to herself. This spirit herb, known as Qiyang grass, was the primary material for refining the second-tier superior Qiyang pill. The Qiyang pill held remarkable auxiliary benefits for foundational disciples like them, capable of enhancing their cultivation speed by 20%. However, the Qiyang grass demanded an exceptionally selective growing environment, thriving only in places rich in yang energy. Within the entire Dajjal Immortal Sect, only 5 peaks, including the Master's peak, housed the Qiyang grass. Other disciples requiring the Qiyang pill had to procure it from these 5 peaks, and the limited supply rendered the pill exceedingly valuable. Half a month ago, on a whim, she had cultivated a Qiyang grass using the Master's yang energy. To her surprise, the results were extraordinary. The transplanted Qiyang grass before her was thriving remarkably, showing no signs of distress. Furthermore, its age had increased rapidly, in just half a month. It had matured by 2 years. This rate of growth was unprecedented for her. With this Qiyang grass, I can refine the Qiyang pill, which will allow me to amass a fortune in spirit stones for cultivation. Qin Lan thought to herself, brimming with excitement. She planned to procure more young Qiyang grass seedlings for transplantation. What could my senior sister be so delighted about? Just then, Chu Yao descended from the sky and approached Qin Lan with curiosity. Recently, she had asked the master to refine the perfect foundation establishment pill, and now it was finally completed. Eager to share the news with Qin Lan, she had come to find her. Besides the one she promised to Qin Lan, she had the remaining 8 pills with her, as the master had instructed her to exchange them for other cultivation resources. Oh, it's you, junior sister Chu. Come quickly to see this Qiyang grass I've cultivated. Upon recognizing Chu Yao, Qin Lan greeted her warmly. As Chu Yao was closer to the master, enlisting her help would surely yield a wealth of spiritual liquid. Together, they could cultivate a vast field of yang energy to grow Qiyang grass and produce an abundance of Qiyang pills. Qiyang grass. Chu Yao approached with curiosity, inquiring, Senior sister, ISN T Qiyang grass only found on those 5 peaks? Can it really be cultivated on our Hongwan peak? Chapter 77. Just a matter of words in response to Chu Yao's inquiry, Qin Lan did not answer immediately. Instead, she smiled mysteriously and invited Chu Yao into a nearby thatched cottage. After activating the protective magic array, she chuckled. The reason lies within. She opened her storage bag and took out a jade vial. Chu Yao didn't even need to look. The scent alone revealed the contents, which she was all too familiar with. She also vaguely guessed Qin Lan's intentions, recalling her own attempts to refine spirit pills using this very substance. Sister, you used the Lord's spiritual fluid to cultivate the red sun grass? Chu Yao raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Qin Lan nodded, giving Chu Yao an approving glance. Are you interested in collaborating with me to develop a sun field specifically for cultivating red sun grass? The other 5 peaks earn countless spirit stones each year from refining red sun pills with it. Chu Yao regarded Qin Lan with surprise. How had she not noticed before that Qin Lan possessed such a keen business acumen? Nevertheless, this was a positive development, as it meant she could also benefit. Since you are the one proposing the collaboration, how could I refuse? I will take responsibility for the spiritual fluid required to cultivate the sun field. Chu Yao smiled and agreed. Great. I will handle the cultivation of the red sun grass and the refining of the red sun pills. As for profit sharing, shall we split it 50-50? Qin Lan inquired tentatively. Your word is final, sister, Chu Yao replied with a smile. Given that she only had to provide some spiritual fluid to obtain half of the profits, it was a favorable arrangement. The spiritual fluid required no spirit stones. It merely demanded some verbal persuasion. Once they settled the arrangement, both felt elated. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yao presented the perfect foundation pill she had crafted from the previous materials to Qing Leng. Sister, this is the foundation pill I promised you, made from the materials we discussed. Excellent. With this perfect foundation pill, I can now acquire the spirit stones needed for the seedlings of the rising sun grass. I was considering obtaining spirit stones from other sources, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. Qing Leng joyfully accepted the foundation pill. She had already exchanged the previous one for other cultivation resources. Suddenly, her smile faded, and she inquired softly, Sister, you are aware of the eldest sister's situation. Is there any way we could bring her into the sect and request the Lord to heal her? Today, Chiao had fortuitously visited her, allowing her to voice the questions she had been unable to ask before. She could not bear to see the eldest sister give up so easily, especially not to suffer the same fate of becoming a burden. The eldest sister was fiercely determined. If she were to falter now, it would be a tremendous blow to her spirit. Moreover, their master was already deeply troubled by the eldest sister's circumstances. Chu Yao looked at Qing Leng in astonishment. Momentarily silent, she yearned to inform Qing Leng that the eldest sister was already a member of the sect, but without the Lord's directive. She could not disclose the identities of sect members. Seeing Chu Yao's silence, Qing Leng presumed she was in a difficult position. A contemplative expression crossed her face as she continued. If that is not possible, could we at least provide the spiritual fluid I have collected to the eldest sister? Chu Yao shook her head. Sister, I will inform the Lord of this matter, but I cannot guarantee what decision the Lord will make. This was all she could say to reassure Qing Leng and prevent her from making a hasty decision that might expose the Lord's identity. Lastly, she reminded her, Sister, the Lord's spiritual fluid is solely for our use. Without the Lord's permission, it must not be given to outsiders. I am grateful that you will communicate this to the Lord. As for the outcome, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate, Qing Leng nodded. Sighing, as long as you understand, sister, you are well aware of the Lord's sentiments towards us, should the secrets of the Dragon Saliva sect be exposed. It would not only endanger the Lord, but also jeopardize everyone involved. Hearing Qing Leng's words, Chu Yao felt a sense of relief and urged, what you say is true. Qing Leng nodded in agreement, realizing that she had narrowly avoided a grave misstep. 2 months later, within a cave, Yiba activated his personal panel. Name, Yiba, Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade, Sword Spirit Body, Rare Grade, 9 Yang Absolute Veins, Exquisite Grade, Sky Burning Body, King Grade. Greenwood Source Body, King Grade, 9 Phoenix 1 Een Body 12400, 100000, Emperor Grade, Realm, Peak of Mid Foundation Establishment, Talent, Exceptional Water Element Spirit Root, Exceptional Earth Element Spirit Root, Exceptional Fire Element Spirit Root, Earth Grade Metal Element Spirit Root, Earth Grade Wood Element Spirit Root, Gifts, Plant Perception, Exquisite Grade. Soul Puppet Symbiosis, King Grade, Divine Powers, 5 Elements Array Hard, Alchemy, Low 3rd Tier, Talisman Crafting, High 2nd Tier, Formation Art, Low 3rd Tier, 1208,000, Puppet Technique, High 2nd Tier, Cultivation Method, Great Extreme Bliss Method, Spells, Fireball Technique, Fire Python Technique, Metal Sword Chi, Health Preservation Technique, Foundation Solidification Technique. Upon viewing the results displayed on the panel, a smile crept across Yuba's face. Under his intentional special attention to Qian Yurong, he had garnered a staggering 12,000 experience points from her over the past 2 months. Consequently, his Metal Element Spirit Root had advanced to Earth Grade, and he had successfully acquired the talent of Soul Puppet Symbiosis. Even his puppet technique had reached the upper limit of the High 2nd Tier. Only the experience for the 9 Phoenix 1 Een Body remained insufficient. Additionally, he had also amassed considerable experience from Qing Leng, acquiring the Greenwood Source Body and an Earth Grade Wood Element Spirit Root. The Greenwood Source Body invigorated his being, rendering him youthful and vibrant. Yet, this was merely the surface. Internally, it enhanced his vitality significantly. Not only did he recover from injuries at an accelerated pace, but his lifespan had also doubled. Typically, a foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan was around 200 years, but he now possessed 500 years, nearly on par with that of a core formation cultivator. At that moment, a radiant light flashed upon the teleportation array, and the figure of Bu Sheng Hua materialized. her expression clearly marked by displeasure. "Junior brother, can today be my turn?" Bu Shenghua stated bluntly, her tone tinged with a hint of supplication. Yi Ba could not help but smile wryly at her demeanor. Over the past 2 months, he had primarily focused on Qian Yurong and Qin Lan, naturally neglecting Bu Shenghua and the others, which explained her current forlorn and humble demeanor, akin to a petition for rain. "Come here," Yi Ba gently nodded. Now that he had fully harvested the experience from Qin Lan, he could allocate both time and space for the others. He pondered that perhaps he could allow them all into his cultivation chamber, activating the protective magic array within, thereby assisting one after another without affecting efficiency. The issue did not lie with him, but rather with Bu Xinghua and the others absorbing the experience too slowly. It was akin to a drain pipe. With too much water and too few outlets, the drainage would naturally slow down. Chapter 78. The Thunder Whip Punishment. Master rescues the disciple 2 days later. Yi Ba ceased his cultivation as a notification panel appeared before him once more. Absolute subordination established. At long last, he and Bu Shehua had forged an unbreakable bond. The number of his loyal subordinates had increased again. Now, including Sun Yunyang, he had 4. His entourage was growing ever more formidable. One day, the entire Dajilsian sect would inevitably transform into his personal kennel. He then bestowed upon Bu Shehua his earthly-grade gold spiritual root and an exquisite fire spiritual root, upgrading her original 2 superior-grade spiritual roots. Upon sensing the changes within her, Bu Shenghua was astonished. Yi Ba had gifted her with countless surprises, from the early awakening of her sword spirit physique to her rapid advancement in cultivation under his guidance. Ultimately, a quantitative change led to a qualitative transformation, and she awakened her hidden supreme sword body. Now, her spiritual root aptitude had also ascended. Even a seemingly worthless celestial seedling could blossom into a top-tier celestial plant under the nurturing of her junior brother. Bu Shehua murmured to herself, pondering that had she not encountered Yi Ba, she would still be an outer disciple. "Junior brother, I heard from the Peak Master a few days ago that my senior sister is soon to return to the sect, and I will be able to pay my respects to her." Bu Shehua began to share some recent happenings. "I heard from the 3rd senior sister that the senior sister mentioned by the Peak Master is actually a twin sister, named Jizue Dai." "Oh." Yi Ba's eyes sparkled with interest. "Twin sisters. Such a connection was bound to activate powerful ties. After you become her disciple, gather detailed information on Jizue Dai." He commanded promptly. "Understood, Master." Bu Shihua replied obediently, fully compliant under their absolute subordinate relationship. In the secluded chamber of the back mountain, Qian Yurong gradually concluded her cultivation, her face radiating an unmistakable joy. With the Master's assistance, her injuries had finally healed completely. Moreover, her 9 Phoenix Luan Yin body had awakened 6 true spirits of the Phoenix and Luan, significantly enhancing her strength. In this upcoming grand competition of the peaks, I am certain I shall secure a commendable ranking, Qian Yurong murmured, filled with confidence. She intended to repay her master's profound kindness gradually. "Qian Yurong, come forth and meet me at once." Suddenly, an immensely powerful voice reverberated from outside, resonating deep within Qian Yurong's heart. Furrowing her brow, she rose to open the chamber door and soared into the air to confront the source of the voice. In the sky, she beheld several figures clad in golden robes. The Sectmaster's law enforcement hall. A hint of dismay crossed Qian Yurong's features. Her actions in Jin country had been discovered by the sect. She had thought that after several months of silence, she was safe. Yet, the inevitable had come. "Greetings, Uncle Master, esteemed senior sisters, I am Qian Yurong," she declared solemnly as she approached the law enforcement officials. One of the middle-aged female cultivators, the Vice Hall Master Baobai, questioned her sternly. "You unlawfully infiltrated Jin country, slaughtering 1,353 members of the royal family, violating sect regulations. According to our rules, you are to receive 10 lashes of the Thunder Whip. Do you plead guilty?" "I do. I plead guilty." Qian Yurong nodded resolutely. "What is done is done." Furthermore, since the law enforcement hall had approached her with such detailed knowledge, it was evident they had conducted a thorough investigation. "Wait," a voice suddenly called from below, followed by several streaks of light soaring into the air, revealing Ji and several core formation elders. Ji's expression was grave as she implored Bao Bai on Qian Yurong's behalf. "Bao Hall Master, is 10 lashes of the Thunder Whip not too severe? Yurong has only just broken through to the initial stage of core formation. She still bears injuries, and she may not survive the punishment." "It was merely the death of some mortals." Bao Bai frowned. "The sect has its rules. If everyone acted recklessly, chaos would ensue." Had it not been for the rare genius emerging from your Hong Wan peak, and the Hall Master's extraordinary leniency, the punishment would not merely be 10 lashes, but rather the immediate forfeiture of her cultivation and expulsion from the sect. We have already shown her a modicum of mercy. Ji fell silent, realizing the truth in Bao Bai's words. Strict adherence to the sect's rules would indeed lead to Yurong's downfall. Master, there is no need to plead for me. I shall accept the 10 lashes of the Thunder Whip, Qian Yurong insisted, unwilling to see her master humbling herself on her behalf. If you still acknowledge me as your master, do not interject. Ji Yu shot a fierce glance at Qian Yurong. Taken aback, Qian Yurong had rarely witnessed her master's anger. It was evident that Ji Yu was genuinely enraged. She promptly fell silent. The Hall Master. The disciple's transgressions are my responsibility as her master. I am willing to take on the 10 lashes of the Thunder Whip for Yurong, Ji Yu stated gravely as she turned to face Bao Bai once more. Peak Master Ji, that is against the regulations. Bao Bai replied coolly. Bao Hall Master. In 2 months, the grand competition of the peaks will commence, and Yurong is the only true disciple from my peak to have broken through to core formation. Ji Yu's tone was earnest. Master, you mustn't. You will perish. Hong Wan Peak cannot lose you. Tears welled in Qian Yurong's eyes. Overwhelmed by her master's willingness to endure the punishment for her sake, she had never anticipated that her master would willingly accept the Thunder Whip lashes to save her. A seemingly useless disciple. When the Thunder Whip punishment was executed in the law enforcement hall, one could not resist with spells or artifacts. One could only endure it with their flesh. Even though her master was at a higher cultivation level, in the mid-core formation stage, she might still not withstand the punishment. Yurong, this matter rests with me. The mistakes you made stem from my failure as your master. You need not plead further, or I shall take my own life before you, Ji Yu stated solemnly, fixing her gaze on Qian Yurong. Bao Bai furrowed her brow slightly. She would rather avoid offending a peak master. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a transmission talisman to consult the Hall Master. Moments later, her brow lifted in acknowledgement. The Hall Master has consented to your request. Thank you, Bao Hall Master, for your understanding. Ji Yu expressed her gratitude. Following this, she removed her ceremonial robes and descended to the square before the Peak Master's hall. Bao Hall Master, you may commence, Ji Yu declared solemnly. The surrounding core formation elders displayed expressions of deep sympathy, wishing to intercede on Ji Yu's behalf. However, their status rendered them powerless to intervene. Nearby, Qian Yurong was weeping profusely. Hearing the commotion, Chu Yao, Sun Yunyang, and Qin Lan hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they frowned, their faces etched with concern. Very well, Bao Bai nodded, her wrist flicking to conjure a thick, lightning-infused whip. As her spiritual power surged, the whip crackled with electricity and with a swift motion. She lashed it out. The tip of the whip struck Ji Yu's back with a resounding crack. The sound echoed like thunder, and in that instant, her shirt was torn asunder, exposing her flesh, which bore the charred marks of the thunder strike. Chapter 79, Thunder Erosion, A Fall from Grace Master. Qian Yurong's anguished cry echoed. It felt as if knives were slicing through her heart. She longed to rush forward to intervene. But upon meeting her master's stern gaze and recalling the recent warning, she felt deflated, collapsing helplessly to the ground. She had intended to inform her master about her recovery during the day, hoping to alleviate her master's worries, believing that her master would be overjoyed to see her healed. Yet, an unforeseen calamity had robbed her of the chance to express this. Despite being unaware of her recovery and still perceiving her as an invalid, her master was still willing to endure the torment of the Thunder Whip for her sake. Qian Yurong found herself at a loss for how to repay such a profound kindness, feeling that she could never fully repay her master's grace. Crack! The first lash struck, deepening the wounds on Ji Yu's body. She gritted her teeth in endurance, blood trickling from the corners of her lips. Crack! Crack! As the lashes continued to fall, the scars multiplied. Bang! With the sixth strike, Ji Yu's aura suddenly surged, only to plummet swiftly moments later. At that moment, her aura had diminished to a level comparable to Qian Yurong's. Master, your realm has fallen, Qian Yurong exclaimed in shock. Beside her, Qin Lan furrowed her brow, feeling a deep sense of distress. Her master had always treated her with utmost kindness, and witnessing her endure such punishment made her heart ache. Though Chu Yao had only recently joined, she had also been under Ji Yu's care, receiving various elixirs beneficial for cultivation and answers to her training queries. Ji Yu was truly an exceptional master. Sun Yuling felt a pang of sorrow as well, despite being the least gifted among her peers. Her master had never looked down on her, treating her as an equal to her fellow disciples. If her master's injuries could not be healed, perhaps she could seek help from her own master. Sun Yuliang thought to herself. Crack, crack. As the final lash fell, the Thunder Whip punishment came to an end. 10 lashes of the Thunder Whip have been delivered. Take care, Master Ji. Bao Bai spoke solemnly, leading the enforcers away from Hongwan Peak. Master, how are you? Peak Master, how's your injury? I have healing elixirs here. Qian Yurong, Qin Leng, and the elders rushed to Ji Yu's side, their voices filled with urgent concern. I'm fine, disperse. Ji Yu said weakly as she leaned on Qian Yurong for support, instructing those around her. Seeing that Ji Yu seemed genuinely unharmed, the core formation elders exchanged glances, uttering a few more words of concern before departing. Moments later, only Qian Yurong, Qin Leng, and a few others remained. Let us proceed to the Grand Hall, Ji Yu uttered faintly. Qian Yurong complied without hesitation. However, as soon as they stepped into the hall, Ji Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her aura becoming erratic. Master! Qian Yurong and the others grew anxious, carefully helping Ji Yu to sit down. Ji Yu, still conscious, retrieved a spiritual elixir from her storage bag, consumed it, and gradually stabilized her aura. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes again and spoke slowly. Although I have been injured, it is not severe. With 3 to 5 months of recuperation, I shall fully recover. Do not worry excessively. Upon hearing this, Qian Yurong and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Master, I am sorry to have caused you worry again, Qian Yurong said, tears staining her cheeks as she lowered her head. Haha, how could I be unaware of your actions? Ji Yu glanced fondly at her beloved disciple, reaching out to pat her head. When you expressed your desire to travel, I sensed your intentions. I refrained from stopping you, fearing that it might lead to inner turmoil. Master, Qian Yurong's heart swelled with emotion. She had not anticipated that her master had known all along. To allow her to pursue vengeance and then willingly endure punishment on her behalf was a kindness beyond measure. How could she ever repay such a debt? Let us not dwell on excess words. From the moment you became my disciple, I have regarded you as family. Regardless of your actions, I, as your guardian, will never abandon you, Ji Yu stated gently, smiling. Master, I have something to tell you. Qian Yurong bit her lip, speaking earnestly. Ji Yu smiled in response. Master, the fissures in my golden core have healed. Qian Yurong declared solemnly, eager to share this good news with her master. Healed? How could that be possible? Ji Yu was taken aback. She grasped Qian Yurong's arm, immediately probing her aura. Upon discovering the intact golden core, she was rendered speechless. It is indeed true, she murmured in disbelief. The hall master had stated that Yurong's injuries were irreparable. How could this sudden recovery have occurred? Not only had her injuries healed, but her cultivation seemed to have improved significantly. How did you achieve this? Ji Yu inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. Master, it is due to my 9 Phoenix 1 Yin body. During these past months, it has awakened again, and now I have awakened 6 phoenixes, Qian Yurong explained. Having prepared this response in advance, though she hesitated to deceive her master, she had sworn an oath with the Dragon S Saliva sect to keep their matters confidential. The 9 Phoenix 1 Yin body has awakened again, Ji Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Such early awakenings were exceedingly rare. After pondering briefly, she speculated. Perhaps your injuries triggered the latent potential of the 9 Phoenix 1 Yin body, leading to its early awakening and healing your wounds. Qian Yurong's heart leaped with joy, grateful that her master had already devised an explanation, alleviating her from further elaboration. Haha, your recovery brings me great comfort. I can entrust Hongwan Peak to you with peace of mind. Ji Yu smiled. Moreover, we should be able to improve our standing in the upcoming inter-peak competition. Rest assured. Master, I will exert my utmost in the competition, Qian Yurong promised earnestly. Indeed, I believe in you all. It is getting late. You should return now. I need to continue my healing, Ji Yu nodded appreciatively. The one small figure that had trailed behind her was now capable of standing tall on her own. Upon hearing that Ji Yu needed to heal, Qian Yurong and the others dared not disturb her further, obediently exiting the grand hall. After they left, Ji Yu raised her hand to activate the protective array within the hall. In the next moment, her aura became chaotic once more. Blood spilled from her mouth, and her complexion turned ghastly pale. The severity of her injuries was profound. The thunder had eroded her very bones, deeply embedded within her marrow, continuously tormenting her physical form. Yet, this was not the most critical issue. Given time, she could gradually expel the thunder from her body, allowing her injuries to heal. The most arduous challenge lay in the fact that her dantian had been breached by the thunder. though her golden core remained intact. A gaping hole had formed in her dantian. The dantian was the foundation of cultivation, the very beginning of one's path. Damage to the dantian was irreparable. Her spiritual energy would continue to dissipate until not a trace remained. At that moment, she would revert to a mere mortal, her lifespan dwindling to less than a century. I believe I can hold on for another 6 months. Fortunately, Yurong has recovered, and Hongwan Peak will have a capable successor. Jiyu wiped the blood from her lips, a faint smile gracing her face. When her master entrusted Hongwan Peak to her, she had vowed to care for its disciples. She had accomplished that. When she reunites with her master in the afterlife, she would stand tall and face her master with pride. Chapter 80. The Wine Sword Immortal, Ji Zue Dai. What a pity. Within the cave, Yiba received a message from Chu Yao, learning of the recent upheaval in the outside world. And he shook his head with a hint of regret. The good news was that Ji was injured. The bad news was that the injury was not severe and she could heal herself. Otherwise, it would have been an opportunity for him. If he could capture Ji and have her cultivate alongside his disciples, perhaps he could activate a special bond. He was now close to breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Achieving that stage would allow him to rapidly cultivate by activating special bonds, directly reaching the pinnacle of late foundation establishment. What a pity. Yiba shook his head again, sighing. He then turned to Deng Xiaohan, who was kneeling beside him, and instructed, "Your array technique has already reached the mid-tier of the 3rd level. The formation within the cave needs to be upgraded once more." "Of course, master." Deng Xiaohan responded eagerly. "What?" Yiba was taken aback. What was Deng Xiaohan doing? He was discussing serious matters. "Yes, master, however. The spiritual materials required for crafting a mid-tier 3rd-level formation are quite rare, and I find myself short on spirit stones." Deng Xiaohan swallowed, speaking again. "Not enough spirit stones?" Yiba chuckled, then directly produced a storage bag and tossed it to Deng Xiaohan. "Use the spirit stones inside as you wish." He had sold off some foundation establishment pills through Chu Yao, acquiring a substantial amount of resources. Additionally, Qing Leng's cultivation of yang fields had begun to yield Qi Yang grass, which when refined into Qi Yang pills had brought him even more spirit stones, filling his coffers. He now possessed so many spirit stones that he could hardly spend them all. Deng Xiaohan curiously opened the bag, and upon seeing the quantity of spirit stones inside, gasped. So many. She had never seen such a quantity before, and they were all mid-tier spirit stones, an astounding 10,000. This was equivalent to 1 million low-tier spirit stones. "If you need more, let me know." Yiba continued. "Master, you have more." Deng Xiaohan's mouth fell open in shock. After regaining her composure, she exclaimed, "Master, this should be more than enough." Indeed, besides upgrading the formation in the cave, each person's exclusive room must also be equipped with protective formations, primarily to isolate perception. Yiba stated his requirements. Currently, only his own room had such a formation. Establishing protective formations in the others' exclusive rooms was only the beginning. He also intended to remodel the rooms to include meditation chambers, leaving openings outside the chambers. Yiba interrupted his own thoughts. Now was not the time to ponder such matters. After all, the protective formations had yet to be crafted. "No problem, master. I will need about a month to refine the array plates and flags." Deng Xiaohan nodded in agreement. "Well, your primary task is to focus on this and complete the formation as soon as possible," Yiba urged. "Master, what about my cultivation?" Deng Xiaohan's expressive eyes shifted, hesitating to speak. "You have my time for the next 5 days," Yiba replied thoughtfully. Deng Xiaohan's face lit up with joy. As long as she received compensation, she was content. She certainly did not wish to delay her own cultivation due to the crafting of formations. 5 days later, Deng Xiaohan departed. Yiba then observed the prompt that appeared before him. Array experience 3,500. 3rd-tier low-grade artifact refiner for 1,708,000. Absolute subordinate relationship established. Seeing the notification, Yiba raised an eyebrow. At this point, Chu Yao, Hu Shenghua, Qi Hongyue, and Deng Xiaohan, the 4 female demons he had first encountered, had all become loyal subordinates. Next were Qi Lan and Qin Lan. Yiba mused. Currently, both had established a preliminary subordinate relationship. Based on his estimations, they were not far from achieving a higher subordinate status. Previously, his insufficient cultivation and the considerable gap between their realms had slowed the establishment of their relationships. However, the situation had changed. He had now broken through to the pinnacle of the mid-foundation establishment stage, and the gap in realm between him and the two was no longer as significant. Thus, the speed of establishing subordinate relationships would naturally accelerate. Moreover, he needed to seek out several gifted female demons. The summit competition was an excellent opportunity. However, given his current circumstances, attending in person was not suitable, as such grand events would inevitably attract powerful figures from the sect. Yuba pondered, considering some pressing matters ahead. Nevertheless, he could have Deng Xiaohan craft a device for remote observation, allowing her to carry it with her, so he could still witness the events unfolding outside. He was uncertain whether such a device could reveal information on the female demons. With 2 months remaining until the summit competition, there was no rush. He would address it once Deng Xiaohan completed the protective formation. Within the Peak Master's Hall. My dear sister, how is it that after several years apart, you have come to this wretched state? Ji Zuidai teased as she gazed at Ji Yu, who lay languidly on a reclining chair above. Clad in a flowing red garment, she was tall and voluptuous, with a sword-shaped jade pendant nestled deeply in her cleavage. Bearing the weight of all, her disheveled red hair framed her face, which bore an air of languor as she tilted her head to pour a stream of exquisite red wine from a gourd to her rosy lips, the spirituous liquid flowing like fine threads into her mouth. Ji Yu's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. Her twin sister was delightful in many ways, but her tongue was far too sharp. I have sustained severe injuries and have little hope of recovery. You must remain here now that you are back. Ji Yu sighed. Little hope of recovery? Ji Zuidai frowned, and in the next moment, she lightly stepped, vanishing from her spot. When she reappeared, she stood before Ji Yu. Before Ji Yu could react, a fair hand rested firmly upon her shoulder. Are you utterly useless? How could you not even care for yourself? Ji Zuidai withdrew her hand, glaring furiously at Ji Yu. Who harmed you while you were safe within the sect? She demanded. It was you, Rome. She killed members of the Jin royal family, violating sect rules. I took 10 strikes of the heavenly thunder whip in her stead, Ji Yu explained succinctly. Your disciple is also useless. Having committed such an offense, how could she still be discovered? Ji Zuidai seethed. The sect would fall apart without her. It had only been 6 years since she left, yet such a significant upheaval had occurred. Yurong had no choice. Don't blame her. After the summit competition, I will pass the position of peak master to her, and you will need to look after her. Ji Yu sighed. My apprentice, I shall naturally care for. Ji Zuidai nodded, though non-committally. She then furrowed her brow, asking, Is there truly no hope for your injuries? My dantian has been pierced. What hope could there be? Ji Yu shook her head. I have found a highly talented disciple for you, also a sword cultivator. You should stay at the peak from now on. Chapter 81. The collective training room. I do not require your guidance. Tend to your own affairs. Ji Zuidai furrowed her brow. She then retrieved a vial of elixir from her storage bag and tossed it to Ji Yu, explaining, Within this vial are 2 longevity pills. They should grant you an additional 20 years of life. You must address the mess you've created while you still have time. For I shall inevitably depart the sect once more. Ji Yu clutched the jade vial, only to find that Ji Zuidai had vanished from the grand hall upon glancing up again. She chuckled softly, shaking her head, despite her sister's attempts to assist. Ji Zuidai's words remained harsh. Her elder sibling's temperament had remained unchanged. What a disappointment. How can one fail to care for oneself while residing in the sect? After leaving the grand hall, Ji Zuidai could not help but mutter curses under her breath. Ji Yu's injuries could only be healed by an immortal's intervention. Thus, her sole contribution was to extend her sister's life by a few years. After taking a hearty sip of spirit wine, Ji Zuidai's emotions settled somewhat. With a light step, she vanished from her spot. A month later, inside the cave, Yi Ba observed the newly arranged protective formation before him, nodding in satisfaction. Just moments ago, Deng Xiaohan had upgraded the entire cave's protective array, utilizing 5 sets of mid-tier third-grade formations. The combined array could withstand attacks and probes from late-stage core formation practitioners. The killing array outside the cave's teleportation portal had also been enhanced, according to Deng Xiaohan. It could even handle mid-stage core formation cultivators, providing Yi Ba with a significant sense of security. Finally, he glanced around the cave's interior, where 10 rooms had been arranged. Besides his own and those of Chu Yao and the others, there were 2 additional rooms. He intended to convert these 2 rooms into dedicated collective training spaces. He had several beneficial ideas for cultivation that he planned to experiment within these rooms. Entering one of the rooms for inspection, he noted its rectangular dimensions, approximately 30 by 15 meters. It could accommodate a partition wall every 3 meters, allowing him to divide it into 10 individual chambers. Yiba mused internally. Since this was a collective training room, it naturally needed to accommodate all the female practitioners. He envisioned placing doors on each individual chamber along the outer walls, enabling them to enter their respective training rooms. His inspiration stemmed from public restrooms, with the distinction being that he would retain a supplementary training space behind the restroom. All that would be required was to leave a sufficiently large opening at the back. Consequently, once the female practitioners entered their chambers, he could engage in supplementary training without needing to identify who was present, though I should be able to make an educated guess. As each individual's constitution differs, Yiba pondered. After finalizing his preliminary concept, he stepped outside to the vacant area before the training rooms. He then retrieved a refining furnace from his storage bag. This was an item he had requested Deng Xiaohan to procure, of high second-tier quality, costing him a substantial 1,000 mid-tier spirit stones. Additionally, Deng Xiaohan had acquired some refining materials and spirit gold for him. As a low-tier third-grade formation master, he planned to undertake the modifications to the collective training room himself. He ignited the furnace with spirit fire, raising its temperature to the appropriate level before tossing in a large piece of spiritual metal. Moments later, the metal melted and, under Yiba's mental control, shaped into a thin metal wall, roughly the size of a door panel. He measured the height and then created openings at waist level, a necessary arrangement for channeling the required yang energy for training. Pleased with his creation, Yiba nodded and proceeded to craft 9 additional door panels. After completing these, he forged some sturdy metal partitions and brought them into the training room, arranging them according to his earlier design, thus creating 10 individual chambers. Finally, he inscribed array patterns on the walls to shield the interiors from external perceptions, ensuring that those within could not sense the outside world. He then dismantled an outer wall to install movable doors but refrained from inscribing names on them. He simply enjoyed the mystery of a blind box. The monotony of daily training had dulled his senses, and a touch of variety would add a delightful element to his routine. Once the collective training room was established, he eagerly anticipated testing its efficacy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sent messages to Deng Xiaohan, Qi Hongyu, and Qi Lan, inviting them to join him for training. While waiting to facilitate the understanding of the collective training room's usage, he thoughtfully hung a training instruction chart at the entrance. This included, but was not limited to, illustrations of bodily movements, textual annotations, and key points of notice. Having completed these preparations, he entered the collective training room, patiently awaiting the arrival of the others. After a few moments, the teleportation array illuminated, revealing the figure of Qi Lan, donning a fiery mask and still clad in her white gauzy attire. She surveyed the cave in astonishment. It had transformed entirely since her last visit. "Where's the master?" Qi Lan wondered, stepping out of the teleportation array and making her way toward the training room. After a brief examination, she finally noticed the training instruction chart hanging at the entrance. According to the chart, each time she came for training, she merely needed to wait inside. Qi Lan contemplated this, disregarding the illustrations of bodily movements as trivial. Casually opening a door, she entered, prepared herself according to the instructions, and began to wait patiently. Already someone has arrived? After just 2 days without training, these female practitioners are quite eager, Yiba remarked with a raised eyebrow, sensing the activity. He then began assisting her with her training. As time progressed, other practitioners gradually entered the training rooms. Yiba moved between the 3 rooms, aiding Qi Lan and the others in their training. This method proved remarkably efficient. Although there were 3 female practitioners, the combined training time was merely 1.5 times that required for a single individual. Thus, he not only gained more space and time for his own cultivation but also accelerated the process of establishing connections and acquiring various experiences. After the 3 departed, Yiba discovered 3 uniquely shaped teacups in the 3 individual chambers. These were brought by Qi Lan and her companions, but he could not ascertain which cup belonged to whom. He could only make educated guesses. The first cup was wide and deep, with some tea remaining. It was likely Qi Lan's. The second cup was brimming with tea, probably Qi Hongyu's. The final cup was narrow and shallow, with little tea left, belonging to Deng Xiaohan. He gathered the 3 teacups, intending to return them later to the 3 women. After all, this was a communal training room, and losing items would be quite unfortunate.